Chapter 1. The Wilderness. Lord Surin, are you saying that you fled because you were caught stealing someone else's wife and feared retribution? How dare you tarnish my reputation with such baseless accusations? I am not fleeing. I am executing a strategic retreat. Lady Elizabeth is the embodiment of true love, a sentiment you simpletons could scarcely comprehend, Surin declared vehemently. How can matters of nobility be reduced to mere theft? We are united by love. Do you grasp its magnificence? He continued with a convoluted string of terms, guardians, masquerade balls, and other esoteric phrases that left the merchants bewildered. The atmosphere within the caravan was rife with mirth. Amidst the vast emptiness of the wilderness, a merchant caravan moved steadily forward, with Surin perched atop a wagon laden with goods, a straw dangling from his mouth as he engaged in boisterous debate with the mercenaries surrounding him. Beside him rested a nearly emptied bottle of rum. The autumn sun bore down with a fierce intensity, and a weathered cloak hung from the sword affixed to the wagon's rail, casting a generous shade over the midday light. Traveling through the wilds as a merchant was a monotonous endeavor, prompting the caravan's members to exchange tales and anecdotes to pass the time. The uneven terrain made for an uncomfortable ride, despite the thick straw piled in the wagon to absorb some of the jolts. Yet, it was still far more comfortable than traversing on foot or horseback. Enemy attack. Defensive positions. A sudden shout pierced the air as Surin languidly occupied himself, prompting the caravan to halt abruptly. All the wagons aligned themselves defensively, their fronts facing inward in a protective circle. The swift and orderly manner in which they moved indicated that this was far from their first encounter. Surin swiftly grasped his sword and stood atop the wagon, scanning the horizon. In the distance, a scout rode furiously toward them, pursued by a multitude of dark figures rapidly closing in. As they drew nearer, it became clear that they were werewolves. Werewolves are fearsome creatures of the wild, towering over 2 meters tall in adulthood, with males reaching up to 2 meters and 20 centimeters. They possess razor-sharp claws and teeth, their strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, and they are notoriously bloodthirsty and savage. More critically, werewolves belong to tribal societies, with even a small tribe consisting of dozens of warriors, and larger tribes boasting hundreds. Though the wilderness does not host the greatest number of werewolves, the most common creatures are goblins and kobolds. In comparison, goblins and kobolds are significantly weaker. Even a farmer can easily handle 3 goblins if he is cautious. These monsters lack any notable attributes aside from their sheer numbers. Werewolves are not mere beasts. Rather, they possess considerable intelligence, capable of crafting weapons and armor, although their equipment is crude and rudimentary when compared to that of humans. It suffices for survival in the wilderness. As the werewolves advanced, Surin could make out their mottled greenish-black skin, filthy yellowish fur, and wolf-like heads. Among them were even greater numbers of kobolds and goblins, likely the cannon fodder enslaved by the werewolves. The werewolves exhibited poor discipline, and the goblins and kobolds fared even worse. A disorganized horde of monsters charged forward, but halted instinctively at a distance of 150 meters upon sighting the well-prepared caravan. Whether they were werewolves, kobolds, or goblins, they often relied on sheer numbers, and it was precisely this overwhelming horde of several hundred that gave them the audacity to attack a merchant caravan of over 20 wagons. Yigas, the werewolf chieftain, led a small werewolf tribe, having claimed leadership through the brutal act of severing his father's throat. Under his command, the tribe had steadily grown in strength, evolving into a formidable medium-sized tribe. With over 100 werewolf warriors and several hundred goblins and kobolds, they represented a force not to be trifled with in the wilderness. He commanded 30 werewolf brutes, an elite class among werewolves, who were taller and possessed far greater strength than their ordinary kin, allowing Yigas to sweep aside a small tribe with their might. It was precisely because of these 30 brutes that he felt emboldened to besiege a caravan of over 20 wagons. As they closed the distance, the two sides faced off, and Yigas's cold gaze betrayed a hint of mockery. He was convinced of his imminent victory, after a long chase, while the werewolves remained relatively unfazed. The goblins and kobolds were already panting heavily. Should the humans dare to launch a direct attack at this moment, the goblins and kobolds would falter. However, should those humans choose to engage, the outcome would be disastrous. The defensive formation of wagons might withstand an assault momentarily, but once the tide turned to offense, Yigas was confident that he could lead his 30 werewolf brutes in a charge that would shatter their defenses. This was indeed his intention, but the humans displayed a cowardice that prevented them from initiating an attack. Thus, he would have to command the kobolds and goblins to launch a frontal assault. After a tense standoff, observing that the humans showed no signs of weakness, Ygis directed the werewolves to drive the goblins and kobolds forward. Suren watched the band of brigands from a distance, excitement swelling within him. In his eyes, these outlaws represented a wealth of experience. Having inhabited this fantastical world for over a decade, he vividly recalled the night he was transported here, a stormy evening when he had been engrossed in playing Empire Rising 8, wielding the Celestial Emperor's sword in search of sages to enhance his attributes. Exhaustion from staying up late overtook him, and he fell asleep, only to awaken in this new realm, assuming the identity of Suren. The former owner of this body was a noble scion, initially enamored by the decadent lives of feudal lords in the medieval era. Though not a bastard, Suren's mother had been a maid who passed away when he was 8, leaving him heartbroken to the point of death. Subsequently, his soul was seized by a being from another world, accompanied by an Empire Rising system. Although his father was a count, Suren's circumstances were dismal compared to those of his half-brothers, and he merely enjoyed the privilege of not having to toil alongside the servants. Once he recovered, Suren sought to alter his fate, dedicating himself to mastering martial skills and acquiring knowledge. With the system's assistance, his martial prowess advanced rapidly. Whether through practice or sparring, he gained experience. And over the years, his abilities and physique flourished at an astonishing rate. Moreover, he had acquired 3 initial traits post-transportation. Bravery significantly increases the probability of executing critical hits. Lightning speed greatly enhances attack velocity. Flying steed substantially boosts movement speed. Armed with these traits, Suren's reputation soared in Calur City over the ensuing years. Being of noble birth, it seemed effortless for him to gather a retinue of followers and pursue a title. However, during a sweltering summer this year, as Count Valna's life flickered perilously close to its end, he inexplicably resolved to bequeath Suren a barony, elevating him to a position of power among the nobility. Chapter 2. The encounter. Though Valna had one foot in the grave, his decision remained unassailable. Despite vehement opposition from his wife and children, Valna was resolute in his intent. Yet, fate played a cruel jest before the command could be formally issued. Count Valna passed into the afterlife. Suren harbored grave suspicions that the count had been dispatched by his own family. The newly appointed Count Calur dismissed the prior decree outright, leaving Suren as a thorn in the side of his nominal elder brother. Count Calur. What could Suren do but reason with him? I, Suren, shall persuade through logic. On a moonless, tempestuous night, Suren ventured alone into the heavily fortified Thorn Castle, seeking his beloved brother. He first engaged in discourse with over 30 knights within the castle. Bending their will through reasoned argument, Suren ultimately secured the forgiveness of Count Calur. After a cordial and amicable exchange, Suren chose to forego the barony while retaining his noble status, and Count Calur offered 5,000 golden nals as compensation. With the gold in hand, Suren departed Calur City without delay, heading northward, only to be met by the scene unfolding before him now. Roar! Charge! Rip them apart! The cacophony of battle cries erupted as a horde of goblins and kobolds rushed forth, chanting their nonsensical slogans. Archers, ready, loose! A volley of arrows, sparse yet determined, arced from the defensive formation of wagons. The entire caravan numbered no more than 60 or 70 souls, with half of them serving as guards. Though few in number, the human defenders coordinated their efforts with precision, utilizing the wagons as shields to keep the kobolds at bay, while a phalanx of spearmen relentlessly skewered the advancing goblins and kobolds through the gaps between the wagons. Suren seized a polearm from within the wagon, brandishing it atop the vehicle, creating a flurry of phantom strikes that sliced through the throats of goblins and kobolds alike, showering the ground with crimson blossoms. The werewolves, stationed as overseers, refrained from advancing. They intended to let the cannon fodder exhaust the humans, and once the humans were fatigued, they would unleash the werewolves to dismantle the defensive formation. A tide of goblins and kobolds surged forward, and soon the ground before the caravan was littered with corpses. In ordinary circumstances, had the goblins and kobolds suffered such significant losses, they would have long since scattered in a desperate bid for survival. However, compelled by the relentless pursuit of the worgs behind them, these goblins and kobolds found themselves forced to continue their assault. The battle soon intensified, resulting in the deaths of numerous goblins and kobolds. With corpses piling up before the front line, creating a grotesque slope, Within a mere quarter of an hour, the casualties on the side of the goblins and kobolds had soared to at least 100. While only 2 unfortunate souls from the human ranks had been dragged from their carts and brutally dismembered. At this juncture, the goblins and kobolds teetered on the brink of collapse, and even the worgs overseeing the battle were unable to salvage the situation. Of course, they were not without merit. The humans had also expended a considerable amount of energy. Ygis stepped forward slowly and unleashed a furious roar towards the human formation. Over 100 worgs echoed his ferocity. And in the next instant, these bloodthirsty beasts surged forward. We're doomed. Cursed be it. Those who wish to live, raise your weapons. Witnessing the worgs charge, many among the humans turned pale with fear, their grip on their weapons faltering. The captain of the guards, observing the panic, bellowed in an attempt to steady their nerves. Yet, the effect was minimal. Within Suren's system, the morale of the human side plummeted from 80 to 60 in an instant. And if it fell any further, desertion would ensue. Conversely, the morale of the previously demoralized goblins and kobolds surged to 70, while the worgs reached an impressive 90. The worgs bore down upon them. Suren leaped down from the cart, brandishing his spear, empowered by the attributes of his Pegasus trait. Suren's speed was astonishing, and the sharp blade of his spear sliced through flesh with ease, instantly shattering the newly restored morale of the goblins and kobolds. With the obstruction of the goblins and kobolds removed, Suren quickly engaged the worgs. When a worg spotted the approaching human, it bared its fangs in a savage grin, eager to snap the man's neck. Slash! The sound of metal tearing through muscle and bone resonated as the towering worg was lifted by Suren's spear and flung aside. Suren's strike did not instill fear in the worgs. Rather, it ignited a frenzied rage. Many worgs abandoned their attacks to swing their bludgeons at Suren, only to be effortlessly dispatched by his spear. The worgs, emboldened by their high morale, charged once more, heedless of their fallen comrades. Whirling cherry blossom. For streams of chi erupted as Suren spun his spear, enveloping the charging worgs in a deadly maelstrom. The chi, akin to countless sharp blades, carved numerous wounds into the worgs' bodies, sending them hurtling backward at a speed surpassing their advance. My heavens, is this real? By the sun god, is the knight class truly this formidable? The guards stationed at the defensive formation gaped in astonishment at Suren's display. In mere moments, the number of worgs slain by Suren exceeded 10. Without any intention to pause, Suren swiftly navigated the battlefield, his path resembling that of a reaper harvesting grain. The morale of the humans, already on the brink of collapse, surged dramatically, while the worgs' morale plummeted to 70, with over 30 of their number lost in such a brief span. Ygis, witnessing the devastating losses among the worgs, let out a furious howl as he led 30 worg brutes towards Suren, intent on surrounding and eliminating him. However, Suren showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he accelerated toward the approaching worgs. When he was just 3 or 4 meters away from the horde, Suren unleashed a mighty roar. Thunderous shot. In an instant, Suren's already formidable physique swelled as if inflated, accompanied by a series of explosive cracks from his bones. His height surged from 1.9 meters to approximately 2.2 meters, and the contours of his muscles conveyed an astonishing sense of power. Bolts of lightning flickered around him, dancing between his weapon and body, causing the worg brutes nearby to stiffen momentarily. Deluge. The nearly 3-meter-long spear crackled with a layer of blue lightning, unleashing a torrential downpour of electric energy that swept outwards in a 10-meter radius centered around Suren. Within this area, all worgs were reduced to charred remains, and even their leader was grievously wounded, subsequently pierced through the throat by a single thrust, with the death of the worg leader Ygis. The battle lost all semblance of tumult. The demoralized goblins and kobolds had already fled in disarray, and the worgs, too, succumbed to panic after their leader's demise. Suren did not relent in his pursuit of the fleeing worgs. To him, each one represented valuable experience. With every worg he dispatched, green text appeared in the lower corner of his vision, denoting the experience gained. Experience 10. In stark contrast to the previous experience of 1 from the goblins and kobolds. The worg brutes provided 30 experience each, with the worg leader yielding a full 100. Although Suren's speed was augmented by his Pegasus trait, he could not single-handedly eliminate the remaining worgs, as they too were swift in their retreat. After dispatching the last worg in his line of sight, Suren surveyed the battlefield, now devoid of any living foes, littered with the bodies of over 70 worgs, alongside a far greater number of goblins and kobolds. At that moment, a notification sounded in Suren's ear, declaring the end of the battle. Victory achieved. You have received. Items. Fine steel 2. Losses. 2. Enemies vanquished. 258. Experience gained. 1457. Bonus experience 300. Congratulations on leveling up. You have gained 2 attribute points, 2 skill points, and a silver chest. Name, Suren race. Human level, 1213, 612, 0000 strength, 26 agility, 28 spirit, 19 constitution, 25 charm, 18. Your handsome appearance allows you to easily win the favor of others. Your sufficiently high charm indicates that you can indeed rely on your looks to gain advantages, increasing your attractiveness to the opposite sex and providing a chance for better prices and transactions. Command. 60. While leading an army, you can enhance their combat strength. Traits. Brave, Swift, Pegasus skills, Frost Slash, Lightning Spear Strategist skill, Inspire Morale, Beginner, Limited Effectiveness, Morale 5 Ultimate skill, Whirling Cherry Blossom, Mastery, Enhanced to Deluge, Beginner, Weapon Proficiency, Sword Weapons 156, Spear Weapons 160, Bow and Arrow 88. Throwing 83. The average attributes of an adult male typically range around 5 to 6 points. After rigorous training, this can reach 8 or 9. Suren's attributes, however, are already 5 to 6 times greater than that of an ordinary individual. And his combat prowess is even more remarkable. With exceptional physical capabilities, high weapon proficiency, and formidable skills, a terrifying killing machine has emerged. According to the game, Rise of the Empire, heroes possess a broader array of skills. But the distinctions between game and reality are evident. For instance, the skill crossbow in the game involves summoning 2 crossbow machines to attack enemies, while in the real world, it translates to crossbow manufacturing technology. Many skills in the system have undergone varying degrees of modification, but due to Suren's current low level, he is yet to learn the majority of them. Once learned, he can create a crossbow machine using materials. Suren had previously crafted one in secret. Its power was commendable, boasting a long range and strong penetration. He had conducted an experiment where the crossbow bolt pierced through knightly plate armor at a distance of 100 meters. And even a mountain bear was impaled to the ground. However, such formidable power does come with weaknesses. Firstly, the crossbow has a slow rate of fire, launching only 1 shot per minute. Additionally, it moves slowly, with decent accuracy within 100 meters, but beyond that, it's a matter of luck. Most critically, the cost of such a crossbow is high, approximately 300 gold dinars, and its maintenance can be cumbersome. Consequently, after crafting a crossbow, Suren dismantled it and sold the parts. Aside from skills, Suren's attribute panel has also undergone significant changes compared to the game. For example, the game did not feature attributes like strength and constitution, only a general combat power. Now, it has become much more precise. Suren has studied the attributes on his panel. For instance, charm does not solely refer to appearance, but also includes various conditional bonuses. Generally, a charm of 10 indicates handsomeness, while Suren's charm of 18 places him in the realm of strikingly attractive individuals. Coupled with his robust physique, many noble women in Calur City once sought to have him appointed as their guardian knight. This unwavering resolve has also contributed to Suren's character. Had he been any weaker, he might have become a wealthy man, and this narrative could have taken a turn towards my noble women lovers. The affection of rich ladies. The command attribute is multifaceted, determining the morale and command of the army. A high command attribute boosts morale during leadership, enhancing the army's combat effectiveness, allowing commands to flow seamlessly. In ancient militaries, morale and command played pivotal roles. Even a well-trained regular army would falter if losses exceeded 30%, whereas high morale could extend that threshold to 40 or even 50%. With the battle concluded, the caravan began to clear the battlefield and assist the wounded. Suren, spear in hand, approached the carriage. Though he had sustained no injuries, the intensity of the recent conflict had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Lord Suren, we are grateful for your selfless assistance. Upon Suren's return to the carriage, the supervisor of the caravan approached with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude. This peculiar traveler, whom he had encountered in the southern provinces, claimed to be a noble wishing to accompany the caravan to the northern provinces. Initially, the supervisor had dismissed him, primarily because the man exhibited none of the demeanor typical of nobility, and he had never seen a noble undertake a long journey without even a single attendant. However, It turned out that he was indeed a noble, and a powerful one at that. Suren placed his weapons in the cart, and then threw an arm around the supervisor's shoulder, exclaiming, "This is far from a selfless act of assistance." "What?" the supervisor replied, looking at Suren with a perplexed expression. "Stop feigning ignorance. I saved the entire caravan, ensuring your survival without any harm. Is it not customary to offer a monetary token of appreciation?" Suren tightened his grip on the supervisor's shoulder, lifting him slightly and turning him around with a sincere smile. "That aren't nobles supposed to embody integrity, bravery, and selflessness? Even the most destitute noble retains their noble status, and one would think that a fallen noble would place even greater emphasis on maintaining their noble bearing. How could one so readily demand recompense?" Sighing deeply, the caravan supervisor regarded Suren with newfound respect, realizing why such individuals could claim noble lineage. Had he possessed a fraction of that audacity in his youth, he might have owned a trading company of his own. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and glancing at the battlefield not far away, the supervisor ultimately complied, producing a pouch of coins and handing it over. "My lord, please accept this." Suren swiftly snatched the pouch, shaking it lightly to hear the satisfying clink of coins within. At least 40 or 50 gold dinars. Not bad. Should we encounter a similar predicament in the future, I shall gladly assist you again. With the coins secured, Suren assured the supervisor with a pat on the shoulder. Chapter 4. The city of Calur. The battlefield was cleared swiftly. The mercenaries did not bother to bury the corpses, simply discarding them aside. There was little concern for disease. Within a couple of days, the wild wolves and hyenas would consume the remains entirely, and even the goblins and gnolls would partake in the feast. As for the two unfortunate souls dragged from the carriage, by the time they were found, their bodies had been so mangled that they could only be cremated to ashes. Regarding the spoils, the brigands of the wilderness were indeed impoverished. Many bore weapons fashioned from mere sticks, while only the gnolls possessed a few metallic arms. For humanity, these weapons served little purpose beyond being melted down for reforging. Some garments, stripped from unknown victims and long faded, were simply incinerated. After the battlefield was cleared, the caravan resumed its journey, though the atmosphere had grown peculiar. The mercenaries who had previously bantered with Suren now regarded him with awe, their voices dropping significantly in volume. Suren reclined once more in the carriage, indifferent to their gazes, as he mentally assessed his recent acquisitions. 2 attribute points remained unspent. His physical prowess now surpassed that of a knight, rendering any immediate allocation unnecessary. He intended to select 2 skills shortly. Opening the system space, which was limited to a mere cubic meter, he found over 6,000 dinars, alongside 2 metal ingots and a silver chest. The ingots, obtained from battle, were of refined steel, far superior in quality to ordinary iron, suitable for crafting weapons and tools alike. Many materials for siege engines required refined steel for their construction, but Suren's own weapon was a blend of iron and refined steel. Having withstood the recent skirmish with the gnolls without a scratch, these 2 ingots could yield several weapons. Setting the ingots aside, Suren rubbed his hands together, ready to open the treasure chest. The system's chests were categorized into 5 tiers, starting from black iron, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and finally, purple gold. Inside, one could uncover various items from the game, including skills and mounts. Previously, the highest tier chest he had opened was bronze. This marked his first encounter with a silver chest. Upon clicking to unlock it, a flurry of dazzling visual effects ensued, revealing a piece of armor within that beast-faced iron armor, crafted from a century's worth of tempered iron. This armor is both robust and lightweight, a rare treasure with a defense rating of 15 and an additional effect. Rigid body. Rigid body reduces damage taken, requiring level 12 to equip. Upon recognizing the armor's attributes, Suren's eyes lit up. It was a perfect fit for him, and the rigid body effect would likely render him impervious to attacks of insufficient strength. Learning such traits also required skill points, and the cost was considerably higher than that of regular skills. Upon his arrival in this world, Suren had possessed 3 innate traits, yet only one was usable until he activated the others with skill points. Now, with the rigid body effect, he estimated that even standing still against gnolls would render him nearly invulnerable. With only 2 skill points available, Suren opted to expend one to learn life healing, a straightforward skill that enabled rapid healing of a small amount of his health. Life healing could be further advanced, but that required 2 skill points, which he could not spare at the moment. In the days that followed, The caravan encountered no further brigands, perhaps due to Suren's previous ruthless display, which had made it clear to nearby bandits that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, they stealthily avoided confrontation, allowing the caravan to pass unharmed, devoid of brigands. Suren lacked a swift means of gaining experience. He could only engage in basic training daily, rendering any hopes of leveling up a matter of years rather than weeks. It was evident that, prior to leaving Calur City, he would have to rely solely on routine training for experience. After 3 days of travel with the caravan, the atmosphere had grown rather somber. Bored, Suren reclined in the carriage, reflecting on the recent exploits of the Knight Aubin in Calur City. Finally, on the 3rd day, they spotted a dark line in the distance. As the carriage approached, the line expanded, revealing the city walls. Upon sighting the walls, the entire caravan erupted with excitement. Anyone who had traversed the wilderness for a fortnight would long for the comforts of a city. The road beneath them soon became smooth, and pedestrian traffic increased. An hour later, the full visage of Calur City came into view. Calur City, the most prosperous in the northern provinces, was originally established to fend off marauding barbarians and orcs. After centuries of development, it was no longer on the front lines, yet remnants of its former glory remained evident. Towering walls exceeding 10 meters in height were constructed from stone and brick, with protruding watchtowers every few meters that would prove invaluable during times of conflict, effectively transforming the city's fortifications into a bastion, leaving attackers flanked on 3 sides. The moat beyond the walls had been meticulously dredged from the adjacent river, and under normal circumstances, capturing such a stronghold would necessitate a siege of a year or more with an army of over 100,000 troops. The caravan advanced steadily behind the procession, the weathered marks on the walls becoming increasingly visible. Banners depicting crossed swords and shields fluttered in the breeze atop the walls, those of the Savoy family, the lords of Calur City. The Savoy family was one of the 4 marquee families within the Kingdom of Florence, holding a claim to the throne, though such claims were shared among 1/5 of the nobility in the kingdom. As the caravan moved at a leisurely pace, entry into the city was not swift. As the most bustling city in the northern province, commercial activity thrived. Furs from the north, gemstones from the Loren kingdom, ironworks from the Dwarven kingdom, and slaves from the Desert kingdom all converged in this vibrant locale, with numerous caravans contributing to the city's burgeoning prosperity. The tax revenue from Calur City alone was a staggering fortune. At the city gates, 2 lines of armored guards stood vigilant. Their stern expressions and gleaming armor, along with their sharp spears, served as a constant reminder of the city's formidable defenses. The warning bell hung prominently in the upper right corner of the gate. Should it toll, reinforcements would arrive within a quarter of an hour. After paying the entrance tax and receiving a receipt from the tax collector, the caravan gradually entered the city. Chapter 5. Choices. Upon entering Calur City, Suren parted ways with the caravan, which continued towards the marketplace. While he made his way to an inn, pushing open the inn's door, he was immediately enveloped by the lively sounds and the aroma of ale. The air was somewhat thick. It was afternoon, and the business was just commencing. Suren's arrival garnered little attention from the other patrons. Guided by a server, he ascended to a room on the 2nd floor. After a brief rest, he descended once more. A mug of ale. And something to eat, please. Suren called out at the bar, tossing a silver dinar onto the counter. Catching the thrown dinar, the innkeeper glanced at it with a smile before pocketing it. Certainly. Here is your ale. We have roasted lamb chops, mushroom and potato beef stew, and pork pies, all signature dishes of our establishment. What would you like to order? 1 serving of roasted lamb chops, please. Please hold on. Your meal will be ready shortly. The middle-aged innkeeper called out before turning to shout, Bill, where are you? Hurry and bring this gentleman a serving of roasted lamb chops. Before long, a plate of succulent, crispy roasted lamb chops was served. Suren sampled a piece and found it truly delightful. Certainly far superior to the fare he had endured while camping outdoors. After indulging in a hearty meal, he took a satisfying swig of ale and leaned back against the table, digesting while listening to the boisterous banter of the tavern's patrons. The establishment he resided in was not of the elite variety. It was predominantly frequented by mercenaries. That moment, the tavern was nearly filled to capacity, with the sounds of drunken revelry, card games, casual conversations, and the sharp retorts of serving girls creating a raucous symphony of merriment. These wandering mercenaries, having returned safely from their missions, needed an outlet for their exuberance. They brought with them tidings from afar, although much of the gossip was mere boasting. Some information proved useful, such as local prices and news from surrounding cities that a standard-issue military longsword was priced at 10 gold dinars, crafted from tempered steel with no extraordinary enchantments, and infused with a touch of black steel to enhance its durability, rendering it slightly cheaper than in Calur City. A piece of half-plate mail, made using the ring technique, was similarly constructed from tempered steel, devoid of enchantments, and cost 70 gold dinars, a sum equivalent to 3 years' savings for an ordinary family. A modest residential property in the outskirts of Calur City was priced at 50 gold dinars. As for more sophisticated plate armor, a full suit commanded a price ranging from 400 to 500 gold dinars. Such finely crafted plate armor was within the means of only knights, and due to the exorbitant costs, the majority of knights wore ancestral armor passed down through generations. Thus, when one encounters a knight donned in heirloom armor upon the battlefield, it is not solely an emblem of familial honor or tradition. In truth, they are often simply too impoverished to afford a new suit. Currently, Suren possessed over 6,000 gold dinars, a sum sufficient to equip a fully armed troop of 50 warriors. However, should he choose to recruit mere militia armed with only a spear and leather armor, he could enlist 500 or more, though the disparity between the two groups was glaring. A single charge from the fully armed warriors would likely scatter the militia into disarray. Suren's aspiration for coming here was to acquire a fief and a titled a nobleman. There were numerous ways to attain land and rank, the simplest being to be born to a favorable father, allowing one to inherit territory and title directly from him upon reaching adulthood, provided one was the eldest son. The second option involved enlisting in the military, accruing significant merit on the battlefield, and surviving, thus earning a barony and a parcel of land from the king during the reward allocation. The third method, which held considerable feasibility, required one to be strikingly handsome and in excellent health, ideally reaching the status of a squire, and to seek out a widowed countess possessing land and title. Should one successfully marry her, both the title and estate would be secured. Suren had initially set his sights on a particular target, but owing to the affairs of Count Calur, he had to bid a sorrowful farewell to the countess. The fourth route involved acquiring a land grant. One must locate a noble capable of issuing such grants and purchase one, leading a group into the wilderness to claim a territory. If successful in establishing a foothold, one could ascend to the rank of territorial noble, and the land would typically be more expansive than that of other nobles. However, high profits invariably come with high risks. Venturing into the wild necessitated substantial resources, and the wilderness was not merely inhabited by wolfmen, goblins, and other diminutive creatures, but also by trolls, ogres, beasts, lizard folk, orcs, barbarian tribes, and even dragons. A single misstep could result in the loss of one's territory, rendering all prior investments moot, and in unfortunate circumstances, one might even find themselves as a meal for the very beasts of the wild. Should one be disinclined to pursue these options, there remained one final choice: to become a knight-level warrior and pledge fealty to a prominent noble, thus obtaining the title of knight and a knightly estate. However, to serve as a knight under such a noble meant a lifetime of servitude, fighting on their behalf. Suren, naturally, was not inclined to become a vassal. Once one swears loyalty, it is not merely a lifetime commitment, but a legacy that binds all descendants to the noble's service, effectively selling one's lineage into servitude for generations. This option, however, held considerable appeal for commoners. As for earning land and titles through military service, the Kingdom of Florence had been established for several centuries, and most of its lands had already been divided among nobles. Even should Suren achieve significant victories on the battlefield, the land bestowed upon him would likely be modest, with a high probability of being merely a small town of little value. He had no desire to risk his life for the meager reward of a remote, insignificant settlement. Given the nature of the nobility, the odds of such an outcome were exceedingly high, reaching as much as 99%. With the first, second, and third options unsuitable, Suren was left with no choice but to pursue the land grant. After depositing his belongings in his room, Suren grasped his noble insignia and, seizing his longsword, made his way outside the inn, traversing the muddy streets until he arrived at the bustling thoroughfare. He found a sharply defined stone by the roadside and deftly rubbed his shoe against it to remove the muck. His destination was the noble council of Cult City, where land grants could only be procured in addition to land grants. One could also purchase noble titles here. However, such titles conferred no land or rank, serving only as a mark of honor, yet many affluent merchants were willing to pay handsomely for them. Each year, The noble council generated substantial gold for the kingdom, serving as a vital source of funds for the royal treasury. The revenue from land grants and honorific noble titles was divided evenly between the crown and local nobility. Chapter 6. The land grant. The location of the noble council was not difficult to find. It was situated adjacent to the Lord's Manor, in a plaza that housed the second most significant building in the city after the temple and the Lord's residence. The entire structure rested upon a three-tiered base, its facade graced with 12 massive granite columns, each a meter in diameter, supporting a hemispherical dome above. The columns were adorned with carvings of heroic figures from the history of the Kingdom of Florence, while the wall reliefs depicted significant historical events since the kingdom's founding, giving the noble council an imposing and grandiose appearance. At the entrance stood two bronze statues of mounted knights, representing Charlemagne and Wilson, the most legendary knights in the kingdom's history and its highest commanders. The statues, towering at 4 to 5 meters, depicted the steeds rearing up, with the knights brandishing lances and pointing forward, as if leading an army into battle. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and it was evident that these statues were the work of a master sculptor. Suren ascended the steps with haste, and as he reached the entrance, a guard halted him. "Sir, this is the noble council. What business do you have?" Suren produced his noble insignia and presented it. "I wish to purchase a land grant." The guard scrutinized the insignia closely before returning it to Suren, confirming its authenticity. "Sir, please follow me." He gestured for Suren to enter the council. Upon entering the grand hall, Suren was awestruck by its magnificent expanse. The hall boasted at least 500 square meters in area and soared over 10 meters high, all beneath a grand semicircular dome. Remarkably, this vast space was unsupported by any columns. The dome was adorned with a mural depicting the founding war, a conflict that had secured the Kingdom of Florence's independence from invaders. Several clerks busied themselves within the hall, and Suren, accompanied by the guard, refrained from interrupting their work, proceeding to a beautifully carved ironwood door. Suren couldn't help but admire the door's craftsmanship. Made from ironwood, a rare and expensive material found only in the north, it was as tough as iron, resistant to deformation and fire, yet remarkably light, weighing only a quarter of steel. Such wood took decades to mature, typically employed in creating high-quality shields. A piece of this size would require at least 50 years to grow. The guard knocked on the door, but there was no response. After a moment, he knocked more forcefully, and finally, a voice from within called, "Enter." They pushed the door open, revealing a room that lacked extravagance. It contained a mahogany desk, a few bookshelves, and several high-backed chairs. Behind the desk sat a somewhat portly middle-aged nobleman, his bleary eyes, flushed cheek, and the glistening liquid at the corner of his mouth revealing that he had likely just been roused from slumber. "Lord Julian, this gentleman is here to purchase a land grant," the guard informed him, gesturing towards Suren. "Purchasing a land grant," Julian exclaimed, his surprise evident as he stared at Suren, neglecting even to wipe the sleep from his eyes. It was no wonder he was astonished. Grants were seldom sold, and while they might appear enticing, the number of successful claims was exceedingly small. Most nobles who purchased land grants ultimately returned empty-handed and disheartened. "Indeed, Lord Julian," Suren replied with a smile. "Young man, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't think that after reading a few books on knighthood, you'll find claiming land to be a trivial matter. There are no fewer than 800 abandoned territories in the wilderness," Julian cautioned, eyeing Suren. "Lord, I appreciate your warning. I am fully aware of what I am undertaking," Suren replied calmly. "Very well. Just remember that I did caution you." Julian shrugged nonchalantly, then retrieved a stamped parchment from the bookshelf behind him. He picked up a quill and inscribed a line of ornate letters upon the blank surface of the parchment before handing it to Suren. "Just sign your name and remit 500 gold dinars, and you shall be all set." Suren took the pen and affixed his signature to the sheepskin scroll, then placed a prepared pouch of dinars upon the table. Julian weighed the coins on a balance scale, and once he confirmed the quantity was accurate, he picked up a seal and stamped it onto the parchment. "There you go, young man. Take your charter and best of luck." Suren graciously accepted the charter and thanked him before turning to leave the noble assembly. Next, he needed to recruit a contingent of manpower. Expanding a territory was no trivial endeavor. He required a substantial sum of dinars, not only to assemble a territorial guard, but also to procure food, tools, medicines, and so forth. Once the territory was stabilized, He would also need to acquire slaves for cultivation. It was not that he lacked the desire to recruit freemen, but rather that few were willing to follow a noble into newly established lands. Although the pioneering nobility offered various incentives, only a handful were enticed, primarily bankrupt farmers or unemployed vagrants, for the mortality rate in frontier expansion was alarmingly high. Glancing at the time, Suren noted the encroaching darkness and chose not to visit the slave market. Instead, returning to the inn for rest, the following morning, after a simple breakfast at the inn, Suren spent a silver dinar to hire a carriage and set off toward the slave market. Located on the opposite side of the city, it took half an hour for the carriage to arrive at the bustling market entrance. Suren disembarked and stepped into the slave market. The northern provinces lay on the kingdom's border, surrounded by numerous primitive subraces and tribes. Each year, the kingdom's army engaged in skirmishes with these tribes, capturing many prisoners, which constituted one source of the slaves in the market. Additionally, specialized slave-capturing teams ventured into the wilderness. And some unfortunate souls found themselves sold into slavery for failing to repay debts. Upon entering the market, Surin was greeted by a foul stench, reminiscent of various excremental substances steeped and fermented. The ground was awash with sewage, while vendors on either side loudly hawked their wares, with a number of frail, filthy slaves caged behind them. Most of these slaves were naked, save for ragged cloths draped over their loins. Many bore lash marks, their expressions vacant and devoid of life. These were the lowest class of slaves. Chapter 7. The slave market. Noticing Surin's attire, the surrounding slave traders approached eagerly to make their pitches. But Surin had no interest in these wretched beings. Were he to employ them as a territorial guard, even a horde of goblins or kobolds could easily defeat them. Dismissing the traders, Surin ventured deeper into the market. Naturally, not all slaves were of such lowly stock. As he moved further in, the environment improved considerably. At least the ground was no longer inundated with waste. The slaves here appeared relatively clean. And the traders were less exuberant, responding only when directly questioned. These slaves were generally well-trained and suitable for labor, priced around 3 gold dinars each. If Surin sought slaves for agricultural work, these would be his best option. In addition to them, some were skilled artisans, their prices ranging from 5 to 50 gold dinars. Behind the traders' tents lay the most sought-after female slaves in the market. Surin entered briefly and was struck by a scene reminiscent of risque films from a past life. With scant coverings obscuring only the most intimate parts, prices ranged from a modest 5 gold dinars to 200, and the much-coveted elven maidens were nearly non-existent. Since the closure of the Emerald Forest, elves had not graced the continent for quite some time. Summoning immense willpower, Surin exited the tent, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of purchasing a few exquisite female slaves at 200 gold dinars apiece. Forcing himself not to look back, he proceeded to the section dedicated to special slaves, most of whom belonged to subracial groups. Among them were the northern barbarians, centaurs, and orc tribes. Surin's focus was on the northern barbarians, a collective term for various tribes inhabiting the northern wilderness. These tribes were often primitive and savage. Within the northern barbarians were numerous subgroups, such as the mountain barbarians, wild men, and ice barbarians, all of whom resembled humans, typically standing over 6 feet tall, with some exceeding 7 feet. Certain barbarians, having undergone systematic training, could become elite warriors, and the nobility of the northern provinces often employed them to varying degrees. Do not underestimate these soldiers. Their loyalty was generally commendable, as tribal affiliations led them to view all other tribes as enemies, displaying no hesitation in slaying members of rival tribes. A trained barbarian soldier commanded a minimum price of 35 gold dinars. The harsh environment had endowed these individuals with robust physiques. Excluding weapons and armor, ordinary individuals were no match for these barbarians. A trained barbarian soldier starts at 35 gold dinars, and with weaponry, a competent one would likely cost around 150 dinars. Even if I were to liquidate my assets, I could probably only equip 30 elite soldiers, Surin remarked with a furrowed brow, aware that he had little over 5,000 gold coins left. After reserving some for other purchases, he intended to allocate the remainder for slaves. 30 elite soldiers were merely a fanciful dream for territorial expansion unless those soldiers were of knightly caliber. Knights could secure estates and noble titles by pledging loyalty to a high noble, leaving them little incentive to join him in his endeavors. The remaining dinars were earmarked for food and tools for land clearing. Aside from the barbarians, the slave market also featured orcs, with the most sought after being the cat folk and fox folk. These two races boasted exceptionally beautiful females, and their furry ears and tails were particularly alluring to some. Suren had once harbored the desire to acquire a catgirl maid and a fox-tailed maid. But given the pressing concerns of territorial management, he had no choice but to relinquish that aspiration. Just as he pondered which type of slave to purchase, he suddenly spotted a peculiar group of slaves by the roadside. Unlike the robust or skilled slaves elsewhere, this group comprised individuals of all ages, clearly indicating they were a family unit. Typically, family units were uncommon in the slave trade, as such slaves were less marketable. Many buyers sought slaves primarily for their low cost and potential profitability. Acquiring a family unit was often seen as impractical. If the individuals possessed labor potential, it might be worthwhile, but if not, they would be viewed as a burden, possibly even a financial loss. Of course, family units were not entirely without demand. For instance, skilled artisans might be purchased along with their families to incentivize hard work. However, the group before him did not consist of artisans, but rather a horde of barbarians. Barbarians were indeed a type of barbarian race, typically standing around 6.5 feet tall, with great strength, making them excellent warriors. Furthermore, this particular group included berserkers, who possessed a unique ability to enter a frenzied state, transforming them into relentless killing machines on the battlefield. However, berserkers were notorious for their lack of discipline during their frenzied episodes, which posed a disaster for human armies that prioritized order. There had been instances when avaricious commanders sought to incorporate berserkers into their ranks, only to have them wreak havoc, indiscriminately charging into enemy lines and throwing their own formations into disarray. As a result, berserkers were typically barred from military service, and when they did serve, it was often in expendable units or as shock troops, tasked with executing charges or providing rearguard actions, where their reckless nature was less of a liability. Consequently, the market for these formidable but volatile barbarian slaves was somewhat precarious. The group before him was particularly undesirable, as their ranks included not only warriors but also a significant number of elders and children, rendering them largely overlooked. While these berserkers might not be suitable for large-scale military engagements, they were well suited for smaller skirmishes, which aligned perfectly with Suren's goals of territorial expansion. After all, the wild tribes shared a similar lack of discipline, and both sides operated on an equal playing field. In such scenarios, personal martial prowess would dictate the outcome. In the wild, these berserker barbarians had never feared anyone. Moreover, a crucial factor in their appeal was their remarkably low price, which was the primary reason for their attractiveness. Chapter 8. The barbarians. Khan had recently been plagued by headaches. As a slave trader, he found himself burdened with a batch of slaves that had become a liability. Just last month, he had fallen victim to a scam. Last month, he had just entered the trade when a slave trader, unable to repay a substantial debt, sold his slaves to other traders, among whom were over 100 barbarians. At that time, this group of barbarians, burdened with families, despite their formidable strength, found themselves overlooked, ultimately allowing him to acquire them at a bargain. In Khan's mind, having families in tow made them easier to control. With these old, weak, and young dependents in hand, these powerful barbarians would not dare to betray him. Selling these robust barbarians to the nobility as personal guards would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Thus, he expended the majority of his gold coins to purchase this group of barbarians. After acquiring them, Khan began to market these slaves, but the results plunged him into despair. No one was willing to purchase these barbarians, even when he slashed the price below what he had paid. With over 100 barbarians, each more voracious than the last, a month passed without selling a single one, and instead, he incurred substantial food expenses. After some inquiries, he discovered that due to their feral nature, no one would buy them as guards, meaning he had effectively trapped himself with this batch of slaves. What troubled him even more was that his funds were dwindling rapidly. If he could not sell these slaves, he might find himself returning home to inherit his father's business by the end of the month, rendering his grand ambitions of establishing his own enterprise utterly futile. "Are you selling these slaves?" Suren inquired, observing the somewhat dazed slave trader before him. "Yes, of course. Are you interested in purchasing slaves?" Khan's eyes sparkled with hope, making Suren feel somewhat uneasy. "Yes, how much for these slaves?" Suren gestured towards the group of barbarians nearby. "Sir, you possess remarkable insight. The slaves here are undoubtedly the finest in the market. Look at these strong warriors, yours for only 10 gold coins each." There is no lower price to be found. Khan eagerly pulled Surin into his pitch. Fearing that this rare opportunity to find a buyer might slip away, Surin scrutinized the barbarians, noting that the male warriors made up about a quarter of the group, with the rest being the old, weak, and women. The male warriors bore numerous scars, clearly indicating their status as elite fighters. Though Khan's words were filled with bluster, the quality of these slaves was undeniable. 10 gold coins? Have you lost your senses? Surin replied with a bemused smile. Do you intend to treat me as a fool? These berserkers are nothing but unwanted goods. And you dare to ask for 10 gold coins? Keep them for yourself. With that, Surin turned to leave. Seeing his potential buyer about to walk away, Khan disregarded everything and seized Surin's arm. Sir, the price is negotiable. Please don't rush off. Why would I stay? Am I to wait for you, a deceitful merchant, to swindle me? Surin struggled to free himself from Khan's grasp. 7 gold coins, just 7 gold coins. Feeling the resistance in Surin's arm, Khan quickly pleaded. 7 gold coins. That price is somewhat acceptable, but I only want the adult warriors, Surin stated, ceasing his struggle. Well, Khan hesitated. Sir, those women and children are the families of these warriors. Without their kin, they would find it hard to serve you faithfully. What use do I have for these old, weak dependents? I cannot afford to feed them. That if you insist on selling them together, then you may keep them, Surin replied, making to leave once more. 6 coins, 6 gold coins. Khan surrendered, closing his eyes in resignation. But the women and children must be sold together with the warriors. Agreed. Surin immediately acquiesced. Khan was momentarily taken aback by Surin's swift agreement. There are a total of 126 individuals to 86 gold coins each. That amounts to 756 gold coins. Here is the payment. Please count it. Surin produced a pouch of coins, counted out a portion, and then tossed the remaining coins along with the pouch to Khan, leaving him no opportunity to backtrack. Holding the heavy coins, Khan realized that he had made a regrettable sale. But he was desperate to dispose of his burden, having been caught in a vulnerable position. While he had rid himself of this liability, Khan felt no elation. This transaction left him at least 700 coins in the red. He had purchased the slaves for 10 gold coins each and incurred additional costs for their food and the rental of selling space, expenses that nearly brought him to ruin. Although the deal was a loss, he still possessed over 700 coins, and with diligence, according to his commercial theories, he could quickly recover. His business empire, Khan's, was on the verge of taking flight. After a moment of self-reassurance, Khan swiftly finalized the deal with Surin, handing over the slave contracts for the barbarians. Having secured the slave contracts, Surin led the barbarians out of the market. With so many slaves requiring immediate accommodation, he, being a noble, quickly purchased an abandoned military camp from the municipal hall. This camp, located in a remote area, had been around for at least a century. Once, the city of Calth had stationed many troops there due to its position on the front lines, but as territories expanded, it was no longer deemed a front line and the garrison was disbanded, leaving the camp empty. Many abandoned military camps had been demolished due to urban development, but this one remained due to its secluded location. As Surin had anticipated, the camp was in a state of disrepair, with many roofs collapsed. Fortunately, the original construction had been solid, and the buildings remained structurally sound enough to be repaired. The camp was spacious, and with some roof repairs, it could be made habitable. Surin contacted merchants to procure materials and hired craftsmen to restore the buildings. He then proceeded to the training field within the camp, intending to converse with his newly acquired slaves. The reason barbarians are referred to as such lies in their sheer physical prowess. Unlike the Florentines, barbarians typically stand around 2 meters tall. Surin, at 1.90 meters, was already considered tall among the Florentines, and his years of martial practice had honed his physique, but compared to these barbarians, he appeared diminutive. Any adult barbarian could easily overshadow him in both height and muscle. In the training yard, 126 barbarians stood silently, their cold gazes fixed upon Surin. Though they were slaves, they seemed indifferent to his presence. Chapter 9. Preparation. Gaining the respect of the barbarians is straightforward. One must simply defeat them. Earning their favor is equally simple. Engaging them in a drinking contest suffices. The vast majority of barbarians possess straightforward thoughts, devoid of the cunning found in Florentines, though exceptions do exist. You should be well aware that I have purchased you. From this day forth, you are my slaves, Surin declared, brandishing the slave contract. The barbarians remained silent. Surin was not surprised by their reaction, as no one wishes to become a slave. You ought to be grateful to me. Had I not bought you, your ultimate fate would have been as cannon fodder. Are you not planning to use us as expendable soldiers? A barbarian stepped forward, separating from his companions to confront Suren directly. Suren looked up at the towering barbarian, who stood at an impressive 2 meters 20, making Suren appear as a stunted child. The barbarian moved with surprising agility, completely devoid of any clumsiness, resembling a leopard from the northern wilderness. Taking a discreet step back, Suren adjusted his stance, relieved that he no longer had to look up to meet the barbarian's gaze. Certainly not if I intended to use you as cannon fodder. Why would I have purchased those old and weak dependents as well? Are you not planning to leverage them to coerce us into serving as expendable soldiers? The man replied, his voice low after a moment of silence. I am not a soldier. I have no ties to the military. Suren gestured dismissively. Moreover, I spent a considerable sum. I do not intend for you to end up as cheap cannon fodder. I am a noble who has just acquired a pioneering decree. I require a contingent of warriors to accompany me as I venture into the wilderness to expand my territory. That is the purpose of your purchase. Of course, venturing into the wilderness is perilous, but I can assure you that upon the successful establishment of my territory, your status as slaves will be revoked, and you will become free citizens of my domain. That sounds promising, but how can we trust you? You have no choice but to trust me, Surin replied with a smile. Of course, I can guarantee it with my noble name. Should the territorial expansion succeed, I shall fulfill my promise. Additionally, during the initial phase of establishing the territory, I will allow your families to reside here. As the most prosperous city in the northern provinces, this place is also the safest. I will supply them with food each month, and you may send someone to supervise their well-being each time. Upon hearing Surin's terms, the barbarian, likely their leader, found himself in agreement. This arrangement was the best outcome. Surin's proposal was acceptable to both parties, as leaving the old, weak, and women in the city would ensure their safety and provide Surin with peace of mind if they ventured into the wilderness together. Surin would worry that these barbarians might attempt to flee at the first opportunity, given their past lives in the wild. We agree. The barbarian grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than a cry. I am Johnson. Hailing from the bear tribe, though it no longer exists. I am Surin. Surin nodded in acknowledgement. Now, you shall tidy up this camp. For the time being, you will reside here until I procure weapons for you, after which we shall venture into the wilderness to carve out our territory. Subsequently, over 100 barbarians joined in the camp's cleanup, significantly accelerating the process, despite the presence of many women and children among these barbarians. They proved to be remarkably robust. The female warriors, though not as strong as their male counterparts, still outmatched the Florentians in strength. Have you ever witnessed a frail woman hoisting 100 to 200 pounds of refuse and moving about? As for the underage children, they were not much inferior to the adult Florentians. By nightfall, the entire camp had been repaired, while Surin sought rest at the inn, preparing for the procurement of supplies for the territory's expansion the following day. This group of barbarian warriors numbered 35, each possessing commendable strength, surpassing the slave warriors he had initially intended to purchase, all for a mere 700 gold dinars, thus saving him a substantial sum. In the slave market, each warrior would cost nearly 30 dinars, yet their combat capabilities were mediocre. Even without entering a frenzy, the barbarians could easily overpower them. In a berserk state, one could easily take on 5 or 6. Florentians relied on their numbers and weaponry when facing the barbarian berserkers. Fully armored heavy infantry, when confronted by these warriors clad in animal skins wielding stones or wooden clubs, may possess great strength but ultimately resort to a desperate struggle. Moreover, it should be noted that the Florentians are not devoid of formidable individuals. Knights and sorcerers alike could deal with such foes. With over 4,000 dinars, acquiring weapons for these barbarians would not require a significant expenditure. As for armor, a single leather armor per person would suffice. Iron armor was far too expensive, and Surin had not yet reached the level of extravagance necessary to equip these barbarians in heavy armor. Perhaps in the future, when his coffers are fuller, he might consider such luxuries at present. The primary concern was territorial acquisition. For Surin, clearing the area of monsters was not particularly daunting. The real challenge lay in securing the land. If this territory could not guarantee safety, and if free citizens did not come to cultivate and settle, it would be akin to a tree without roots, ultimately unsustainable. Only with free citizens could Surin levy taxes. and with taxes, his territory could flourish. Relying solely on his endless investments would not be viable for long. Furthermore, for the initial development of the territory, he would undoubtedly need to purchase a considerable number of slaves. As recruiting free citizens in a newly established territory proved exceedingly difficult, the construction of the territory also necessitated a large workforce. He could hardly expect the barbarians to build houses, as they would likely construct mere huts. The city of Calur was the largest in the northern territories, abundant in resources necessary for Surin's territorial expansion, and the prices were relatively low. Were he in a border town, he might struggle to procure sufficient supplies, and even if he managed, the cost would be exorbitantly higher. Wagons, food, weapons, seeds, farming tools, tents, and building materials were all acquired in bulk and stored in the camp, with food being the most plentiful, as he needed to prepare for at least a year's worth of provisions. Even if he expanded the territory this year, there would be no immediate yield. Only next year, when the crops matured, could he achieve self-sufficiency. Chapter 10. Departing when the time came to utilize the funds, Suren lamented that the 5,000 dinars borrowed from his unnamed and undeserving elder brother seemed substantial. Yet upon arrival, he realized that it only sufficed for initial investments. This sum equated to the annual tax revenue of a town, but in supporting a regular army, it could only sustain 100 men. The barbarians, clad in tattered clothing, possessed little else, and Suren needed to provide them with garments. Leading this band of rugged men into the western market of Calur, the largest marketplace in the city, was quite the spectacle. One could hardly ignore the imposing presence of over 32-meter-tall warriors striding through the streets. Most of these barbarians were bare-chested, each adorned with scars, their muscles bulging, tattoos covering their bodies, and their expressions resembling that of stone. As they traversed the thoroughfare, an involuntary exclusion zone of 3 meters formed around them. Suren felt akin to a young master accompanied by a gang of bullies, regrettably missing the opportunity to encounter spirited youths eager to champion justice, as he had intended to provide them with a lesson in societal realities. Upon reaching the western market, Suren guided the barbarians directly to the shop where he had previously made arrangements. As gold dinars flowed like water, they exchanged them for numerous carts of supplies, even outfitting the barbarians in new attire. The sight of these rugged men donning fresh leather armor and wielding sharp axes, their large hands tenderly caressing the weapons, resembled a lover's gentle touch upon skin, though Suren would wager that even their wives had never experienced such treatment. Suren selected two-handed axes for these barbarians, although crafted for the Florentian physique. They were easily manageable for the barbarians with one hand. One could envision the scene: a horde of barbarians, wielding these massive axes, entering a frenzied state and charging into enemy lines, swinging their axes with abandon. Blood and flesh would fly, corpses would litter the ground, particularly against the undisciplined and unarmored monsters of the wilderness. They would serve as human meat grinders, slaughtering far more swiftly than regular troops. Of course, they were not without weaknesses. In their berserk state, the barbarians' reasoning diminished to its lowest ebb, rendering them capable only of distinguishing friend from foe. Though formidable, they exhibited no discipline, and once the frenzy subsided, they would enter a state of vulnerability. In this weakened state, their strength would plummet by 50%, and their stamina would dwindle to 30%, rendering them essentially lambs for the slaughter. Often, the heavy casualties suffered by the barbarian berserkers stemmed from these hot-headed individuals charging recklessly, becoming encircled, and ultimately being easily slain once their frenzy abated. Solutions to this dilemma had been sought by various nations, including the Kingdom of Florence, the Kingdom of Glent, and the Southern Ulster Federation. As the berserkers' combat prowess remained formidable, however, they soon discovered that this issue was insurmountable. For the barbarians to maintain sufficient rationality, they could not remain in a frenzied state, and to sustain the frenzy, they had to relinquish their reasoning. Thus, the experiments fell into a vicious cycle, leading all nations to abandon this laborious and fruitless endeavor. After a full day of labor, Suren finally transported all the supplies back. As for whether he had been swindled, there was no cause for concern. He had deliberately brought over 30 brawny barbarians to intimidate the unscrupulous merchants, should they offer unreasonable prices or defective goods. He was unhesitant to let these merchants experience the weight of so many robust men. Once all the supplies were prepared, Suren left a month's worth of provisions for the remaining women and children in the camp before departing from Calur with his convoy. To paraphrase an old saying, the wheels of history began to turn. Upon exiting Calur, Surin and his group headed northeast, where numerous towns, large and small, dotted the northern expanse that in the vicinity of Calur lay several human settlements. All under its effective control to expand his territory, Surin needed to venture farther afield, beyond Calur's dominion, where the roads became increasingly rugged and treacherous. Unlike the south, the north was characterized by vast stretches of wilderness between cities. Inhabited by numerous bandits, goblins, kobolds, and even lycanthropes, the garrison stationed in the surrounding cities periodically conducted sweeps of the wilds to diminish these populations, but complete eradication was unrealistic. Goblins and kobolds proliferated like weeds, breeding in droves. Even in the absence of food, they could subsist on grass roots or even soil. Surin's caravan was notably large, with 30 fully loaded wagons, and to transport these goods, he had specifically hired a mercenary group, bringing the total number of people in the convoy to over 100. Such a vast merchant fleet deterred the smaller tribes in the wilderness from making any attempts to attack, as they lacked both the courage and capability. This also dashed Surin's hopes of encountering monsters to slay along the way. After 5 days of traversing the wilderness, Surin's group finally arrived at the northernmost city of the Kingdom of Florence, Blackstone City. This border town boasted a permanent population of only 5,000, yet it housed a garrison of 1,000 soldiers. The city itself was modest in size, and Surin observed no human settlements in the vicinity, making it evident that this was a fortress-like city. The convoy did not enter the city, but rather circumvented it, officially entering the barren land beyond. From this point onward, they would encounter no further human cities. Here, the true test was only just beginning. Beyond Blackstone City, the number of monsters in the wilderness noticeably increased, and Surin became acutely aware of numerous watchful eyes surrounding the caravan. Yet, these lurking creatures did not launch an immediate attack. And as the convoy ventured deeper into the wilderness, the number of tails trailing behind grew ever larger. On the 4th day of venturing into the wilderness, the tail of the convoy had swelled to over 100. Such a substantial number was ample for a thorough cleansing. He prepared to let these savages test their axes, to ascertain the prowess of these barbaric warriors. In fact, ever since he had officially led these savages out of the city, his system had already delivered a notification. Surin had acquired an army of 35 men. The system panel displayed the attributes of this troop. Northern Barbarians Guard, quantity, 35. Type, Barbarian, morale, 85. Upon joining Surin's ranks, these barbarians had bypassed the status of militia and ascended to level 2 barbarian warriors, with their leader, Johnson, being a barbarian champion and an esteemed hero unit. Chapter 11. The Initial Skirmish. Indeed, the barbarian warriors were formidable. Even the level 1 barbarian militia possessed the robust trait. Upon becoming barbarian warriors, they would gain a frenzy skill, qualifying them as berserkers. Currently, Surin's retinue included only one barbarian champion, who, in addition to the traits of strength and frenzy, boasted resilience and a spinning slash. Only at the level of a barbarian champion could one become a true killing machine, albeit against lesser foes. Strength. Novice, you possess an innate robustness. The power of your bloodline grants you a vigorous physique, permanently increasing your strength by 2 points and your constitution by 2 points. Frenzy. Through prolonged combat, you awaken the power within your bloodline, allowing you to enter a frenzied state when enraged or extremely excited, resulting in a 70 reduction in pain, a 20 increase in strength, a 10 boost in movement speed, and a 50 decrease in rationality. Resilience. Through extensive training and battle, your body has transcended the realm of ordinary men, endowing you with formidable vitality. Ordinary injuries inflict diminished harm, permanently enhancing your health by 10 points. Stamina by 10 points, and accelerating your stamina recovery by 20. Spinning slash. Pivoting more than 180 degrees, you swiftly wield your weapon, imbuing it with a faint sword aura, delivering immense damage to nearby foes. Due to the absence of archers in the army, these rough barbarians were ill-suited to the art of archery. Surin equipped them with hand axes as ranged weaponry. Indeed, these brutes displayed a peculiar affinity for axes, achieving remarkable accuracy from 30 paces. Halt! Surin commanded, pulling on the reins. The advancing convoy came to an abrupt stop. Johnson, I am here, Chief. Take your men and swiftly clear away those tails. Understood. Johnson rubbed his gleaming bald head, grinning to reveal a row of pearly white teeth, then turned to shout with a swagger. Brothers, grab your weapons. It's time for action. Grab your weapons. The other barbarians echoed enthusiastically. Under Johnson's leadership, 35 barbarians seized their axes and charged toward the rear of the convoy. Their formation was chaotic. Even the new recruits from Cult City, after 3 months of training, would charge in a more organized manner. However, underestimating them would be a grave mistake. 30 paces ahead, prepare your hand axes. Free throw. These tall, burly barbarians, in a swift advance, reached the 30-pace mark before the goblins and gnolls could react. This moment, their movements became belated as a leader among the gnolls frantically attempted to coordinate the monsters. Not believing that a mere 30 humans could pose a threat, their overwhelming numerical superiority inflated their confidence. Over 30 hand axes whirled through the air, striking the mass of monsters. The first to fall was a towering gnoll. An axe embedding itself deep into its skull, such force nearly cleaved its head in twain. The axe blade sank deeply into the gnoll's cranium. Such grievous injury would be intolerable even for an ogre, let alone a gnoll. Given their proximity, the gnolls, goblins, and dog-headed creatures were tightly packed, unable to evade the onslaught. The unfortunate ones were struck in their limbs, collapsing in agony, while the less fortunate were decapitated without a chance to scream. Returning to the realm of the dead, the 2 successive volleys of flying axes left the monsters reeling, with at least 1/3 of them perishing on the spot, and many more injured. Following the throwing, the barbarians surged into the throng of monsters. Armed with their new equipment, the barbarians vividly demonstrated their overwhelming combat power against these beggar-like wilderness creatures, unfazed by the wooden clubs and claws of their opponents. The barbarians charged directly into the gnolls and goblins. Their formidable strength sent the outer gnolls and goblins flying. Some of the frail ones had their chests caved in, blood gushing from their mouths. And before they hit the ground, they had already breathed their last. After colliding with their adversaries, the barbarians did not cease their assault. They swung their sharp axes, which sliced through flesh as though it were mere cloth. Clubs and claws proved utterly ineffective. Gnolls, goblins, and dog-headed creatures fell like grass, the splattered blood soon staining the earth a deep crimson. Notably, the bald giant brandished a war axe the size of a millstone, spinning it like a whirlwind as he charged into the fray, leaving a trail of dismembered limbs and bloodshed in his wake. The staggering casualties swiftly instilled terror in the hearts of the wilderness bandits, and the surviving brigands fled in all directions at the fastest pace they had ever mustered, fearful that lagging behind would result in being cut down by the barbarians. The entire battle transpired in mere minutes. After pursuing for a short distance, the barbarians began their return, their speed diminished by the leather armor and axes they carried, unable to catch up with the panicked bandits. Next, the barbarians commenced the task of scouring the battlefield. The hand axes provided by Suren were not mere disposable items. Each finely crafted iron axe was worth a gold nail, and Suren had yet to reach the point of recklessly discarding dozens of gold nails in a single skirmish. The wilderness bandits remained as impoverished as ever, yielding virtually no spoils, rendering the endeavor a thankless toil. As soon as the battle concluded, Suren received a system notification, a glorious victory. Your army has just won a war. Acquiring the item, 1 iron ingot. Casualties, 0. Enemies vanquished. 87. Experience gained, 576, with an additional reward of 300 experience. Other attributes remained unchanged, except for the morale of the army, which surged from 85 to 100. Once the battlefield was cleared, Johnson approached to report the outcomes. Were there any injuries? Chief, the equipment is marvelous. Only 2 individuals suffered minor scrapes, nothing serious. We're quite accustomed to it. Johnson exclaimed, excitedly patting his leather armor. Did you retrieve all the hand axes? Every single one. Johnson and the other barbarians treated their weapons with utmost care. These metal tools were treasures they could scarcely have dreamed of. Their former tribe had possessed weaponry akin to the bandits they had just defeated, with the finest weapons being nothing but rusted axes. Now, they regarded these weapons as heirlooms. Chapter 12. The Territory. Suren was not surprised by the battle's outcome. To him, it was simply a display of normal performance, as the disparity in weaponry was vast that it was akin to a lone Han defeating 5 nomads in historical precedents, relying solely on rigorous training and superior equipment. The convoy resumed its journey. Following the recent extermination, the surrounding area was devoid of any lingering threats, and the mercenaries within the convoy grew increasingly respectful of their noble master, even hastening their pace significantly. After 5 days of traversing the wilderness, the convoy had ventured deep into the wilds. now at least 200 kilometers from the nearest Blackstone city. According to the terms of the pioneering decree, Suren could only delineate territory when situated over 100 kilometers from a city. In reality, he had already surpassed this limit, reserving the additional area for the future development of his domain. The pioneering decree did not specify the size of the territory. Theoretically, as long as one possessed strength, one could stake a claim in the wilderness. However, this remained merely theoretical. In practice, since the advent of the pioneering movement, the largest territory claimed had not exceeded 300 miles. As the deeper one ventured into the wilderness, the stronger the encountered monsters became. It was rumored that someone had sighted a dragon in the wilds. Though this claim remained unverified, however, the existence of earth dragons in the depths of the wilderness was indeed true, a fact corroborated by a noble's bloody lesson. This unfortunate noble, while establishing his territory, had blundered into the domain of the earth dragons. And after he had barely begun to construct his encampment, over 200 earth dragons razed his territory to the ground. Earth dragons were at least intermediate magical creatures, with the more powerful ones possessing the terrifying ability to breathe dragon fire. Even a titled knight would steer clear of such beasts. Only legendary knights could contend with magical creatures of this caliber. Ultimately, the convoy halted upon a hillside surrounded by 2 rivers. This mound, though labeled as such, rose merely 5 to 6 meters above the surrounding plains, but covered a considerable area. Embraced by the 2 rivers, it formed a flat alluvial plain. Due to the silt, the soil here was exceptionally fertile, requiring no years of cultivation to yield productive farmland, unlike other lands in the wilderness. The expanse of the plain is considerable. Suren estimates that if fully cultivated, it could yield no less than 50 to 60,000 acres. If he can establish a foothold here, it would be entirely feasible to sustain tens of thousands of lives through the bounty of this land, which can undoubtedly be deemed a veritable treasure trove. Suren swiftly resolved to construct his castle upon this very site. Theoretically, as long as Suren establishes a camp here, the surrounding area would be his dominion, with the extent of his control hinging upon the strength of his army. However, the indigenous peoples residing on this land do not acknowledge the rules of humanity to truly seize control over the territory. A formidable military presence is required to reason with them. In the natural world, lions and tigers delineate their territories by marking the borders with their scent, such as through urination, as a warning to other predators not to encroach. For humans and the indigenous tribes, such methods are unfeasible. The sole recourse remains warfare. Victory confers the title of master over the land, while defeat necessitates a hasty retreat, often with no opportunity to flee. With the decision to establish a camp finalized, the caravan busied itself, and soon a temporary encampment composed of tents arose upon the desolate riverbank. Suren planned to erect his future castle upon the earthen rise by the river, that very elevation representing the highest point of the plain. Having recently inspected it, he found the soil there to be remarkably firm, highly suitable for urban construction. Although the wilderness appeared barren, it abounded with resources. The 2 rivers teemed with fish. A delightful revelation for Suren, indicating substantial savings in provisions. The mercenaries within the convoy possessed ample experience in wilderness camping, while the barbarians were adept survivalists, quickly catching numerous fish from the river. After a simple gutting, the fresh catches were tossed into the pot. The barbarians foraged for wild scallions and ginger, combining them with salt for a hearty stew. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the camp, stirring even Suren's appetite. Days after departing from Cult City, Suren once more indulged in a delectable feast. Here lies the confluence plain between the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. Nourished by abundant water sources that render the land exceptionally fertile, the meandering rivers resemble serpents coiling across the earth, flanked by dense reeds, which occasionally take flight as wild ducks and waterfowl soar into the sky, creating a scene of serene harmony. In the distance, a rudimentary encampment is rapidly taking shape upon a rise, where, aside from erecting a perimeter wall, Suren must construct sufficient insulated dwellings before winter descends. As the harsh cold of the wilderness is formidable, the frigid winds from the far northern ice fields can freeze goblins and kobolds solid, and humanity is no exception. Suren had brought over 100 individuals, comprising mercenaries and a selection of purchased slaves alongside the barbarians. With such a limited workforce, even if he enlisted the mercenaries and barbarians to assist in construction, establishing a camp in a timely manner would prove challenging. However, There were plentiful labor resources available in the wilderness. Though goblins and kobolds might lack combat prowess, they were certainly capable of transporting stones, felling trees, and digging foundations. Thus, once the camp's enclosure was erected, Suren took a contingent of barbarians to capture slaves, leaving the mercenaries to safeguard the camp against potential attacks in his absence. While the mercenaries might not match the barbarians in combat, their defensive position behind the enclosure would suffice. With such protection, they could withstand attacks from worgs and ogres for a time, and should a signal be raised, Suren would swiftly return with the barbarians to provide assistance. In short order, Suren, accompanied by the barbarians, commenced a thorough sweep of the wilderness within a 5-kilometer radius of the camp, and misfortune befell the nearby goblins and kobolds. The surrounding area was inhabited by small tribes, which, facing an armed force of over 30 barbarians, possessed no capacity for resistance. Often, a single charge from the barbarians was sufficient to scatter an entire tribe. However, Suren's intent was not to annihilate the enemy, but rather to capture slaves. The fleeing goblins and kobolds would not be easily apprehended. Consequently, Suren divided the barbarians into 2 teams. He led one in an offensive charge while Johnson led another to ambush along their escape route, maximizing the potential for slave capture. Chapter 13. Capturing slaves. When it came to warfare, Suren was not particularly adept, having never received formal military training in his previous life. He was merely an ordinary university student, lacking experience in military academies or service in the armed forces. His understanding of military command largely stemmed from cinematic portrayals and his experiences in this world. Nonetheless, having lived through an era of information explosion, Suren had gleaned considerable insights into tactics and strategy from various sources. Though his knowledge remained rudimentary, he found no difficulty in subduing these wilderness natives. Before long, Suren stumbled upon a small goblin tribe, consisting of over 200 adult goblins, situated upon a clearing where they had constructed makeshift huts from reeds and timber. The camp epitomized disarray and squalor, and even from a distance, Suren was assailed by a foul odor. Warriors, crush them. The strength of the barbarian army lay in their ability to break through. As for formation and defensive capabilities, they were sorely lacking. Thus, in this scenario, command bore little efficacy. Perhaps its only purpose was to initiate the assault. After arranging the intercepting teams, Suren led the remaining barbarians into battle. The charge of a dozen or so barbarians did not incite panic among the goblins. Rather, it invigorated them, for in the wilderness, the natives' courage often correlated with their numbers. The greater their ranks, the bolder they became, particularly upon seeing that their adversary numbered only a handful. Boost morale. Charge. Suren employed a military tactic to elevate the morale of his forces from a solid 90 to a perfect 100. The barbarians, swift as the wind, rapidly closed in on the goblin camp under Suren's leadership. Throw your hand axes. Free attack. Upon Suren's command, the barbarians hurled their hand axes into the throng of goblins, and after 2 successive volleys, a breach was created in the dense ranks of goblins. Seizing the opportunity, Suren surged ahead, leading the barbarian warriors into the fray. With his prowess, he could have single-handedly cleared the camp. But with the addition of his dozen comrades, they cut through the goblins as a hot knife slices through butter, dispatching all they encountered. The skirmish was over almost as swiftly as it began. Suren's formidable presence struck fear into the hearts of the goblins, and within mere minutes of engagement, they began to rout. Following their disarray, Suren refrained from excessive violence. His primary aim was not slaughter but the capture of slaves, should he slay all the goblins who would assist him in constructing his dominion. Thus, after breaking their ranks, Suren intentionally herded the fleeing goblins toward the ambush site he had previously established, leaving a few behind to secure the battlefield. Suren, accompanied by the remaining barbarian warriors, drove the goblins forward. The goblins, not particularly fleet of foot, found themselves easily pursued even when fully armed, as the barbarians, with their long legs, swiftly closed the distance. They spread their formation into a semicircle, driving the goblins toward the designated location. The barbarians did not press too closely, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Should the goblins stray from their path, Suren would steer them back on course. After 2 kilometers of pursuit, the goblins were guided to the predetermined spot, by which time they were utterly exhausted, tongues lolling from their mouths. As denizens of the wilderness, goblins were not renowned for their stamina. Ranking alongside the lowly goblins in the hierarchy of wilderness dwellers, Johnson, who had been lying in wait ahead, had set numerous traps. As the panicked goblins stumbled into the area, they triggered the snares. Tumbling head over heels, the goblins behind them, unable to halt, were thrust forward by their compatriots, resulting in a cascade of goblins falling one after another. Those already drained of energy could not rise after their falls, and were swiftly ensnared by the waiting barbarians, who ensconced them in nets. The remaining goblins, realizing the futility of escape, found themselves encircled by the barbarians. Ultimately, these trembling goblins prostrated themselves on the ground. Pleading for their lives, Suren ordered the barbarians to bind the goblins with ropes, preventing their escape by stringing them together. Upon realizing that their captors intended no immediate harm, the goblins complied, with several even assisting the barbarians in binding themselves and their fellow goblins. In the end, Suren succeeded in capturing over 160 goblins, most of whom were uninjured. Those with severe wounds had perished during the binding, as Suren possessed no means to tend to their injuries. Soon after the battlefield was cleared, Suren, accompanied by the barbarians, drove the cowering goblins towards the camp. These terrified goblins dared not resist, obediently following Suren's commands as they trudged along that in truth, even if they wished to flee. Escape was not an option. A dozen goblins were linked together, and with their inherent discipline, a single attempt to flee would send them tumbling in disarray. Although referred to as goblins, they bore little resemblance to dogs. Instead, resembling lizards, their bodies were not covered in the fur of werewolves, but in black or brown scales. They were diminutive in stature and fearful of bright lights. Their language, which sounded akin to barking, earned them their name. Yet they claimed to be dragonkin, possessing the bloodline of great dragons. Many dismissed this assertion as a jest. However, it was true that goblins could speak the language of dragons, albeit in a rather clumsy manner. Additionally, goblins were oviparous. Some mutated goblins possessed quasi-magical abilities, becoming goblin sorcerers. But the emergence of goblin sorcerers merely served to lower the overall standards of spellcasters. Suren's expedition against the goblin tribe encountered no sorcerers, for it was well understood that, even within human society, a mere 1 in 1,000 bore the talent for magic. The likelihood of a goblin giving birth to a sorcerer would not surpass that of humans. Among all humanoid races, elves had the highest probability of producing spellcasters, as nearly all elves possessed magical abilities. However, elves had not been seen for centuries. Chapter 14. Territorial Development. When Suren returned to the camp with the goblin slaves, dinner was already being served. The barbarians herded the group of goblin slaves, confining them within a makeshift enclosure outside the camp. The evening meal was lavish, as the river nearby brimmed with fish. With a modicum of effort, one could procure ample fish meat, and the rich fish stew paired with black bread made for a delightful dinner. The black bread, purchased from Cult City, was palatable when freshly baked, yet once cooled, it became hard enough to serve as a club, its taste turning dry and unappetizing. However, this had the advantage of long-term preservation without spoiling. Slices of the black bread were soaked in the savory, steaming fish stew, quickly softening and absorbing the delectable broth, rendering it deliciously tender, especially when accompanied by the succulent fish meat, satisfying the hunger of the stomach. Setting down his large bowl, Suren contentedly rubbed his belly. Johnson, throw the remaining fish stew and fish bones to those goblins. Let us not allow them to starve. The goblins had modest culinary requirements. Even scraps were sufficient for them. A few barbarians carried buckets of fish stew and leftover fish bones to the enclosure, where the famished goblins began to stir restlessly. Had the barbarians not left such a strong impression on them during the day, the goblins would have rushed forward to snatch the food. Suren dispatched several barbarians to maintain order and instructed the goblins to line up for their rations. However, the goblins seemed entirely unfamiliar with the concept of queuing. This was easily remedied, with no understanding of waiting in line. The towering muscle-bound men, each wielding a stout club, approached any goblin that did not abide by the rules with a swift blow. Soon enough, the previously chaotic goblins began to form a crooked line to receive their food. The following morning, Suren organized the goblins for labor. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians, wielding whips, the goblins quickly learned to follow orders. With the addition of over 100 goblins, the pace of territorial development more than doubled. Although the goblins were incapable of delicate tasks, they could manage digging and lumbering. Even more astonishing was that, despite the arduous labor each day, very few goblins expressed a desire to escape. These small tribes in the wilderness were often driven by hunger. And now that they could eat their fill, the goblins were reluctant to run away, even amidst the heavy workload. Eventually, a few goblins even emerged as overseers, assisting Suren in managing their kin. Remarkably, these goblin overseers proved more effective than their barbarian counterparts. Their cruelty towards their own kind surpassed that of the barbarians. resulting in enhanced productivity among the goblins. In the days that followed, Suren and 35 barbarians swept through all the tribes within a 20-kilometer radius of the camp, conquering a werewolf tribe, 2 goblin tribes, and 1 goblin tribe. This operation yielded over 300 goblins and more than 100 goblins, while all werewolves were ordered to be slain. Within the camp, only the barbarians could suppress the werewolves. The mercenaries were ill-equipped for such a task. Once Surin and the barbarians patrolled the territory, who could predict whether the werewolves might revolt? Moreover, the camp housed a greater number of goblins, and Surin did not harbor any illusions about their loyalty. Furthermore, the werewolves consumed 4 to 5 times more than the goblins while only accomplishing 2 to 3 times the work, making their outright elimination the most prudent choice, with the acquisition of goblin and goblin slaves. The pace of territorial development accelerated. The first task completed was the construction of a perimeter wall, prioritizing the protection of the territory, due to a shortage of manpower and time. This wall was not the traditional stone structure common in the Kingdom of Florence, but rather a construction of earth and timber. Wooden stakes were driven into the foundation, and a mixture of earth and reeds was used to form the wall. The entire perimeter approached a square shape. With a total length of nearly 2 kilometers, such a wall would be considered of medium size in the Kingdom of Florence and was already somewhat large for a newly established camp. Just as the construction of the perimeter was completed, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in Surin's mind. Ding! The construction of the territorial wall has been completed. Your territory has completed a foundational construction, and the territory interface is now officially activated. Territory unnamed, area, a 20-kilometer radius centered on the camp, city, none, simple camp, public sentiment, 60, tax revenue, 0, income, loss, population, 45 slaves, 35 barbarians, 337 goblin slaves, 352 goblin slaves, 40 mercenaries, resources, 34 wheeled carts, 200 units of grain, 20 units of cured meat. 1 unit of grain equals 100 kilograms. Barbarians require 2 pounds of grain and 1 pound of fish meat daily. Mercenaries consume 1 pound of grain and half a pound of fish meat daily, while slaves consume 1 pound of grain and 3 tails of fish meat daily, with 2 meals per day. For goblins consume 1 pound of grain, along with some fish stew. Current stored food can last for 4 months. Existing structures, primary wall, constructed from a mixture of logs, earth, and reeds. This primary wall possesses a certain level of defensive capability. Though it appears dilapidated and unreliable, it can withstand ordinary attacks from the wilderness. Wall defense 20, durability 50, stability 10. With the wall in place, the territory feels markedly more secure. Surin gazed at the data regarding the territory in his mind, rubbing his face vigorously. Such a destitute territory was inferior even to a random knight's domain in the south. Not only did the territory lack any income, but it also required an outflow of funds. Apart from these attributes, the system also contained a directory of constructible buildings. Lord's Castle. The Lord's Castle serves as the residence and official domicile of the Lord. Possessing defensive capabilities. It is the administrative center of the territory, representing sovereignty and stability over the area. Administration 50, stability 20, rule 40. Prestige 50. The Lord's Castle can train administrative personnel for the territory. Barracks. The barracks feature excellent training facilities, continuously cultivating qualified military forces for the territory. Residents of the barracks remain in a state of training. Comfort 20, Iron Will 20, Training 20, Stability 30, Morale 20. Housing. Housing provides shelter for the residents of the territory, offering protection from the elements and fostering a sense of belonging. Stability 30, Public Sentiment 20, Prosperity 10, Population Growth 10. Chapter 15. Construction Farmland. Farmland within the walls can continue to produce grain even when the territory is besieged, aiding in weathering crises. The grain produced can supply the residents of the territory, promoting population growth. A robust agriculture is the foundation of any nation. Harvest 20, Stability 20, Prosperity 10. Market. This area serves as the primary hub for commercial activities within the territory, generating substantial revenue and constituting one of the vital sources of funding for the territory. Commerce 30, Prosperity 30, Tax Revenue 30, Public Safety 10. Roads. To become prosperous, one must first construct roads. A good road brings numerous conveniences to the territory. Mobility 10, Prosperity 15, Stability 15. Public Safety Office. Responsible for maintaining order within the city and combating crime. As the population of the territory increases, Various criminal issues will naturally arise that a team of law enforcement officers and a safety officer will be needed for management. Stability 20, Public Sentiment 20, Crime 5, Deterrence 15. Signal Tower. Establishing a signal tower allows for rapid communication within the territory, providing early warnings. Messaging 30, Stability 20. Lumberyard. The lumberyard supplies the territory with a substantial amount of timber, which is crucial for development. Additionally, the lumberyard serves as a source of revenue for the territory. Work Efficiency 20, Prosperity 5. Port Dock. The territory is endowed with 2 rivers that provide substantial transportation capabilities and an abundance of fishery resources. The cost of shipping goods via boats is remarkably low, and this location can also serve a military purpose. Relying on vessels, troops can swiftly land within the confines of the 2 rivers. Shipping 20, Fishery 25, Prosperity 15. Wells. The wells offer a clean water source for the territory, ensuring the city does not suffer from water scarcity during sieges. Sanitation 15, Stability 15. Although the territory currently has no shortage of food, there is a saying that if one does not plan for the future, they will face immediate troubles. Thus, Suren has designated some land within the walls for agricultural development. Additionally, he has dispatched a portion of his workforce to construct docks and fishing boats in order to secure greater fish yields. It is well known that if the human body does not intake fats, meats, and high-protein foods, the daily consumption of grains will increase manifold. With the newfound abundance of fish, food consumption will significantly decrease, and salted fish can be preserved for extended periods. Surin has already scouted both the Red Sand River and the White Water River, finding them wide and with gentle currents, flanked by lush aquatic vegetation and abundant reeds. Frequented by wild beasts seeking water in the reed beds along the riverbanks, a multitude of waterfowl reside. Suren has also sent some individuals to collect bird eggs from the reed beds. These birds nest and hatch their young in the reeds, with each nest containing several eggs. Following Suren's directives, only half of the eggs can be collected each time, and the same nests cannot be raided repeatedly, thus ensuring a sustainable population of waterfowl while still acquiring a considerable number of eggs. Consequently, the camp's daily meals now feature egg drop soup. Frankly, the food prepared by Suren is superior to that of the freemen in Cult City, as those freemen cannot possibly enjoy fish, meat, and eggs at every meal. The Red Sand River and the White Water River meander towards the southeast, and Suren speculates that these rivers will eventually flow into either the ocean or a large lake. Should they flow into the ocean, there may be opportunities for maritime trade with overseas islands and other nations, although this will only be feasible once his territory has developed further, after allocating resources to construct docks and farmland. The remaining slaves began the construction of Suren's castle, which is to serve as the heart of the territory and must be completed rapidly, after handing the blueprints to several slave craftsmen. These artisans supervise the other slaves in continuing the construction. In truth, Suren's territory has already been meticulously planned by the system. To the west and north lie the Red Sand River and the White Water River, where the docks and trading market are to be established, taking advantage of the convenient transportation. Suren intends to develop this area into a commercial district. The east of the territory is the military camp, while the Lord's Castle is positioned along the city's central axis, facing south, creating a symmetrical layout throughout the territory. Once tasks were allocated, Suren resumed patrolling his territory with the barbarians. After this period of battle, Suren has finally leveled up, and in addition to his advancement, 5 barbarians among his ranks have successfully evolved from level 2 barbarian warriors to level 3 barbarian champions. Suren's level has now reached 13. Name: Suren. Race: Human. Level: 133281300000. Strength: 26. Agility: 28. Spirit: 19. Constitution: 25. Charisma: 18. Coupled with the 2 attribute points previously acquired, he now has 4 unallocated attribute points, alongside a silver treasure chest and 3 skill points. Upon opening the silver treasure chest, Suren obtained a skill book titled Stone Wall Formation. After the system integrated the rules of this world, the skill underwent some changes and was renamed Transform Mud into Stone. Utilizing this skill allows for the rapid creation of several stone walls. This spell proves invaluable for establishing defensive positions on the battlefield or for constructing the territory. After a moment's contemplation, Suren chose to learn this skill. Transform Mud into Stone requires 2 skill points to master. Upon learning it, he discovered that the skill has two modes of usage. One transforms mud into stone, while the other, aptly named transforms stone into mud, serves as its inverse. Suren then conducted an experiment. As a yellowish magical light enveloped his feet, the mud beneath him suddenly rose, only to swiftly morph into a wall that solidified into stone within moments. Approaching this newly formed stone wall, he gently tapped it with his hand, confirming its solidity. The wall before him measures 10 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 50 centimeters in thickness, boasting a defensive capability superior to that of ordinary stone. Surin assessed his magical energy, realizing he could conjure 6 such walls before exhausting his power. Currently, his magical energy stands at 190 points, with each point of spirit equating to 10 points of magical energy. Each stone wall requires 30 points to create. Similarly, transforming a stone wall back into mud also consumes 30 points of magical energy. In light of the energy expenditure, this spell remains exceedingly practical. Previously, Surin reserved 4 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to spirit, raising it to 23 points, thereby granting him 230 magical energy, sufficient to create 7 stone walls. The healing spell he had learned previously consumes only 10 points of energy per use, allowing him to cast it 23 times in optimal conditions. Chapter 16. Strategic Map. Surin has already tested the efficacy of the healing spell, confirming its ability to rapidly mend light injuries. However, its effectiveness diminishes significantly with severe wounds such as fractures, though it still far outpaces natural recovery. In the ensuing days, Surin dedicated time to casting transform mud into stone on the original walls of the territory, converting the mud walls into stone. Each morning, after expending his magical energy, Surin would lead his team from the camp to patrol, returning once his energy had sufficiently replenished to continue casting. Within a few days, one section of the walls had entirely transitioned to stone. Aside from eliminating the sporadic goblins, kobolds, and gnolls within the territory, Surin took the opportunity to sketch the general terrain surrounding the territory on parchment during his patrols. To his surprise, upon completing the map, the system activated the strategic map feature. The strategic map provided by the system is vastly superior to his hand-drawn version, while his map merely outlines the general terrain of the area. The system's strategic map offers a detailed, scaled-down representation of the actual landscape. Even more astonishingly, this strategic map can be zoomed in or out. However, it only encompasses the portion of the strategic map pertaining to Surin's territory. Areas beyond its borders remain shrouded in darkness, inaccessible for viewing. In his current position, a distinct figure representing him appears on the map, surrounded by glowing points that signify others nearby, extending approximately 100 meters. Beyond this range, the display ceases. Surin deduced that the green points represent his companions or subordinates, all of whom are of this color, while mercenaries are indicated by yellow points, and slaves are marked by blue pointers. Hostile entities or monsters are denoted by red markers. The strategic map proves immensely beneficial, granting him a godlike perspective. The battlefield becomes transparently one-sided, allowing for superior troop command and immediate awareness of any adversarial schemes. Additionally, the map meticulously labels hills, rivers, forests, and plains within the territory, providing basic information that would be challenging to acquire even in the 21st century, let alone in a medieval context. Surin attempted to zoom out on the strategic map, quickly reducing the representation of his territory to a nearly imperceptible, clearly indicating the vastness of this world. Upon returning to the camp, he found the atmosphere bustling with activity. 50 acres of farmland had already been cultivated within the camp, while an additional 200 acres had been cleared outside its bounds. To maximize food production, these fields are planted with potatoes, which yield several times more than wheat. Although this world lacks fertilizers, and the potato varieties do not compare to those of his previous life, each acre of potatoes still produces over 1,000 gene, while wheat yields only 400 gene in the southern regions and a mere 300 gene in the north. Moreover, potatoes can easily achieve 2 harvests per year, even in the northern cold climate. Thus, the grain output from an acre of potatoes amounts to 6 to 8 times that of wheat. Surin intuitively recognized the optimal choice. Only after establishing a firm foothold in this land would he gradually convert some of the potato fields to wheat cultivation, as the taste of white bread made from wheat flour is quite delightful. Similarly, the port located in the northwest of the territory is nearing completion, as there are currently no ships docked. It has not been constructed on a grand scale, serving primarily to facilitate fishing. The wilderness is not lacking in timber, and once the kobolds and goblins have felled the large trees, craftsmen will be dispatched to construct fishing boats. Although these unseasoned trees are not the most suitable material for constructing vessels, there is little time to ponder such details now. The fishing boats crafted directly from logs possess a brief lifespan, likely deforming or suffering damage within 3 months. However, they suffice for the time being to catch fish. The river teems with an abundance of aquatic life, and though there are merely 5 or 6 fishing boats, daily hauls can reach 200 to 300 pounds. It can be said that the fish alone can sustain the camp's food consumption. Surplus fish have been salted, and, while the sun still blazes, they are being dried to preserve them. To store provisions, Suren has erected a sufficiently large warehouse within the camp, where supplies brought by 30 wagons and items collected over time are meticulously categorized and stored. This warehouse stands as a crucial element of the camp. It is noteworthy that even Suren's lordly castle remains incomplete, while this warehouse has already been constructed. To safeguard these resources, Suren has assigned 5 barbarians to guard it day and night, prohibiting others, including hired mercenaries, from approaching within 30 meters of the structure. The Lord's castle is also under construction, yet it remains far from completion. Suren has no intention of settling for anything less than adequate for his residence. Thus, the castle's foundation work continues. He plans to build it entirely from stone, initially compacting the earth before transforming it into rock using clay. In addition to these endeavors, road construction within the territory has commenced. Suren harbors numerous grievances regarding the roads in this world. Even in bustling cities like Calur and Cult, aside from the main thoroughfares, the roads are nothing short of muddy pitifulness. Many areas are plagued by sewage, various excreta, dead rats, household refuse, and unidentified objects emitting strange odors, carelessly discarded upon the streets, rendering the entire city akin to a vast latrine. When it rains, the city transforms into a veritable sea. Venturing out during such times feels akin to walking through a cesspit. Suren is determined to prevent his territory from descending into such a state. Hence, he is already prepared to harden the road surfaces or lay down a layer of gravel, alongside the establishment of drainage facilities within the city. Once his territory officially comes into being, he intends to legislate stringent sanitation regulations, forbidding littering and indiscriminate urination or defecation. All refuse and excrement must be disposed of in designated locations, subsequently transported outside the city. He plans to establish a fertilizer factory outside the city, where household waste and excrement will be fermented to produce fertilizer. Chapter 17. The Beacon of Smoke. Despite having lived in this world for over a decade, Suren remains unaccustomed to the urban environment here. Beyond the noble and merchant districts, the sanitary conditions in other areas are deplorable. Now, as he carves out his territory, Suren is determined that his city shall not reflect such disarray. Boss! Look, a signal of smoke, a barbarian warrior shouted, pointing to the northeast as Suren inspected the progress of the territory's construction. Suren lifted his gaze and saw a plume of black smoke rising in the distance. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Suren's eyes as he swiftly ascended the battlements. After establishing the camp, Suren erected several watchtowers around the territory. These towers, constructed simply from earthen mounds, are filled with kindling and manned by guards. Should enemies approach, they will ignite the fires to alert the territory and relay signals. 1 column of smoke signifies an enemy force of approximately 100, 2 columns indicate over 500, and 3 columns denote an enemy exceeding 1,000. Standing atop the camp's walls, Suren clearly observed 2 columns of smoke on the horizon, indicating that this enemy force consists of at least 500. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Suren wasted no time. Promptly ordering that all goblins and gremlins be confined within the camp's enclosure, he harbored no trust in these slaves. Should they rebel during a confrontation with the enemy, the consequences could be dire. Killing them was not an option, as it would jeopardize the territory's development. Thus, confinement was the only recourse. Immediately notify everyone to regroup, and inform the mercenaries to assist with the defense. Suren commanded decisively. Yes, boss. The nearby barbarian warrior dashed off to relay the orders. Once the command was issued, the camp bustled with activity. The goblins and gremlins were secured in their enclosure, while 35 barbarian warriors quickly assembled, their ranks bolstered by the recent battles, half of whom had risen to the status of barbarian warriors, with the leader, Johnson, having advanced to become a berserker of the Great Axe. This contingent of barbarian soldiers is significantly stronger than when they first entered the wasteland. Just as the barbarians completed their assembly, the mercenaries hurriedly arrived. "Lord Surin, I believe we should abandon this place and leave swiftly," implored Jean, the mercenary leader, unable to contain his urgency. "The worgs, gremlins, and goblins are still far from us. If we depart now, we have a great chance of escaping." Surin cast a cold gaze at Jean, who gradually lowered his voice until he fell silent. "Are you finished?" Surin inquired, observing Jean's discomfort. "If so, allow me to speak. The enemy that approaches will not number fewer than 500, yet will not exceed 1,000. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Should we defeat this enemy force, we will secure a lengthy period of development ahead. Furthermore, should you perform commendably in this battle, I shall allocate 20 acres of arable land to you once the territory is completed. If you achieve remarkable feats, I may grant you a knightly title." To address this impending crisis, Surin presented substantial incentives. Becoming a noble is no simple task. And now a shortcut lay before them. Upon hearing Surin's promises, the mercenaries, previously disheartened, felt their spirits soar, eagerly preparing for the fight. Truth be told, Surin was not incapable of dealing with the 500 to 600 worgs. But the sheer size of the camp posed a challenge. With only 36 individuals to defend such an expansive area, they could not even fill a single wall. The worgs could easily circumvent these barriers and breach the camp directly. Even if he were to slay all the worgs, it would ultimately be futile. Just as Surin was rallying the mercenaries, a chestnut horse galloped towards the camp, its rider shouting, "Urgent news!" The surrounding individuals hastily stepped aside to allow passage. "Lord Surin, this is dire. The invading enemy numbers at least 700, and in addition to the worgs, gremlins, and goblins, there are also a dozen trolls." The mercenary knight dismounted with agility upon reaching Surin. "You have my gratitude. Rest now," Surin smiled at him. "Fetch the white bread and smoked meat. I recall there being some ale in the warehouse. Bring that as well." Surin instructed the barbarian warriors behind him. To bolster morale during this critical moment, Surin prepared a sumptuous meal. "Yes, boss, I will gather the supplies immediately," replied the respectful barbarian warrior. "Additionally, bring forth the smoked meats and sausages. Today, we feast on fish and meat," Surin commanded. In this world, aside from the nobles and wealthy merchants, most individuals subsist on merely 2 meals a day. Thus, this additional lunch was specially arranged due to the impending battle. "I need to see that by noon today all warriors and mercenaries have their fill of meat." "Yes, my lord, I will prepare it at once," the chef responded, sweating profusely and appearing anxious. Fish were gutted, and in the open space of the camp, several large cauldrons boiled with hot water. The prepared fish were cut into pieces and tossed into the pots. Chunks of smoked meat and links of sausage followed suit, and though the chef's skills left much to be desired, the tantalizing aroma was irresistible. Not long after, the food was finally ready. Surin eagerly filled a bowl with rich, savory meat stew and took a bite of white bread. Seeing Surin eat, the mercenaries and barbarians surged forward to claim their portions. The stew's flavor was delightful, enhanced with mushrooms, smoked meat, and ham. Surin found a stone to perch upon, savoring the stew. The barbarian warriors remained quietly seated, each cradling a bowl of stew while devouring chunks of bread. According to previous intelligence, the enemy force exceeded 700, with gremlins and goblins comprising half of that number, approximately 300 to 400, while the remainder consisted of worgs, along with a dozen trolls. Trolls are formidable creatures, far surpassing worgs in strength, wielding heavy maces, but their most terrifying trait is their incredible regenerative ability. Severed limbs can regrow. Only magic, fire, or strong acids can truly vanquish them. Chapter 18. The Flames of War in Surin's Camp. The only combatants available were 35 barbarians and over 40 mercenaries. The combat prowess of the artisan slaves was negligible, and Surin was reluctant to send them into battle. The cost of purchasing these artisan slaves far exceeds that of the barbarians. For these 45 craftsmen alone, over 1,000 gold gnarls were expended. Should these artisan slaves perish on the battlefield, he would be left without the means to procure replacements. After a sumptuous luncheon, Surin instructed the mercenaries to begin organizing their gear, while he himself proceeded toward the northeastern wall. Time was of the essence, and much of the camp's wall had yet to be converted into stone, particularly on the eastern side. Surin's territory boasted only 2 gates, one to the east and another to the west. With the enemy approaching from the northeast, there was a significant likelihood they would target the eastern gate, prompting Suren to prepare some traps in this area. When it came to trap setting, the barbarians were experts, having relied on such devices during their hunts in the wilderness. Although these traps might prove ineffective against a horde of monsters, they could still eliminate a few, while the barbarians crafted traps. Suren, alongside the remaining 45 slave craftsmen, transported the dried reeds they had collected over the past days and stacked them near the eastern gate. As time slipped by, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, while the south may still be sweltering. The northern plains had grown quite cool. The crisp autumn air was interrupted by the sight of a dark line advancing swiftly across the distant wilderness. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no mere shadow, but rather a vast army composed of thousands of goblins, greater goblins, kobolds, and worgs. In truth, it would be more appropriate to describe them as a band of brigands. No, they were even less than that. The majority were scantily clad, wielding makeshift weapons, primarily wooden clubs or bone implements. Only the wergs bore crude metal weapons. Although many of these arms appeared substandard, they were still made of metal. Aside from these monsters, Suren also discerned several towering figures, even taller than the wergs, their muscular forms exuding an imposing presence. Suren recognized them from illustrations of monsters. They were trolls, though few in number. Their strength vastly surpassed that of the wergs. Even a mere dozen of these trolls could easily rout a 100-strong werg contingent. The trolls wielded massive morning stars, each weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms. Their grotesque appearance marred by clumps of unrefined iron slag, yet their destructive power remained undiminished. The size of this monstrous host also differed from prior reports. This contingent numbered at least 1,400, doubling the earlier estimates, bringing their total close to 20 times that of Suren's forces. The mercenaries stationed upon the walls felt their hearts race, their limbs turn cold, as they gazed upon the approaching horde. Their minds blanketed in fear. Had they not known that fleeing the wilderness monsters was futile, they likely would have abandoned their weapons and fled. Observing the scene, Suren shook his head inwardly. The mental fortitude of these mercenaries was woefully inadequate. My lord Suren, the number of these monsters has exceeded 1,000, and with fewer than 100 of us, we cannot withstand their assault. This is no longer a matter of preserving noble dignity. I suggest we drive away the kobold and goblin slaves. Abandon all supplies and retreat immediately, Jean urged anxiously. Retreat? Why would we consider retreating against these rabble? Suren exclaimed, laughing heartily against the wall. I dare say they are not nearly numerous enough. With so many slaves, capturing even half should expedite the construction of my lord's castle. Upon hearing Suren's words, the mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, regarding him as if he were a fool, while the barbarians cheered in approval. Though they had been with Suren for less than a month, the barbarians had already become his staunch loyalists, executing his commands with unwavering resolve. Just as the mercenaries were still debating the merits of retreat, the monstrous army outside launched their assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows flew toward them from the distance. Suren deftly maneuvered his spear, deflecting every arrow aimed at him, while the barbarians swung their weapons to swat away the projectiles. Only a few unfortunate mercenaries were struck, but the arrows lacked sufficient power. Failing to penetrate even their leather armor, the kobolds' archery skills were dismal. Their limited strength prevented them from drawing strong bows, and most of their arrows were made of bone, effective against unarmored wilderness creatures, yet utterly ineffective against Suren's forces. Realizing their arrows were ineffectual, the wergs let out a furious howl, swinging their morning stars with rage, sending one hapless goblin flying. They then charged at the monstrous horde, which began the siege in earnest. In a full sprint across the 30 to 40 meters, they closed the distance in mere seconds. Yet many of the monsters, having barely made 10 meters, found themselves ensnared in pitfalls or crushed by falling stones. Some unfortunate souls stumbled and were trampled by their companions. However, these setbacks did not deter the horde, and they soon breached the gate. Suren, instead of sending anyone to impede them, led the barbarians and mercenaries in retreat toward the camp. The ease with which the gate was breached exhilarated the wilderness monsters in their minds. Human fortifications were formidable, but once breached, they would be rewarded with bountiful plunder, delectable food, fine garments, exquisite trinkets, and the tender flesh of humans. These frenzied creatures paid no heed to how easily the camp had fallen. Goblins, kobolds, and worgs alike surged eagerly through the gate. Behind the gate, the first wave of kobolds sought to rush in and loot, only to be met with the disheartening sight of stone walls blocking their path to the left and right. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were shoved forward by the throngs behind them. These stone barriers had been conjured by Suren's skill of transforming mud into stone. On either side of the eastern gate stood 30 meters of solid wall, preventing their advance. Soon, the invading monsters found themselves face to face with their foes. Two ranks of 30 barbarian warriors stood ready, wielding their massive axes with unwavering resolve, unwilling and unable to retreat in the blink of an eye. These barbarian warriors clashed with the monstrous army, their axes swinging with deadly precision, sending the front line of monsters tumbling like stalks of wheat. Chapter 19. Flames engulfing the city from the very outset. The battle grew intensely fierce. Faced with the sharp axes of the barbarians, goblins, kobolds, and even worgs fell within mere moments. The ground where they fought quickly became saturated with blood, in the confined space. The goblins and kobolds had no chance to escape, swiftly cleaved in two by a single blow. When the first row of barbarian warriors grew weary, the second row immediately took their place. The relentless cycle of slaughter unimpeded. The monsters in the front were firmly held at bay, unable to advance, and upon witnessing their comrades fall with such ease, many goblins, kobolds, and worgs sought to flee. Yet the throng behind them, unaware of what transpired ahead, continued to press forward, resulting in hundreds of monsters packing into the 30-meter stretch behind the eastern gate, a number that continued to swell. Standing atop a high platform at the rear, Suren observed the tide of monsters surging through the camp's eastern gate, his expression betraying no sign of concern. Once the area enclosed by the stone walls was filled to capacity with monsters, Suren decisively ordered a retreat. The barbarians, having held the exit for a mere 10 minutes, began to withdraw. Though brief, this period had drained their stamina considerably. The sustained high-intensity combat had left them fatigued. After the barbarians fell back, the monsters, now unencumbered, rejoiced and rushed forth. However, as the first wave charged ahead, the ground suddenly erupted into a stone wall, sealing the passage in an instant. The unprepared worgs and goblins collided with the barrier, a cloud of dust rising as some of the weaker monsters suffered broken ribs and spewed blood. Many worgs attempted to scale the stone wall, but the crowded space denied them the opportunity to leap. A fortunate few managed to step atop the bodies of nearby goblins or kobolds to surmount the wall, yet as they landed, they were met by 5 or 6 mercenaries wielding spears, who swiftly turned them into pincushions. Seeing the makeshift moat filled with monsters, Suren's face broke into a bloodthirsty grin, a sinister glint in his eyes under the fading light of dusk. Bang! He slammed his spear forcefully into the ground. Fire! His booming command resonated across the battlefield, and in the following moment, dozens of torches ignited around the makeshift moat, followed by jars of ignited oil hurled into the fray. Boom! The oil erupted into a roaring inferno, igniting the reeds already stacked within the moat. The monsters, drenched in flaming oil, frantically flailed, attempting to extinguish the flames, but their efforts only spread the fire further. All the creatures, in a frenzy to escape, found themselves trapped by their fellow monsters, unable to move. Even the previously unassailable gate suddenly dropped a massive barricade in an instant. The moat was completely sealed off. The flames within the moat grew ever larger, igniting the fur of numerous worgs, the fire raging freely in that confined space. Punctuated by the anguished screams of the monsters, driven to desperation, the creatures began attacking one another, striving to clear enough space to scramble over the corpses of their comrades in a bid for survival. As soon as the monsters, having exerted great effort to escape, landed, their fleeting joy was abruptly extinguished by the barbarian warriors or mercenaries stationed at the periphery, who swiftly dispatched them with ruthless blows. The inferno painted the sky crimson, raising the temperature of the entire encampment by several degrees. Within the confines of the city, the monsters suffered even more, as the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the aroma of roasting meat. The stone walls, scorched by the flames, glowed faintly red, showing no signs of abating. Although the reeds and oil had burned away, the fat from the animals had become a new source of fuel. Countless still-living goblin dog-headed creatures continued to wail, their cries growing fainter as the flames consumed the oxygen around them, leading many to succumb to suffocation rather than fire. The entire city had transformed into a hell of raging flames. With monsters being reduced to cinders, the scorching heat creating waves that curled the hair of nearby mercenaries, their skin seared to a deep crimson. Those mercenaries, who had previously contemplated fleeing, now found themselves exhilarated, wielding their weapons to slay the monsters emerging from the sea of flames. After setting the fire, Suren paid no further heed to the trapped creatures. In his eyes, they were as good as dead. Despite the presence of numerous werewolves, goblins, and dog-headed monsters within the city, there remained a faction outside, and he had no intention of allowing these creatures to escape, for he was in dire need of slaves. Circling around to the west gate of the encampment, Suren arrived at the east gate, where a throng of monsters was assailing the door. To prevent any escape from the city, the heavy gate had been reinforced, although it had begun to warp under the assault of 2 trolls. It remained unbroken. The flames within the city alerted the monsters to their peril, but due to the disorganized commands of their ranks, it was too late for a retreat. Upon noticing Suren charging forward with 30 barbarian warriors, a towering werewolf clad in rough iron armor, presumably their leader, let out a howled in response. The disarrayed monster army began to regroup, with even the trolls attacking the gate turning to join the fray. Suren squinted at the reassembled monster army, and to be frank, he found himself somewhat astonished. These creatures were unlike those he had encountered before, who would blindly charge. They exhibited a semblance of discipline. Though their organization was far from perfect, it marked a significant improvement. At the forefront were the expendable dog-headed goblins and earth goblins, followed closely by several trolls, with werewolves flanking them. Despite the chaotic formation, it still bore some effectiveness. The front line of earth goblins formed a phalanx with their long spears, and although they wielded sharpened stone spikes, they still posed a threat. Suren fastened the clasp of his beast-faced iron armor, grasped his 3-meter-long spear, and loosened his muscles. Flanking him were the barbarian warriors, who formed a cone-shaped formation, with Suren positioned as the spearhead. Charge! With a fierce roar as they closed the distance to less than 100 meters. Suren surged forward, the barbarian warriors closely trailing behind. In a matter of seconds, they covered the 100-meter distance with relentless speed. Despite their numerical disadvantage of scarcely 30, their charge exuded an unstoppable momentum, enveloping the battlefield in an invisible pressure. More than 30 barbarian warriors surged forth like a tempest, their sharp axe blades glinting with a cold sheen. Faced with these well-armed elite, had they been up against the elite heavy infantry of the Florentine Kingdom's Great Bear Legion. Clad in full armor and rigorously trained, their assault would likely have resulted in heavy casualties. However, against these unarmored wilderness natives, mere flesh and blood stood no chance of resistance. 50 meters, Suren and the barbarians drew closer. The dog-headed goblin archers in the rear fired their arrows, which rained down like a deluge from above. Suren wielded his spear to deflect the arrows, while the barbarian warriors shielded their vital points with their massive axes, allowing the arrows to rain upon them. The vast majority failed to penetrate their leather armor, some even bouncing off. These arrows posed no trouble for Suren and his comrades, and in the blink of an eye, they were within 20 meters of the enemy. Next lay the long spear formation before them. While these earth goblins were not particularly robust, a headlong charge into their ranks would surely inflict losses on the barbarians. Even if Suren himself remained unscathed, throw axes. With that command, 35 hand axes whirled through the air, plunging into the long spear formation. Just how powerful were the barbarians? The moment the axes were hurled, they shattered the orderly ranks of the earth goblins, and several were decapitated by the flying axes. The spear formation collapsed, rendered utterly vulnerable. Suren, leading the charge, barreled into their midst, sweeping through the earth goblin long spear formation like a tempest scattering leaves, effortlessly turning it into a heap of debris. The dog-headed goblins behind the long spear formation crumbled into chaos. A gaping hole opened in the monster army's line, and Suren, along with the barbarian warriors, surged forward like a gleaming steel blade thrusting into the enemy's heart. The cone formation pressed on relentlessly, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, as every monster that stood before Suren was thoroughly crushed. After penetrating the ranks of the earth goblins and dog-headed creatures, they crashed into the werewolves. Having survived in the wilderness and formed a moderate tribe, these werewolves were no weaklings. They were more formidable than those Suren had previously encountered. Upon witnessing Suren's approach, they howled in fury. Suren swept his spear, and with a strength beyond human, the iron shaft sliced through the air, sending the werewolves flying. The impact shattered their bodies, fracturing ribs and spines. Their innards crushed and mixed with blood that gushed forth from their mouths and noses. With the breach Suren had created, the remaining barbarians swung their axes in a whirlwind, cleaving the monsters before them in two with arcs of white sword energy, the ground littered with blood and flesh as the werewolves were effortlessly harvested like weeds. Observing the furious advance of Surin and his warriors, the werewolf leader howled incessantly, attempting to rally the others to continue their assault. However, the monsters were paralyzed by fear, unwilling to advance despite his desperate calls. Fortunately, they still possessed a final trump card, 9 trolls towering at over 2.5 meters. Just as Surin sent the last werewolf flying, a void opened before him. The entire monster army had been pierced through. The battlefield descended into chaos, the center of the monster army utterly shattered, and both flanks were rendered ineffective. Roar! Just as Surin prepared to eliminate the werewolf leader, a furious roar erupted from the side. A powerful wind rushed towards him as a troll barreled forward like a heavy truck, charging recklessly. Surin swung his arm, intercepting the incoming spiked club. The tremendous force bent even the spear crafted from refined iron. The club was sent soaring, and the charging troll tumbled back at an accelerated pace, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. With such severe injuries, any other monster would have perished. But for trolls, given a moment, they would soon recover. They had faced troublesome foes before, yet ultimately triumphed through the troll's overwhelming strength. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated this time. Seeing Surin knock one troll aside, the remaining trolls showed no fear. Howling in unison as they charged at him, Surin chuckled coldly at the oncoming trolls, gripping the spear's shaft with one hand and the body with the other, bending the slightly deformed spear back into shape. With determination, he swung it at the charging trolls. Frostblade. 3 gusts of icy air coalesced before him, swiftly forming into 3 blades of ice that shot forth with a biting chill as the frigid aura enveloped the surrounding werewolves. They felt their bodies stiffen. In the next instant, the chilling blades sliced through, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. The 3 ice blades sliced through the trolls with devastating precision, halting several mid-charge. In the blink of an eye, their robust bodies were neatly severed into several pieces. Not a drop of blood spilled forth, as all the blood froze in an instant. Even the bodies of the trolls were encased in ice. The ice blades flew for over 30 meters before vanishing into the air, leaving a trail of frozen monsters in their wake. Be they earth goblins, werewolves, or trolls, all were cut and sealed in ice. Even those trolls with formidable regenerative abilities met their end. The mercenaries atop the city wall watched the unfolding spectacle on the battlefield, their hearts chilled, sweat breaking out on their brows. Despite having witnessed their lord's invincible presence in battle several times before, this time they faced trolls. The sheer, unstoppable power sweeping through the battlefield made them perceive their noble lord as a hero from myth. Perhaps legendary heroes are not so different after all, Jean muttered weakly. Just as the mercenaries lamented, the battle neared its conclusion. They beheld the demise of their strongest asset. The monster army crumbled entirely, none daring to obstruct their path, upon witnessing the unfolding scenario. The leader of the worgs wasted no time and turned to flee. However, it was already too late. Surin moved with astonishing speed, deftly circumventing the enemies that stood in his path. Those who hesitated were swiftly torn apart by the sheer force of Surin's spear. As the distance between them diminished rapidly, the worg leader frantically accelerated in a desperate bid for escape. Surin hefted his lance and hurled it forward with great force. Chapter 21. An epic victory. The lance sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it pierced the worg leader, pinning him to the ground. Struck by such a devastating blow, the worg leader convulsed several times before slowly bowing his head. Dark red blood oozed down the shaft of the lance, pooling on the ground beneath. Witnessing the worg leader impaled by the lance, the battlefield transformed into a scene of carnage, instilling a chilling dread in the hearts of the indigenous warriors, causing them to tremble involuntarily. As the gaze of the god of death swept across them, the indigenous warriors averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. That look was far colder than the biting winds of the far northern tundras. Once the battle concluded, Surin, undeterred by weariness, rallied the remaining barbarian warriors to commence the capture of slaves. The monstrous army had marched from afar, and after such a fierce battle, their strength was nearly spent. At this juncture, even an attempt to flee would be futile, and soon a multitude of captives was secured. An epic victory. Under your command, you and your army achieved a monumental triumph. As the war came to an end, the few monsters that managed to escape would spread tales of your exploits to distant lands, and your renown began to echo across the wilderness. Victory in battle. You have gained 15,432 experience points, and your level has increased. You have earned 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You also received 2 silver treasure chests. In this battle, you acquired the item, 5 gems. Name, Suren race, human level, 14235814. 0000 strength, 26 agility, 28 spirit, 23 constitution, 25 charisma, 18 other attributes remain unchanged. But you have gained a new prestige attribute. 1. The description is simple. Your renown spreads in a limited area across the wilderness. Besides Surin leveling up, all the other barbarian warriors also experienced advancements, with none suffering fatalities, though 3 bore severe injuries, and all others sustained minor wounds. Such low casualties were a testament to Surin's role as the vanguard, had it not been for his formidable strength in shattering the enemy. The losses would have been far worse. Boss, some of the brothers are gravely injured. They may not survive, Johnson said somberly as he approached Surin. In this world, medical knowledge is rudimentary, often reliant on the divine arts of the temple priests for healing. While one could purchase holy water, it costs 10 gold nars for the cheapest, and given Surin's frugality, he would never consider such an expense. Yet, despite the absence of priests and holy water, Surin possessed the art of life healing. Take me to see them, Surin instructed directly. Soon, he arrived at the side of the 3 severely injured warriors. Their wounds were grievous lacerations, likely inflicted by the werg warriors, who towered over 2 meters tall and were stronger than the werg infantry. The barbarians wore only leather armor, at most reinforced with a few metal plates. Such armor sufficed against goblins, but proved inadequate against the wergs, and utterly ineffective against the werg warriors. The most critically injured had a gaping wound across his chest, with 2 broken ribs, revealing the writhing of his internal organs through the gash. This severe injury had nearly resulted in his evisceration. Had the wound been any deeper, he would not have survived this long. Surin raised his hand, gathering a faint green luminescence that coalesced in his palm. In the next moment, the ethereal light flowed into the barbarian before him, gradually stemming the bleeding from his wound, which began to close. However, the wound only healed a third of the way before the green light was entirely expended. Clearly, a single application of life healing was insufficient for his recovery. As the luminescence faded, the warrior's life force continued to wane, albeit at a slower rate. Observing the fading light, Surin employed another life healing, and while the warrior's wounds remained unhealed, his life force stabilized, no longer diminishing. Life healing was merely a basic restorative spell, and its effects were ultimately limited. The remaining injuries would require his body to heal naturally. In short order, Surin pulled the 3 barbarian warriors back from the brink of death, applying healing salves and binding their wounds, instructing others to carry them back to camp for recuperation. They would be unable to return to battle for at least a month. Following the battle, all but a handful of the barbarian warriors achieved a level of advancement, elevating to barbarian warriors. The mightiest among them, Johnson, transcended to the ultimate barbarian class, the barbarian berserker. His various attributes also upgraded, with basic strength evolving into intermediate strength, and resilience advancing to intermediate resilience. Intermediate strength permanently increased strength and stamina by 4 points each, while intermediate resilience granted a permanent increase of 25 life points, 25 stamina points, a 50 boost to stamina recovery, and a 15 reduction in damage taken. In addition to these 2 attributes, the berserker's traits underwent transformation, evolving into advanced berserk, which diminished pain perception by 80, increased strength by 50, enhanced movement speed by 20, extended berserk duration by 50, and reduced the weakness period by 30. Thus, Johnson's prowess had multiplied several times over. Equipped with a set of iron armor, he would become a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield. After the battle, Surin acquired a significant number of slaves, including earth elementals, goblins, and wergs, totaling around 500. Among those who perished in the recent conflict were over 200, with additional casualties unaccounted for within the confines of the makeshift fortress. Surin estimated the total losses to be around 600, with fewer than 100 managing to escape. Following this confrontation, the captives became terrified and utterly unwilling to resist. Surin planned to retain them as slaves. The earth elementals bore resemblance to goblins, yet stood at a height of 1.5 meters, whereas goblins measured only 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Moreover, the earth elementals were among the few disciplined races in the wilderness, albeit not particularly clever, making them suitable for servitude. Johnson herd these slaves back and confined them together. Surin commanded, bloodied from the fray. With every step, blood dripped from the seams of his armor. Remember not to let them escape. I need these people to help me construct a fortress. Rest assured, boss, that I will personally oversee their confinement. Johnson replied. wiping the blood from his bald head and grinning at the captives, revealing rows of stark white teeth. Though he smiled, the bloodstains on his face imparted an unsettling aura. He would not let the creatures who nearly cost him his brothers off easily. Though he would not kill them, they would not find respite. Chapter 22. The blacksmiths forged the great fire within the makeshift fortress raged until midnight before gradually extinguishing. The prolonged blaze scorched the surrounding walls and ground, and it was not until the following morning that Suren began dismantling the rudimentary fortress to clear the bodies within, upon witnessing the scene inside. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Suren felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The fortress was filled with a grotesque array of charred corpses, the air thick with the scent of roasted flesh. This circumstance rendered the camp's meat inedible for several days thereafter. After digging a deep pit to inter the remains, the slaves were tasked with cleansing the area with fresh water. Even so, a faint trace of blood lingered at the eastern gate. Following the annihilation of the monstrous army, the camp entered a phase of rapid development. The indigenous forces they had vanquished were the most formidable werg tribe in the vicinity, and their total defeat instilled trepidation in the surrounding factions. The law of the wilderness is simple. The strong reign supreme that if Suren wished to claim dominion over this land, he must subjugate all surrounding powers, thereby securing his sovereignty. With the largest tribe in the vicinity obliterated, there were currently no challengers daring to provoke him. With over 1,000 slaves at his disposal, the pace of construction accelerated once more. Within 3 days, the camp's port was finally completed, increasing daily fish catches significantly. Some slaves were allocated to cultivate farmland, while others were assigned to construct the blacksmith's forge and the lord's castle. Given the frequency of battles, many weapons and armors had suffered severe damage and required repairs before they could be utilized again. However, no iron mines had been located within the territory to establish a proper blacksmith's forge. Suren needed to secure a source of iron ore. Though the wilderness appeared barren, it harbored a wealth of resources, including iron. The wergs that had assaulted Suren's territory predominantly wielded metallic weapons. Though these weapons appeared crude and many were still laden with residual slag, they remained metallic. Such rudimentary implements, even crafted by a human blacksmith's apprentice, would undoubtedly surpass these in quality. In truth, these weapons are produced by the werg tribe themselves. The wergs are also sentient beings with a notable level of intelligence. They possess the knowledge of smelting iron, albeit at a rather rudimentary level. If they are capable of manufacturing metal weapons, one must wonder where their raw materials originate, considering that humans have long sealed off the wilderness, prohibiting the sale of iron or weapons to these creatures. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that the wergs of this encampment have discovered a vein of iron ore. Fortuitously, they possess some knowledge of smelting techniques, though their skills remain quite lacking, resulting in the production of rather crude weapons. Given the discovery of iron ore by the wergs, Suren is not concerned about the establishment of a blacksmith shop lacking raw materials. As for the idea of claiming that iron mine now, he is indeed eager to do so. However, with only a little over 100 personnel at his disposal, he finds himself constrained. He can only wait until the population of his camp increases before he can lay claim to the mine. Besides the iron mine, Suren also needs to locate a coal mine, as it serves as the fuel for iron smelting. In the temporary lord's manor, Suren reclined in a chair, squinting slightly as he inquired of his secretary. "How much supplies do we have left?" This secretary had been selected from among the slaves. He could read and perform arithmetic, and while his skills were mediocre, he was the best available option for the time being. "My lord, our supplies are dwindling rapidly. During this period, you have captured quite a number of slaves, and our food consumption has doubled. Our funds are also running low, with only 300 gold NAR remaining. The mercenaries' wages have been fully dispersed, and what remains is insufficient for purchasing supplies in Cult City," the secretary reported, holding a ledger. "We need to develop our territory and purchase more slaves to bolster our population. 300 gold NAR is utterly inadequate," Suren remarked, stroking his chin. "The development of the territory has reached a bottleneck, primarily due to the population issue. Although he possesses over 1,000 slaves, if left unsupervised, they will not work diligently once the workforce is scattered." Suren faces the dilemma of having no one to employ. Johnson. Suren called out directly. "Sir, I am here," Johnson replied as he entered from outside. "You shall return and bring your wife and children here. It is now safe," Suren said with a smile. "Really? I will make arrangements at once," Johnson exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of reuniting with his family. "Be swift in your return," Suren urged, somewhat impatiently waving his hand. "The families of the barbarians should be faring well, although they may be the elderly, weak, and women The combat prowess of these women should not be underestimated. Ah, and when you return, spread the word that Sir Suren has successfully established a territory in the wilderness and is in urgent need of various supplies, Suren added after a moment's thought. He intended to entice merchants to come and trade, though he had yet to determine what items he would offer. Johnson departed the camp with 2 barbarian axe warriors, and Suren refrained from further slave-capturing expeditions. In truth, the monster tribes surrounding his territory had begun to take notice, with several tribes already vacating the area. After several days of construction, the blacksmith shop was finally completed. The blacksmith shop is built, equipment data is now being imported, metal smelting techniques are being integrated, metal casting skills are being implemented. Import completion. 10, 20, 50. Import complete. The system's marketplace for weapons and equipment is now open. Just as the blacksmith shop was completed, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, eliciting joy in Suren's heart as he hurriedly accessed the Rise of Empire system in his mind. Blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop can forge higher quality weapons for the warriors of the territory. The skills of the blacksmiths working in the shop will improve, resulting in enhanced quality of ironware. Blacksmith learning speed. 2. Production speed. 1. Ironware quality. 1. Beyond these fundamental descriptions, Suren noticed that the previously gray marketplace button was now illuminated, and upon opening it, he was greeted with a dazzling array of items, including bows, iron swords, spears, armor, and more, featuring not only ordinary goods but also many exquisite weapons, naturally. Artifacts such as the Celestial Emperor's Sword, the Emperor's Sword, the 8-foot serpent spear, and the Fongtian painting halberd were conspicuously absent. However, this was to be expected. If such items were not available in the game, they would be nearly impossible to obtain in this reality. Chapter 23. The Blacksmith Shop. 2. Beyond weapons. The blacksmith shop also sold materials, such as fine iron, steel, dark iron, and divine iron. However, the prices made Suren wince. While ordinary prices were somewhat reasonable, the cost of a century-old dark iron skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000 gold in AR. As for even rarer materials like Millennium Dark Iron, Nine Heavens Dark Iron, and Absolute Tungsten Steel, they were simply not available for purchase. In the game, these premium materials not only enabled the crafting of top-tier divine equipment, but also possessed magical effects. For instance, the century-old Dark Iron inherently provided restorative properties, automatically regenerating health over time and enhancing attributes, a must-have in his gaming days. Upon reviewing the inventory of the blacksmith shop, Suren also discovered various equipment crafting blueprints that, when used, would impart knowledge of their creation methods as well as forging insights, which could enhance a blacksmith's skills. However, the price was steep, with a single book costing 1,500 gold in AR. After perusing the blacksmith shop, Suren realized he could not afford even a single set of equipment. Of course, the blacksmith shop was not limited to purchasing weapons. One could also commission the blacksmith to forge items. Although the quality of the blacksmiths varied, the prices were considerably friendlier. For instance, the two-handed axes he previously purchased for the barbarians at 30 gold in AR could be ordered from the blacksmith for a maximum of only 15 gold in AR. If he were to acquire his own iron mine in the future, this price could decrease even further. In truth, while the barbarian army under Suren's command was formidable, they were not operating at peak efficiency. The barbarian warriors were equipped with two-handed axes, chainmail, hand axes, or throwing spears. The barbarian axe warriors donned iron armor, which allowed them to unleash their full potential. Currently, his barbarians were equipped with merely a two-handed axe, a piece of leather armor, and a hand axe, an utterly minimal setup. However, with the blacksmith shop now established, Suren intended to gradually equip them properly. Suren positioned the blacksmith shop by the riverside, planning to install hydraulic machinery there once the technology advanced. Mechanisms such as water-powered hammers would not be overly complex to implement, but could only be utilized in areas with ample water supply. Back in Calur City, his father's blacksmith workshop had long employed such machinery, and he was now ready to apply that technology here. With water-powered forging machines, the production costs of the blacksmith shop could be further reduced. Through the course of recent battles, Suren and his forces had seized thousands of various metal weapons and armor. While these weapons were generally of low quality, they were adequate as raw materials. Bruce, the blacksmith slave he had purchased, was a valuable asset in this regard. It is worth noting that blacksmiths in towns belonged to the middle-income class. This individual had initially fallen into debt due to gambling, losing not only his workshop but also being sold into slavery. My lord, this blacksmith shop is entirely feasible, as long as we have materials. I can forge agricultural tools and equipment, Bruce said with a sycophantic smile, having grown weary of his time as a slave. That is excellent. Please repair the soldier's equipment and then forge agricultural tools and other implements. In doing so, your supply level will be elevated. Suren nodded in agreement. Thank you, my lord. I shall work diligently, Bruce replied, elated at the prospect of an improved supply level, which would afford him fish and meat, sparing him the discomfort of sharing living quarters with others and enduring their unpleasant odors and grinding noises. Suren's management of slaves, by the standards of the time, was quite benevolent. He established a set of reward and punishment standards along with corresponding treatment for the slaves, offering them a glimmer of hope and thereby enhancing their work motivation. If the slaves merely went through the motions, their productivity would be subpar. Suren's introduction of rewards, along with established criteria, was akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey, prompting the donkey to move forward in pursuit of that carrot. The lowest-tier slaves performed laborious tasks, with basic provisions ensuring they would not starve, typically comprising kobolds and goblins, who were the most numerous. In contrast, skilled slaves were provided with better food and assigned work goals, with sustenance contingent upon their performance. Exceptional efforts could yield additional rewards. As their standing improved, so too would their treatment, such as receiving meat-based meals. If a slave distinguished themselves through significant contributions, they could earn further upgrades, leading to better food and private accommodations. Moreover, at the conclusion of the reward system, Suren promised that upon meeting the required contributions, he would grant the slave the status of a free citizen, allowing them to become a free inhabitant of the territory. Naturally, this did not signify a loss for Suren. In fact, the contribution standards he set were tenfold the purchase price of these slaves, meaning that to attain freedom, a slave would need to provide value equivalent to at least 10 times their worth. Furthermore, achieving freedom did not exempt them from obligations as free citizens. They would still owe taxes and labor to contribute to the development of the territory, ensuring that the arrangement remained mutually beneficial. After Suren announced this system of rewards and punishments, the efficiency of the slaves within the territory doubled on that very day. Once the blacksmith shop was established, Suren had the spoils transported there, intending to have the blacksmith remelt the scrap metal into ingots. He planned to use these ingots to repair the weapons of the barbarian warriors and forge agricultural tools and armor. Although the monsters in the wilderness were impoverished, Suren had eliminated a great number of them recently, and each time, they possessed varying amounts of metal weaponry. These small accumulations eventually amounted to a considerable quantity. The most significant gains came from the spoils of the recent attack on the territory by the werewolves and trolls, many of whom wielded crude spiked clubs, despite their poor craftsmanship and incomplete metal refinement. These clubs were heavy, each weighing at least 100 pounds. Even factoring in their impurities, after smelting, each club would yield around 70 to 80 pounds of usable iron, resulting in several thousand pounds of iron ingots. Naturally, only a small portion of these ingots would be required for weapon repairs, so Suren intended to use the surplus to forge armor, while the lowest quality iron would be fashioned into agricultural implements. With several thousand pounds of iron ingots, it was feasible to craft hundreds of pieces of armor. While the barbarian warriors were formidable in attack, their defenses were notably weak if all these barbarians donned armor. Their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly rise to a new echelon. Chapter 24. The Blacksmith Shop. 3. Bruce brought several apprentice blacksmiths to work, while the slaves pushed a cart laden with several hundred pounds of scrap weapons into the blast furnace. The furnace roared with heat, and the temperature in the blacksmith shop soared to at least 50 degrees Celsius. Bruce, bare-chested and clad only in a strip of cloth around his waist, directed the others to stoke the furnace. Lacking coal, the blacksmith shop utilized charcoal for heating. Charcoal provided limited heat, reaching only 700 degrees Celsius in open air. However, within the furnace, temperatures could peak at 900 to 1,000 degrees. The temperature required for iron smelting, however, was at least 1,000 degrees, necessitating the use of bellows to fan the flames to achieve smelting temperatures. Suren possessed limited knowledge of iron smelting, yet he recalled that preheating the air and introducing it into the furnace could elevate the temperature by about 200 degrees. Thus, the furnace temperature could reach 1,200 degrees, comparable to that achieved using coal. While smelting iron with coal offered numerous advantages, such as speed, high yield, and low cost, there was a significant drawback: the high sulfur content in most coals. Using such coal for smelting would introduce sulfur into the iron, leading to severe consequences as the iron would become brittle, the quality of the iron would diminish, and the weapons forged from it would be inferior, potentially breaking during use. No amount of cost saving could compensate for such a flaw. After all, Spending even the smallest amount of money on unusable goods rendered that expenditure utterly worthless. Regarding steel, Suren understood only a bit. The difference between steel and iron lay in their carbon content. High carbon content categorized it as iron, while lower levels denoted steel. If the carbon content was too low, it resulted in wrought iron, though Suren was unaware of the precise ratios involved. If only I had known I would traverse here, I should have memorized all these points of knowledge, Suren lamented, rubbing his head. Despite his ignorance of the specific carbon content in steel and iron, Bruce, being an experienced blacksmith, had some knowledge. Under Bruce's guidance, the apprentice blacksmith set up a first-rate anvil, heating the iron ingots before hammering them. This repetitive process of heating and hammering the ingots aimed to forge steel. One cycle of this was termed refinement, and repeating it 100 times resulted in 100 refined steel, regarded as the finest steel available on the market. Weapons forged from this steel were of the highest caliber, and in the Kingdom of Florence, the majority of the army's weapons and armor typically underwent 30 refinements. Naturally, there were even superior steels crafted by dwarves. While dwarven craftsmanship surpassed that of humans, forging 100 refined steel remained a formidable challenge for them as well, albeit they possessed unique secret techniques. Seeing the blacksmith shop operating normally, Suren began contemplating ideas for generating income. The territory had continuously invested without yielding returns, placing significant pressure on Suren. When Johnson departed, Suren had given him 100 dinars, leaving him with only 200 dinars. His storage space still contained a few items, 2 pieces of fine iron, some gemstones, and 2 silver chests. The gemstones were rewards obtained from defeating the natives previously. Upon inspection, Suren discovered that the majority were of mediocre quality, with only 2 being of decent value, potentially yielding 300 to 400 gold coins if sold to a jeweler. Such a sum would likely be exhausted within a month, estimating that it would take at least 2 years for the territory to become self-sufficient and generate income. Suren found himself contemplating the idea of raiding a dragon's treasure. Legend spoke of dragons being immensely wealthy, yet such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Not only were dragons rare, but their power would require one to be at least legendary to confront them. I still have 2 treasure chests unopened, Suren suddenly recalled. Choosing to open them, a flash of light enveloped him, and the chests vanished, accompanied by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a book on mechanical manipulation. Congratulations, host, you have received a vial of North Star essence. Mechanical manipulation, what is this? Suren inquired, picking up the book to examine it. The book detailed various mechanical constructions, principles, and usages. After reviewing the system's description, Suren realized this was a new skill generated by the system after merging with this world in the original game. This skill was known as mechanical iron manipulation, allowing one to summon mechanical soldiers like wooden oxen and flowing horses. However, upon arriving in this world, it transformed into a crafting skill, and even once learned, one could not create wooden oxen and flowing horses without further advancements. This time, the system did not prove overly deceptive. It provided an upgrade path. First, one needed to upgrade mechanical manipulation to an advanced level, then learn the secrets of mechanical iron. After mastering this, one would need to seek an NPC, the Peach Blossom Immortal, and undergo their trials to receive a reward. This reward was indeed impressive, as it involved the crafting process for puppet golems. The system had even incorporated the crafting techniques for golems used by wizards, transforming certain iron constructs into steel golems. Suren had never encountered a steel golem but had heard of their formidable reputation. A single steel golem could easily decimate an entire knightly order, not cavalry, but knights. Setting aside the puppet golem for now, Suren pondered the challenge of locating the Peach Blossom Immortal. In the game, one could find them in a peach grove, yet in reality, where could he seek them? The system offered no hints, though unable to create mechanical puppets. The skill of mechanical manipulation still held great potential, such as manufacturing simple mechanical tools to expedite territorial construction, along with creating a hydraulic hammer and a hydraulic bellows for the blacksmith shop. With a hydraulic hammer, the speed of forging 100 refined steel could be enhanced by several dozen times. After all, human hammering could not compare to machinery, which provided consistent speed and sufficient force. Initially, he had contemplated enlisting craftsmen for research, but now, armed with this book on mechanical manipulation, he could fabricate one himself. After mastering mechanical manipulation, Suren picked up a nearby glass vial containing a blue, translucent liquid. As he shook the vial, sparkles glimmered within, creating a stunning display. Such items were rare in the game. Their effect was straightforward. They enhanced attributes, North Star essence. A miraculous liquid formed from the convergence of stellar energy. It could augment strength or vitality upon use. Each application would increase either strength or vitality by 3 points, triggering only one effect at a time, yet it could be reused. Chapter 25. Machinery. Suren had no qualms about possessing attribute-enhancing items. The more, the better. Grasping the North Star essence, he tilted his head back and consumed it. A cool energy coursed through his body, quickly merging within. Congratulations, host. Your vitality has increased by 3 points. Checking the system, Suren noted that his vitality, originally at 25, had risen to 28. After stretching to acclimate to his sudden increase in vitality, Suren began preparing to construct the hydraulic hammer. The creation of the hydraulic hammer was not particularly arduous. As 2 rivers flowed nearby, each abundant in water, constructing a hydraulic hammer was entirely feasible. Suren sketched out all the components required for the hydraulic hammer and instructed his craftsmen to follow the blueprints. Essentially, the mechanism involved water flow driving a water wheel to provide power, which would then be converted into the striking force of the hammer via a steering apparatus. The most critical component was the conversion device. Though it was fundamentally straightforward, by outfitting the water wheel with a concentric axle, the short crossbar on the axle would activate the forging hammer, facilitating its rise and fall for striking it. This was the simplest form of a hydraulic hammer. Suren made several enhancements, utilizing gears to adjust the rotation speed, enabling the hydraulic hammer to modulate both speed and striking force. The craftsman in Suren's territory possessed decent skills, combined with the uncomplicated structure of the hydraulic hammer. His guidance led to its completion within 2 days. Let's begin. Suren inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he gazed at the freshly constructed hydraulic hammer. Open the sluice, a craftsman shouted. As the sound reverberated, the sluice gate swung open, and the surging river rushed forth, tumultuous waters cascading into the hewn channel, swiftly reaching the water wheel. The heavy water wheel was propelled by the torrent, gradually beginning to turn. With the rotation of the water wheel, the connected forging hammer began to rise slowly, soon elevated to a sufficient height before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! The resounding clang of metal echoed, sparks flying in every direction. The forging hammer lifted once more, then fell again. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of metal striking metal rang out continuously, soon melding into a rhythmic symphony. A block of iron was relentlessly battered beneath the hammer, contorting and compacting before the naked eye. Before long, this block of iron was transformed into a steel ingot. Suren picked up the ingot that Bruce had delivered, weighing it in his hand. It felt substantial and possessed commendable toughness. Though it could not quite compare to the refined steel procured from the system, it was still of commendable quality. Ding! The hydraulic forge has been successfully constructed. The hydraulic forge has been integrated into the blacksmith shop. Hydraulic forge. This is a cleverly designed machine, with a structure that is not overly complex, successfully harnessing the power of water to forge weaponry and equipment. Production efficiency 3, steel quality 1. Seeing the system acknowledge the hydraulic forge, Suren felt a surge of excitement. With this machine, the production speed of the blacksmith shop had tripled. Well done. Let us produce 35 sets of 2-handed axes and armor from this steel ingot, Suren declared with satisfaction. How long will it take to complete, my lord? Apart from myself, all the workers in the forge are apprentices, and their skills are somewhat lacking, so the speed of forging armor. Bruce hesitated. I shall give you half a month, with the hydraulic hammer in place. The difficulty of forging weaponry has significantly decreased. If you still cannot accomplish this, rest assured, my lord, I guarantee I will complete the task. Suren's words instilled a sense of urgency in Bruce. He no longer entertained thoughts of bargaining and promptly agreed. Very well. I shall provide you with the blueprints shortly. Forge according to the designs. Suren waved his hand, signaling Bruce to depart, then opened the system interface, sketching the equipment recommended by the system for the barbarian axe warriors. With the conditions now favorable, he prepared to equip those barbarians with the recommended gear. Soon after finishing the blueprints, he had someone deliver them to Bruce, following the successful construction of the first hydraulic forge. The hydraulic blower was swiftly put on the agenda. Drawing on the experience from the forge, the construction of this blower was expedited, and within a day, it was completed, thanks to its water-powered operation. The blower was significantly larger than the previous human-powered version, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. This blower required at least 10 slaves working in unison to operate, however, driven by the water wheel. It was set into motion with ease. Whoosh whoosh. In alternating bursts, vast amounts of preheated air were directed into the glowing furnace, further elevating the already high temperature of the boiler. Waves of heat enveloped the nearby slaves. Their bodies flushed and drenched in sweat, which was quickly evaporated by the surrounding heat that a plethora of crude weapons and scrap iron were fed into the furnace, soon heated, glowing red, and ultimately liquefied. Hydraulic blower. A blower powered by water, with a simple yet ingenious design capable of raising the furnace temperature. Work efficiency 2, flame temperature 2. With the introduction of the hydraulic blower, the temperature within the furnace surged once again, accelerating the melting speed of pig iron and ore, thus significantly boosting the rate of iron production. With both the hydraulic blower and the hydraulic forge in operation, the output of Suren's blacksmith shop steadily increased. Though it was merely one forge, it was more than sufficient to supply the territory. Hammering, quenching, and polishing, Bruce, along with several apprentice blacksmiths, diligently forged weapons and armor, rapidly shaping a steel-bladed two-handed axe specifically for the barbarians. Suren picked up a completed two-handed axe, crafted according to his designs. The axes previously purchased from the Kingdom of Florence had been fashioned for an average human physique. Those axes featured shorter handles and were significantly lighter, making them ill-suited for the barbarians, who averaged a height of over 2 meters, towering at least 30 centimeters above the Florentines. The weapons designed for the Florentines were simply not appropriate for their use. Now, this two-handed axe was meticulously crafted to fit the physique of the barbarians, weighing in at an impressive 30 pounds, a weight that only these warriors could wield with ease. Chapter 26. Development due to the use of high-quality steel. The two-handed axe exhibited exceptional sharpness and toughness beyond that of ordinary axes. Suren specifically enlisted a barbarian warrior to test the axe. The result was astounding. A pine stump, thick as a bowl, was effortlessly cleaved in two, and even the wolf-tooth clubs used by the werewolves were severed with just a few strikes, leaving the axe's blade only slightly dulled, requiring merely a quick resharpening. Excited by his new weapon, Hans brandished his long-handled battle axe, skillfully maneuvering the hefty weapon with the grace of a butterfly, creating a whooshing sound that echoed around him, while the previously cherished Florence two-handed axe was carelessly discarded into the mud. "Boss, this axe is simply magnificent," Hans exclaimed, rushing towards Suren, the sharp edge of the axe slicing perilously close to Suren as it passed. In an instant, it severed the wooden stick he had been using to measure the water depth. "Looks fun, doesn't it?" Observing Hans's exuberance, Suren delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling. "Pick up that axe and get to chopping. Today, each of you must fell 30 trees. If you fail to finish, there will be no food." A crowd of curious barbarians hastily grabbed their axes and scattered. Once the commotion subsided, Suren picked up another piece of armor. This armor was not a full suit but rather a half armor, complemented by leg guards. Although this type of armor did not provide the comprehensive protection of full-plate armor, it allowed for greater mobility and was also half the cost. While full-plate armor offered high defense, it severely restricted movement, making it impractical for anyone other than heavy cavalry. After testing the strength of the half armor, Suren was quite satisfied. It provided commendable protection against blades and arrows, though somewhat less effective against heavy weaponry. Using such equipment against the indigenous peoples of the wilderness, who lacked even proper weaponry, would be overkill. The blacksmith shop was now operating smoothly, and the construction of the territory was progressing steadily. Despite having over 1,000 slaves, the pace of development remained slow in Suren's eyes. However, from the perspective of others, the speed of construction was remarkably swift. The primary reason was that Suren had initially designated a rather expansive area for the territory. Other pioneering nobles began with territories no larger than a small town, while Suren's domain had already evolved into a large town, or even a small city, boasting a stone wall 2 kilometers long and 5 meters high. Goblins, gremlins, and werewolves were not the most adept builders. These slaves were only suited for strenuous physical labor and lacked the intelligence to construct proper houses. They were more inclined to erect makeshift shelters or dig simple pits. While the wilderness was abundant with trees, using logs for construction would expedite the process. However, wooden structures were prone to fire. A single blaze could devastate entire swathes, and the amount of wood required for timber construction was substantial. In Suren's vision, the timber from the territory was also a valuable commodity for trade. The northern wilderness was rich in trees, many of which were large and sturdy, making them excellent for crafting furniture or building ships, particularly in the north, where the cold climate stunted tree growth, resulting in denser and stronger wood, ideal for constructing large vessels. He intended to market this timber as the territory's primary product. Given the northern location and harsh winters, the houses in the territory were built using walls of earth mixed with reed stalks. Though these mud walls appeared dull and unattractive, seemingly easy to topple, they provided excellent insulation, with a thickness of over a foot, capable of blocking the frigid winds from the northern tundra, although the walls were composed of earth and reeds. The mixture of mud and water formed a strong clay when combined with the reeds, significantly enhancing their strength. Coupled with the thickness of the walls, this construction method was entirely adequate for housing. Wooden posts were also incorporated into the mud walls. While the aesthetic might leave much to be desired, this was the best option for the current state of the territory. Goblins and gremlins might not be the brightest, but they were certainly capable of digging foundations and transporting earth, and they executed this task quite well. Before long, the foundations were nearly complete. As for the larger gremlins and wergens, their strength was utilized for pounding and mixing the clay. Under the guidance of humans, they set about constructing the mud walls. Erecting the mud walls was straightforward. 2 wooden boards were positioned upright, and the prepared clay and reeds were packed in between. Then compacted, completing a section of wall. Regardless of whether they are now earth gnomes or wolf men, adapting to their new identities has proven quite challenging. After all, these creatures are significantly stronger than gnomes and kobolds, who were typically subjugated by them. Now, being enslaved by humans is a rather uncomfortable adjustment. Though they feel ill at ease, they dare not resist. The recent battle left a profound impression on them. With Suren's formidable presence and the barbarian's unstoppable momentum etched in their minds. Despite the presence of only a few barbarian overseers, none of the slaves entertained thoughts of rebellion. Diligently laboring under the lash of the whip, the banks of the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River boast flat, fertile land, much of which is overrun with lush weeds. With the annihilation of the monstrous coalition, the territory is temporarily free from threats, and the reclamation of farmland has become a priority. In any territory, agriculture remains the foundation. Only after establishing a robust agricultural base can the region sustain a larger population, thereby fostering better commercial and military development. Suren had previously surveyed the land along the riverbanks, discovering that at least 100,000 acres could be cultivated near his territory. Moreover, being adjacent to the river alleviates any concerns regarding irrigation. This expanse of land is undoubtedly the finest arable ground within the entire territory, while the farmland adjacent to the city walls holds no comparative advantage. Of course, with Suren's commendable mechanical technology, should he construct large water wheels and irrigation channels along the riverbanks, these fields could also thrive. However, the establishment of such infrastructure demands substantial financial investment and labor, making it impractical to build irrigation channels encompassing the city's periphery given Suren's current state of destitution. The most viable solution remains the reclamation of lands near the rivers for agricultural purposes. Chapter 27. The bison herd. Both kobolds and gnomes are capable of cultivating food, yet their methods are rudimentary. Relying on slash-and-burn techniques, they clear a patch of wasteland, set fire to the weeds, and when the rains come, scatter seeds on the ground, leaving their harvest to chance. Although gnomes and kobolds are not particularly skilled in farming, they are competent in reclaiming wasteland. Suren intends to cultivate 5,000 acres before the arrival of the north wind, ensuring that the territory can at least achieve self-sufficiency in grain production. These barbarians are voracious consumers, requiring 3 times the sustenance of an ordinary person. In this world, aside from nobles or wealthy merchants, commoners typically subsist on 2 meals a day, a practice that also applies to these barbarians. However, Suren has prepared to transition to 3 meals, for a primary combat unit cannot fight on an empty stomach. The only issue at hand is the lack of food. Currently, the camp houses 45 artisan slaves and 35 barbarian warriors. In due time, the women and children of the barbarians will arrive, swelling their numbers to 124, alongside 40 mercenaries and over 1,000 indigenous slaves, with such a multitude to feed. The consumption of food has quadrupled. Provisions that once lasted for several months are now barely sufficient for 2. To develop the territory, adequate manpower is essential, although there are over 1,000 inhabitants within the territory. The gnomes, wolfmen, and kobolds cannot be incorporated, as Suren understands all too well that those not of our kin harbor different intentions. Thus, the actual manpower in his territory is quite limited. Races such as barbarians or dwarves are not significantly different from humans, for they do not engage in cannibalistic practices. In contrast, the wolfmen, kobolds, and gnomes bear no such taboos. When pushed to the brink, they would not hesitate to consume even the corpses of allies and kin. The enslavement of gnomes by wolfmen serves not merely to expend them as cannon fodder, but also to utilize them as food. In times of scarcity, they would directly consume gnomes or kobolds. Hence, These creatures are relegated to slavery, with no hope of being integrated into the territory as free individuals. To the north of the Red Sand River, Surin, accompanied by a pair of barbarian warriors, is purging the remaining gnomes and kobolds. With the surrounding tribes obliterated, a handful of wandering gnomes and kobolds remain in the wilderness. These creatures, akin to wild weeds, could swiftly regroup into a new tribe within months. To maintain dominion over this land, Surin periodically undertakes purges, capturing a few to bring back as slaves. The construction of the territory is laborious, even in the 21st century, with numerous safety measures. Various accidents occur on construction sites. In this world, where productivity is inferior to that of the medieval era, the demise of a few slaves is not uncommon. Thus, to ensure progress, it becomes necessary to capture additional slaves regularly. Chief, we have discovered a small gnome tribe in the woods ahead, numbering around 200 to 300, including several large gnomes, reported a returning barbarian scout. Surin nodded and opened the strategic map within the system. At that moment, the positions of the gnomes were already marked on the map. He had noticed that wherever he or his army traversed, the previously blackened areas would vanish, revealing the land as condition. As now, 5 kilometers northeast, the map indicates the presence of a gnome settlement. The strategic map proves useful beyond the confines of the territory. Having pinpointed the gnome tribe's location, Surin prepared to lead the barbarians to capture them all. A dozen or so warriors split into 2 teams, flanking the camp, while Surin, accompanied by 2 warriors, launched a frontal assault. The gnomes, possessing low combat prowess and wavering resolve, would be greatly affected by the loss of their comrades. In truth, even a single barbarian warrior could shatter their ranks. Moments later, Surin arrived at the outskirts of the gnome encampment. Dealing with these gnomes required no stealth. A direct assault would suffice to conclude the skirmish, after which the focus would shift to capturing slaves. The gnome camp appeared poorly guarded, resembling a dilapidated settlement, with many earthen mounds resembling tiny houses, essentially burrows, primarily subterranean, lacking windows and featuring only an entrance supported by timber. Though unseemly, these structures provide commendable insulation, with many impoverished dwellings in the northern regions incorporating similar burrow-like features, half-submerged underground. Surin glanced at the strategic map, noting that the other 2 teams of barbarians had reached their designated positions. With a wave of his hand, he charged toward the camp, accompanied by 2 warriors. Their presence was quickly detected by the gnomes. A large gnome seized a weapon and shouted for others to arm themselves and form a defensive line. However, before he could rally his comrades, a hand axe spun through the air, striking him squarely on the forehead. "Kill!" Surin cried, brandishing his lance. The steel spear, imbued with tremendous force, shattered the camp's outer barricade. The startled gnomes scrambled from their burrows, only to be met with the towering figures of the barbarians. In an instant, before they could comprehend the situation, they were cleaved in 2 by the axe's blade. The 3 warriors surged through the camp like a trio of meat grinders, sending the remaining gnomes into a panic, scattering in all directions. Only a handful of large gnomes mustered the courage to grasp their ragged weapons and form a rudimentary line of defense. Observing this, Surin adjusted his course and charged forward. His iron spear swept through the air, sending several large gnomes flying like leaves in a storm. Though outwardly unscathed, the gnomes' leather armor cracked under the force, their innards rupturing, spilling blood as they fell lifeless to the ground. With the demise of several large gnomes, the remaining gnomes lost all semblance of courage, fleeing in terror. Yet, as they bolted from the camp, they collided head-on with waiting barbarian warriors. Faced with a greater number of opponents, the disoriented gnomes could only perceive an overwhelming hostility from the world around them. The battle concluded swiftly, with the 3-pronged encirclement resulting in the demise of dozens, while some fortunate ones managed to escape, leaving the rest trembling and huddled on the ground. Proceed as per our usual protocol, eliminate the weak and elderly, and bind the rest to be taken back as slaves. Chapter 28, The Bison Herd 2 for the Barbarians. This process has become second nature. They assign personnel to collect spoils while binding the gnomes together. Unsurprisingly, this gnome tribe yielded little in terms of wealth, with few iron weapons to be found. Apart from the gnome slaves, there was hardly any additional profit. After a brief period of rest, the group split in 2, with one contingent escorting the 200 gnome slaves back to their base. While Surin led the other group to continue their patrol, the army advanced through the woods toward the northeast, where a range of mountains emerged on the horizon, resembling a colossal beast sprawled across the earth. This was the Canal Mountain Range, extending hundreds of miles, with the Whitewater River originating from within its heights. The autumnal plains appeared somewhat desolate, the vegetation turning yellow as animals began to store fat for hibernation. This season marks the time when animals are most plump, and finding an open area with a clear view, Surin ordered the troops to rest and prepare for a meal that a warrior managed to hunt down an antelope nearby. These barbarian warriors were once the masters of the wilderness, effortlessly hunting antelopes with remarkable ease. Soon, after a brief preparation, one of the warriors commenced roasting the antelope. Heads up, approximately 5 kilometers to the east. A herd of wild buffalo has been spotted, announced a scout who had been dispatched for reconnaissance. As Surin prepared to carve the roasted meat, he turned to the returning scout and inquired, "How many buffalo are there?" Hearing of the buffalo herd, Surin, disregarding the roasted meat, tossed it to a nearby barbarian warrior and grasped the scout's arm, pressing for more details. "A vast number, indeed," replied the scout, gesturing with his hands to indicate a large size. "Is it more than the number of that goblin tribe we just exterminated?" Surin asked. Taking the roasted meat handed to him by a soldier and offering it to the scout, the warrior bit into the meat with fervor and replied, "Not as many as the goblin tribe, perhaps about half of that. They seem to be preparing for migration." "Half, you say?" Surin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he calculated in his mind. Half meant around 100 heads. 100 buffalo was no trifling matter, whether for raising for meat or for agricultural purposes. These buffalo could not be overlooked. With plans to cultivate 5,000 acres of land, progress had been slow despite considerable effort, but with these buffalo, the land could be plowed in mere days. And by the following year, even more land could be cultivated. "Everyone, hasten your meals. Assemble in 10 minutes, Surin commanded, resolved to capture the entire herd of buffalo at once. After all, these buffalo were fleet of foot, should they delay. Who knew where the herd might wander? In no time, all the barbarian warriors were ready, and under the guidance of the soldier, Surin swiftly made his way toward the buffalo herd. In this world, both oxen and horses were employed for plowing, with horses being swifter and oxen slightly slower, each possessing its own merits. The group advanced rapidly toward the northeastern front, and after about 15 minutes, they arrived at the location indicated by the scout. Here, atop a high slope with a clear view of the surroundings, a vast plain stretched below, where the herd of buffalo grazed leisurely on the open grassland. Surin counted at least 130 buffalo. Such a sizable herd was indeed a rarity in the wilderness. While buffalo are ordinary beasts, they possess a fierce temperament, weighing up to a ton and measuring at least 3 meters in length. They boast a pair of sharp, curved horns, making their lethal potential evident. Being herd animals, their danger multiplied. Just imagine over 100 buffalo, each exceeding a ton, charging forward like a thunderous storm. The impact they could deliver was no less formidable than that of an imperial heavy cavalry charge. "Not a single buffalo shall escape," Surin exclaimed with excitement. With these buffalo, the agricultural endeavors of the territory would accelerate. The barbarians were quite experienced in taming buffalo, having raised many during their previous wilderness existence. Capturing buffalo was second nature to them. Fearing that the herd might scatter, Surin devised a plan to capture the leader of the herd. He dispersed the warriors to encircle the buffalo, while he personally set out to capture the lead buffalo. Identifying the dominant buffalo was not particularly challenging. The strongest among them would be the leader. From his vantage point atop the slope, Surin scanned the herd until he finally spotted the leader. Approaching the grazing buffalo, the herd grew wary of Surin's presence. Several individuals readied themselves to charge at him. They bellowed defiantly, lowering their sharp horns in his direction, while their front hooves stomped the ground. Unfazed by their display, Surin continued his advance without hesitation. Seeing Surin disregard their warnings, a few aggressive male buffalo charged at him, only to be met with a decisive punch that rendered one unconscious. As he sought to capture the herd for agricultural purposes, he was careful not to inflict too much harm. After all, the last thing he wanted was to accidentally kill one. After incapacitating a few buffalo, Surin rushed toward the leader. The lead buffalo, undeterred, charged at him as well. Being the leader, this buffalo was even larger, exceeding 3 meters in length, with a throng of followers in tow. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Surin, who swiftly knocked it down before it could demonstrate its might. Shaking its head, the leader attempted to rise, but Surin leaped onto its back. Realizing it had a rider, the leader bucked violently to dislodge Surin. Yet no matter how it thrashed, Surin maintained his grip. Ultimately, the leader, exhausted from its efforts, conceded defeat and bowed its head to Surin, with the leader successfully tamed. The remaining herd of over 100 buffalo posed no further challenge. The leader bellowed to the herd, which had previously been restless, now calming down. Surin, mounted atop the leader, guided the herd back to the territory, with the other barbarians trailing closely behind. 100 buffalo running with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 29. The plow oxen. Having captured over 100 buffalo, Suren decided not to venture further into the wilderness, opting instead to return to the camp with the herd. Even if only half of these buffalo were to become plow oxen, it would represent a significant advancement for agriculture in Suren's territory. As for the notion that oxen were slower than horses, such concerns were moot. Suren could barely afford a horse, let alone consider horse cultivation. Moreover, while horse plowing was swifter and more efficient, horses were far more challenging to raise than oxen. Whether military or draft horses, their care demands were substantial. A quality warhorse in Cult City could cost at least 30 gold nares, with better specimens fetching 40 or even 50. Additionally, these horses required premium feed, often supplemented with evening rations, making their upkeep more extravagant than many people's diets. The annual food consumption of a single warhorse could easily exceed 10 gold nares. Draft horses, while less demanding, still required at least 3 gold nares each year, a sum that many commoners earned in an entire year. In contrast, the cost of raising cattle was significantly lower, should a horse perish. Only its hide remained, whereas an aging cow could still be sold for its meat, not to mention that its horns could be fashioned into bows, making oxen a more economically viable choice for farming. The buffalo Suren brought back were notoriously temperamental and wild, making them difficult for ordinary folk to manage, often leading to self-harm. However, for the barbarians, such challenges were trivial. The barbarian tribes of the northern plains routinely captured and raised buffalo. For them, taming buffalo was merely basic training. Furthermore, Suren had an ultimate method for taming buffalo: inserting a ring through their nostrils. Buffalo noses are highly sensitive, and once fitted with a ring, even the most unruly buffalo could be transformed into obedient creatures. As for the strength of adult buffalo making it difficult to pierce their nostrils, 2 barbarian warriors could easily subdue one. Upon returning to the camp, Suren conducted a census of the buffalo. There were 97 adult buffalo, including 42 males and the remainder females, along with 21 one-year-old calves. Suren intended for the women and children of the barbarian tribe to care for and tend to these buffalo, as they were the most suitable for the task at present. As time passed, a month had elapsed since Suren's arrival in the wilderness. Through the diligent efforts of over 1,000 goblin, kobold, and wolfman slaves, the camp underwent daily transformations. The dock at the Red Sand River had expanded significantly, increasing from an initial 3 fishing boats to 7. The docking space had multiplied 5-fold, accommodating more vessels for loading and unloading goods. Downstream, a row of 4 water wheels stood along the riverbank. These water wheels represented the smithy's hydraulic machinery, comprising 2 hydraulic forges, a hydraulic blower, and a crusher for pulverizing ore or scrap iron. Though the latter was currently idle due to the absence of iron ore in the territory, the camp's walls had all been converted into stone fortifications, standing 5 meters high and 1 meter thick, encircling the entire area. While these walls paled in comparison to those of Kalanta City and even Blackstone City, they sufficed for defense against goblins, kobolds, and wolfmen. With this layer of walls, the territory's safety had increased significantly. Beyond the walls, numerous roads had been established, connecting the camp to timber yards, the port, and farmlands. Many of these roads had been paved with stones, while smooth pebbles had been strewn across the riverbank, which Suren had specially instructed the goblins and kobolds to transport in bamboo baskets for this purpose. The construction of these roads involved leveling the soil, sprinkling water, pressing the pebbles in, and rolling them with stone rollers, resulting in smooth, sturdy pathways that remained firm even in the rain and dust-free on sunny days. In terms of road quality alone, Suren's camp surpassed many of the larger human cities of this era. On either side of the road lies a drainage ditch approximately 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. According to Suren's vision, the entire camp must be equipped with a comprehensive drainage system capable of expelling all the domestic sewage from the city. He cannot abide the thought of his territory being shrouded in the same fetid stench of fermenting waste as other cities of this era. Beyond the city walls, not far from the river, over 500 goblins and gnoll slaves toil under the supervision of several human mercenaries, utilizing tools to cultivate farmland. A cadre of overseers diligently urges them to labor. And should any slave dare to slacken their efforts, a whip will soon descend upon them, leaving their skin torn and raw. These overseers are not humans. They are goblins and gnolls themselves. After a period of servitude, some astute goblins and gnolls voluntarily align themselves with humans. Suren, after a moment's thought, consents to this arrangement, for his territory is presently in dire need of manpower. and these goblin overseers serve as a suitable supplement. As for the notion of these overseers being lenient, such an occurrence is utterly unlikely. Given their selfish, arrogant, and cowardly nature, they often oppress their own kind more ruthlessly than humans do, should they perform poorly. Suren has no need to punish them. He can simply cast them back, where those oppressed goblin slaves will ensure they are adequately dealt with. Suren has also discovered another issue. These slave overseers have gained recognition from the system. Goblin overseer increases goblin work efficiency by 20%. Slave stability decreases by 10%. Originally one of the goblins, this overseer pledged allegiance to Suren in exchange for better daily sustenance, possessing a commendable aptitude for language. It has learned some human speech and can communicate effectively, while also being well acquainted with goblin habits, thus facilitating better management of goblin labor. In addition to goblins, gnolls and even worgs have expressed their willingness to serve as overseers, significantly alleviating the manpower shortage in the camp. Accustomed to the pristine and orderly urban layout of his past life, Suren holds similar expectations for his own territory. In his city plan, roads are meticulously arranged, with well-dug drainage ditches flanking either side, and flower beds reserved along the edges. The gaps between intersecting roads reveal neatly divided plots of land, designated for either housing or commerce, evoking a sense of cleanliness and order. Each street features public restrooms at consistent locations, and should Suren's designs come to fruition, this city would undoubtedly emerge as the cleanest and most orderly of all. Chapter 30. The caravan. Suren's lordly castle is under rapid construction. The design depicts it as a magnificent and imposing edifice, yet, given the current circumstances, only a portion can be completed for now, with the remainder temporarily set aside until he has sufficient time and resources for further development. It is not that he is unwilling to capture more slaves for labor. The crux of the issue lies in food supply. Without adequate provisions, it is impossible to sustain a larger population. The first batch of 500 acres of farmland has been sown with potatoes, which will mature before winter sets in. Suren is now preparing to expand potato cultivation further. The initial plots cleared are exceptionally fertile. And even without fertilizers, yields will not be diminished. Beyond retaining a portion of these lands for himself, Suren plans to allocate the remainder through military rewards, external sales, or distribution to deserving slaves. As crops are cultivated on these lands, the territory will generate agricultural tax revenue, and the sale of land will likewise yield funds, establishing a stable income source for his territory. Of course, this represents the optimal scenario. Presently, his domain is a desolate place, devoid of free citizens willing to settle. Thus, this approach has yet to be initiated. Relying on attracting free citizens to bolster the population is far less reliable than purchasing slaves. Suren's territory resembles an inverted bowl, with the camp positioned at its apex, bordered by 2 rivers at the rim, and surrounded by plains. During his recent inspections, Suren measured the land available for cultivation within his territory. After marking it on the strategic map and conducting calculations, it appears there are over 200 square kilometers of arable land. Should all this land be cultivated, it could yield at least 300,000 acres of farmland, ample to sustain 30 to 50,000 individuals. Naturally, even if the territory flourishes, there remains the need to eradicate the monsters lurking in the wild. 2 days later, Johnson returned with dozens of barbarian women and children. With their addition, the manpower within the territory is no longer restrained. These barbarian newcomers exhibit great curiosity about their new surroundings, but soon immerse themselves in construction. For under Suren's reward system, these barbarian warriors can earn land for their contributions and shed their status as slaves to become citizens of the territory. Upon learning they could attain freedom, the barbarians erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly dedicating themselves to the development of the land. To Suren's surprise, among those returning with Johnson were not only barbarians but also a caravan. This caravan boasts 44 wheeled carts and comprises a total of 150 individuals. Esteemed Lord, I am the steward of the Purple Blossom Trading Company. It is a pleasure to encounter you here, a somewhat portly man greets, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. My caravan requires passage through your territory, and we shall pay the standard taxes. Oh, are you planning to venture deep into the wilderness? Suren inquires, intrigued by for any caravan willing to traverse the wilds must possess considerable strength. The dangers of the wilderness are such that any inadequately prepared caravan is likely to perish. The audacity to engage in trade here suggests their formidable capabilities, as well as the promise of substantial profits. Without sufficient incentives, these profit-driven merchants would not dare to face such risks. As Mr. Lucen aptly stated, with a 10% profit, capital will be employed everywhere. With 20%, it will become active. With 50%, it will take risks. For 100%, it will trample upon all loss. And with 300% or more, it will commit any crime, even courting execution. Suren, on the brink of desperation due to financial straits, is unwilling to overlook any potential opportunity for wealth. O is equally astonished, surprised that this noble has established a foothold here. As those who frequently traverse the wilds understand the difficulties inherent in establishing a camp, the Gnoll tribes are not easily dealt with thousands of Gnolls, along with a greater number of goblins, dog-headed folk, and trolls. Even 1,000 well-trained elite human soldiers might not secure victory, often resulting in mutual destruction. Moreover, the territory has already constructed a 5-meter-tall city wall. What a monumental undertaking that must have required in terms of manpower and resources. It is noteworthy that the nearest Blackstone city is over 200 kilometers away. Maintaining a 1,000-strong human army while erecting such a wall could easily bankrupt the majority of nobles. The audacity of this young human noble to establish a city in such a location is astounding, particularly given the presence of numerous goblin, dog-headed, and Gnoll slaves, indicating their solidified foothold. Indeed, my lord, our caravan intends to venture into the depths of the wilderness to trade with other races. The Gnolls. No. Gnolls prefer direct raiding. We are trading with the Northern Eland tribe, a group of centaurs. Centaurs? Suren exclaims in surprise. Yes. Suren wishes to continue his inquiries, but O remains reticent regarding the details of their trade. However, even without explicit confirmation from O, Suren can surmise the nature of their goods, likely bows, horses, and various wilderness specialties such as furs or magical materials. Centaurs are renowned for their equestrian skills, and their longbows are famed even among humans, second only to elven bows and comparable to those of half-elves. The caravan's offerings would consist of food and other essential supplies, promising at least tenfold returns on their investments. Very well. I agree to let your caravan rest here, but per our agreement, you must pay a 10% tax. Suren swiftly consents. Of course, you may settle the tax in gold or provisions. Thank you, esteemed lord. We shall prepare the tax promptly. O nods in acknowledgement of Suren's words. Recognizing that the 10% tax falls within acceptable bounds. In truth, O had contemplated avoiding tax payments, but upon observing the scale of the territory, he abandoned that thought. It is not surprising. Few merchants who traverse the wilderness are virtuous, often doubling as bandits who raid territories. Though Suren's domain appears rudimentary, the strength it represents is not something to be trifled with. Without formidable military might, they could never hope to vanquish the monstrous hordes, let alone capture so many native wildlings as slaves. Chapter 31. Centaurs in this world. Centaurs are considered a powerful race, naturally skilled as cavalry and adept in horse breeding and archery. The centaur longbow is renowned among humans, second only to the elven longbow and comparable to those wielded by half-elves. The steeds belonging to the mightiest Thunder Knights of the Kingdom of Florence were procured from the centaur tribes. The horses bred by these centaur clans are robust and healthy, with impressive stature and formidable carrying capacity, making them among the finest mounts suitable for heavy cavalry. Of course, there are many steeds superior to these, such as the powerful beasts of legend, creatures that transcend the realm of mere animals, like unicorns and nightmares. Should they form a knightly order, would undoubtedly surpass all knightly orders across the continent. However, there lies a critical issue. Be it unicorns, nightmares, or other magical beasts, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Unicorns are the companions of elves, residing within the fabled elven forest, while nightmares are even rare. Consequently, only a handful of noble knights seek magical beasts as mounts, whereas knightly orders requiring a multitude of steeds must rely on ordinary horses. Humanity has also domesticated a significant number of horses, yet the quality pales in comparison to those cultivated by the centaurs. Even the occasional exceptional horse cannot alter the overall inferiority of human-bred mounts. Upon learning that O's caravan was destined for trade with the centaur tribes, Suren began to devise a plan. Currently, his territory was inhabited solely by these barbarian warriors, and he equally required cavalry and archers. However, his lands were destitute. To engage in trade with the centaur tribes, one must possess items they desire. How could he negotiate without any offerings? Suren found himself in a quandary, yet he held an advantage. His territory was the only land along the trade route from the Kingdom of Florence to the centaur tribes. It was only reasonable to charge a toll for passage through his lands, making the collection of some centaur longbows and horses quite customary. O's caravan carried a wealth of supplies, including a considerable quantity of iron goods, with the remainder comprising provisions. While the centaur tribe was formidable, the quality of their wrought iron was mediocre, and iron ore was scarce in the wilderness, leading to exorbitant prices for iron in these desolate lands. As for food, the centaur tribe, being semi-nomadic, possessed poor agricultural capabilities and yielded little grain. In light of this comparison, Suren suddenly recognized the advantages inherent in his territory. Too, was intrigued by Suren, as the steward of the Zijingwa Trading Company. He had traversed this trade route for over a decade, during which he had witnessed noble pioneers attempting to establish dominions in this region. Yet, until Suren's arrival, none had succeeded. It astounded him that within a mere month, a pioneering noble had not only arrived, but had also firmly established himself here. What further astonished him was the strength of this lord. He had previously traversed the wilderness alongside the barbarian women and children, encountering numerous wilderness brigands along the way. The barbarian chief, flanked by two equally formidable warriors, had effortlessly routed a group of bandits, leaving a profound impression on O with their unstoppable momentum. Not a single mercenary in O's employ proved a match for them. With only a few managing to withstand even a few blows, this prowess transcended that of a mere knight. Furthermore, the remaining two barbarian warriors had also achieved knighthood, faced with such formidable fighters. O's first instinct was to recruit them to entice these warriors. O promised land and gold to adequately accommodate the barbarian women and children. Yet, to his dismay, the barbarians flatly rejected his offers, remaining steadfast even as he elevated his conditions. Just as he contemplated increasing his incentives further, the caravan arrived in Suren's territory, where he discovered that these barbarians were indeed under the command of this pioneering noble. Astonishingly, this young noble had managed to secure his foothold in the wilderness solely with the support of those barbarian warriors. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet within his tent, O marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the carpet from the desert kingdom, its softness and comfort beneath him. A low table was positioned nearby, with several heads of the caravan's guards seated respectfully, each with a mug of ale before them. The temperature in the wilderness plummeted at night, making alcoholic beverages the most favored drink in the northern lands. A mug of ale warmed the belly, quickly dispelling the chill that had settled into his bones. Alec, aside from the three barbarian warriors who accompanied us, how did the rest of the barbarians fare? O inquired, setting down his cup. They are formidable, replied a mercenary with a long scar etched across his face, his voice low. Those barbarians exude an air of authority I have only witnessed among those of knightly caliber. After taking a sip of the spicy ale with its slight bitterness, he instinctively sought to mask his astonishment. Despite his reluctance to concede, his years of mercenary experience made it evident that each of the barbarian warriors within this territory was indeed a force to be reckoned with. All of them? That cannot be. Over 30 individuals, each at least of knightly prowess, would never willingly remain in this impoverished territory, devoid of wealth and manpower, constantly beset by attacks from wolf-men and other creatures. Merely as ordinary warriors, O struggled to accept this reality. 30 or more knight-level warriors equated to a status comparable to some of the weaker earls in the Kingdom of Florence. Although these barbarians were not knights, their combat capabilities rivaled those of knights. Should they choose to pledge their loyalty to a noble, even without attaining knighthood, their conditions would undoubtedly be tenfold or even 100-fold superior to their current state. In this world, strength and status are intrinsically linked. High-ranking warriors are invariably supported. Yet the warriors of this territory lived like common soldiers, a notion that defied logic. A myriad of thoughts swirled in O's mind, absent-mindedly rotating the bamboo cup in his hand. Could it be an alternative scenario, mused another mercenary, slender and cold-faced, idly playing with a dagger. These barbarians are likely unaware of the treatment their strength could command within the kingdom. After the surrounding individuals glanced at him, the mercenary continued, clap. O slapped his hands together, rising excitedly. Indeed, those unsophisticated barbarians cannot possibly grasp the value of 100 gold dinars. This alone explains why they remain here. Chapter 32. Loyalty. I understand now. They must have been deceived by that lord. Once I reveal their true worth to them, those barbarians will undoubtedly abandon him, and our opportunity shall arise. O paced excitedly within the tent, his expression seemingly already envisioning the 30 or more powerful barbarian warriors under his command. How foolish of me. No wonder Johnson dismissed my offers along the way. They must not comprehend the difference between silk and linen. I should have realized this sooner. Ahem. Sir, we are currently within the territory of that noble lord. Such actions seem, the leading mercenary named Alec cautioned. Right. This is still his domain. O finally paused, although the excitement on his face was impossible to conceal. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of thought, plotting something unknown. The following morning, O delivered a cartload of supplies as tax to Wangi, which Surin accepted without hesitation, for he was in no position to refuse. He was nearly destitute. After paying the taxes, O requested that their caravan rest in the town for 2 days before departing, to which Surin acquiesced, directing his slaves to unload the supplies from the cart and transfer them to the warehouse. Surin inspected the cargo upon entry, discovering it was entirely composed of grain, a fortunate turn of events for him. Due to a burgeoning population, his grain reserves were dwindling, and a cart capable of carrying 1,000 pounds of goods, while perhaps not significant in Cult City, held a value at least tenfold in his territory. Trade options in the wilderness were limited, with tea, cloth, and salt being among the few varieties. The most sought-after items were iron goods. Rendering grain a less profitable commodity, O's caravan carried such a substantial quantity of grain primarily due to the Centaur tribe's requirements, mandating a certain proportion of food and iron goods in their trade goods. Although the Centaur tribe was not lacking in grain, they had been embroiled in conflict with an orc tribe for several years, leading to a scarcity of food supplies, without the assistance of caravans transporting large quantities of grain. The Centaur tribe would have long since succumbed. Now that they had persevered, it was the opposing orc tribe that faced hardship, their prolonged warfare resulting in dwindling food supplies, transitioning from an equal footing to a state of barely holding on. On the second day after the arrival of the barbarian women and children within the territory, Surin began allocating houses and land to the barbarians. The camp had already constructed 50 to 60 modest dwellings. Although these structures, made from a mixture of mud and reeds, lacked aesthetic appeal, they offered a comfortable living space, far superior to the dwellings of the barbarians' former tribe. Each of the 35 barbarian warriors received a house, and those remaining with only women and children were likewise assigned dwellings, despite lacking military achievements or points, which could be deferred. In addition to housing, each family was allocated 20 acres of farmland, along with 30 acres of wasteland for cultivation. As for the wild cattle, one would similarly need military achievements or points to redeem them, though the lack thereof could also be deferred for the time being. Soon, over 100 wild cattle were distributed, with more than 30 allocated. Suren similarly rewarded those mercenaries with parcels of land. However, in comparison to the barbarians, the allocations were considerably modest, with the majority being around 5 acres. After all, the military exploits of these mercenaries were limited. The points earned from daily labor were meager as well. Upon receiving their land, the mercenaries were elated. Although their lives appeared carefree, and their adventurous exploits were often glorified by bards, the reality was quite different. The majority of mercenaries lived in rather dire conditions. Many of them lacked land, wealth, or legitimate occupations, ultimately resorting to the perilous profession of mercenary work. Indeed, a number turned to banditry. If they had the opportunity to cultivate land, many would not have pursued this line of work. In the Kingdom of Florence, land had long been allocated, with the remaining plots having been divided among the nobility. Aside from a few smallholders. As the population grew, landless farmers were compelled to leave their hometowns in search of work in the cities. Lacking skills, most became laborers or mercenaries, and now, having acquired land, they were naturally reluctant to return to their former perilous lives. It was foreseeable that these mercenaries would become the first free men within Suruen's domain. While Surin busied himself distributing land to the mercenaries, O began to clandestinely make contact with the barbarians. The barbarians were generally boisterous and open-hearted, and upon encountering a suave businessman like O, they quickly developed a degree of fondness for him. After garnering initial trust, O began to expound on the treatment that such formidable warriors as they deserved, promising that if they were willing to follow him back to the Kingdom of Florence, all of it could be realized. However, to his disappointment, the barbarian mercenaries showed little interest in titles of knighthood or noble privileges, outright rejecting his entreaties. This was utterly unacceptable to O, who, undeterred, sought to engage other barbarians. The outcome was predictably the same. Every barbarian he approached rebuffed his advances, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Damn it, what is going on? Why, after I laid everything out so plainly, do these barbarians still refuse to cooperate with me? He exclaimed in exasperation within the merchant camp's tent. While several other mercenaries exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Sir, could it be that these barbarians do not trust us? Ventured one of the merchant's aides. After all, we have only just met them, it is entirely natural for them to be cautious. Perhaps we should present them with something to demonstrate our sincerity. That is indeed a viable approach. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Yet, O remained unsatisfied, deciding to take further action. If Suren were to learn of O's intentions, he would surely be amused. On the system interface, every barbarian bore a loyalty rating, the vast majority exceeding 90, with many even reaching a perfect score of 100. Such high loyalty could not be swayed by mere trinkets, especially considering the barbarian's admiration for strength. After fighting alongside Suren for some time, many had become his staunchest supporters. Persuading them to defect would be virtually impossible. Chapter 33. Owen, are you saying that O is attempting to make contact with your men, trying to recruit you? Suren inquired, skewering a sturgeon with an iron skewer and roasting it over the campfire. The delectable aroma wafted through the air as the sturgeon, coated with Suren's special seasoning, sizzled over the flames. Johnson swallowed hard, forcibly diverting his gaze from the perfectly charred fish. Yes, when we traveled with his caravan. He proposed that we join him, but I declined. Well done. Suren blew on the roasted fish and took a hearty bite from the most succulent part, savoring the exquisite blend of special seasoning and tender fish flesh that tantalized his taste buds. Gulp. A sound of someone swallowing echoed nearby. Here. Take this seasoning and roast your own. Don't clutter up my space, Suren said, tossing a small vial of seasoning to Johnson. Thank you, Chief, Johnson exclaimed, catching the vial and excitedly sniffing its contents before flashing a broad grin at Suren and eagerly departing. After finishing his fish, Suren rubbed his belly in satisfaction, took a few swigs of ale, and comfortably belched. Following dinner, Suren instructed Johnson to gather the barbarian warriors for a brief meeting before sauntering off to bed. Blissfully oblivious to O's scheming. Initially, O had worried that Suren might confront him, preparing an elaborate defense, only to be pleasantly surprised when Suren made no reaction whatsoever. This left O somewhat perplexed. Yet he remained undeterred in his attempts to recruit the barbarians. After discovering the rewards Suren had bestowed upon them, he multiplied the offers several times and continued to persuade them, completely omitting any mention of titles or lands to his astonishment. This time he succeeded. The previously dismissive barbarians surprisingly agreed to his overtures. However, despite their acceptance, taking the barbarian warriors away would still require Suren's consent, which O deemed a trivial matter. As the manager of the Purple Blossom Trading Company, he was no ordinary merchant, after all. He was involved in arms trading. Throughout history, could mere commoners engage in such dealings? The owner of the Purple Blossom Trading Company was none other than Marquis Chrisman, who maintained intricate connections with the royal family. After all, from where did the steeds of the Centaur tribes in the Empire's Thunder Cavalry originate? With the royal family and one of the four major marquises, Chrisman, backing him, O had little doubt that Suren, a mere frontier noble, would dare to disregard him. Thus, upon confirming the barbarian warrior's agreement to his recruitment, O promptly sought out Suren to negotiate. What did you say? You want me to release those barbarian warriors? Suren banged on the table. His face contorted with rage, as though he were poised to strike at any moment. Your Excellency Suren, I understand that this matter would incur significant losses for you, and thus I am willing to offer compensation, O responded nonchalantly. Exuding an air of noble etiquette, as if he were the true aristocrat in their midst. O lightly clapped his hands, and a male servant stepped forward, placing a black wooden box between the two men before respectfully retreating. Your Excellency Suren, if you agree to let the willing barbarian warriors depart, here are 500 gold dinars as the Purple Blossom Trading Company's support for your newly acquired territory. As he spoke, O gently opened the box, revealing a treasure trove of gleaming gold dinars. Suren remained silent, reaching for a handful of the coins, feeling their weight and coolness, their golden sheen captivatingly alluring. It seems you have made your decision, O remarked with a smile. His demeanor as pleasant as a spring breeze, while inwardly he scoffed at yet another short-sighted noble, contemplating how long this territory could endure, perhaps by the time his caravan returned from Outre City. It would be nothing more than a desolate ruin. When had he last encountered such a situation? 2 years ago? Or 3? What had become of that territory? It seemed utterly erased from existence. Now, he mused, the grass on that noble's grave must have grown 3 feet high. I refused. The dinars slipped from his hand, clattering back into the box with a delightful metallic sound. What? O stared incredulously at the young noble before him, clearly taken aback by Suren's rejection. Ding ding. The sound of colliding dinars rang in the air. Suren, his tone grave, declared, Those barbarians are my personal guard. They have stood by me through countless bloody battles. Amidst fields strewn with corpses, They embody my most cherished victories. They are my most trusted comrades, my closest allies, my brothers in life and death, do you understand? Then you must increase your offer. At another 1,000 dinars. Along with 2 carts of provisions. O took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Deal. Suren slapped the table decisively, replying with alacrity. But the 1,500 dinars must be in cash. And the goods must arrive today. Otherwise, the deal is void. Agreed. O accepted without further negotiation, eager to leave the premises as quickly as possible. Shortly thereafter, O dispatched his subordinates with the promised dinars and supplies, even neglecting to adhere to noble etiquette, departing with his caravan and 17 barbarian warriors from Suren's territory. Having secured 1,500 dinars and 2,000 pounds of provisions, Suren was in excellent spirits. Entirely unconcerned with O's demeanor, personally escorting the caravan from his domain, with the gold dinars in hand, Suren had no intention of hoarding them. Money was of little use if not put to work. While his territory was thriving, it suffered from a lack of populace, prompting him to consider acquiring some ordinary slaves to cultivate the land. The price for such serfs was low, with each costing merely 2 dinars. He planned to purchase 500 at once, reserving the remaining 500 dinars for food. Of course, he would not leave the territory unguarded. Without his presence, who could say whether the gnolls might rebel or if the beasts of the wild might seize the opportunity to attack? Thus, he had no choice but to send his subordinates in his stead. The chosen candidate is none other than the former mercenary leader, Jean. Suren has just discovered that this timid mercenary leader possesses remarkable talent. Upon formally joining his territory, Suren was astonished to find a trading skill on Jean's attribute panel. Chapter 34. Establishing a merchant caravan. Jean's attributes are quite simple, significantly weaker compared to those of a barbarian. However, he possesses a unique advantage that others lack: trading. By reading people's expressions and gestures, he can communicate more effectively and has a clear understanding of various market prices. Through this skill, he can secure more favorable prices during transactions. Initially, Jean was just an ordinary mercenary, and upon joining the territory, he intended to become a freeman. Of course, should the territory come under attack, he would still need to take up arms to defend the city. After discovering his trading talent, Suren decided to cultivate him as the territory's dedicated merchant. In fact, nearly every noble with a fief has one or more merchant caravans to transport and sell the produce of their lands. Relying solely on the territory's output can sustain a noble's lifestyle, but expanding and thriving is far more challenging. Suren initially intended to wait until next year when the territory had a stable output before assembling a merchant caravan. But it seems that this needs to be expedited. Jean, I am preparing to appoint you as the steward of my territory's merchant caravan. Do you have any requests? Suren said, looking at the robust middle-aged man before him. My lord, you wish to appoint me as the steward of the caravan? I have no objections, and I am eager to serve you. Jean, initially anxious about the possible repercussions from their previous battle, was taken aback by the unexpected appointment and readily agreed without hesitation. Very well. As the steward of the caravan, you will receive 20 acres of farmland. However, this allocation is temporary. If your performance is unsatisfactory, the farmland will be reclaimed. Should you excel, it will become your reward. Of course, this is merely the basic reward. I will expedite the formation of the caravan. You have 1 day to attend to personal matters. We shall commence formally tomorrow morning. With that, Suren waved his hand, signaling Jean to leave. Suren did not fully trust Jean. His loyalty was merely 76. This loyalty rating is neither particularly high nor low, but it is insufficient for Suren to place complete trust in him. Thus, Jean, as the caravan steward, would not handle the finances. Suren had never relied on money to gauge a person's heart, as the vast majority cannot withstand such tests. The best approach is to establish a reasonable system to mitigate such issues. 1,500 gold dinars were entrusted to Johnson for safekeeping, as Suren intended for Johnson to assume the role of the caravan's head guard. Johnson's loyalty had long surpassed 100, making him a staunch ally who would never betray. With Johnson managing the finances, Suren could rest easy. In addition to overseeing the caravan's security, Johnson was also tasked with monitoring Jean. Suren had already prepared the other guards for the caravan. Early the next morning, the camp was bustling with activity, as all the barbarian warriors who had accompanied O had returned. As for what had become of O, regrettably, he had received his men, and it was his own negligence that led to their absence. Thus, he had no one to blame. Even if O were to demand his men back, he would never admit to it. Furthermore, during the initial transaction, There had been no written agreement, leaving O with no choice but to acquiesce. Faced with the prospect of confronting Surin and provoking a conflict, he certainly lacked the courage to do so. Given the military strength of Surin's territory, he could easily sweep through O's caravan without breaking a sweat. Thus, O had lost both men and resources, and he had the audacity to encroach upon Surin's territory. What? You demand repayment. Why should I return money obtained through skill? Of course, he could seek refuge under the banner of Marquis Chrisman. But doing so would effectively end his career as a caravan steward. Nobles are indifferent to whether one has been deceived. Should they learn that a significant loss had occurred to the merchant association, they would promptly demand restitution and dismiss the individual without hesitation. Surin felt entirely confident in his position. The barbarian warriors who had just returned would serve as the caravan's guards, and the carts used for transporting supplies were also present. Jean and the others departed the territory with 20 carts, heading towards Cult City. The carts were laden with various furs collected during the recent conquests. Upon their return, the population of the territory would witness an explosive increase. Ding! The territory instance quest has been activated. A giant tiger has appeared near your territory, posing a threat to the safety of its residents. Please eliminate the giant tiger as soon as possible. Suddenly, the notification sound from the Empire Wargame system rang in Surin's ears, momentarily startling him. An in-instance quest for the territory. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Surin quickly accessed the system interface for further details. Instance quest: eliminate the invading giant tiger. Reward: substantial rewards. The system provided minimal hints. Surin recalled that in previous games, wild monsters would randomly spawn in the wilderness after a certain period. This territory instance should function similarly. Moreover, in such games, these wild monsters typically dropped valuable items. Chief, something terrible has happened. We are missing 3 cows. Just as Surin closed the system interface, a barbarian warrior rushed towards him in a panic. What has occurred? Chief. When Jorson went to graze the cattle today, he noticed a discrepancy in their numbers. 3 are missing. A large gap has formed in the fence, and we are unsure what creature attacked the cattle pen. A monster attack. Surin was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled the instance quest. Could this be the clue to the task? Without delay, Surin rose to investigate the cattle pen. The cattle pen was situated outside the camp, as placing these wild cattle within the confines would soon render the camp unbearable due to the stench. Thus, he had designated an area outside the city, constructing a cattle yard from logs and assigning personnel to oversee it. Upon arriving at the cattle pen, Surin quickly observed the damaged fence. Thick logs, nearly half a meter in diameter, had been snapped with tremendous force, and debris was strewn about the ground, creating a chaotic scene. The fence, constructed from sturdy logs, required extraordinary strength to be destroyed to such an extent, strength that even a barbarian could not muster. Approaching closer, Surin noticed several massive claw prints on the grass beside the fence. At this point, he was certain that the creature responsible for the destruction of the cattle yard was indeed the giant tiger mentioned in the system prompt. You all go find some wood and repair this place, Surin instructed the others. Meanwhile, he prepared to follow the trail of clues. The ground was marked with numerous claw prints resembling those of a cat, albeit significantly larger. The prints extended outward, and Surin soon found himself in the wilderness. The prints, having been disturbed by other animals, were somewhat obscured, yet still discernible. Following the trail, Surin swiftly arrived at a patch of woodland. Chapter 35. The giant tiger. He had ventured far from his territory, and the surroundings were eerily silent. The light in the woods was dim, and Surin soon discovered further signs of disturbance. Thorny brambles lay broken on the ground, the breakage fresh, with branches still not fully wilted. Clearly, some creature had passed through here. Drawing his spear from his storage space, Surin proceeded deeper into the woods. As he ventured further, the ominous atmosphere thickened. Before long, he came upon 3 decaying corpses. The bodies were diminutive, approximately 1.5 meters tall, with green skin and pointed ears. Evidently, they were 3 earth goblins. Surin prodded one of the corpses with his spear, inspecting it. The rib cage is completely shattered. These unfortunate souls were likely bludgeoned to death, perhaps by a mace. The ribs were fractured, the spine broken, and there were no other wounds visible. The strength required for such devastation was not far removed from his own. These ill-fated creatures were likely dispatched before they even realized who had attacked them. Earth goblins are notoriously impoverished. The 3 before him donned tattered garments of unknown origin. If one were to rank the most despised monsters among adventurers, goblins would undoubtedly rank high on the list. Their sheer numbers are one grievance, but their poverty is an even greater annoyance. Defeating them yields little in the way of spoils, rendering the endeavor a losing proposition. Casting the remains aside, Surin continued deeper into the woods. Not long after, he stumbled upon more bones, but this time they belonged not to goblins but to a wild bull. The beast, measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing at least 1,000 pounds, had been reduced to a pile of white bones, its flesh entirely consumed. Realizing he was on the right track, Surin pressed onward as he delved deeper. The stench of decay intensified, navigating around a large tree. A foul wind assailed him. Surin was suddenly enveloped by a wave of putrid odor. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, and with a resounding thud, he felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Accompanied by a roar. The sound was deafening, imbued with a hint of pain. "Giant tiger, I've found you." After regaining his footing, Surin finally beheld the creature that had just attacked him, a colossal tiger. This immense beast was far larger than any typical tiger. Its limbs robust and its claws sharp, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure merely by standing there. Before him stood a giant tiger, a creature far beyond the ordinary beast, over 3 meters tall and 8 meters long. Surin could sense a powerful magical aura emanating from it, indicating that this tiger was indeed a magical beast. The very tail that had struck him moments ago belonged to this formidable creature. Territory instance activated. Please defeat the giant tiger before you. A cold, mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Roar. The colossal tiger let out a furious bellow, its immense body lunging towards Surin with astonishing swiftness, covering several meters in an instant. A paw descended upon Surin's head with lethal intent. Instead of bracing for impact, Surin deftly evaded, reappearing several meters away. The tiger's claw struck a stout tree trunk with a resounding crash. Snapping the ancient tree, which had stood for centuries and boasted a diameter exceeding 3 meters, in half. With its massive size, formidable strength, and remarkable agility, the beast possessed enough raw power to obliterate an army. The force of that single swipe would have left all but Johnson among the barbarian guards severely injured. As for the tiger's defenses, though not yet tested, Surin surmised they would be formidable. Seeing Surin evade its attack, the tiger charged again with unrelenting speed. This time, Surin stood his ground, sweeping his heavy iron spear through the air, creating a powerful gust that tore through the atmosphere before crashing onto the tiger's paw. Producing a sharp sound of bone fracturing, that a piercing cry followed as the tiger's paw bent grotesquely. Clearly, that strike had broken its arm. The tiger, feeling the agonizing pain, was consumed by fury as a high-tier magical beast. It had not sustained injury in ages. Now, it found itself wounded by what it perceived to be a mere insect, and the only remedy for its wrath would be to utterly shred its foe and consume them. A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, causing the trees to sway violently. Dozens of azure wind blades materialized out of thin air and sped towards Surin with astonishing velocity. The wind blades tore through trees and rocks alike, obliterating anything in their path before hurtling straight for him. Without a moment's hesitation, a chill emanated from Surin's body as 3 ice blades appeared, slicing through the air at an even faster pace to intercept the azure wind blades. The sound of shattering resonated as the 2 types of blades collided, resulting in a multitude of wind blades bursting apart, the azure gusts erupting violently before dissipating into the atmosphere. The explosion's epicenter was akin to a tempest, with trees and dried grass tumbling in all directions. With his already warped spear in hand, Surin dashed toward the tiger, his form leaving a blur in the AIR.IN the next instant. He materialized beside the beast, bringing the heavy spear down with tremendous force. The tiger, caught off guard, felt a sudden, intense pain strike its head. This excruciating sensation only ignited the beast's ferocity, prompting it to recklessly lash out with its claws. Jumping, blocking, and striking, the tiger's powerful blows reverberated with immense destructive force. Yet Surin, undeterred, absorbed some of the attacks and deftly dodged others. The tiger, in its wild frenzy, could not fathom that one day its colossal form would be treated like a mere punching bag. As the tiger's frenzied assault continued, Surin evaded many strikes, enduring those he could not escape. However, facing an opponent with even greater strength, the tiger's attacks proved largely ineffective, even when its claws grazed Surin's body. They merely sparked against his beast-forged armor, leaving no significant marks. Realizing its predicament, the tiger began to feel fear. The pain it experienced made it aware that failing to flee could result in its demise. In a desperate bid for escape, it abruptly turned, its tail, a formidable appendage several meters long, lashed out like a steel whip, striking Suren and forcing him a few steps back, seizing the opportunity. The tiger attempted to flee, but it had underestimated Suren's speed. Without a second thought, Suren charged forward, wielding his severely deformed spear. With a mighty strike, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from the tiger as its hind claws bent and twisted. Unable to support its massive body any longer, causing it to crash to the ground. Chapter 36. The colossal tiger, too. With both claws broken, the tiger writhed in a futile attempt to escape. But it was far too late. Suren leaped forward, now facing the pitiful sight of the beast. Its once mighty head now bore the marks of a brutal beating. Feeling a twinge of compassion at the tiger's suffering, Suren thrust his spear down with force, ending its torment. "I am truly too merciful," he mused, finding solace in the creature's peaceful return to the afterlife. Ding! The tiger is dead. Mission accomplished. Rewards are being calculated. The tiger's demise grants you 20,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen, and you have earned 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have received a golden treasure chest. You have completed the Territorial dungeon mission, earning an experience reward of 5,000, 1 attribute point. And for slaying the tiger, your territory gains 10 civilian satisfaction and 10 stability points. You have acquired a military token for archers and a template for creating a unique hero. Template for creating a hero. Upon hearing the system notification, Suren immediately focused on the hero creation template. Opening his storage space, he quickly spotted a small orb, the size of an infant's fist, radiating a soft glow. With a flick of his will, he retrieved it. The orb felt cool to the touch, weightless, and slightly chilly. Hero creation template. Upon use, it can transform an ordinary person into a hero recognized by the system. The user's physical attributes remain unchanged. But once they join the hostess faction, they can gain experience points for leveling up. Upon use, 1 talent skill and 1 talent trait are granted, while the user's original skills and traits remain intact. Seeing the attributes of the hero creation template, Suren was clearly delighted. This feature was also present in the game. Aside from basic NPC heroes, players could create heroes according to their own design. He had not anticipated that this function would persist in this world. Although the template did not appear particularly powerful at first glance, it had the advantage of allowing continuous leveling as long as the experience requirements were met without encountering a bottleneck. In this world, despite the abundance of extraordinary abilities, most individuals were confined to mid to low-tier capabilities throughout their lives, with only a select few breaking through to high-tier or even legendary status. Now, armed with this hero creation template, Suren could ascend unimpeded to his limits, but of course, this advantage wasn't without drawbacks. Once recognized as a hero, the experience required for each subsequent level would increase significantly, making the journey to legendary status lengthy and arduous. Nevertheless, despite the time investment, it was far more promising than the elusive hopes of others. Stowing the orb away, Suren produced another item resembling a token. This was a black insignia, one side adorned with an image of a bow and arrows, while the other depicted a bow. The material of the token was unknown, but it felt warm and smooth, reminiscent of an ancient artifact. Military token for archers. Upon use, it grants the ability to recruit, train, and lead archers, increasing the host's capacity to command archer units. Suren chose to use it immediately. The token's design shimmered and then vanished into thin air, resulting in a new entry for archers appearing in his command panel. With his spear now utterly useless, its only value lay in being reforged. Suren grasped the massive tiger's body, which was a treasure trove in itself. The meat of magical beasts is not only a delicacy, but also contains unique magical properties that could enhance one's strength. Should this tiger's corpse appear at an auction, it would undoubtedly be fervently sought after by the nobility. However, the strength gained from consuming the tiger's flesh would be limited beyond its meat. Its blood served as an excellent ingredient for crafting magical ink or potions, while its hide could be fashioned into enchanted leather armor or magical scrolls. The bones could be utilized as materials for casting spells or creating auxiliary components. And then there was the matter of the tiger's tail, a prized possession among noblemen. Ordinary tiger tails fetch a hefty price, and the tail of a high-tier magical beast would undoubtedly command an outrageous sum. As for whether it could be sold, there was no doubt about the fervor with which a noble would pursue it. For many men, such items held an allure surpassing that of women as cosmetics. Given the tiger's considerable size, Suren estimated it weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. Excluding the bones, organs, and hide, he surmised he could salvage at least half of its weight, dragging the carcass from the woods. He soon spotted several barbarian warriors who rushed toward him upon catching sight of his figure. Their jaws dropped in astonishment as they beheld what he was hauling. Head! This is... The expressions of the barbarian warriors flushed with a peculiar hue. Their voices trembling in disbelief. You killed this raging wind tiger? Their shock was palpable. Indeed, Suren replied, casually placing the tiger's body down and brushing off the dust from his attire. While on patrol, I happened upon this large cat devouring my cattle, and I took the liberty of slaying it. Taken the liberty? Enough chatter. Send someone back to fetch the carts from our territory and bring this beast back. The unremarkable tone he employed suggested that he had not slain a formidable high-tier magical beast, but rather an inconsequential little, and that a few barbarian warriors cast their gazes towards Suren with increased reverence. Subsequently, one of them departed to relay the news, while the others cooperatively lifted the massive corpse of the giant tiger and made their way back to the camp. Before long, the warrior returned, accompanied by several four-wheeled carts. Although they were already aware of Suren's conquest over a furious wind magic tiger, witnessing the colossal creature firsthand elicited gasps of astonishment. As they transported the tiger's remains, the sight of its grievous wounds further intensified their admiration for Suren. Upon returning to the camp, this admiration reached a crescendo. The goblins and dog-headed creatures, who had been compelled to work, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the immense beast, a visceral fear ingrained deep within their bones. The mercenaries and other barbarians within the territory took great pride in their lord's triumph over such a powerful magical beast. For in the northern lands, only a mighty lord could adequately protect their domain. In that moment, Suren's renown within the territory soared to new heights. Chapter 37. Bustle. The corpse of the furious wind magic tiger required prompt attention, although, as a magical beast, its flesh would not decay easily. The magical essence it contained would gradually dissipate over time. If left unattended for too long, the quality of the tiger's meat would diminish significantly. Naturally, Suren would not allow such a fate to befall it. Thus, upon his return, he immediately commenced the processing of the tiger. At this juncture, he abruptly realized that he might not possess the necessary skills to handle magical beast meat. Employing conventional cooking methods would result in a considerable loss of its magical properties, which led to the development of a specialized processing technique. System, do you have any recipes for handling magical beast meat? Suren inquired, rubbing his temples. There are recipes available for purchase in the marketplace. The host may acquire them at will. Recipes in the marketplace? Why didn't you mention that earlier? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Suren hurriedly opened the marketplace interface and soon located a recipe for processing magical beast materials. After glancing at the price, 100 gold NAR, Suren found his meager funds entirely depleted. Once he secured the recipe, Suren was pleasantly surprised to discover its immense value. The recipe not only contained methods for processing various magical beast meats, but also included techniques for handling blood, entrails, bones, and hides, effectively serving as a comprehensive guide for magical beast material processing. Come here. After reviewing the processing recipe, Suren promptly sprang into action. Chief, do you have any orders? A barbarian warrior trotted over to inquire. Fetch several water barrels and fill them with fresh water. And prepare the largest pot you can find. The furious wind magic tiger weighed slightly more than an adult elephant. While not classified as an oversized creature, it was still quite cumbersome to deal with. The tiger's blood was excellent material, necessitating a glass jar for storage. However, lacking such a vessel, Suren planned to create a makeshift refrigerator using water instead. The most valuable components of the furious wind magic tiger were its heart, hide, and tail. Suren's skinning skills were rather average, but the barbarians were masters in this art. As a nomadic tribe, they consumed vast quantities of resources daily, honing their skinning techniques to a remarkable level. Upon the arrival of the water barrels, a chilling aura enveloped Suren's hands. This was a technique he had developed while practicing the Xianbing blade skill. Manipulating this force, he swiftly crafted a refrigerator. Then, two barbarian warriors unsheathed their knives and made an incision on the tiger's neck, allowing the magically infused blood to flow forth. Due to the tiger's demise, some of the blood had ceased to circulate, necessitating manual assistance to expel it. After considerable effort, they managed to collect 2 sizable barrels of blood. Next came the skinning. The 2 barbarian warriors, wielding sharp skinning knives, meticulously began to slice the tiger's hide. Their pace was slow, not due to a lack of desire for speed, but because the tiger's skin was exceedingly tough that a single skinning knife dulled quickly, requiring constant sharpening. Fortunately, the barbarians possessed ample strength, and after considerable exertion, they successfully removed the tiger's hide intact. The hide was remarkably large, given that the tiger measured 8 meters in length, sprawling out to cover over 40 square meters. This single hide could easily yield more than 30 pieces of leather armor or, when fashioned into magical scrolls, could be cut into over 100 pieces. If taken to the city of Cult, the hide would fetch no less than 3,000 gold in AR, and if crafted into leather armor and enchanted, a successful piece could sell for upwards of 10,000 gold in AR. Moreover, the tiger hide was an excellent material for crafting wizard robes, and would be snatched up immediately upon availability. Once the tiger's hide was removed, Suren began to divide the meat, starting with the tail, which he preserved in an icebox. This item alone could be sold to nobles for at least 5,000 gold in AR. And even if he opted not to sell it, it would serve him well. Other components, such as the tiger's teeth and bones, were also extracted, along with its heart and other entrails. The tail was set aside for crafting a whip. Finally, Suren separated the tiger's spine, which exceeded 7 meters in length, and encased it in ice as well. The tiger's heart was notably large, exceeding the size of a basketball by 2-fold, even in death. It radiated a remarkable surge of magical energy. The heart was a primary ingredient in a potent magical potion, with the most renowned being the Tiger King Awakening, which could transform an ordinary individual into a sorcerer. However, this potion was not without peril. Its formidable effects came at a high cost, and failure to endure its potency could result in catastrophic bloodline collapse and immediate death. Conversely, those who survived the ordeal would awaken as sorcerers, becoming powerful spellcasters. Despite the inherent dangers, many were still willing to undertake the risk that a single tiger heart could yield approximately 10 vials of the Tiger King Awakening potion, and its market value was substantial, fetching at least 5,000 gold in AR from sorcerers who would then convert it into potions, with each vial capable of selling for 5,000 gold in AR as well. Selling everything could yield a profit of at least 10-fold. However, such was the nature of the market, as only a select few sorcerers and alchemists could produce this potion in limited quantities. After the tiger meat was meticulously divided, Suren instructed the barbarians to kindle a fire while he gathered various seasonings and other ingredients for cooking. Flames danced as the water in the iron pot quickly reached a boil. Suren poured the prepared seasonings into the pot and then added the tiger meat. Soon, a unique aroma wafted from the pot, tantalizing his senses and making it nearly impossible to resist the temptation to sample a bite. Even the barbarian warriors behind him could not help but swallow their saliva. Suren extracted a piece of the well-stewed tiger meat and took a hearty bite. It was tender and succulent, incredibly delicious. The other barbarians gazed hungrily at the roasted meat in Suren's hand. In no time, he devoured the piece, feeling satisfied as a warm energy coursed through his body, akin to soaking in a hot spring, providing immense comfort. All right, hurry and eat. Let us see how you've fared. You can't even handle a piece of meat, Suren chuckled, tossing several pieces of tiger meat to the nearby barbarian warriors. Upon receiving the meat, the burly barbarians wasted no time, eagerly sinking their teeth into it. They soon felt a warm current surge through their bodies. Suren glanced at the tiger meat. To his surprise, the system acknowledged the completion of the dish. Chapter 38. Treasure Chest Tiger Meat Jerky, a magical delicacy crafted from furious wind magic tiger meat, enhanced with a selection of over 10 spices. It is exceptionally delicious, capable of swiftly replenishing energy and providing a slight boost to physical attributes, with special effects upon consumption. Within 2 hours of consumption, gains of 2 strength and 2 agility are bestowed. The initial consumption grants 1 strength, with diminishing returns thereafter, cumulatively yielding 2 strength. This single furious wind magic tiger, when fully stewed, would yield no less than 2 tons of jerky. Fortunately, Suren had instructed the preparation of several large pots. Otherwise, it would take days to complete the cooking of such a vast quantity of meat. Moreover, the optimal processing time for furious wind magic tiger meat was 6 hours. If this window was exceeded, the remaining meat quality would deteriorate significantly. After 2 hours, all the tiger meat was processed, forming a small mountain of enticingly fragrant jerky in the courtyard. This finished magical beast jerky could last for 3 years without specific preservation methods. And if stored in a specialized warehouse, it could remain viable for a decade without issue. After transporting the processed jerky to the warehouse for storage, Suren finally relaxed, aside from the jerky. There were other materials from the tiger that could not be processed due to the lack of a sorcerer in his territory. This would have to wait until they recruited one. As for selling them outright, that was the least profitable option. He distributed 3 pieces of jerky to each of the barbarian warriors, ensuring that the quantity allowed for maximum effect. Any more would be wasteful. Having completed the processing of the furious wind magic tiger, Suren finally had time to examine the other rewards bestowed by the system. 2 attribute points and 2 skill points from leveling up. And an additional 1 to all attributes for completing the task, coupled with the 2 strength gained from consuming the tiger meat. This task had thus far provided him with a total of 9 attribute points, surpassing the benefits of leveling up 4 times. Allocating both attribute points to strength, Suren's total strength reached an impressive 31 points. Regarding the attribute points, he did not acquire new skills. Instead, he upgraded his previous life repair technique to body repair technique. Body repair technique. Upon use, it can swiftly heal relatively severe injuries. Name: Suren. Race: human. Strength: 31. Agility: 29. Spirit: 24. Constitution: 29. Charisma: 19. Free attribute points: 0. Skill points: 0. Skills: NA. After testing the effects of the body repair technique, it was found to be twice as effective as the life repair technique, yet the consumption remained unchanged. Upon completing the skill test, Suren retrieved a golden treasure chest from his storage. Compared to the silver treasure chest, the golden chest appeared far more resplendent, radiating a rich aura of opulence. Upon opening the chest, a burst of ethereal light dispersed, revealing a peculiar banner before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Wind Dragon Banner. Wind Dragon Banner, a magical banner that grants the ability to control wind elements. Its holder can wield the power of the wind. Accompanying skills: Wind Element Control, Wind Dragon Whirl, Wind Dragon Spin, Lightning Storm. Wind Element Control enables proficient manipulation of wind element power, increasing wind element affinity by 30, while reducing the mana cost of casting wind element spells by 30. Wind Dragon Whirl can summon 2 tornadoes composed of furious wind elements to attack targets. Wind Dragon Spin can conjure a tornado formed from a portion of furious wind elements to assault targets. Lightning Storm calls forth a multitude of wind elements to create a storm within a specified area. Upon gazing at the banner, Suren was also astonished. Such a magical item capable of unleashing large-scale strategic spells is exceedingly rare throughout the human realm. One might say it is a formidable weapon for nations in this era. Much like the Holy Louis Empire, which possesses the Holy Grail, rumored to summon angels, or the Southern Lotus Federation, which wields the starry disk, capable of calling down meteor showers. Of course, these strategic magical items cannot simply be used at will, although Suren was unaware of the costs associated with utilizing such artifacts. He was certain they would be substantial. Extending his hand to grasp the Wind Dragon Banner, a swirling wind element enveloped the entire banner, gently swaying and stirring the elemental energy around it. Indeed, Suren sighed with a wry smile. Just moments ago, while holding the Wind Dragon Banner, he assessed the Wind Dragon Whirl skill. It was manageable with his magical power, but as for the subsequent Wind Dragon Spin and Lightning Storm, even with double his current mana, he would struggle to invoke them. By his estimates, to unleash Wind Dragon Spin, his mana would need to be at least 3 times what it is now. As for Lightning Storm, the requirement would be even greater, and at present, Suren saw no hope. However, this does not imply the Wind Dragon Banner lacks utility. The wind element control it bestows can still be employed, as it is a passive skill. With this, Suren could now attempt to cast low-tier wind element spells, such as the Wind Blade released by the furious wind magic tiger, which he too could now conjure. One might say that if this Wind Dragon Banner fell into the hands of a legendary sorcerer, their power would be significantly amplified. Yet in Suren's possession, it could only be regarded as a mere trifle. Summoning a wind blade to cut grass, the power of that wind blade pales in comparison to sweeping with a spear. At least, the energy expended in wielding a weapon would be replenished quickly, while the mana required to summon a wind blade would take time to recover. Holding the Wind Dragon Banner, he summoned 2 wind elements, which were small-sized, roughly 1.5 meters tall, resembling 2 miniature tornadoes interspersed with flashes of lightning. These wind elements possessed low intelligence, and Surin could manipulate them at will using the power of the wind dragon banner. Although the combat capability of the two wind elements was minimal, they excelled at cleaning. Floating in midair, they functioned like potent vacuum cleaners, swiftly whisking away debris, dust, and grass clippings into a trash bin, and even providing lawn mowing services, leaving the grass impeccably tidy. From that day forth, Surin acquired two fully automated intelligent vacuum cleaners, naming them Vacuum Cleaner Number 1 and Vacuum Cleaner Number 2. Subsequently, the territory finally entered a period of tranquility. The goblin and dog-headed tribes in the territory, owing to the infrequent patrols by the barbarians, became increasingly sparse. Surin continued to cultivate the land with his slaves, planting potatoes. The food supply in the territory remained insufficient, and Surin's plan was to cultivate at least 5,000 acres, all dedicated to potato planting. The maturation period for potatoes spans 3 to 4 months, and by the time the first batch is ready for harvest, it would likely be snowing here. Unlike the south, the northern region experiences long winters. Only with a successful potato harvest will the territory have sufficient provisions. Chapter 39, The Lucky E of the Spearman. The autumn weather remained sweltering. Outside the territory, thousands of goblins, dog-headed folk, and wolfmen toiled under the sun, while dozens of overseers from various races stood by, ready to strike anyone caught slacking. Surin reclined on a lounge chair beneath a grand tree, leisurely relaxing, donning a pair of sunglasses crafted from polished black crystal. That on the small table beside him rested a glass of freshly squeezed juice, while behind him, Vacuum Cleaner Number 1 and Vacuum Cleaner No. 2 functioned like two high-powered fans, generating refreshing breezes beneath the autumn sun. On the other side, in the newly cultivated fields, a group of strong women and children urged oxen to plow the land. Across the city walls, the fertile black soil of the Red Sand River's bank had approximately 2,000 acres already cultivated. At the current pace, it would take no more than half a month to complete the entire 5,000 acres of potato planting. Ding. Military camp construction completed. Data importing. Importing militia training content. Importing infantry training content. Importing archer training content. Data import progress. 10, 20, 30. The sudden system notification startled Surin momentarily. The military camp was already built. He hurriedly accessed the system interface to check. Military camp. The military camp trains qualified soldiers of the territory. Soldiers trained here are all competent warriors, essential for defending the territory. Having undergone rigorous military training, and with some refinement, they can become elite soldiers. Soldiers are the foundation of a lord's dominion. Weapon proficiency 2. Training time reduced by 20, discipline 2, morale 15, territorial stability 15. Seeing the attributes of the military camp, Surin felt a surge of delight. With the establishment of the military camp, he could continuously train competent soldiers, provided he had ample funds and citizens. Training soldiers incurs expenses. Currently, the military camp can only train 3 types of troops: barbarian soldiers, spear soldiers, and archers. Among these, the training cost for spear soldiers is the lowest, at merely 1 gold NAL, while barbarians require 3 gold NALs, and archers need 2 DAS for cavalry, crossbowmen, and heavy infantry. All remain locked. The simplest way to unlock these troop types is to obtain the corresponding troop tokens. Or alternatively, recruit a hero who can train that specific type of unit. Naturally, these can only recruit ordinary troops. Special troops require tokens for training. Surin also aspired to form a formidable knightly order. Yet given the current circumstances, that goal appears quite distant. The military camp is located in the western part of the territory, outside the city walls. The walls Surin constructed are essentially the inner city. The outer city and its walls will only be formally built after the population increases next year, and the inner city is intended to serve as his private domain. The military camp spans a considerable area, divided into barracks, warehouses, training grounds, and parade grounds, with the training grounds and parade grounds comprising 70% of the entire military camp. Presently, the training grounds only feature some archery targets and straw dummies, along with equipment for training. The newly recruited army of free citizens is not recognized by the system. Only those of considerable strength gain such recognition. For instance, the barbarian soldiers. The newly formed army of free citizens still qualifies as civilians and can only become militia after undergoing a period of training, with the military camp established. Those trained there can bypass the militia stage to become new recruits directly. Though the military camp has been successfully constructed, Surin did not recruit soldiers immediately, as the population in the territory is still too sparse. Apart from the barbarians, there are only mercenaries. Trained soldiers that would have to wait for the slaves purchased by the caravan led by Jean from Cult City. After inspecting the military camp, instead of returning to rest, Surin headed to the blacksmith shop. His weapon had been damaged during the battle with the furious wind magic tiger, and he needed to forge a new one. Given his considerable strength, his weapon must be sturdy and durable. For instance, he prefers spears, as those made of ironwood feel too light in his hands. Hence he uses iron spears. However, even iron spears cannot withstand such relentless abuse. As for why he doesn't use other weapons, it's because spears are simply more impressive, or rather, it is due to the nature of his system template, as only spears can unleash his maximum potential. As for the notion of spearman's luck, Surin felt no inclination towards it. In reality, his luck was quite favorable, considering he inherited Yungu's template. There is a saying in the world: spearmen collectively share one stone of luck, yet Zilong alone claims 12 dough, while the rest owe 2 dough. Surin is currently that 12 dough of fortune. That spearman's luck is based on factual evidence. Historical records and classical literature reveal that most who wielded spears did not meet favorable ends. For example, the Marquis of Huayin, Han Exen, was granted titles and appointed as a minister, yet ultimately met his demise by a rain of clubs. The little tyrant Sun Tzu was ambushed by a group of rogues and gravely injured. Ultimately, he succumbed to infection and died. In the epic Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he is cursed to death by the sorcerer Yu Ji, leaving the unfortunate De Qiao in sorrow. The valiant General Ma Chao, in the prime of his life, met an untimely demise due to illness, while Zhang Fei, another of the 5 tiger generals, was treacherously murdered by his own men in his slumber, losing his head in a brutal act of betrayal. Luo Cheng from the legends of Sui and Tang fell victim to a cunning trap and was pierced by a rain of arrows. The Yang family generals of Tianbo Mansion, renowned for their unparalleled martial skills, faced tragic fates, with nearly all members ending up as widows. Lin Chong, known as the Leopard Head, lived a life of relentless toil, ultimately finding his family shattered and meeting a humiliating end in the Liuhe Pagoda. Su Ning, one of the first leaders sacrificed in the expedition against the 4 villains at Liashan Marsh, met his fate as well. The national hero Yu Fei was wrongfully executed by the treacherous Wan In Go and Qin Hui. Based on baseless accusations, these numerous poignant examples starkly illustrate the perilous fate of warriors. In contrast, Zhao Zilong, who fought countless battles yet lived to the age of over 80 without illness or calamity, enjoyed a far more favorable destiny. His miraculous solo rescue of the Lord is nothing short of extraordinary. For 42 years, the true master, Zilong, thus demonstrated his divine might. Hence, the notion of Yunji's exceptional luck is steeped in historical context. In order to forge weapons for himself, one must employ the finest materials available. Currently, the premier material in the blacksmith's forge is refined iron. However, aside from the high-quality steel, Surin also retrieved 2 pieces of exceptional iron awarded by the system, which surpassed the blacksmith's refined iron considerably. Had there been sufficient quantity of this exceptional iron to craft a spear, Surin would have utilized it entirely. Instead, he must mix it with the refined iron for forging. Chapter 40. The Hunt Bruce's craftsmanship can be deemed satisfactory, though it pales in comparison to that of true masters, let alone the dwarves. Nevertheless, Surin does not demand a divine weapon from him. Durability and resilience will suffice. Thus far, none of the adversaries he has encountered have posed a genuine threat. After a day of labor, Surin's new weapon was completed, refined steel spear, a superior weapon crafted primarily from exceptional iron. Renowned for its robustness and sharpness, armor-piercing 1, sturdiness 1, sharpness 1. He hefted the refined steel spear, its entirety forged from metal, resulting in a weight exceeding 40 pounds, classifying it as a heavy weapon, with a length surpassing 3 meters, without formidable strength. One could scarcely wield such an armament. Following a rainfall, the sun graced the desolate plains with its radiant warmth. A herd of antelopes grazed peacefully, while the lead antelope vigilantly surveyed its surroundings, ready to alert the group at the slightest hint of danger. Surin positioned himself downwind, observing the vigilant herd. Antelopes are inherently alert creatures, always having a sentinel on watch, a key factor in their survival in the wild. Typically, they reside in groups ranging from 10 to several dozen, displaying remarkable speed that makes them difficult to capture. Neither horses nor dogs can keep pace with them, and certainly not the goblin dog-headed folk. The most effective method for ensnaring antelopes is to ambush and encircle them. At this moment, over 30 barbarians had formed a surrounding circle within a kilometer of the antelope herd, unbeknownst to the antelopes. The encirclement gradually tightened. Oblivious to the impending danger, they continued to leisurely munch on the tender grass, while several 3-month-old fawns frolicked around their mother. Suddenly, the sentinel's head, which had been swiveling, froze, its body poised to leap. The hidden barbarians in the underbrush felt a surge of tension. Strike! A thunderous roar erupted as the hidden barbarians sprang forth from the tall grass, charging towards the oblivious antelope herd. Panic ensued among the antelopes, with several scattering in all directions in a desperate bid for escape. However, facing the fully formed human threat, their fate was all but sealed. Minutes later, over 30 jubilant barbarians approached Suren, each carrying their prize. "Chief, we captured them all. Not a single one escaped. Did any of the female antelopes or fawns sustain injuries?" Suren inquired, contemplating the possibility of raising antelopes within his territory. "Just as you instructed. We exercised great caution. The females and fawns are all unharmed," one barbarian replied, raising the captured antelope in his hand. "Excellent. Let us return to Jianmin for a feast of roasted whole lamb tonight," Suren called out, leading the barbarians back to their camp. What followed was the preparation of water, slaughtering the lamb, and collecting its blood for a hot pot meal later. Several barbarians skillfully eviscerated the antelope, ensuring no internal organs were wasted. For they are prized delicacies, cleaned and placed directly into the pot for boiling. Suren specifically instructed Bruce to melt down several bronze weapons, forging 2 bronze hot pots. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness, he had yet to enjoy a proper hot pot meal. Now that his territory had begun to stabilize, Suren could no longer resist the cravings gnawing at his stomach. The hot pot broth was crafted from beef tallow, enriched with spices such as chili and pepper, while the broth itself was simmered from beef bones. Though the conditions were modest, the aroma of the slow-cooked beef bone broth was utterly delightful. These bones had been simmering on low heat for an entire day, rendering the marrow oil exquisite. That evening, the lamb hot pot was a feast of sheer delight for Suren. After so long subsisting on potato and fish chunks, or fried potato and fish, even the most delectable fish soup would grow tiresome after a month or two, leaving him longing for the stars above. Now, indulging in a sumptuous lamb hot pot felt like sheer bliss. Due to a shortage of grain, Suren had been leading the barbarians in hunting across the wilderness. Though the wilderness appeared barren, an abundance of various animals thrived within it. After some time, the hunting party's yield proved quite bountiful to accommodate their provisions. Suren ordered the slaves to construct a livestock pen beside the city walls. Currently, this pen housed over 100 animals, including more than 20 antelopes, but predominantly large-horned deer. Recently, he and the barbarians had captured over 100 of these deer migrating through the area, had he not been concerned about capturing too many and scaring them away from future migrations. Suren would have prepared a grand feast with them. Construction of the territory continued, with the most vital structures already completed. The most substantial effort had gone into residential buildings, capable of housing up to 1,000 people. Even the 500 slaves brought back by Jian and Johnson had a place to reside. However, Suren's own lordly castle was nearing completion, albeit simplified. Had he pursued his ideal design, it would take at least a year and a half to finish for the temple within his territory. Suren had no plans for its construction that in the St. Louis Empire, temples are mandatory, with every city housing one, and even villages boasting churches, as the power of the church is exceptionally strong there. The Kingdom of Florence is a polytheistic nation, with temples in its cities, yet the influence of religion is not as formidable. In Suren's desolate territory, even if he constructed a temple, it is unlikely any priest would come. Temples possess their advantages, particularly the healing spells of the temple priests. From the outset, however, he never intended to build a temple. The cost was prohibitive, as the finest materials for temple construction are marble, and in the northern wastelands, sourcing marble is a daunting task. A temple occupies a vast area and is typically situated in bustling urban locales. Precious real estate that Suren could not afford to relinquish to a temple. Surely, such prime locations would be better utilized for commercial streets or shops for sale. Of course, should his territory flourish in the future, it is likely that a church would arrive to construct a temple. At that juncture, negotiations would be paramount. After completing the essential constructions within his territory, Suren directed efforts towards establishing a drainage system in the town, which would also encompass future public restrooms and bathhouses. Chapter 41. Archery, the sanitation of the town environment, is essential. Previously, the barbarians paid little heed to personal hygiene, but under Suren's insistence, they were compelled to tidy up. Barbarians typically sported medium to long hair, some even adorned with braids. However, their indolence left their hair unkempt and filthy, often harboring lice, and their body odor was overpowering. Suren had the goblin slaves dig a large pit, filling it with lime, and redirected the waters of the Red Sand River into the pit. He then personally tossed the unruly barbarians into it, forbidding their exit for half an hour. After several rounds of enforced cleaning, Suren finally instilled a sense of hygiene among these barbarians. Many, too lazy to tend to their hair and fearful of Suren's reprimands, resorted to shaving their heads entirely. As a result, among the male barbarians in the camp, 8 out of 10 were now bald, with all warrior barbarians sporting smooth, shaven heads. Presently, Suren's barbarian guard consisted of muscular, bald men, exuding an aura of intimidation. During the hunt, the barbarian group inadvertently captured several wild horses. Suren attempted to train the wild steeds, but their untamed nature proved challenging, and they lacked a qualified horse trainer. While some mercenaries could ride, their training skills were rudimentary at best. Suren, unwilling to abandon the idea of cavalry without suitable candidates, ultimately decided to construct a stable to house the wild horses, hoping that by next year, there might be a few foals to add to their ranks. Due to the existence of the archer insignia, Suren is now able to train archers, and a shooting range has been established within the barracks. At present, the territory requires a cadre of archers to enhance its long-range striking capability. The performance of archers relies not only on human skill, but also significantly on the quality of their weapons. Crafting a superior bow and arrow is no simple task. The process involves meticulous selection of materials and intricate craftsmanship. For instance, the bow's core must be fashioned from premium wood. Even the crafting techniques must align with the seasons. Wood is split in winter. Horns are boiled in spring. Tendons are treated in summer. And in autumn, glue, lacquer, and silk are combined to bind the dried wood, horns, and tendons together. Ultimately, securing the bow shape must occur during the coldest winter months, meaning that the creation of a fine bow and arrow typically requires at least 2 years. However, Suren cannot afford to wait that long, so he plans to produce some bows and arrows for temporary use, while keeping an eye out for opportunities to trade with the centaur tribes in the wilderness for their renowned longbows. Given the time constraints, the bows and arrows crafted by the blacksmith will inevitably be inferior in range and power, yet they will suffice for training purposes. The selection of archers is drawn from among various mercenaries. Though their skills are modest, they have experience with a variety of weapons. Suren has allocated the shooting range in the barracks for their practice. The Red Sand River, with its abundant red sands, provides excellent material for laying out the training grounds. The barbarians, full of vigor, often engage in wrestling and sparring during their free time. Once the training grounds are completed, these barbarians, filled with excitement, frequently gather there to brawl, transforming the area into something akin to an arena, as the lack of recreational facilities in the territory makes their fights quite popular. The predominant trees in the northern wilderness are pines, which possess moderate flexibility and are not the best choice for bow making. The Florentine kingdom primarily utilizes oak or teak for crafting bows, as these woods, once air-dried, yield resilient and stable bow bodies capable of great distance, standard equipment for the kingdom's military. While the bows from the Florentine kingdom are commendable, they fall short compared to those crafted by centaurs and half-elves. The effective range of a standard Florentine longbow is approximately 100 meters, with some exceptional archers hitting targets at a distance of 120 meters. In contrast, centaur bows boast an effective range of 150 to 200 meters, a feat also mirrored by half-elves. This superiority is attributed not only to their advanced bow-making techniques but also to the materials used. Centaur longbows are crafted from yew wood, combined with their unique methods, while half-elves utilize special plants cultivated specifically for this purpose. Yew wood is costly and only grows deep within the northern wilderness, being both resilient and highly elastic, with good malleability. The Florentine kingdom's annual yield of yew wood is limited, most of which is acquired through trade with the centaur tribes. For Suren to obtain this wood is no easy feat. He would need to venture further north into the wilderness. Humans have attempted to transplant yew trees with the aid of wizards, successfully establishing a batch, yet the quality of the wood declines drastically once cultivated in human territories. Compared to the centaur's yew, which is a third softer, it even pales in comparison to oak or teak. Although the cost is higher than that of oak or teak, the quality is nearly equivalent. leading to the swift neglect of wood. To develop his archers, Suren must find suitable wood. However, oak and teak thrive in warmer climates, and his territory is too far north, rendering them vulnerable to the harsh, protracted winters. Of course, were Suren wealthy enough, he could simply purchase materials directly from the system mall, which has been offering various weapons since the establishment of the blacksmith. However, the prices within the mall are exorbitant, with a barbarian two-handed axe costing 150 golden nares, while the cost of having the blacksmith forge one is merely 20. A short bow is priced at 40 golden nares, and a longbow at a staggering 100 currently. Suren is so impoverished that he cannot muster even 100 golden nares, rendering him arguably the poorest lord in all the Florentine kingdom. Given these prices, he naturally cannot afford them. Despite the myriad challenges facing the territory, he finds solace in witnessing its daily transformations. This afternoon, Jean and Johnson return to the territory with over 500 slaves and 20 carts of provisions. The arrival of the merchant caravan has exponentially increased the population of Suren's territory. A sufficient population is fundamental for the development of a territory, and now the number of humans within Suren's domain has surpassed 700. Although the population remains modest, overcoming this difficult period will catalyze rapid growth. Chapter 42. The Goblin Servants. With the addition of 500 human slaves, Suren's workforce is finally less strained. All 500 slaves are assigned to farming, and this time, Suren intends to cultivate far more than the previously planned 500 acres of farmland, as an abundance of grain is undoubtedly beneficial. With the caravan's return, the camp has become increasingly lively, and the 20 carts have brought back a wealth of supplies, as pelts from the northern wilderness remain in high demand. The caravan's arrival allows Suren to temporarily set aside his search for suitable materials for bow-making and refocus on the development of his territory. The significant increase in population has rendered the territory more prosperous. Approximately 10 days after the last merchant caravan's departure, they passed through Suren's territory once more. However, due to the previous incident involving the escape of barbarians, the merchant EU directly approached Suren demanding compensation. Suren, however, firmly denied any responsibility for the escape, asserting that the fleeing barbarians were not under his control. To prove his innocence, Suren even invited EU to inspect his barbarian guard. And naturally, the inspection yielded no findings, leading EU to depart in a state of frustration. Suren noticed that EU's caravan was laden with numerous longbows, each measuring 1 meter and 80 centimeters, their limbs displaying a rich purple hue, characteristic of centaur longbows. There appeared to be at least 50 of them. It seems that EU's haul this time was quite fruitful. These centaur longbows could fetch a price exceeding 3,000 gold coins in human territories, and due to their rarity, they would be snatched up immediately upon arrival. A troop of archers armed with centaur longbows would undoubtedly spell doom for any attacker. Regrettably, Suren lacks the funds to purchase them, and with immense willpower, he suppresses his desire to seize them, arranging for EU's caravan to depart. As days pass, the territory continues to evolve. The emergence of cultivated lands inevitably encroaches upon the living spaces of the indigenous wilderness tribes, posing a threat to them. Following the defeat of a medium-sized wolfman tribe, the territory enjoyed a brief respite of peace. However, such tranquility is not destined to last. The aggressive intrusion of humans is akin to a juvenile crocodile entering a small fish pond, though it may be small now. Once it grows, it will devour everything. Faced with human pressure, the surrounding wilderness tribes, after over a month of chaos, have finally united to form a formidable army aimed at driving the humans from their lands. 2 remaining wolfman tribes and a larger number of goblins and kobolds are preparing to forge a powerful alliance. The survival rule in the wilderness is one of the strong devouring the weak, and it is rare for tribes to unite unless confronted by a common threat. Following the last battle, Suren reinstated the watchtowers within his territory and even added a few more, closely monitoring the movements in the vicinity. Flor, a goblin, is the cautious leader of a small goblin tribe. During one of Suren's forays into the wilderness with his barbarians, their entire tribe was captured and enslaved. Surprisingly, Flor, the goblin chief, has managed to learn the human language. Although his speech is halting and carries a peculiar accent, he has indeed succeeded in acquiring a grasp of the language. After mastering it, Flor voluntarily offered to serve as a translator and expressed his desire to submit to Suren. He believes that becoming Suren's slave is not unfavorable at all. At least Suren would provide them with food, preventing them from starving. Goblins in the wilderness often find themselves enslaved by various powerful tribes, including trolls, wolfmen, and lizardmen, and under their oppression, Goblins are relegated to the role of cannon fodder or food reserves. In contrast, life as a slave among humans is akin to paradise, while they still endure punishment. They are at least not arbitrarily killed, and diligent work earns them a meager supply of food, better than starving. Although Suren has spent 10 years in this world, he retains many of his previous values and has no desire to challenge the traditions of this realm. He opposes slavery, the exploitation by nobility, and the oppression of religion, but as a fully grown adult and a beneficiary of the system, he would not dare to champion any form of slave liberation. Nevertheless, he does not intend to impose brutal oppression upon his slaves. For instance, as long as the goblin and kobold slaves do not rebel, Suren will not permit their indiscriminate execution, and their labor will ensure they receive sustenance. Certainly, that is indeed all there is to it. However, it is quite astonishing that the goblin lord, Flor, perceives this as a boon. This goblin chief extols the virtues of becoming a slave to Suren, proclaiming the benevolence of Suren. Even more surprising is the fact that this goblin, named Flor, has been recognized by the system. Goblin servant, Flor, goblin chief, master, Suren, loyalty, 100. Once a goblin lord, although the majority of goblins are rather dim-witted. There are always a select few who stand out. An astute goblin. He diligently learned the human language, choosing to pledge his allegiance to humans in order to secure his sustenance and warmth. Leveraging his status, he effortlessly garnered the trust of his fellow goblins. Skill. Insight 2. Goblin favorability 20. With the presence of this goblin servant, the goblin slaves became increasingly docile, and Suren assigned all the previous goblin overseers to his command, leading to a remarkable increase in work efficiency. To his astonishment, these goblin overseers were recognized as soldiers by the system. Goblin overseer. A formidable goblin. These goblins chose to serve human lords in pursuit of a better life. Strength. 4. Constitution. 3. Agility. 5. Spirit. 3. Charisma. 3. Skills. Whip. Insight. Although their combat prowess is far from impressive, they still serve a purpose. Upon discovering this, Suren not only tasked them with overseeing the goblin slaves, but also dispatched them to gather intelligence on the surrounding wilderness tribes. Due to their goblin identity, they easily gained the trust of the wild races, seamlessly infiltrating these tribal groups to eavesdrop for Suren. For these disorderly wild races, the presence of one more goblin slave or one less would go entirely unnoticed. With the intelligence provided by these goblin slaves, Suren finally gained a clearer understanding of the other tribes near his territory. Chapter 43. The Alliance. You say those tribes have united to prepare an assault on my territory? Suren, upon receiving Flor's report, was not overly surprised. Yes, master, Flor replied respectfully, prostrating himself on the ground. Rise, if this is true, you shall be rewarded. Suren casually placed a wooden piece on the table. Thank you, master, Flor exclaimed excitedly, even preparing to kiss Suren's boots. Johnson, send a few men to scout the area around the territory and see if the wolfmen and goblin headmen are gathering together. Understood, Chief. I will arrange it immediately. With that, Johnson turned to organize the personnel. After the arrangements were made, Suren began to summon the remaining members of the barbarian guard, canceling all their holidays, and even distributing weapons to the remaining barbarian women and children. Though referred to as women and children, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Those 14 or 15-year-olds, if not for their youthful faces, could easily be mistaken for adults. Barbarians, their physical conditioning, even in their youth, surpassed that of ordinary Florentines, perhaps even exceeding it. Suren did not intend for them to engage in battle. Rather, the weapons were to maintain order and guard the city. Suren had no intention of adopting a defensive posture. The territory had only recently been developed. Should the wolfmen, goblin headmen, and goblins attack, the newly cultivated fields outside the territory would surely be destroyed. And the blacksmith shop by the river would likely not survive either. Such outcomes were unacceptable to Suren. Having invested several thousand kinner and expended considerable time, the thought of it being ruined was maddening. The blacksmith shop had recently forged numerous weapons. The broken scraps of metal, once remelted, had transformed into fine steel, and the quality of the weapons crafted from this steel was exceptional, including half armor, two-handed axes, horned helmets, battle boots, skirt armor, and three-hand axes. This complete set of equipment constituted the standard gear for the barbarian guard, and if purchased in Cult City, it would not be less than 300 kinner. With the half armor being the most expensive at no less than 150 kinner. The entire set weighed over 100 pounds. Most people would find it cumbersome to walk in. Yet those barbarians moved with remarkable agility, as if wearing leather armor. 30-odd barbarian warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding sharp axes, stood together, each towering over 2 meters, emanating an invisible aura of menace. Those of timid disposition would likely find themselves trembling in their presence. Beyond these barbarian guards, Suren provided the other barbarians with mere axes and spears, with their armor consisting mostly of leather, at most reinforced with iron plates in vital areas. The quantity of leather armor was limited, primarily comprised of what the barbarian guard had replaced, although the mercenaries had joined the territory as free men. They too would take up arms in times of crisis. These individuals were seasoned veterans. While their combat skills were average, they were competent enough to guard the home front. All 500 serfs were withdrawn to the castle for safety. Surin had invested 1,500 kinner to acquire them specifically for agricultural labor. And he had no intention of sending them into battle, as even armed, they would be no match for the goblin headmen. Over 1,000 goblin headmen and wolfman slaves were confined to prevent any potential insurrection while Surin was absent. Once all arrangements were completed, evening fell, and Surin returned to the Lord's castle with the barbarian guard for a meal. Last time, when Jean and Johnson returned from purchasing slaves, Surin had specifically instructed them to bring back a chef from Cult City. After several days of training under Surin, this chef had finally mastered the art of preparing dishes to his liking. Johnson took a bite of the wheat flour pancake, which was made by baking flour used for white bread into a flatbread. Then rolling it around roasted duck meat, instantly captivating his palate. He devoured the pancake in just a few bites. "Chief, this roasted duck pancake is absolutely delightful." Surin, ignoring the glutton, picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of boiled lamb, relishing every bite. "Have the scouts returned?" "They have," Johnson replied, swallowing the remaining half of his pancake in one gulp. "What is the situation?" Seeing Johnson enjoying his meal so heartily, Surin couldn't help but take a pancake. Roll it with some roasted duck, compress it, and take a hearty bite. "Those tribes are still vying for dominance," Johnson sneered. "These races in the wilderness are nothing more than brigands. Getting them to cooperate is no easy feat. None are willing to suffer losses, and without some internal conflict, unification is impossible. Indeed, they are a rabble." Surin remarked. "How many of them are there?" "The camp is too chaotic to accurately count, but I estimate at least 5,000, Johnson said, taking another bite of a pancake. 5,000. These worthless wretches truly underestimate us, thinking that mere numbers can secure victory." Surin scoffed. "Nevertheless, we cannot afford to be complacent. Even a lion fights with all its might against a hare. Let alone in battle, we must remain vigilant." "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Johnson flattered him obsequiously. "It is better for them to unite. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. We can resolve this in one fell swoop, thus avoiding unnecessary complications." Surin took a swig of ale. "By the way, you remember where the coalition of those tribes is stationed, right?" "Of course, I had Floor bring 2 goblins to keep watch there." "Very well." Surin nodded and continued eating. "Once we finished our meal, we shall set off immediately." After dining, Surin departed the camp with the barbarian guard under the cover of night. The wilderness was quite cold at night, and Surin tightened his clothing. These accursed wild tribes. Why must they trouble me instead of staying peacefully in their own domains, forcing me to travel under the stars? Surin felt somewhat disgruntled. As a nobleman with a territory, he ought to be resting in a bed adorned with thick velvet, flanked by lovely maidens warming his sheets, rather than journeying with a band of rough men in the dead of night. The absence of a velvet bed and charming maidens left him surrounded by 35 towering, muscular bald giants. Warmth? Unless one wished to experience the embrace of a multitude of brawny men. Chapter 44. The night raid. Under the twinkling starlight, the group made their way across the wilderness. With the encampment of the Wild Tribe Alliance located to the east of Surin's territory, over 80 miles from his camp, given the speed of the wolfmen, it would take them 2 days to reach Surin's territory should they choose to attack. However, for the barbarians in Surin, traveling light meant they could cover the distance in just 3 hours. To conserve energy, they brought along several carts, using them to transport armor while each person carried their weapons. In addition to weapons, the carts were laden with large quantities of oil pine wood. This plant, abundant in the wilderness, thrives in cold regions, and its trunks are rich in resin, making it ideal for creating torches, an essential item for home travel, and for those inclined to kill and loot. Numerous nocturnal creatures inhabit the wilderness, yet upon catching sight of Surin's group, They all scurried away. After 6 hours of travel in the wilderness, they finally arrived within 3 kilometers of the Wild Tribe Alliance's encampment at 2 in the morning. Master, you have finally arrived. A shadow darted swiftly towards them, collapsing at Su Lun's feet. It was Floor. Get up. What news from the Coalition's encampment? Su Lun inquired. Master, there was some unrest among the Coalition during the evening. The wolfmen from 2 tribes were fighting over provisions. What is the current situation? The encampment is now quiet. Su Lun nodded. It was 2 in the morning, the hour when people enjoy the deepest slumber. He allowed the barbarian guard to rest while he and Floor stealthily approached the Coalition's camp. The 3-kilometer distance was traversed rapidly, and Su Lun concealed himself behind a tree outside the encampment, observing quietly. The Coalition's camp was exceedingly rudimentary and chaotic. One could assert that even a novice commander would have established a superior encampment. What left Su Lun speechless was the absence of any night watch. Indeed, the goblins and gnolls assigned to guard duty were fast asleep. Even from a distance of several meters, Su Lun could hear the goblin snores echoing. After half an hour of observation, Su Lun finally led Floor back to their temporary stronghold. After a long night of travel, the elite barbarian guard had fully recuperated. Everyone, don your gear. We are preparing for battle, Su Lun commanded. Retrieving his spear from storage, the 35 barbarian warriors sprang into action, donning their armor, and within 5 minutes, they were fully equipped, each one a fearsome warrior ready to engage. Chief, we are prepared. Give the order, Johnson exclaimed, feeling the gleam of his axe, his eyes alight with anticipation. Indeed, Chief, we can hardly contain ourselves. My axe is ravenous for blood. This time, we must ensure a swift and decisive kill. The barbarian warriors clamored for the chance to fight. Calm down, Su Lun admonished, shoving Johnson aside. There are only 36 of us, yet that encampment is home to at least 5,000 goblins, gnolls, and trolls. Charging in recklessly will only lead to our demise. Think critically. So, Chief, are we planning to strike and then flee? Johnson asked cautiously. Fool, Su Lun replied, giving him a pointed look. Do you see those torches? Each of you take a few. Once we infiltrate, do not linger. Ignite the entire camp. Understood, Chief. Gather your things. We shall commence at once. Su Lun gazed towards the massive encampment several kilometers away. Let the barbecue commence. I hope you enjoy it. The wilderness at night was eerily tranquil, occasionally disturbed by the howling northern winds. The temperature was frigid, compelling even the goblins and gnolls on watch to seek refuge in corners to sleep. That moment, a rustling sound emanated from the dark underbrush outside the camp, and soon shadows began to emerge from the gloom. Towering over 2 meters, clad in heavy armor and wielding gleaming battle axes, these figures were silent, resembling a horde of demons arisen from the abyss. Light the torches and charge with me. The torches made of oil pine ignited easily. As they approached the flame, a brilliant orange blaze erupted within seconds. As they burned, they crackled with a resounding pop, filling the air with a rich scent of pine resin. With 36 torches ablaze, Su Lun issued the command, and the barbarian guard formed a wedge-shaped formation, charging towards the encampment. Clad in armor weighing over 100 pounds, the 30-plus barbarians surged forward with an overwhelming force, their heavy footsteps startling the goblins and gnolls on watch. Upon realizing the presence of the enemy, these hapless sentries cried out in panic, but it was too late. The wild tribes had never anticipated Su Lun's stealthy night raid. The camp's defenses were carelessly arranged, and thus easily breached. Su Lun reached the entrance of the encampment, swinging his spear to shatter the gates, with over 30 barbarians following closely behind. Wherever they passed, chaos reigned, with corpses strewn about, following Su Lun's orders. They did not engage with the monsters, but instead set fire to the encampment in a frenzy. The coalition's headquarters quickly transformed into a sea of flames. The construction was rudimentary and disordered. More and more flames ignited, as the tents, saturated with waterproof oil, caught fire with the slightest spark. Moreover, the coalition's encampment had neglected to clear away the underbrush, allowing sparks to easily ignite the dry grass, causing the blaze to spread rapidly. Faced with this calamity, many goblins and gnolls began to flee, their retreat triggering a mass exodus among their ranks. The command structure of these wild tribes was already tenuous at best. Amidst the chaos, the leaders could not regain control of their troops. Some wolfmen attempted to rally their forces, only to be met with swift death as the barbarian warriors hurled their axes, cleaving their skulls in twain. The barbarians did not pursue the defenseless monsters to the death, but rather drove them away, instigating further chaos. Those who dared to resist were swiftly dispatched to send a clear message to these wild races. Fleeing offered a chance at survival. But defiance led to certain death. The once disorganized army of wild tribes devolved into utter chaos following the surprise night assault. Chapter 45. This shall be your final farewell. The night was ablaze with fire and the sounds of combat. The wild tribesmen remained oblivious to the true number of their foes. Some took advantage of the turmoil to retaliate against one another, for though these tribes had formed a coalition, it did not signify harmony among them. On the contrary, their relationships were fraught with animosity. Amidst the surrounding chaos, they turned upon their age-old enemies, and the camp erupted into turmoil. The clash of steel echoed as Suren led the barbarian warriors in a wedge formation, slicing through the encampment like a razor. Whenever he spotted signs of gathering among the wild tribes, he charged in to scatter and eliminate them. In light of this, the goblins and gnolls, who could only thrive in favorable circumstances, began to retreat, while the larger goblins attempted to regroup for a counterattack. However, as soon as they assembled, they were met with the barbarian warriors who cut through them as if they were mere chaff. Fully armored, the barbarian guard advanced like a battalion of heavily armored tanks, demolishing every obstacle in their path. Their sharp double-handed axes whirled in a relentless flurry, each swing claiming the lives of rows of enemies. Bearing burdens exceeding 100 pounds, the barbarian guard charged forth with an unstoppable momentum. The weight of their equipment did not hinder them, and they moved with grace and efficiency. No foe could withstand the might of their axes. Be they greater goblins or wolfmen, all were equal before their brutal onslaught. The horned-helmeted barbarian warriors seemed to emerge from a battlefield of hell, their armor drenched in blood, leaving a gruesome trail of carnage in their wake. Although Suren and his comrades moved with incredible speed, the sheer size of the coalition's encampment was overwhelming. 36 warriors were insufficient. Despite Suren's rapid advance, some wolfmen and larger goblins succeeded in gathering. The weighty spear in Suren's hands danced through the air, its piercing shriek audible even amidst the chaos of battle, as rows of enemies were swept aside, their broken bodies undeniable proof of their demise. Just as he pressed forward, he suddenly felt the weight on his spear lessen. Turning, he saw no enemies remaining standing around him. Before him, in the chaotic throng of battle, a void appeared, across which loomed a formidable wolfman. Over 2.5 meters tall, glaring at him with malice. This wolfman wielded a chain flail, its handle measuring 1/2 meter, with a chain of equal length connecting to a spiked iron ball the size of a human head. Now dripping with crimson blood, the sight was enough to instill dread. Unlike the other wolfmen, this one donned a suit of iron armor, and surrounding him were over 100 armored wolfmen. Their armor, though appearing crude and cumbersome, comprised various individual pieces, such as spiked shoulder guards, heavy breastplates, and rough, unwieldy bracers. These were clearly forged from metal, and despite their unsightly appearance, they were functional. The wolfmen, having mastered the art of smithing, were unable to craft complete suits of armor, resorting instead to simple casting techniques. Among this group of wolfmen lay a dozen or so bodies, resembling tattered rags, likely the unfortunate victims of their chain flails. Upon spotting Suren and his companions, the leading wolfman howled to the heavens, his voice cutting through the din of battle. Humans! The towering wolfman's blood-red eyes glared at Suren with a fierce intent to kill. Swinging his heavy chain flail, the iron ball slicing through the air with a terrifying whoosh, leaving no doubt as to the devastation it could unleash. Before you stands the abyssal demon god, the king of the gnolls, the master of the realm of Yennegu, and a powerful progeny of the malevolent demon Lord Yennegu. Skull Crusher Hog. Damn humans! How dare you invade the sacred territory protected by the great king of the gnolls? I shall shatter your skulls and offer them as a sacrifice to the king of the gnolls. A powerful offering will surely grant me even greater strength from the king. Have you finished speaking? With a slight tremor in his wrist, Suren's steel spear quivered ever so slightly, the blood sliding off its surface revealing the gleaming shaft beneath. This may well be your final words, so cherish them. Suren spun the spear upright, arcs of electricity dancing around him. And soon an increasing number of electric sparks coalesced around his form and weapon. Standing at the forefront of the conical formation like a mythic thunder god, the barbaric warriors behind him were filled with fervor, gazing at Suren with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Gnoll warriors, seize your weapons and crush their skulls, offering them to the divine. With a roar, Skullcrusher Hog unleashed a peculiar power that swiftly enveloped the surrounding gnolls. Divine Art, Bloodlust Frenzy. Instantly, the eyes of over 100 gnolls turned bloodshot, their bodies swelling as if inflated, their veins bulging, and their frantic breaths making them increasingly restless, the once fitted armor now bursting at the seams. The leading gnoll let out a sinister laugh, brandishing his flail at Suren, and howled as he charged forth. Thunderous Spear. Suren's voice pierced through the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of lightning that erupted from him. Accompanied by the crackling sound of bones breaking, his stature surged to an imposing height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, electric arcs leaping around him. Unfazed by the charging gnolls, Suren met them head-on. His spear sweeping through the air, sending those who charged at him hurtling backward at an alarming speed. These gnolls were dispatched in a single strike, their bones shattered, their bodies scorched by the searing electricity. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 gnolls lay lifeless on the ground. Amidst the thunder and fire, Suren advanced relentlessly like a bulldozer, the gnolls unable to impede his progress, unable to slow him down even slightly. Spinning Cherry Blossom. For gust of energy spiraled around his spear, mingling with flickers of lightning that erupted outward, slicing through the surrounding gnolls. Their bodies were paralyzed by the electric arcs before being pierced by the energy, turning them to charred remains at the sites of their wounds, creating a vacuum of 4 meters in radius around Suren. Chapter 46. Sea of Flames. The immense casualties did not instill fear in the remaining gnolls. Bolstered by bloodlust frenzy, their rationality plummeted, devoid of any sense of dread or fear as they continued to charge at Suren. Facing the frenzied gnolls, the barbarian guard showed no signs of retreat, having long since lost count of how many gnolls they had slain. The sight of their provocation ignited a furious roar from Johnson. Berserk. The tightly knit formation of gnolls was shattered as the barbarian guard, following Suren's lead, charged in with furious shouts, their muscles swelling as a tremendous power surge within them. Their gear feeling noticeably lighter in that instant. The berserk barbarian warriors wasted no time. Rushing into the gap Suren had created, the battle erupted into a fierce clash, the warriors swinging their double-headed axes, cleaving through the gnoll defenses, the heavy armor providing little protection as blood and flesh flew in mere moments. The gnolls suffered heavy casualties, and seeing the multitude of their kin fall, while the humans sustained only minor injuries. Hog could no longer contain his fury, charging in with a roar. The heavy flail in his hand met a barbarian warrior in a thunderous clash, the sound of metal striking metal reverberating through the air, sending the barbarian's axe flying before the flail struck his chest plate, sending him reeling. Fortunately, the armor forged in the blacksmith shop was of exceptional quality, the tempered iron only slightly deformed. After knocking the barbarian warrior down, Hog showed no mercy, swinging his flail in an arc towards the fallen warrior. Just then, a battle axe swept in, not only deflecting the flail, but continuing its momentum to strike at Hog. Hog twisted his arm, redirecting the flail mid-air back at Johnson, and the clashing of metal resounded once again as the two weapons collided. Johnson swung the battle axe, pressing the attack, the heavy axe spinning in his grasp like a windmill. The sound of metal clashing echoing. Clang, clang, clang. Hog swung the flail with all his might, the piercing sound of the air cutting through accompanying each swing. But with each clash, he found himself stepping back, his expression growing increasingly enraged. Though the flail was also a heavy weapon, it struggled in this exchange of relentless blows. He had always relied on his strength to overpower his foes. Yet today he found himself being pressured. Under the barrage of attacks, Hog's form was forced back, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each step. Suren swept his weapon once more, sending several gnolls flying with an immense force that twisted and contorted their bodies. After dispatching these gnolls, he turned to see the barbarian guard fully engaged in exterminating the remaining gnolls. While Johnson continued to compress Hog's space for survival at this rate, the battle would soon conclude. Suren chose not to intervene in Johnson's fight. It was his battle as the leader of the barbarians, a demonstration of his strength and honor, defeating a gnoll believed to possess the faint bloodline of the king of gnolls. Yennegu would be a testament to his prowess. Suren surveyed the chaotic camp, noting that while it remained in disarray, the flames spread more slowly without the barbarian guard's efforts to contain them. Meanwhile, some tribal leaders took this opportunity to rally their fleeing forces. Retrieving the wind dragon flag from his storage space, surrounded by swirling wind elements, Suren inhaled deeply, channeling his magical power into it, summoning a violent gale that a fierce northern wind swept across the battlefield. Wind dragon spiral. The howling northern wind began to swirl, forming two towering tornadoes within mere breaths, which rapidly moved across the battlefield, lifting everything in their path, including goblins, gnolls, and even burning tents. They were then hurled high into the air, some tents torn into countless fragments, igniting as they fell, and within minutes, the entire camp was engulfed in flames. The two tornadoes wreaked havoc, swirling flames into a frenzy, the winds fueling the fire's rapid spread, transforming the tornadoes into fire whirlwinds. Countless beings, including goblins, gnolls, dog-headed creatures, and even trolls, were caught in the inferno, consumed in mere moments as their oily bodies provided further fuel for the flames. The fire whirlwinds swiftly traversed the battlefield. Tribal leaders who had intended to regroup their soldiers became targets of the raging inferno. Swept away along with their warriors, their screams silenced in an instant. The flames fell from the fire whirlwinds, igniting the thick fur of the gnolls, turning them into human torches. The camp, already chaotic due to the disarray among the tribes, finally collapsed entirely under the onslaught of flames. The tornadoes raged for approximately 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. The entire camp had transformed into a sea of fire, with only the area occupied by Suren and the barbarian guard remaining untouched. Just moments ago, Johnson had swept away Hogg's flail with a powerful strike, following up with a cleave that severed his wrist, and then with another spinning strike, sent Hogg's watermelon-sized head flying. Hogg's towering body collapsed. Johnson grasped the grotesque head and raised it high, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. What a pointless roar! Suren rubbed his ears and delivered a swift kick, sending Johnson tumbling. Get to work. Clean the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Johnson promptly scurried off to fulfill his duties. With Hogg's demise, the most formidable gnoll tribe of the coalition was eradicated as for the remaining gnolls that had managed to escape. They would likely flee from this area, marking this land as Suren's territory. Amidst the raging flames, Suren paid no mind to the fleeing monstrosities, turning to lead the barbarian guard away from the inferno. As for capturing prisoners, Suren's contingent numbered fewer than 40, and in such a chaotic battlefield, there was no time to seize captives. Most of the goblins, dog-headed creatures, and gnolls in the camp had either fled or perished in the flames, with a small number directly slain by Suren and his comrades. With this night raid, the nearby tribes had been utterly obliterated. Chapter 47. A great victory. Congratulations, host. You have achieved an epic victory. Under your command and leadership, a small detachment of 36 successfully executed a night raid and incendiary assault on the coalition of the wilderness tribes. You achieved a resounding victory, vanquishing all surrounding wilderness tribes and securing rightful ownership of this vast expanse. Your renown began to spread far and wide, instilling fear in several smaller tribes. Your triumph drew the attention of other tribes, elevating your prestige by 3 points. The battle concluded with you having slain 375 foes, while your forces suffered only 3 injured barbarians. You earned 28,743 experience points, resulting in a level up. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 freedom attribute points and 2 skill points. Additionally, you have acquired a golden treasure chest. Congratulations, host. For the 3rd consecutive time defeating an enemy force 100-fold greater in number, you have earned the achievement title, 1 against 100.1 against 100, upon acquiring this title. The morale of you and the heroes leading your army is permanently enhanced by 10, along with a commanding presence of 10. In this battle, you obtained 30 pieces of tempered iron and gained the skill, Crimson Flame, which allows you to summon flames across a designated area. Although its range is somewhat limited to a few dozen square meters, it proves useful for arson. After allocating the 2 skill points to upgrade your Thunder Gun into the Thunder Lightning Gun, which boasts greater attribute bonuses and increased lightning damage, you proceeded to wash your hands with water, inhaling deeply before accessing your storage space. Within it lay a considerable bounty, including the tempered iron and a resplendent golden chest. Having opened a golden chest for the 2nd time, you felt a wave of anticipation. As the golden radiance dissipated, a palm-sized token appeared before you. Congratulations, host. You have received a recruitment order. Recruitment order. This token possesses extraordinary capabilities when utilized. It can recruit personnel for your territory, with effectiveness dependent on the surrounding circumstances. Upon reviewing the attributes of the recruitment order, a surge of joy washed over you. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. As you had been fretting over how to recruit personnel, although your territory had a burgeoning population, The number of free citizens was woefully insufficient. Relying solely on slaves was not a sustainable solution. After examining the recruitment order, you noticed it was composed of neither metal nor wood, its material being rather peculiar, with the character for recruit engraved on one side and an image of a person on the other. After some contemplation, you chose to utilize the recruitment order. A flash of ethereal light enveloped it, and it vanished from sight. The host has used the recruitment order. For the next month, your territory will experience a significant increase in appeal to other intelligent races. Excluding hostile beings such as goblins, gnolls, kobolds, and trolls. Is that it? You waited in vain, and no one appeared before you. If there are no humans around my territory, does that mean I cannot recruit anyone? System, answer me. You deceiver, my territory lies in the wilderness. Where am I to find free citizens? I've been cheated. Upon hearing the system's notification, your expression darkened instantly. System, this is a fraudulent product. Compensate me for my golden treasure chest, as no one materialized. You persistently called upon the system, yet it remained unresponsive, leaving you with no choice but to accept your misfortune. The inferno continued to blaze until around 10 in the morning, completely obliterating the coalition's encampment. Leaving only a charred and desolate landscape littered with the remains of countless burnt corpses, accompanied by your barbarian guards, you commenced the withdrawal. During the midnight battle, only a few of your barbarian guards sustained injuries, with the most severe being a broken rib inflicted by the gnoll chief. Hog, you performed a healing ritual, enveloping him in green life energy until his wounds were fully mended, due to the nature of the night raid and fire assault. The spoils of war were not particularly abundant. You collected several hundred pieces of gnoll armor and weaponry, the finest set being that of the gnoll chief, despite the significant number of enemies slain. Many more had escaped. Ultimately, your forces captured just over 200 prisoners, destined to be taken back to the encampment as laborers. The journey there had taken merely 5 or 6 hours, but the return, laden with prisoners, stretched into a full day. By evening, you and your company finally arrived back at the territory. The sight of your triumphant return brought a sense of relief to those who remained behind. After all, the stability of this territory relied heavily on your strength and that of the barbarian guards. Upon learning of your overwhelming victory, which had sent the coalition of surrounding tribes into disarray, the entire territory erupted in jubilation. Thrilled, you promptly declared a victory feast for that evening. You instructed your subordinates to retrieve the mead and stored jerky from the warehouse and sent the barbarians to slaughter several gazelles. A bonfire was lit in the open space outside the Lord's castle, marking the commencement of a simple yet joyous bonfire party. Though modest, the gathering brought great delight to the barbarian folk, who reveled until the deep of night, consuming every last drop of mead. Subsequently, these inebriated warriors were unceremoniously carried home by their respective wives. Having vanquished all tribes in the surrounding wilderness, you finally established a firm foothold in this desolate land. With the territory now secure, you began to contemplate its future development. As a pioneer, ensuring a sufficiently formidable military was paramount, necessitating substantial financial resources to sustain it. History had shown that many noble pioneers, despite their might, failed to maintain control after defeating the surrounding tribes. Maintaining a powerful military in the wilderness incurs costs that would make even a count wince. Chapter 48. Iron Mine. The annual expenses for a single cavalryman amount to 70 golden nares, with at least 10 nares allocated for horse maintenance, another 10 for weapons and armor, and the soldier's salary, which in the Kingdom of Florence is 1 nare monthly, totaling 12 nares annually. Furthermore, each cavalryman requires at least 2 aides, whose costs, while lower than that of a cavalryman, still accumulate to a significant sum over a year. This does not account for the value of the horses or the depreciation rate. A suitable warhorse costs no less than 30 golden nares. Given that cavalry horses frequently incur damage during battle, this adds another considerable expense. Additionally, as a pioneering territory, initial supplies must be transported from the homeland, causing the cost for a cavalryman to far exceed 70 nares, sometimes even doubling. Hence, maintaining 1,000-strong knightly order during the territorial expansion requires a staggering 100,000 golden nares. This figure pertains solely to military expenditures, the cost for developing the territory. Recruiting personnel or purchasing slaves are similarly substantial. Thus, while pioneering a territory may appear to be an esteemed endeavor, The reality reveals that without robust financial backing, one can scarcely make progress. The Earl's annual revenue from his territory, combined with other sources, hovers around 100,000 golden nares. How many pioneering nobles can muster such funds? Even if they can, investments must yield returns. What gains can be expected from territorial expansion? The most significant benefit is land acquisition. That if solely for agriculture, it would take at least 20 years to recoup the investment. Naturally, some pioneering territories incur lower costs, but most of these are situated near human cities, with few surrounding wilderness tribes that are weak and easily manageable, requiring only a modest military presence for protection, thus minimizing logistical expenses. However, those territories have long been claimed. The requirements for your expansion order explicitly state that you must establish your territory at least 300 miles from Blackstone City. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Florence reserves the right to reclaim it. Conversely, the closest expansion orders demand a mere 50 miles from the city, but these two come with restrictions, limiting the territory to a 10-mile radius. While nearer territories offer numerous advantages, they are small in size and typically lack valuable mineral resources, as such deposits are generally discovered near populated areas. Your territory, though distanced, has no area requirements, theoretically. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you can continue to expand outward. Yet, in practice, most find it exceedingly challenging to maintain their holdings, let alone extend their reach. Have there been any successful cases? It is indeed certain that there are a few fortunate individuals who, upon exploring new territories, stumble upon gold and silver mines and other precious mineral deposits. Immediately, a multitude of nobles or merchants will flock to offer their financial support, assisting in the development of the territory and providing resources, all in exchange for the rights to mine these valuable minerals. Furthermore, there are those who, blessed with the protagonist's aura, discover mithril deposits alongside silver, thereby garnering substantial backing from numerous wizards. Mithril, a mineral of utmost significance, is a rare magical metal that was exceedingly precious during the Second Era of the Elven Age, with many formidable magical armaments crafted by elves utilizing this metal. The distribution of mithril is entirely erratic, and the currently discovered reserves are quite limited. The vast majority of mithril is found as a byproduct of silver mining. Should a mine produce an ounce of mithril annually, it could be deemed a rich mine. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Many mines yielding mithril produce merely 3 to 5 ounces in total each year. If Suren were to discover mithril in his territory, it would not take 3 days before a cadre of wizards arrived to support him in expanding his domain, providing him with resources and gold, with wizards even offering their assistance directly. However, Suren does not harbor the illusion of possessing such extraordinary luck. At this juncture, it is imperative for the territory to swiftly identify a profitable venture, be it a gold mine, silver mine, or even copper and iron mines, or to discover other resources within the territory. By leveraging these resources, he can attract merchants to engage in trade. With merchants, Suren would gain access to various supplies, collect taxes, and thereby generate income for the territory, facilitating its gradual development. Having addressed external threats, Suren set out with several barbarian warriors to search for minerals within his domain, with iron ore as his target. While clashing with worgs, goblins, gnolls, and trolls, Suren discovered that these savage tribes possessed a limited quantity of iron tools. The craftsmanship of these tools was crude, with poor quality, and even contained unrefined slag. The skills of an apprentice blacksmith undoubtedly surpassed these. Despite this, they were indeed iron implements. Not long ago, Suren had interrogated the captives and gleaned the approximate location of the iron mine. He then prepared to seek out the minerals with a few barbarian warriors. Notably, Suren's barbarian guard had all advanced to become barbarian warriors, with a portion even ascending to the rank of barbarian great axe warriors, any of whom could easily overpower knight-class opponents. According to the information provided by the work captives, the iron mine lay to the northeast of the territory, approximately 50 miles from their encampment. Suren and his companions moved swiftly, reaching the target area in just 2 hours. To Suren's surprise, the iron mine was easily locatable. After a few rounds of inspection, they found the mine situated atop a small hill, its sparse vegetation stark against the landscape. Upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous excavation marks on the opposite slope. Upon their arrival, they also discovered a gathering of gnolls at the site. The serendipity of finding both a mine and miners was not lost on Suren, who gladly accepted this fortunate turn of events. Picking up a stone from the ground, he felt its weight. with its reddish-brown exterior. It was undoubtedly a piece of iron ore, and judging by its quality, it appeared to be of considerable grade. Who would have thought this would be an open-pit mine? Suren exclaimed, exhilarated at the sight before him. It is well known that there is a significant difference between various mining sites. Some resources may be abundant, but are challenging to extract or even inaccessible, while others may be buried deep within mountains or underground, necessitating the construction of mining tunnels for extraction. The simplest of all is the open-pit mine before him, which requires no tunneling and allows for direct extraction. The cost of open-pit mining is remarkably low and far safer than underground operations. Had this mine been located within the borders of the Kingdom of Florence, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the surrounding nobility. Although it is merely an iron mine, the minimal investment required yields profits that surpass those of typical silver mines. After confirming the mine's location, Surin opened the strategic map to examine the route back to his territory, intending to find the most direct path. Soon, he identified a river approximately 1 kilometer from the mine. After inspecting it, he noted that the river's width ranged from 8 to 13 meters, with a depth of 2 to 3 meters, flowing at a moderate pace. It was an ordinary stream. Yet, this small river is a tributary of the Whitewater River, which continues northeast for about 3 kilometers before merging with the main river. Following the flow upstream along the Whitewater River would ultimately lead back to the docks of his territory. With this river, the ore extracted from the mine could be transported efficiently by water. The advantages of water transport over land are manifold. It accommodates larger volumes, is faster, and incurs lower costs. A river 3 meters deep and 8 meters wide, while unsuitable for large vessels, is more than adequate for transporting iron ore. The use of slaves for mining further reduces costs, and with Suren's territory already employing hydraulic forging machines, labor expenses are diminished once more. As for the costs associated with smelting the ore, they are also quite low. Timber is plentiful in the wilderness, and logging can similarly be performed by slaves. When all is accounted for, the cost of forging a piece of refined iron is astonishingly low. For instance, the equipment Suren had crafted for his barbarian guard would typically require at least 200 gold nails in Cult City. Yet within Suren's territory, the total cost for such equipment amounts to no more than 30 gold nails. After excluding the labor costs for ore extraction and transportation, the most substantial expense, smelting, has been offset by hydraulic forging machines. The new type of furnace employed in the territory not only increases output but also further reduces costs. Thus, the minimum cost for this set of equipment is remarkably low. Should Suren sell each set for 150 gold nails, he could effortlessly secure a significant profit. This attractive pricing would also entice merchants to brave the risks of trading in his territory. With these thoughts in mind, Suren chose not to linger any longer. He instructed 2 barbarian warriors to oversee the construction of shelters by the knolls while he hastened back to his territory. Currently, his domain housed 1,500 goblins, gnolls, and werg slaves, with goblins comprising the majority at over 700 individuals, followed by about 500 gnolls, and the remainder being ogres and wergs, totaling around 200, while gnolls may lack strength. This race excels in mining. Suren planned to send the entire contingent of over 500 gnolls to the mine, along with the existing 200 gnolls already present, amassing nearly 800 miners, which should suffice. Additionally, he would need to form a team to protect the mine. However, this strategy would leave his territory, previously considered sufficiently populated, facing a shortage of labor. As the territory has developed, Suren has begun to feel that his barbarian guard is somewhat understaffed, with a scarcity of free citizens hindering the recruitment of human soldiers. Regarding the women and children of the barbarian tribes, some of the youngsters may be eligible for reserve duty, with several barbarian youths reaching adulthood in the coming year. Nevertheless, this situation remains a temporary solution to an immediate problem. The last recruitment order he issued yielded no results, and Suren has since abandoned hope that he intends to extract a portion of iron ore from the mine and transport it back for weapon forging. Once the weapons are ready, he will have Jean lead a caravan to Cult City for sale. Given the low production costs, even at a reduced price, he stands to profit significantly with the acquired funds. He could then return to the slave market to purchase serfs or other slaves to address the population shortage in his territory. In addition to this, Suren also plans to promote his territory in the surrounding cities to attract landless peasants seeking to become free citizens. The area around Cult City has seen a surge in population due to decades of peace, resulting in many individuals being born without land. It is essential to note that, in this world, inheritance of property typically goes to the eldest son, leaving younger sons to fend for themselves upon reaching adulthood. This situation has led to many individuals lacking farmland and financial means, forcing them to seek work in the cities. The majority of mercenaries fall into this category. Those who possess land and property are unlikely to relocate, rendering Suren's territory unappealing to them. Only those who have nothing to lose would dare to traverse the vast wilderness to settle in Suren's domain. Suren's objective is to recruit these individuals, offering them a chance to become free citizens. Although many of them may lack assets, provided they work diligently within the territory, Suren would compensate them with wages to help establish their livelihoods. Alternatively, he could offer to sell them farmland through installment payments. In fact, Suren has already contemplated restoring freedom to the serfs under his command, though he will not act on this just yet. He plans to allow these slaves to work for a few years before gradually transitioning them to free citizens. While releasing slaves may appear to be a loss on the surface, the reality is far more complex. When these individuals are enslaved, their motivation to work diminishes, and even under duress, their efficiency remains low. Although this saves money, the value created is minimal. However, if Suren were to agree that, upon diligently working for him for a few years, they would be granted freedom, it would incentivize them to labor earnestly. The unwavering optimism of these slaves will undoubtedly lead to a remarkable transformation. In a few years, once these slaves are liberated, their natural desire for a better life will compel them to work with even greater diligence, thereby contributing taxes to Suren. When all is considered, the value they create will far surpass that of their former selves. Of course, Suren did not embark on this endeavor from the outset. The traditional powers of this world remain quite formidable. He intends to wait until he has grown sufficiently strong before taking such actions. Had he attempted this in the south, he would have likely been wary of the influences from surrounding territories. However, in the northern wastelands, a remote land where the mountains are high and the emperor distant, few would pay heed. Chapter 50. The north and the northern expanse beyond the barren lands, atop the icy peaks of the Lotus Mountains. Approximately 300 kilometers from Suren's domain, the frigid winds from the polar ice fields howl past. Here, the landscape is engulfed in a wintry wonderland, with snowflakes drifting through the air, and the biting winds swirling countless ice crystals into miniature whirlwinds. Boom! A nearly 1-ton adult bison is hurled from the cliff, followed by a massive shadow descending from the heavens. With a grayish-white body adorned with a pair of fleshy wings and claws as sharp as forged steel, it effortlessly etches deep gashes into the frost-bitten rocks. Its appearance closely resembles that of a pterosaur from the age of dinosaurs, albeit on a much grander scale. Any adventurer familiar with monster identification would instantly recognize it as an ice-winged pterosaur. The ice-winged pterosaur, a subdragon of the frost lineage, closely resembles its pterosaur cousins but lacks the true dragon scales due to its impure bloodline. Possessing only a layer of dragon skin, they boast powerful hind limbs, while their forelimbs are fused with the wing bones, rendering their movement on the ground rather clumsy. This sacrifice of terrestrial mobility grants them superior flight capabilities compared to pure-blood dragonkin. Typically, ice-winged pterosaurs live in small groups atop the frigid mountain peaks. Before Suren stands a mature male ice-winged pterosaur that has just completed a successful hunt. The 1-ton bison, now frozen stiff, does not deter the appetite of the pterosaurs. A slightly larger female pterosaur, similar in appearance, is tearing into the most tender parts of the bison's flesh with her sharp teeth. The female pterosaur appears somewhat awkward, her abdomen noticeably distended, indicating that she is nearing the time to lay her eggs. Reproduction among dragon species is quite challenging. Pterosaurs typically lay eggs once every 3 to 5 years, producing 3 to 7 eggs each time. A resounding roar echoes through the air, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. As several ice-winged pterosaurs descend onto the surrounding cliffs, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through his chamber, Suren awakens on cue. Rubbing his forehead to dispel the lingering drowsiness, he dresses and yawns as he steps out of his room. After several days of commuting between his territory and the mines, he feels mentally fatigued despite his body being well-rested. He recognizes the need for more managerial personnel. Otherwise, he cannot manage all affairs single-handedly. As a lord, he intends to relish his position, not to be buried under a mountain of bureaucratic duties. Breakfast consists of oatmeal porridge, enriched with jerky and wild vegetables, cooked to perfection. A generous bowl of rich oatmeal awakens his taste buds. He downs 2 bowls in quick succession before patting his belly and departing the dining hall. After breakfast, Suren inspects various construction sites within his territory, addresses some matters, and then sets out to survey the land outside the territory. Due to mining activities, there are significantly fewer slaves clearing land outside the town. Currently, over 6,000 acres have been cultivated, with hundreds of serfs busy planting potatoes. After his rounds, Suren makes his way to the mine, opting to travel by boat. Just yesterday, the port on the Whitewater River was completed. Boarding his vessel at the port, he can glide downstream, reaching the vicinity of the mine in merely half an hour. The waters of this section of the river are not turbulent, allowing even the subpar vessels crafted in Suren's territory to navigate effectively. Soon, Suren lands near the mine, where the port has transformed into a bustling construction site, with numerous slaves excavating near the riverbank. Since the river is a kilometer away from the mine, he plans to dig a canal to facilitate direct access. Signal fire. Just as he prepares to disembark, a sudden shout pierces the air. Suren looks up to see a plume of smoke rising from a distant beacon against the azure sky. A signal fire, indicating over 100 individuals that I did not expect a tribe to come bearing gifts. With a chuckle, Suren muses, "Perfect. We could use more slaves for mining." Nearby, several barbarians instinctively draw their weapons, eager to engage at the sight of the smoke. "Let us proceed directly," Suren declares, brandishing a spear, pointing it in the direction of the smoke. Leading a few barbarians forward, before long, they arrive at the signal fire beacon, perched atop a grassy knoll, providing an unobstructed view of the surroundings. Peering into the distance, Suren observes a group of approximately 100 dark figures leisurely advancing towards them. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he squints for clarity. Those shadows are not goblins or kobolds, but rather humans. As time passes, the figures draw nearer, and Suren soon discerns that they are indeed members of the northern barbarian tribes. The northern barbarians represent the collective term for the human inhabitants of the northern wastelands under the Florentine kingdom, akin to the barbarians under Suren's command, who form a faction of this group. These northern tribes primarily live in a tribal manner, characterized by their tall stature and a lifestyle that is semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural. Each tribe essentially functions as its own race, with the exact number of tribes remaining unknown. As Suren observes, the group of northern barbarians halts about 300 meters from the signal fire beacon. To his astonishment, they approach, brandishing a white flag on a long spear. "Congratulations, host, a band of northern barbarians, inspired by your valor, wishes to join your ranks." Just as Suren grapples with the situation, the system notification chimes in his mind. This must be the effect of the recruitment order. Suren's eyes widen in surprise. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Yet it appears to have yielded results. "Leader, they are approaching. Should we engage?" one of the eager barbarians beside him suggests. "No need." Suren halts the impulsive warriors behind him and turns his attention to the approaching figure. "Do not act rashly. I am Jushur, the leader of the Giant Bear clan, and I come in goodwill to seek an audience with Lord Suren." Jushur places his right hand over his heart and bows respectfully. This northern barbarian, named Jushur, is also a warrior, distinguished by the tattoo of a giant bear emblazoned across his body. As the leader, he stands at an impressive height of 2 meters 3, rivaling that of Johnson, with a physique that is both muscular and well-proportioned. Exuding strength, however, his garments appear tattered, primarily crafted from beast hides, and they seem rather unkempt, indicating that these individuals do not lead a prosperous life. "I am Suren. What brings you here?" Suren descends from the signal fire beacon, approaching with empty hands and a relaxed demeanor. Chapter 51. Icewing Pterosaur. "Are you Sir Suren?" Jushur gazes at Suren in astonishment, not expecting someone of such a stature, below the average height of his tribe. To be Suren himself. "I doubt anyone would dare impersonate me." Suren shrugs, curious about how the recruitment order managed to attract them. "Esteemed Sir Suren, on behalf of the entire Giant Bear clan, I extend our greetings to you," Jushur promptly states. "Greetings are unnecessary." Suren waves his hand dismissively and points. "Are you planning to migrate?" Jushur appears somewhat embarrassed, hesitating before continuing. "Lord Suren, the Giant Bear clan wishes to join your territory, pledge our loyalty, and become your subjects. We kindly request your acceptance." As his words conclude, Suren hears the system notification once more. "The Giant Bear clan pledges loyalty to you and requests to join your territory. Do you agree?" "Ah, splendid. Welcome to our ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, Suren agrees, and immediately, a new team appears on his system panel. Giant Bear Clan, Northern Barbarians, number 153, loyalty 85, morale 70. Further details reveal that this group of barbarians includes 38 warriors, the strongest of whom is a level 3 barbarian warrior, identical to Johnson, while the rest are level 2 barbarian fighters. The remainder consists of the elderly, women, and children, with the addition of the Giant Bear Clan. Suren's military strength has effectively doubled. Although the new warriors may appear somewhat lacking in power, Suren is unconcerned. Once they engage in battles after joining his territory, they will quickly level up. Nevertheless, Suren yearns for an archery unit to diversify his forces, as the homogeneity of his troops makes them vulnerable to targeted attacks, especially against cavalry or, worse, mounted archers, who can outrun them. Thus, expanding his forces with varied troop types is the optimal choice. Subsequently, Jushur leads over 100 members of his clan into Suren's territory. After a brief exchange, Suren guides Jushur and his companions towards the town. Upon returning to his domain, Suren busied himself with arranging provisions for his guests while engaging in discourse with the stone giant. After a thorough exchange, he garnered a substantial understanding of the Great Bear Tribe. Originally, the Great Bear Tribe resided to the northeast of Suren's territory, in proximity to the Lothas mountain range. However, not long ago, a flock of frostwing dragons descended upon the mountains, establishing nests and claiming the area as their hunting ground. Faced with the formidable frostwing dragons, the Great Bear Tribe found themselves utterly powerless and were compelled to migrate southward. During their journey, they heard whispers of Suren's renown, and, upon learning of the formidable barbarian warriors under his command, they resolved to seek inclusion in his ranks, though there had been previous attempts by barbarians to join the Florentine kingdom. Few succeeded, as despite their commendable strength, they were often deemed unsuitable for recruitment. Thus, there were scant lords and cities willing to accept them. Suren, upon hearing of the frostwing dragons in the Lothas Mountains, felt a twinge of astonishment, for while frostwing dragons may not be pure-blooded dragons, they still possessed considerable might that in this world. Any entity with even a tenuous connection to dragons was formidable. As even the so-called weakest draconic descendants, the draconic goblins, were not inferior to a barbarian warrior in strength. Draconic goblins, at the very least, wielded a spell, typically Fireball, although in the realm of past games. Fireball was a commonplace skill. In this world, it was a potent third-tier transmutation spell. A single cast could severely damage even the finest armor forged in Suren's domain, if not obliterated entirely. Frostwing dragons were even more powerful. The Wind Fury demon tiger that Suren had previously vanquished paled in comparison to a frostwing dragon. These dragons also inherited the breath weapon of pure-blood dragons, which, while not as devastating as that of a true dragon, remained a force to be reckoned with. Yet, the most critical aspect was their ability to fly, as long as they remained airborne. One could only endure their assaults passively. As for arrows, to a frostwing dragon clad in resilient draconic hide, ordinary arrows were akin to mere tickles, utterly ineffective. Only specially crafted crossbow bolts launched from specialized siege engines posed a threat. And at a distance, even those would lose their potency. In terms of destructive capability, frostwing dragons might not surpass those earthbound dragons, and indeed, once a certain number of earthbound dragons amassed, their collective might could be astonishing. But alas, their capacity for flight rendered them a significant threat. After learning of the frostwing dragons in the Lothas Mountains, Suren contemplated the possibility of capturing one. The prospect of having such a creature as a mount was enticing, as it would not only possess formidable combat capabilities, but also the ability to soar through the skies. He recalled that the Kingdom of Laurentia had aspired to form a Dragon Knight order. Yet to date, that order had yet to exceed 50 members. While frostwing dragons were classified as subdragons, their worth remained considerable. The draconic hide could be fashioned into armor, rivaling iron in defense, while being remarkably light and flexible. Draconic blood was also a prized magical ingredient, and their internal organs were essential for concocting various potions. A complete frostwing dragon carcass could fetch no less than 20 to 30,000 gold in AR. As for dragon eggs, their value was difficult to ascertain. With a method to tame subdragons, such an egg could be worth a fortune, but without such knowledge, its value would diminish. Although subdragons lacked the legacy of true dragons, their genetic memory still retained fragments of ancestral knowledge. making them notoriously challenging to tame. According to the stone giant, the Frostwing dragons were no more than 200 kilometers from his territory, a distance that would allow them to reach here in a mere hour at full speed. It could be said that Surin's current position lay within the hunting grounds of these Frostwing dragons. If he were alone, they would pose no threat. He was confident in his ability to defeat one should it dare attack him. However, for his territory, aside from Johnson, no one else would stand a chance against a Frostwing dragon. And even Johnson would be relegated to a defensive role, lacking ranged capabilities, which left the territory at a significant disadvantage against such large flying beasts. It seems necessary to promptly construct several siege engines, Suren mused. Calculating that the 30 pieces of refined iron awarded from the last battle would be just sufficient for the task. Chapter 52. Jewelry. Suren reclined in a rocking chair beneath a tree, cracking sunflower seeds, while an intense duel unfolded not far away in the training grounds. The combatants were both barbarians, yet the scene appeared somewhat peculiar. The battle was decidedly one-sided, which was to be expected, given that one side comprised the newly joined Great Bear tribe, consisting of level 2 barbarian warriors, while their opponent was a level 4 barbarian Great Axe warrior, a full 2 levels apart. Bang! A figure crashed heavily to the ground, signaling the conclusion of the contest. This bout was not orchestrated by Suren. Rather, it was a request from the stone giant, who wished to showcase the valor of the Great Bear tribe warriors. Initially, Suren had attempted to dissuade him from the duel, expressing his confidence in their prowess, but the stone giant interpreted Suren's words as mere platitudes and insisted vehemently on the contest against Johnson and his peers. Reluctantly, Suren acquiesced, and what followed nearly led the stone giant to believe they were battling frost giants. The young warriors of his tribe resembled toddlers taking their first steps before Johnson's group. Utterly outmatched, yet, having initiated this farcical engagement, there was no option but to see it through to its conclusion. Once the final warrior was tossed from the arena, the mockery of a battle came to an end. Observing the despondent expression on the stone giant's face, Suren felt a twinge of guilt. Had he perhaps been too harsh? Just as he contemplated offering a word of comfort, the stone giant seized Johnson and headed off for a meal instead. The arrival of over 100 barbarian warriors from the Great Bear tribe had effectively doubled the number of fighters in Suren's territory, but this influx also strained the food supply once more. Each of these barbarians was a voracious eater, consuming nearly 2 to 3 times the amount of an ordinary person in a single meal. After prolonged hunting in the surrounding lands, the local game had grown wise, instinctively avoiding Suren's domain, resulting in dwindling supplies of wild game. With only fish catches remaining consistent, the harsh winter of the northern plains lasted a minimum of 4 months, compelling Suren to prepare an adequate stock of provisions for the season. With food scarce in the wilderness, the only recourse was to procure supplies from Cult City. Acquiring food required gold and AR, and Suren's territory was currently in a dire state of financial poverty, leaving him with little means to purchase provisions. Thus, he began rummaging through his possessions to discover any items of value that could be exchanged for currency. He found a box of low-quality gems, several dozen in total, remnants from previous battles. Their quality varied, and selling them would yield a maximum of 300 to 400 gold in AR. Additionally, there were some weapons and armor left over after equipping the newly arrived barbarians. But these remained scarce. Selling everything could provide around 1,000 gold in AR. Adding it all up, he discovered that he had approximately 1,400 gold in AR. With this amount, he could procure around 10 carts of supplies from Cult City, a quantity that, if managed prudently, would suffice to see them through the winter. However, after the addition of 500 serfs and over 150 barbarians, these provisions would only last a month at most. Outside the town, 5,000 acres of potatoes had been planted, yet they would require 3 to 4 months to mature. Only then would his territory have an ample food supply. Thus, Suren needed to prepare enough food to last at least 4 months. Unfortunately, his current stock could only sustain them for a month and a half, leaving a shortfall of 2.5 months. As he idly toyed with a gem in his hand, an idea struck Suren. He could have these gems fashioned into jewelry. After all, the profit from selling finished products far exceeded that of raw materials, often by several times, or even more. Inspired to act, Suren recalled having seen quite a variety of jewelry in his late father's collection. To be honest, the craftsmanship of jewelry in this world left much to be desired, often characterized by simplistic designs that paled in comparison to what he had encountered in his previous life. He enlisted the help of several craftsmen, providing them with the gems for polishing. While he himself began sketching designs on a piece of parchment, considering the limited skills of these artisans, Suren refrained from overly intricate designs, opting instead for simplified versions of some shapes etched into his memory. To fund the creation of this batch of jewelry, Suren melted down the scant gold he had left into gold ingots, instructing the craftsmen to use them for their creations. Gold, being relatively soft, was mixed with other metals to enhance the jewelry's strength, though he would never admit it was due to a lack of gold. After several days of labor, the jewelry designed by Suren was finally completed. With the crowning piece being a pair of bracelets, the finest gems in his trove were a ruby and a sapphire, both set into these exquisite bracelets, which were crafted in the likeness of a phoenix. Drawing inspiration from the images of phoenixes he had observed in his past life, Suren modified the design, resulting in a pair of bracelets that could only be described as masterpieces. The two gems, after meticulous polishing and cutting, were embedded into the bracelets, with smaller cut stones adorning the eyes and tail, while the largest was set into the body. "My lord, these bracelets are simply stunning. They are truly pieces of art that could only be crafted by elves," exclaimed Kiri, the sculptor who had recently transitioned to jewelry making, his face alight with admiration. "Indeed, my lord, these bracelets are exquisite. Your design is nothing short of brilliant." A number of artisans were fervently ransacking their minds, trying to articulate the exquisite beauty of a pair of jeweled bracelets using their limited vocabulary. "Wait, what did you just say?" Suren abruptly interjected. These bracelets are quite beautiful, aren't they?" Several artisans exchanged glances and remarked. "No, that's not it." Suren shook his head and continued. "Only a creation of the elves could be deemed an artwork of such caliber." One of the artisans ventured cautiously. "Precisely," Suren exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "Elven artistry." With that, those artisans, invigorated by the thought, eagerly departed. Elven artistry. The artisans looked at each other in astonishment, then resumed their work in silence. Suren returned to his quarters, bearing the exquisite jewelry, and summoned Jean. "What do you think of these pieces?" "Ingeniously crafted. Utterly exquisite." Jean marveled at the jewelry, his eyes wide with admiration. "These are crafted by elves," Suren stated calmly. "What?" Jean inquired, puzzled. "I mean, we shall proclaim these jewels as the masterpieces of the elves." Suren emphasized the word elves. But, Jean hesitated. "There are no buts." Suren interrupted decisively. "These are indeed elven masterpieces. Such exquisite jewelry could only be made by elves, correct?" Chapter 53. The Ballista. "Jean, do not feel pressured. Let us speak frankly. Are these jewels not the most exquisite you have ever seen?" Suren asked, holding up a piece of jewelry. "Indeed, these jewels are the finest I have ever encountered." Jean nodded in agreement. "Then, should we not assign them a fitting value?" Suren gestured with open hands. "How many have actually seen true elven jewelry?" Suren picked up a pair of bracelets shaped like a phoenix and remarked, "Since so few have laid eyes upon it, what is there to fear? You can simply say they were discovered in a ruin, and with a little persuasion, given their exquisite nature, people will naturally believe the tale." Why was Suren so intent on associating these jewels with elves? The answer was straightforward. Priced in the realm of humanity, nobles held a fervent admiration for items left by elves. Thus, anything linked to the elves could fetch at least several times its worth. The second wife of his thrifty father, for instance, had brought along a necklace purportedly crafted by elves, a wedding gift prepared by her father. The Marquis Osborne Suren had seen it a few times. Truth be told, while the necklace was indeed beautifully made, it bore a striking resemblance to the jewelry he held. This was why he felt emboldened to pass off the jewelry as elven creations. The elves had retreated to the elven forest hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. How many elven pieces could possibly remain? Thus, Suren harbored no fears of being unmasked. Jean, proving himself to be a shrewd businessman, quickly prepared a narrative after Suren's suggestion. And with some refinement from Suren, a story was crafted. Originally, these finely crafted jewels would have been valued at just over 1,000 gold NAR, but with the elven background, they could be sold for at least 5,000 gold NAR. 5,000 gold NAR, when converted to grain, would suffice to sustain his territory through the harsh winter. After discussing the matter with Jean, Suren instructed him to prepare, as the merchant caravan was set to depart in a few days. For this journey, Suren intended to send half of the newly arrived barbarians as guards, with Johnson bringing along the other half. This was to ensure that the newcomers gained valuable combat experience. With seasoned veterans like Johnson present, Suren felt assured that the new barbarians would not suffer losses. Encounters with goblins, kobolds, and gnolls along the way would likely provide ample opportunity for them to level up. Once these arrangements were made, Suren turned his attention to another crisis confronting his territory. Frostwing dragons usually refrained from attacking humans, as the risks associated with hunting humans outweighed the rewards when compared to the abundance of prey like wild buffalo, giant horned deer, and springbok in the plains. Thus, for the time being, his domain remained relatively secure. However, as winter approached and prey became scarce, the likelihood of a frostwing dragon assaulting humans would increase. Suren could not rely on the frostwing dragon's restraint to ensure the safety of his territory. The best course of action was to construct ballistae. Previously, Suren had built a ballista and was well acquainted with its structure. More importantly, he had since acquired mechanical manipulation skills and a wealth of mechanical knowledge, allowing him to devise some improvements for this weapon. In this world, ballistae were known by various names, such as crossbows and giant bows, yet they all referred to the same type of device. The design of the ballista was intricate, and its operation was unwieldy, requiring 8 to 10 individuals to manage its function. Although the ballista could shoot up to a kilometer, such range offered little potency, let alone accuracy. Its effective range was actually between 400 to 600 meters. Naturally, the accuracy of such a weapon was difficult to ensure. This type of ballista wielded considerable power, using 2-meter-long javelins as ammunition, capable of penetrating earthen walls within 400 meters, and even brick walls to a depth of over a foot. Even a frostwing dragon would find itself at a disadvantage if struck by such a weapon. However, despite its formidable strength, the ballista had numerous drawbacks. Firstly, the reloading speed was slow, necessitating several burly men to operate it in unison. Secondly, its accuracy was significantly diminished beyond 200 meters. Thirdly, transportation was problematic as the ballista was heavy and typically fixed to walls. Fourthly, maintenance was challenging. The bowstring required special materials, ideally crafted from the tendons of high-tier magical beasts, which were scarce and costly. Consequently, most ballistae utilized specially processed cow tendons, twisted together and interwoven with silk and steel wire. This method produced bowstrings with a short lifespan, requiring replacement after only 6 or 7 uses. After Suren's modifications, while not all the inherent flaws were resolved, many aspects had been improved. The most noticeable enhancement was the increased reloading speed, achieved through the use of pulleys and levers. The operation of the ballista had also become significantly simpler. Additionally, components were made from high-quality steel, making maintenance easier and extending its lifespan, though this improvement did come at the cost of increased weight. Suren divided the ballista's design into various components and instructed the blacksmiths to construct them according to his blueprints. He then personally assembled all the parts, ensuring that the intricate crafting techniques remained known only to him. The bowstrings for the ballista were crafted from the primary tendons of the raging wind demon tiger. After special treatment, the 20-meter-long tendons produced a total of 16 bowstrings. Suren planned to construct 8 ballistae, with 8 bowstrings installed directly, while the remainder would serve as spares. The 8 ballistae were strategically placed around the town, and Suren had constructed 8 elevated platforms to mount them. With these ballistae in place, even a frostwing dragon would think twice before launching an attack. The development of the territory continued steadily. The first batch of iron ore mined had been transported to the port via waterway. Although navigation against the current was slow and required rowers, it nevertheless proved far quicker than overland transport. Suren was acutely aware of the conditions of the roads in the wilderness. Comparatively, the amount of or transported by ship was several times greater than what could be carried by carts. Once the ships docked, the goblin slaves that had been waiting eagerly began unloading the ore, which would then be sent to the blacksmith's furnace. Within a day or two, the first batch of iron tools produced from the iron ore would be ready. Chapter 54, Agriculture, Beep. Post-farming data loading complete. When the cultivated farmland outside the town reached 10,000 acres, Suren suddenly heard the system's notification chime. Opening the system panel, various data were meticulously displayed. It detailed how much land had been cultivated, how much had been cleared, and even the current state of the farmland, whether it was drought-stricken, plagued by pests, diseased, normal, or flourishing. With this farming system, Suren gained enhanced control over his territory and could offer various solutions based on the farmland's conditions. The system automatically categorized the farmland into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, based on its fertility of the 10,000 acres. A portion had already been allocated to the barbarians and the town's citizens. They asked for the remainder. Suren intended to set aside 5,000 acres for sale. However, given the current low population in the territory, he planned to wait until the population reached a certain threshold before proceeding with the sale. According to data from the Kingdom of Florence, a household of 4 required at least 10 acres of land to sustain themselves. In reality, the necessity was closer to 15 acres due to limited agricultural techniques and unstable yields, not to mention the ravenous appetites of the barbarians, which would necessitate even greater land allocations. Suren initially envisioned this territory to support a population of 5,000, which meant he would need at least 20,000 acres of farmland. Furthermore, as he needed to maintain a military presence, the amount of farmland required would naturally increase. Thus, he planned to cultivate 30,000 acres. The land he occupied, if fully cleared, could yield at least 100,000 acres, ample to support the early expansion of his territory. With farmland, there would be food. With iron ore, there would be weapons. It could be said that the foundational conditions of his territory were exceptionally favorable. If this were within the confines of the Kingdom of Florence, such territory would have long been claimed by others, leaving him with no opportunity to stake his claim. Currently, the only commodity of his domain is weaponry, and the arms trade carries significant political implications. A modest sale may be manageable, but any substantial transaction must be sanctioned by several prominent nobles of the north, for prior to the upheaval, this was indeed a matter of arms trafficking. Suren, eager to develop his territory, must exert considerable effort to seek avenues for trade. The wilderness is rich in timber resources. However, during this era, humanity's exploitation of the surrounding natural environment remains limited. Virtually all cities are encircled by forests, and unless the timber serves a special purpose, transporting it to Cult City yields pitiful returns. The northern plains encompass an extensive area, reputedly many times the size of the entire Kingdom of Florence. This region is home to a myriad of wild races, with the polar glaciers marking the northernmost point, this being the coldest locale on the continent, where it is said frost giants and dragons reside. To the east of the northern plains lies a vast sea, while to the south are Florence and the southern kingdoms, with the west bordering the Death Desert. Suren finds himself on the very edge of the northern plains, a term employed by the southern kingdoms, though it ought to be called the endless wasteland. Within this expanse, one can find mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, and even swamps, all of which nations aspire to claim for themselves. Yet, despite the passage of centuries, progress remains minimal. Do not presume that the wasteland is solely inhabited by worgs and goblins. They exist at the lower tier of the food chain. The mid-tier comprises barbarian tribes, ogre clans, centaur collectives, as well as half-elves and orc factions. Besides these, numerous unknown dangers lurk in the region, with a plethora of magical beasts roaming the wilds. The furious wind tiger that Suren previously vanquished ranks merely at the bottom among high-tier magical beasts. While the Icewing Dragon is considered a formidable creature, legends speak of certain concealed areas within the plains that harbor legendary magical beasts capable of rivaling pure-blooded dragons, should a mighty King Kong or a Hydra suddenly emerge from the wasteland one day. Suren would not be taken aback. Suren and his companions are currently patrolling the surrounding wilderness, seeking resources suitable for trade. Should fortune favor him with the discovery of a gold mine, it would indeed secure the funding necessary for the development of his territory. Alas, gold mines are elusive treasures. Chief, it is already noon. Shall we pause for a meal? A nearby barbarian warrior suggested. Indeed, it is midday, Suren remarked, glancing at the sky. Let us hunt for provisions. We shall feast before continuing our search. Ascending a nearby knoll, they lit a fire to prepare their meal. 2 barbarian warriors ventured forth to hunt, while the others stood guard. Suren, meanwhile, opened the strategic map on his system to make annotations. Over the past few days, he had indeed uncovered some resources, though none worthy of development. His territory lacks gold mines, and the discovery of a salt mine would also represent a lucrative opportunity. Salt, an essential seasoning for humanity, is a highly valued resource. Should Suren discover a salt mine, the trade of salt would swiftly yield wealth. Regrettably, he has yet to find any salt lakes or mines. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, capturing his attention. Suren looked up to see that lunch was ready. Setting aside his concerns, he retrieved his utensils and began to enjoy the repast. The main dish was a roasted yellow goat, perfectly charred on the outside while succulent within, seasoned with a special blend of spices. After savoring a generous portion, he noticed a cast-iron pot simmering with fish soup, which also contained chunks of what appeared to be some sort of tuber. After relishing the roasted meat, he filled a large bowl with fish soup, delighting in the culinary experience. However, as soon as he tasted the soup, his expression abruptly changed, and he quickly took several more sips. As if to confirm something, Robin, who prepared today's soup, Surin exclaimed with surprise. "What is it, Chief? Is there something wrong with the soup?" Robin asked, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. "Do not be alarmed. The soup is fine," Surin reassured him, noting Robin's tension. "I merely wish to know who made it." "Oh, I see. Today's soup was prepared by Bader. He is on guard over there that I shall summon him." Before long, Robin returned with a barbarian warrior in tow. "Are you Bader?" "Yes. Chief, I am Bader, having joined the Territorial alongside the bolder leader," Bader replied with enthusiasm. Surin nodded and gestured toward the bowl of soup. "Did you make today's soup?" "Indeed. How did you manage to make it so sweet?" Upon receiving confirmation, Surin eagerly pressed for details. "Oh, you must be referring to the sweet root," Bader realized. Chapter 55, Beetroot and Sugar Sweet Root. Surin paused, then inquired further, "Where did you find it? And is there more?" "Just over there. On that soil slope. There are plenty more." Bader pointed to a nearby earthen incline. The two approached the slope, where a lush patch of plants thrived, reminiscent of the radishes grown in Surin's previous life. "My lord, this is the sweet root. My mother discovered it back when we were in the Great Bear tribe," Bader stated, digging out a root and handing it to Surin. Taking the sweet root, Surin brushed off the soil. The root resembled a squat, plump radish, tapering at the end with a reddish skin. After washing it clean, he sliced off a small piece and tasted it, a rush of sweetness flooding his mouth. "How delightful!" Surin exclaimed, astonished by the high sweetness of this root, which surpassed even the sugar cane he had consumed in his former life. Earlier, when he had sampled the sweet soup, he had hesitated to confirm it. But now, having tasted the root firsthand, he was certain that these sweet roots were indeed the same as the sugar beets of his past. Sugar beets are widely cultivated in the north, primarily not just for culinary use, but also for sugar extraction. In ancient times, sugar was considered a luxury, far more expensive than salt. Methods of obtaining sugar were limited, aside from some fruits. Honey was the primary source. Without railroads, automobiles, or highways, and with fruits being difficult to preserve, it was no easy task to acquire them. In the southern city of Calur, apart from some local fruits, the market offered only dried fruits from the desert kingdom, such as jujubes and raisins. Of course, there was white sugar and honey, but the quantity of white sugar was scarce and exorbitantly priced. This white sugar was transported from the south, with annual supplies woefully inadequate. The sugar extraction methods of this era remain rudimentary. The sugar extracted from sugarcane in the south is reddish-brown, while the availability of white sugar is even more limited. Surin's discovery of sugar beets means that, with large-scale cultivation, his territory could produce vast quantities of white sugar annually. Although white sugar is not a necessity compared to salt, it is considered a luxury item for the nobility. In reality, the distinction between white sugar and brown sugar is minimal. Their sugar content is quite comparable, yet brown sugar possesses a less palatable taste, carrying a hint of bitterness. Hence, there exists a significant price disparity between the two, with nobles reserving white sugar for entertaining guests. Should they serve brown sugar, it would surely become a source of ridicule within the aristocratic circles. It is said that the white sugar produced by the southern city-states is conjured through the powers of sorcerers, and much of the white sugar elsewhere is made similarly. However, Surin is aware of a method to transform brown sugar into white sugar. The difference in color arises from impurities within the brown sugar. Once these impurities are removed, it transforms into white sugar. In this era, humanity lacks effective means to eliminate these impurities. Yet Surin knows a simple and effective method to filter out the impurities from brown sugar. "Gather everyone and collect all the sweet roots here," Surin commanded. Placing the sweet root down, before long, all the sweet roots in the vicinity were gathered. These beets had been growing for quite some time, and many had already produced seeds. Surin also collected these beet seeds, intending to cultivate them extensively within his territory. After 3 hours of labor, the sweet roots from the slope were entirely harvested, leaving the ground pockmarked. In total, they had collected 400 to 500 pounds of sweet roots, along with a bag of sweet beet seeds. Once the sweet roots were gathered, Surin chose not to continue his exploration, but instead led his companions back to the town. Upon returning, Surin immediately summoned several craftsmen to prepare for the creation of various sugar extraction tools. The process of sugar extraction is not particularly difficult. Under Surin's guidance, the craftsmen swiftly fashioned a sugar extraction machine, essentially an improved oil press. After washing and cutting the sweet roots into small pieces, they placed them into the machine for juicing. As the machine operated, a stream of red liquid began to flow forth, containing a significant amount of sugar. The conventional method of production involves filtering out visible impurities and then heating the sugary liquid to obtain sugar. With 2 barbarian warriors turning the machine, the sugar water filled a bucket in no time. Surin dipped his hand into the syrup and tasted it, relishing the rich sweetness. The process thus far has yielded only brown sugar. Surin wishes to produce white sugar and must therefore employ a different filtration method. He intends to utilize activated carbon filtration, a widely recognized filtering material known for its excellent efficacy. However, despite his awareness of activated carbon's filtering capabilities, Surin is oblivious to its production process, even if he had learned about it in his academic years. The passage of time has caused those details to fade into obscurity. He only recalls that activated carbon is derived from the carbonization of wood. While uncertain about the method of making activated carbon, he is familiar with the production of charcoal, which is employed daily in the steel-making operations within his domain. Although charcoal does not possess the same filtering efficiency as activated carbon, it can still serve the purpose, albeit requiring multiple filtration cycles. Thus, he instructs someone to transport a cartload of charcoal from the kiln, directing the workers to crush it into fine particles and subsequently wash these particles thoroughly with clean water. While overseeing the barbarian workers who are extracting the sugar juice, he simultaneously directs others in the preparation of the charcoal particles. Once the charcoal is clean, it is dried, resulting in a collection of small black granules. Next, he pours these black charcoal particles directly into the reddish sugar water and begins to stir. The moment of witnessing a miracle arrives. The originally reddish-brown sugar water gradually lightens in color during the stirring, soon becoming clear. Nearby, a few barbarian workers gaze in bewilderment at Surin's actions, unable to comprehend why the addition of those dark substances transforms the sugar water into transparency. Observing the clarity of the sugar water, Surin cannot help but grin foolishly, realizing that his method has succeeded. Hurry up and work, no stealing. 2 of the barbarian workers, seizing the opportunity while Surin is distracted, stealthily dip a spoon into the bucket of sugar water and quickly consume it. Surin brandishes a spoon and lightly taps the heads of the 2. They chuckle innocently before returning to their tasks. Chapter 56. The Sugar Workshop. Once the sugar water has become clear, Surin refrains from further stirring, allowing the liquid to settle and subsequently filtering out the charcoal. With approximately 20 liters of sugar water, to convert it into sugar, he must heat the mixture to evaporate the moisture. As the water content decreases to a certain extent, crystalline formations will begin to appear. Surin procures an iron pot, pours the sugar water into it, and ignites a fire to simmer it slowly. As the temperature rises, moisture from the sugar water starts to evaporate. The process of boiling sugar is slow. After a while, Surin finds himself growing bored. Fortunately, his method of boiling sugar proves effective, and after about an hour, white granular substances begin to form at the bottom of the pot. Upon witnessing these white granules, Surin's spirits are lifted as the white sugar begins to appear. The rate of sugar production accelerates. Flames lick the pot, causing the sugar water to bubble, with an increasing number of white crystals manifesting within. Nearby, the barbarian warriors smacking their lips, inquire, "Chief, why is the sugar water boiling yet forming ice?" "Fool. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking." Surin glares at him. As time passes, the sugar water in the iron pot diminishes while the crystallized sugar increases. Finally, after boiling for a short while longer, he filters out the white sugar. The remaining liquid is essentially waste honey, which, despite its high sugar content, cannot be extracted due to technical limitations. Some have discovered that this waste honey can be used for brewing, leading to the emergence of a new type of rum. Using cotton cloth, he filters out the waste honey, revealing a pile of white granules, pure as sand or snow, which is indeed white sugar. The nearby barbarian workers, unfamiliar with this substance, gaze at the white sugar in astonishment. "Give it a taste," Surin says, crossing his arms and nonchalantly gesturing with his chin. However, his demeanor proves futile, as these wild barbarians have never even heard of white sugar. It looks like ice crystals, one barbarian remarks, dipping his finger into the substance and tasting it, exclaiming in surprise, "Sweet. Is this sugar?" "Of course. What else would it be from boiling sugar water?" Suren retorts, tapping the spoon against the barbarian's head. "Chief, does this mean we'll have sugar to eat from now on?" The barbarians exclaim excitedly. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. This is a commodity for trade." Suren inspects a handful of white sugar. Noting that, compared to the white sugar he consumed in his past life, this batch is slightly yellowish, likely due to the less potent filtering effect of the charcoal. Nevertheless, the quality remains commendable that he gathers the sugar, weighs it, and finds that he has produced a little over 3 pounds. From 20 liters of sugar water, approximately 40 pounds in total, he is quite satisfied with this yield, utilizing this relatively rudimentary method to produce white sugar. Achieving 3 pounds is quite an accomplishment. From Suren's knowledge, the sugar extraction process in this era typically yields only 5 to 7%, and that is for brown sugar. Having utilized 1/5 of the sugar beets he brought back, he resolves to extract juice from the remaining beets and produce white sugar, ultimately obtaining a total of 15 pounds. After drying this 15 pounds of white sugar, he stores it in sealed clay jars. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully produced white sugar and acquired the sugar-making technique. Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained 3 technical skills and unlocked the technology column. Data updating. Update completed. Just as he seals the white sugar for storage, the system notification sounds in his ears. Opening the system interface, Suren quickly discovers a technology column within the town interface. Clicking on it reveals that the technology column now includes iron smelting, agriculture, and sugar-making skills, each accompanied by detailed steps and key points clearly outlined. Following these production steps, he can establish a workshop. Observing this, Suren promptly begins constructing the workshop according to the provided instructions. The sugar workshop requires approximately 1,000 square meters of space. Such an important establishment can only be built within the town, as Suren designates a plot of land near his lord's castle and directs the slaves to commence construction. The sugar workshop does not involve overly complex machinery, and the construction difficulty is relatively low. While supervising the slaves as they build the workshop, he also dispatches numerous individuals to forage for sugar beets in the wilderness. Until the sugar beets in his territory are harvested, the raw materials needed for the workshop must be sourced from the wild. Fortunately, the wilderness is expansive, although areas for sugar beet growth are limited. The vast expanse allows for a noticeable daily increase in the quantity of sugar beets collected in the warehouse. The construction of the sugar workshop progresses rapidly, and within 2 days, it is completed. Sugar workshop. This is a simple handmade workshop capable of producing white sugar, rock candy, and various types of sugar. Sugar quality 1, sugar yield 1. Given that the sugar-making process is not intricate, if left unchecked, it could easily leak. Suren divides the processes, assigning each individual a specific task, with the crucial step of using charcoal to remove impurities conducted by 2 loyal slaves selected for their 100% loyalty. This process occurs independently within a separate room, and only after the impurities are removed is the sugar water sent to another workshop for further processing. Beyond this, Suren erects an isolation wall around the sugar workshop, aside from the workers within the workshop. No one else is permitted near. Additionally, he assigns 4 barbarian warriors to oversee the security of the sugar workshop, although there are currently no outsiders in his territory. Once he begins selling white sugar, it is likely that others will soon take notice. The profits from white sugar are substantial. Indeed, exceptionally high. A pound of white sugar easily fetches several hundred dinars in the city of Calur. Assuming the sugar workshop produces 500 pounds monthly, Suren could potentially reap tens of thousands of dinars in profit each month, rivaling the annual tax revenue of smaller cities. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. In reality, once Suren begins selling white sugar in large quantities, the price is bound to decrease, as rarity often dictates value. Chapter 57. Inspection. The large-scale sale of white sugar will inevitably lower its price, which is an unavoidable circumstance. However, if Suren limits monthly sales, the price of white sugar will not fluctuate significantly. Considering the consumption rate among the nobles, it is estimated that the hundreds of nobles in Calur could consume several hundred pounds of white sugar. Previously, these nobles only used white sugar when entertaining guests, relying more on brown sugar and honey. With the availability of white sugar, they will undoubtedly prefer it over brown sugar. Throughout the north, there are several large cities and over 100 smaller towns, with countless nobles whose numbers Suren cannot ascertain. Yet, the output of his sugar workshop alone cannot meet the demands of these markets. If the trade of white sugar flourishes, Suren's territory is guaranteed to yield enormous profits. At that point, many will surely covet a share of the lucrative white sugar trade. Fortunately, his territory is situated in the wilderness, with the nearest city 300 miles away, which renders many of the nobles' schemes impractical. It is undoubtedly a formidable challenge to persuade them to relinquish their ambitions, unless the strength of the Suren territory is sufficiently robust, perhaps by possessing a formidable army of considerable size. Only with such might can one instill fear in those who harbor ulterior motives. Although Suren possesses considerable power, he is not invincible. With the establishment of the sugar workshop nearing completion, the sugar production has commenced, and Suren has selected 20 serfs from among the laborers to work in the workshop. Trucks laden with freshly washed sugar beets are transported here, where they are diced into smaller pieces and fed into the juicing machines. Under the deft hands of the workers, the deep purple beet juice is extracted and flows through specially designed pipes into wooden barrels that in no time, a barrel brimming with beet juice is filled. And subsequently, this juice is taken to another room for further processing. Once the operation is complete, the once purple liquid transforms into a clear substance. Observing the orderly conduct of the workshop, it is not long before white sugar is produced. The quality of this batch of white sugar is exceptionally high. Each crystal appears translucent and more refined than the previous batch. Suren comprehends that this is a unique characteristic of this workshop. Weighing the sugar reveals a slightly higher yield as well. With the sugar workshop functioning smoothly, Suren finally breathes a sigh of relief. Besides producing white sugar, the workshop generates a significant amount of waste, the most abundant being the beet pulp left after extraction. This pulp can be processed into animal feed, which is fortuitous as the territory also raises a considerable number of livestock, making this waste ideal for feeding them. As for the leftover molasses from the sugar extraction, Suren intends to use it for brewing. Given that alcoholic beverages command a hefty price, successfully producing them would provide a stable source of income for Suren's territory. However, currently, there are no skilled brewers within the territory, so Suren must store the molasses for the time being. When he next visits Cult City, he plans to have Jean procure several slaves skilled in brewing. Since the sugar beets are not cultivated artificially, the supply of wild beets has begun to dwindle after a period of harvesting. Suren has earmarked 300 acres for planting beets. It is not that he is unwilling to cultivate them extensively, but rather that the seeds are limited. Even if he wishes to expand the cultivation area, he requires sufficient seeds. Hence, he must wait until the first harvest of beets yields more seeds before he can plant on a larger scale. In the following days, aside from patrolling the territory, Suren also engages in the search for sugar beets. Not long after, the beets around the territory have been collected to a considerable extent. To gather more, it is necessary to venture beyond the territory's borders. This exploration requires Suren to lead the team, and with the strategic map provided by the system, he can automatically record the locations he has visited. Thus, after traversing an area, a corresponding map will be generated on his strategic map. Suren, accompanied by a band of barbarian warriors, scours the wilderness, nearing the Ladas Mountains. Recently, they have discovered a small patch of beets on a nearby slope. After excavating these beets, Suren and his team continue onward as they approach the mountains. Suren intends to conduct a reconnaissance before departing, especially since they are now in close proximity to the Ice-Winged Dragon's territory. After traversing a grove, they suddenly stumble upon a concealed valley. The valley is not large, surrounded by lush greenery, with a stream flowing through it. The midday sun is still fiercely hot, causing the metal armor of the barbarians to become uncomfortably warm. Suren decides to lead them into the valley for some respite. Following the stream, they quickly arrive in the valley, where the shade of the two mountains significantly darkens the area. They gather at the water's edge to freshen up, with the barbarian warriors shedding their armor to leap into the stream for a wash. Suren moves upstream, cupping the icy water in his hands to cleanse himself. The water, fed by melting snow from the mountains, chills him, dispelling the heat from his body. After refreshing himself, he fills his water pouch with clean water before surveying the valley. That moment, his gaze suddenly halts as he spots a stone statue at the base of the valley's rocky wall. Years of erosion have rendered the statue's surface indistinct, and it appears to be at least several centuries old. Suren is not a historian, so he cannot discern the style of the statue, but its presence indicates that someone once inhabited this place. Looking up at the valley, Suren notes that there is only one exit, which is narrow, while the valley itself is expansive. If they can secure the entrance, the valley would be quite safe. The terrain within is flat and the soil is fertile, making it highly suitable for cultivation. Suren estimates that the entire valley could potentially yield at least 5,000 acres of arable land. And with the stream flowing through it, sustaining a few thousand inhabitants would pose no problem. Approaching the statue, Suren seeks any additional clues and soon discovers a large door, long concealed by vines. Behind the statue, the door is made of metal and appears quite heavy. Though it is now rusted, Suren knocks on it, but no hollow sound resonates, indicating that the door is indeed very thick. Such a heavy door is likely controlled by a mechanism, otherwise, few could manage to push it open. Suren calls the barbarian warriors over to assist in the search, as his curiosity about what lies beyond this iron door grows. Chapter 58. The Ruins Leader. Is there really a switch to open this door? Baron asks, striking the door with his axe, producing a dull sound from within. The group has searched the vicinity for quite some time, yet no mechanism to open the door has been discovered. Step back a bit, Suren gestures. He prepares to force the door open. Observing the marks on the door, he estimates that any mechanisms inside may have long since deteriorated. And even if they were found, they might not function. Suren places his hand on the rusted iron door, tensing his muscles as the door emits an agonizing creak, slowly shifting. Dust cascades down from above as the heavy door begins to move. Bang! Bang bang! A series of metallic cracking sounds emanate from behind the door as it gradually opens. When the door is half ajar, Suren exhales in relief, rubbing his arms that a wave of putrid, moldy air wafts out from within. Suren refrains from entering immediately, uncertain whether the air inside is toxic. After all this time, he conjures a few whirlwinds to enter the door, and soon, a strong stench of decay fills the air. After a few exchanges of air, the atmosphere inside normalizes, and two barbarian warriors, wielding freshly crafted torches, brave the darkness first. Upon entering, the light diminishes significantly, and only under the flickering torchlight can they discern the passageway ahead. The corridor is approximately 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, flanked by rows of bronze wall sconces. The passage is shrouded in darkness, leading to an unknown destination. As they venture deeper, Suren soon encounters a decayed corpse, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Judging by the attire, this was likely an adventurer. The tattered clothing and the broken arrows lodged in the chest indicate that this unfortunate soul likely triggered a trap within the corridor. A cursory search yields only a rusted weapon, with nothing else of value found. Just as they prepare to continue, the skeletal remains inexplicably rise to its feet. Undead, Suren is not surprised to see the skeleton animate. He had felt the heightened negative energy upon entering the corridor, which significantly increases the chances of corpses awakening in such an environment. The skeleton lacks any flicker of soul fire in its eye sockets, indicating it is merely a lowly reanimated skeleton. Such low-level undead are easily dealt with, overcoming fear. Even a farmer could shatter it. As a creature of the undead, it is highly sensitive to the presence of the living. Immediately upon rising, it grips the rusted weapon, poised to attack Suren. However, it does not get the chance, as a massive axe sweeps through, shattering its bony frame and scattering fragments, leaving only a skull at Suren's feet, which he promptly crushes underfoot with a crack. Be cautious. There may be traps within, Suren warns as the group presses onward. In truth, for exploration such as this, a thief would be ideal, as they are well versed in various traps and mechanisms, making it easier to disarm them. Among Suren's party, it is only he and the barbarian warriors, so they must resort to brute force. Fortunately, this ruin has been previously explored, and many traps cannot be reactivated. Only some expensive and cleverly crafted mechanisms can reset after being triggered. As they delve deeper into the passage, the ominous atmosphere thickens. Soon, Suren encounters 3 more decayed corpses, similarly reduced to bones. One of the bodies has 3 broken ribs, likely due to a blunt force, while the other 2 are pierced with at least 10 arrows. A brief examination reveals a few silver coins and some rotting parchment, which have deteriorated over time, rendering the writing indecipherable. The corpses before them had not transformed into the undead. Suren speculated that their skeletal damage was too severe. Clearing the bodies aside, the group pressed onward. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of creaks echoed through the empty corridor, akin to the sound of rusty hinges swinging open. Almost immediately, a shadow darted toward them from ahead. The foremost barbarian warrior swiftly raised his double-handed axe, its broad blade resembling a shield that covered much of his body. The shadow collided with the axe with a resounding thud, causing the barbarian to stagger backward. It was then that Suren discerned the nature of the shadow. It was a thick wooden stake, with its front portion wrapped in a layer of copper, despite being made of wood. Its weight was substantial upon impact. Realizing that the broken sternum of the corpse they had encountered earlier was the result of this trap, Suren was surprised to find that it still functioned after several centuries. As the stake prepared to strike again, another barbarian warrior beside him swung his axe, delivering a powerful blow that severed the iron chain holding the stake in place. The stake lost its balance and crashed against the adjacent wall. With the trap dismantled, Suren inspected the barbarian who had been struck. Although he had taken a heavy hit, he had managed to block it with his axe beforehand, and with the protection of his armor. This resilient warrior emerged unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. After encountering this trap, the group became markedly more cautious. The wooden stake was repurposed as a probing tool, and it was undeniable that the ruins were surprisingly well preserved. As they continued on, the group encountered numerous traps, such as pressure plates that triggered a volley of crossbow bolts and sections of the floor that suddenly opened to reveal a bed of blades. Yet, these traps proved to be ineffective against Suren and his companions. Their superior equipment and swift reflexes allowed them to easily deflect the arrows. The rotating blade traps were also activated by the heavy wooden stake. During their journey, Suren noted the absence of additional corpses, suggesting that the three they had discovered earlier were indeed the last members of this ill-fated adventuring party. Perhaps there were survivors who, upon witnessing their comrades' grim fates, abandoned their exploration and fled. Engaging in the destructive dismantling of various traps, their pace remained brisk that a few minutes later, they came upon another stone door. Chapter 59, Exploration of the Ruins. Upon seeing the stone door, Suren hesitated to approach. This could very well be the final obstacle of the corridor, and he doubted that the trap designers would have overlooked this area. On the contrary, it was likely that even more perilous and concealed traps awaited them. Rolling the heavy wooden stake forward, a series of mechanical sounds echoed as arrows suddenly shot forth from the walls surrounding them. The walls on either side unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, with many embedding themselves deeply into the stone. After a considerable wait, the rain of arrows finally ceased, leaving the corridor in disarray, littered with broken shafts. Once the arrows had stopped, Suren stepped forward and casually picked up one of the arrows. Although it was broken and damaged, the tip still glinted ominously, indicating that these crossbow bolts were far more potent than the previous ones. At such close range, even the iron armor of a barbarian could easily be pierced. Tossing the arrow aside, Suren approached the stone door. Just as he was about to push it open, he sensed a flicker of magical energy. Without hesitation, he summoned wind elements to form a swirling shield of wind before him. Employing a technique derived from the Wind Dragon Banner's ability to manipulate wind elements, the wind shield materialized. A jet of green liquid erupted toward him. Upon contact, the shield spun rapidly, deflecting the corrosive liquid onto the surrounding walls, which instantly began to emit clouds of white smoke as they were eroded by the acid. The liquid arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, dissipating within mere seconds. Suren surveyed the pockmarked walls with a sense of relief. It was clear that this was a magical trap. With the liquid having been an acid spray of sorcery, this substance possessed a corrosiveness surpassing that of concentrated sulfuric acid, rendering metal armor worthless in its presence. Evidently, the creators of these traps understood the vulnerabilities of arrow traps, preparing this strong acid trap specifically to counter the metal armor of adventurers. Even if one were to use armor as a shield, facing such an acid trap rendered metal akin to paper. Fortunately, Suren's rapid reflexes had spared him, but the barbarian warriors would have suffered significant losses had they been caught unawares. Once the acid trap was triggered, it became inactive, intrigued by what lay beyond the stone door. Suren pondered the treasures hidden within. Excluding the acid trap, the cost of the crossbow traps alone would amount to hundreds of gold nares, not to mention the magical traps, confirming that the stone door held no further traps. Two barbarian warriors stepped forward to push it open. Whoosh! A chilling wind surged from the door, followed by a shadow bursting forth, its form indistinct and malevolent. Sensing the presence of something amiss, the two warriors struck forward with their weapons, causing the shadow to dissipate with a swift motion. A ghost? The barbarian warriors exchanged glances. By scientific reasoning, that was merely a violent oxidation reaction of a century-old dye meeting the air. nothing supernatural. Surin waved his hand dismissively. Recalling scenes from tomb-raiding films he had watched in his past life, the nearby barbarian warriors, though unable to comprehend Surin's explanation, nodded in understanding. Yet, Surin seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. This world possessed extraordinary powers. Haha, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Hey, what did you say about the previous sound in scientific terms? One of the barbarian warriors leaned in to inquire. You're digging your own grave, brother? Surin mentally noted the tactlessness of this warrior. Science. My foot, that was a ghost. He shot the warrior a glare before scanning the surroundings. Intent on locating the ghost's hiding place at that moment, a phantom emerged, followed by a piercing wail that erupted in their ears, leaving Surin feeling as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. For a brief moment, his mind grew foggy, though fortunately, the sensation was fleeting. In an instant, Surin recovered, his spear crackling with arcs of lightning as he swept it horizontally through the specter. The lightning surged forth, enveloping the ghost, followed by a shrill scream as its already ethereal form rapidly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the lingering pressure, Surin reflected on the ghost's wailing, which had left a residual effect. Although it appeared that such an attack operated through sound, easily countered by covering one's ears, this was merely a facade. The wailing of the undead was a form of soul magic, directly affecting the spirit and thus bypassing physical defenses. Ghostly entities were particularly hostile to purely physical combatants, as their intangible forms rendered them nearly immune to 90% of physical attacks. Only holy water or magical assaults could harm them. Coupled with their wailing, they became a veritable nightmare for lower-tier adventurers. Baron, how are you faring? Surin inquired, observing the slightly disoriented barbarian warriors. I'm all right, Chief. Just a bit of a headache, one of the warriors replied, rubbing his head with a grimace. These robust barbarian warriors possessed strong souls, allowing them to quickly recover from such spiritual attacks. However, those with weaker constitutions, lacking proper defenses, could easily succumb to madness. Seeing that the barbarian warriors were mostly unscathed, Surin approached the spot where he had vanquished the ghost. There, amidst the remnants of the spectral entity, lay a fragment of a black, translucent crystal. This was a soul shard, a rare drop from undead beings upon their demise. It was said to be a manifestation of spiritual energy, a valuable magical material that could be sold to sorcerers for a handsome sum. Discover soul energy? Would you like to absorb it? As soon as Surin picked up the soul shard, a notification chimed in his ear. Intrigued, he chose to absorb it. Extracting energy, extraction complete. You have gained 2,700 experience points. Not too shabby, Surin remarked, his eyes glimmering. The experience gained from defeating the ghost had already netted him 500 points, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that absorbing the soul shard provided an additional 2,700 points, far surpassing the experience he had earned while patrolling the wasteland and clearing out goblins. As the energy was fully absorbed, the black soul shard transformed into a grayish-white hue, appearing decayed and worn that a gentle touch caused it to shatter into countless particles, which then scattered into the air, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 60, Clawed Demon Hum. After confirming that there were no other threats, Surin fully pushed open the half-ajar stone door, allowing the flickering firelight to illuminate the interior, revealing the scene within. This is a stone chamber of approximately 200 square meters, presumably a laboratory. Against the wall stands a bookshelf, but due to the passage of time, when Suren reached out to take a look at one of the books, it crumbled into a pile of fragments like dried leaves as soon as he touched it. These books had endured for far too long without any protective measures and were now entirely ruined. A thick layer of dust covered the room, and numerous cobwebs adorned the surroundings, giving the place a dilapidated appearance. On the opposite side of the room, there were several stone tables scattered with various items, some worn glass vessels, oddly shaped bottles, and sealed glass containers filled with a translucent solution, within which the limbs of unknown creatures were submerged. Some tables bore several unidentified skulls, specimens of animals, desiccated bat carcasses, and a dark, decaying mass of an unidentifiable object, rendering the entire room reminiscent of a sinister wizard's terrifying laboratory. This an abandoned wizard's laboratory, Suren exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene before him. It is often said that knights represent noble professions, but in truth, it is the wizards who are the true aristocrats. As long as they are not necromancers, other wizards enjoy noble status in human realms. Should they choose to join a kingdom, they could instantly become influential earls. Thus, there is a saying, all wizards are nobles, but not all nobles are wizards. Each wizard is a wealthy individual, as this profession is notoriously expensive. Though their earning potential is equally remarkable, that a low-tier magical scroll can easily fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold nars, and potions crafted by wizards for healing or physical enhancement command exorbitant prices. Moreover, wizards are among the few in this world capable of creating extraordinary weapons or equipment. Discovering an unsearched suspected wizard's relic, the value within is undoubtedly immense. Realizing this was a wizard's laboratory made Suren even more cautious. For wizards are not to be trifled with. They often set numerous spells to deter intruders. Who knows what enchantments might be laid within this laboratory? Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution when exploring a wizard's relic. Paying no heed to the evidently damaged items, Suren carefully examined others. Many glass vessels on the stone tables were empty, though some bottles, sealed with corks, contained residual traces of dried liquid that a few were well sealed, still holding dark liquid within. Lacking any knowledge about these suspected potions, Suren felt uncertain. The prolonged closure of this place raised questions about the potion's expiration. Moreover, the varieties of magical potions are numerous, and consuming one without knowing its effects could lead to dire consequences. The submerged remains of some creatures had also become swollen and darkened over time, rendering them practically ineffective. After thoroughly searching the stone tables, Suren found little of value. Departing from the stone tables, he turned to rummage through several cabinets nearby, which were divided into numerous compartments of varying sizes. If nothing had changed, this place should have once housed many items. Yet now the vast majority of compartments stood empty as he sifted through a heap of what resembled refuse. Suren finally discovered a reasonably intact crystal vial and lifted it with care. This crystal vial was remarkably well preserved. The faintly red liquid inside remained clear and transparent, and a layer of enchantment shimmered upon the bottle. This appeared to be a rather valuable potion, though Suren knew little about wizardry and was unaware of its specific properties. After securing the crystal vial, Suren continued to search the next cabinet, but as soon as he opened it, he sensed a faint magical fluctuation suddenly activate. Oh no, it's a magical trap. Quickly disperse. Realizing the surge of magic, Suren immediately summoned a wind shield for protection, and the other barbarian warriors swiftly scattered, fully alert to their surroundings to Suren's surprise. However, no corrosive acid, lightning, frost, or flames materialized as he had anticipated. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a spell's luminescence illuminated the room, and in the next moment, an oval portal of light appeared. The portal flickered with a dark red glow, and within it swirled a vortex that evoked a sense of unease. While the others were still curious, the teleportation was complete, and a towering figure, standing a full 3 meters tall, emerged within the stone chamber. Its massive body, robust limbs, dark red scales, and an ugly head adorned with 6 eyes, where a nose should have been, were merely black voids, concluded with a mouth that dominated half its head. Filled with sharp, menacing teeth, its muscular arms bore 3 side-like claws that glinted ominously, filling the room with a pungent aroma of sulfur upon its arrival. Although Suren had never encountered such a creature before, he instantly recognized it by its signature claws, a mid-tier demon known as a claw demon. Ding! Abyssal extraordinary creature detected. Claw demon, abyssal demon, tier 3. Strength, 21, agility, 18, constitution, 19, spirit, 12. Possesses spell-like abilities. Skills, bite, multi-attack, pounce, haste, curse, etc. Special abilities. Demon skin, resilience, regeneration. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, a portion of the claw demon's attributes materialized before Suren. This creature belonged to the mid-tier demon category, equivalent to a tier 3 professional in the human world, akin to a knight commander. Yet even a knight commander would likely fall to such a demon in a one-on-one confrontation. Demons are not only formidable, but also possess spell-like capabilities, making them challenging adversaries. However, this demon, despite its commendable strength, was unfortunate to encounter Suren. Roar. Upon realizing its surroundings, the claw demon let out an exhilarating roar, and upon spotting the humans around it, it could hardly contain its anticipation for a feast. After steadying its stance, the claw demon unleashed a powerful surge, lunging towards the closest target, Suren. Seeing Suren's frail appearance, it was eager to savor the taste of a human. Chapter 61. Resolution. The towering clawed demon charged at Suren, its claws swiping through the air, the force of its movement stinging Suren's face. Rather than promptly dispatching the demon, Suren, intrigued by this abyssal creature, deftly evaded its attack with a swift motion. Boom! The heavy stone table shattered beneath a single strike from its claw, and it quickly resumed its pursuit of Suren, though its speed was evidently lacking each time it neared Suren. He effortlessly dodged its assault, creating a scene that appeared perilous yet thrilling. The nearby barbarian warriors rushed forward to assist, but Suren immediately halted them. It would be folly for 6 barbarian warriors to gang up on a mid-tier demon, as even such a creature would struggle to withstand their combined might for more than 3 minutes. Realizing it could not catch Suren, the clawed demon's 6 eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and a dark red aura surged forth. Its speed suddenly increased, and the cramped stone chamber offered little room for maneuvering. Although it still could not match Suren's pace, it was now capable of attacking him. Standing at 3 meters tall, the clawed demon exuded a menacing presence, its claws sharp enough to slice through stone as though it were mere tofu. Its dual claws acted like twin weapons, launching relentless assaults, as these demons have been engaged in battle within the abyss for eons, making combat instinctive to them. Within the endless abyss, the clawed demon ranks as a lower mid-tier demon, with higher-tier demons, demon commanders, demon lords, and abyssal deities above it. The most powerful abyssal deity is said to rival the gods themselves. After a period of combat, Suren had grasped a general understanding of the clawed demon's capabilities and decided to stop evading. He swung his spear, crackling with blue electricity, catching the clawed demon off guard. The demon's massive 500-pound body was sent flying, the electric current coursing through it, paralyzing its form. In the next instant, Suren plunged his spear into its head. And before the demon could fully appreciate its arrival in the material realm, it met its demise. Congratulations, host. You have slain an abyssal demon, earning 15,000 experience points. You have killed an abyssal demon, and your renown spreads across the wasteland. You have gained the enmity of demons. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up, earning 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a golden treasure chest. In this battle, you have acquired a tome of forging insights. Casually allocating the 2 attribute points to strength, Suren's attributes transformed once more. Name: Suren. Race: human. Level: LV 18, 2107. 18,000. Strength: 35. Agility: 29. Spirit: 24. Constitution: 29. Charisma: 19. Skills: NA. Traits: NA. Apart from a tome of forging insights, this battle yielded a golden treasure chest, which he intended to open directly. A flash of golden light flickered, and the golden chest vanished, replaced by a sphere of light. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the anti-magic skill. Anti-magic. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Suren's heartbeat quickened, and he hastily opened the system to investigate. Anti-magic. After integrating the rules of this world, the original skill, Seal General Skills, underwent a mutation, resulting in a new skill. Anti-magic. Beginner. Upon use, it can sever the energy link of a person or creature whose level does not exceed yours. Note: if the caster's level is lower than the target's, the skill is ineffective. This skill is ineffective against legendary ranks. After comprehending this skill, Suren felt a twinge of disappointment. This ability could not be utilized against those stronger than him, thereby diminishing its effectiveness significantly. Moreover, it was ineffective against legendary ranks, which he had anticipated, as legendary wizards could already cast spells without the constraints of the magical web, for legendary beings attuned to the world's rules. Anti-magic held little significance. Although the limitations of this skill were considerable, it did not render it useless. On the contrary, it was quite powerful. Suren lacked a clear understanding of his current strength, but estimated it to be nearing the legendary tier. Consequently, any spellcaster or magical being below the legendary rank would be rendered mute in his presence. After spending 2 skill points to learn anti-magic, Suren began to examine the unfortunate clawed demon. Despite being a mid-tier demon, the clawed demon possessed some valuable items. The demon's skin, renowned for its strength and resilience, was said to rival that of dragon hide, while the clawed demon's skin was not as formidable. It was still decent leather armor. The most valuable asset on the clawed demon was its pair of claws, which were also extraordinary items. If a skilled wizard were to intervene, these claws could be fashioned into extraordinary weapons with sharp and armor-piercing properties. Retaining the claws and the demon's skin, he discarded the remaining corpse. Although demon corpses were magical materials, they were difficult to sell, and lacking any channels for disposal, he opted to discard it. Fortunately, the value of the claw demon's body was not particularly high. Otherwise, he would have felt remorseful. After dealing with the claw demon, Surin continued to search the stone chamber for valuable items. Following the recent battle, he confirmed that there were no further traps in the area. The stone chamber was soon thoroughly searched, revealing no additional treasures. With no gains, Surin's gaze shifted to another large door within the stone chamber, a wizard's laboratory. It was unlikely that there was only this one chamber. And wizards often constructed vaults to store their treasures or magical artifacts. This wizard was no exception. Approaching the door, Surin cautiously pushed it open. There were no apparent mechanisms on the door. After waiting for a moment without incident, he raised his torch and ventured inside. The interior stone chamber resembled a bedroom. Aside from some bedding and other items, there were no additional discoveries. Perhaps these beds were once made of velvet and silk. But after centuries, they had all turned to dust at a mere touch. Passing through the bedroom, he continued to explore other rooms and soon discovered the kitchen, training ground, and library, yet the yield remained meager. Only in the library did he find 2 undamaged books, preserved through some special treatment, one titled Demon Identification and the other Anatomy. Chapter 62. The Deception. Surin casually flipped through the pages, discovering a wealth of information on the dissection of demon corpses. It seemed the wizard who had constructed this laboratory had delved into many forbidden knowledge, which clarified for Surin why the wizard had chosen such a cursed location for his experiments. After searching these rooms, Surin turned his attention to the remaining door. Based on the layout of the laboratory, this door was likely the wizard's vault. As the potential source of the greatest treasure within this laboratory. Surin deliberately left it for last. Upon arriving at the vault's entrance, he was surprised to find that there were no magical traps installed on the heavy stone door. He simply needed to push it open. As the door swung ajar, the anticipated mountain of gold did not materialize. The vault was as desolate as if it had been licked clean by goblins. Surin's expression darkened as he surveyed the empty vault. Utterly perplexed that it contained not a single scrap. Unwilling to concede defeat, Surin speculated whether this vault was merely a ruse, with the true treasure concealed elsewhere. Soon, he noticed that there were indeed peculiar markings on the vault's floor, resembling chaotic lines, and many areas were inscribed with magical runes. However, as a non-wizard, Surin was only partially aware of their significance, lacking a full understanding. "Look, there are inscriptions here." At that moment, a barbarian warrior pointed to a statue on the vault's wall. "What do they say?" Surin approached. "I don't know." The barbarian warrior replied defiantly. "I told you to learn. Yet you still can't read." Surin facepalmed in frustration. Pushing the warrior aside, he began to examine the inscriptions on the statue. "You will gain nothing but death." "Damn!" Surin exclaimed, slapping the statue in anger. This damn trickster did it on purpose. This wretched laboratory was clearly abandoned by him to ensnare others. Surin finally comprehended why this laboratory remained so intact while its contents were so meager. Upon reading those words, it was evident that the wizard was explicitly informing him, "I am deceiving you." It was akin to enduring countless hardships, only to discover that the treasure you sought was nothing more than an empty box left behind by the very individual who buried it. Anyone would feel infuriated in that moment. Surin's anger surged uncontrollably. Had the wizard who built this laboratory still been alive, Surin would have ensured he was rendered incapable of self-care. The statue, struck by Surin's hand, activated a subtle magical energy, and soon, ethereal lights began to emerge from the ground in the center of the vault, drawing Surin's attention. Another summoning circle? Can't this wretched wizard employ a bit of creativity? Seeing the rapidly forming dimensional portal, Surin flexed his wrist in anticipation. This summoning circle was just what he needed to vent his frustration. Dark red beams of light illuminated the area as a mysterious vortex appeared within the vault. In the next moment, a curvaceous, strikingly beautiful female creature materialized before Surin. This female being possessed a pair of demon wings and small, pointed horns atop her head. Her enchanting visage radiated allure, and her attire was audaciously minimal, far less than the most revealing bikini from his previous life. Mere scraps of fabric, no larger than coins, shielded her modesty, while below, it resembled nothing more than a few strands of rope. This was a succubus, a being capable of fulfilling every desire one could imagine. In that moment, Surin felt a surge of warmth within him. His gaze toward the female creature filled with fervor. "Is this the material plane?" What splendid luck! A sultry, languorous voice echoed, and Suren felt as though a delicate hand was caressing his heartstrings. And so many strong males. Are you willing to serve me? The voice, dripping with temptation, once again resonated in his ears, simultaneously igniting a voice within urging him to comply. Struggling to resist the impulse to acquiesce, Suren quickly summoned his inner strength. A surge of electricity racing up his spine as the current coursed through him. His previously dazed expression instantly cleared. A succubus. Upon regaining his composure, Suren immediately recognized the creature before him. Legends spoke of these demons as born from the souls of human women, possessing all the virtues of femininity and could be deemed the ultimate companion for men. However, most who encountered them became their slaves. Oh, you've actually managed to resist. Has my allure diminished? As Suren regained his calm, the succubus remarked with surprise that in her view, of the 7 human males in the room, the smallest and seemingly weakest should have succumbed to her charm. She had not anticipated that this weakest human would be the one to break free from her enchantment. I too did not foresee that the summoned being would be a succubus. I nearly fell into a trap. Suren scrutinized the succubus's form, unable to deny that she was the most exquisite being he had encountered since arriving in this world, especially with the alluring aura she exuded, compelling him to engage in a fierce battle of passion. I find you increasingly intriguing. Capture him for me. Noticing Suren's gaze, the succubus smiled faintly, cracking her whip as the already ensnared barbarian warriors charged towards Suren. Damn, these fools have such weak wills. I'll have to train them properly when I return. Watching the 6 barbarian warriors rush at him, Suren's expression darkened. It was the first time he had faced betrayal from his subordinates, and he resolved to teach these barbarians a lesson upon his return, with a resolute heart and unwavering hands. The azure lightning flickered upon the spear, dancing back and forth. Upon witnessing the 6 approaching barbarians, Suren swiftly struck out, resulting in these foes being propelled backward with even greater velocity than before. Their bodies ensnared by the paralyzing currents of electricity, rendering them momentarily immobile. It is your turn now. After dispatching the barbarians, Suren's gaze fell upon the succubus, realizing how effortlessly he had dealt with her brutish minions. The succubus recognized her misjudgment. This human was far from the weakest, but rather a formidable human-like behemoth. Curse my luck, just as I have come of age and found myself in the material plane. I encounter such a monster, lamented the succubus, Chris, in her heart. Chapter 63. Hero, Chris, 1. The succubus's combat prowess was not particularly high. Such demons were not inclined towards direct confrontation. However, this did not imply they were incapable of fighting. After witnessing the swift subjugation of her mesmerized minions, Chris was compelled to take matters into her own hands. The barbed whip in her grasp sliced through the air towards Suren. For every succubus was a master of the whip, well versed in the art of binding. Yet, against Suren, she had encountered an immovable obstacle. With ease, his spear deflected the succubus's whip, and in a sweeping motion, she attempted to evade, but despite her rapid movements, the lightning coursing through the spear grazed her. The flash of lightning caused her arm to momentarily tingle before returning to normal. In that fleeting moment of contact, Chris realized she was outmatched, and thoughts of retreat began to form in her mind. With a flick of her whip, she readied herself to cast a high-level teleportation spell. However, the instant energy began to coalesce. Suren sensed it, and without hesitation, unleashed a counterspell, abruptly severing her gathering energy. Chris felt a shroud of invisible force envelop her, severing her connection to the surrounding energies, and her high-level teleportation spell was forcibly interrupted. The abrupt cessation of her spell inflicted a severe backlash, causing her head to throb painfully, despite the fact that the source of her magic stemmed from her innate abilities. Observing the disruption of her magic, Suren maintained his momentum, appearing beside her in an instant, and with a horizontal sweep of his spear, he struck her from the air. The lightning entwined around the spear swiftly robbed her of any capacity for resistance. Do not kill me. I surrender. Chris cried out immediately after being struck, casting a pitiful gaze towards Suren, her body adopting an alluring pose. Clearly adept at leveraging her inherent advantages, Suren refrained from further aggression. His intention had always been to capture this succubus alive, as he wished to delve deeper into the nature of abyssal demons and comprehend their weaknesses. Surrender is acceptable, but how can I trust you will not betray me? After all, demons are not known for their integrity, he mused, stroking his chin, while the spear danced ominously around her form. Master, I can pledge a covenant with you. Once sealed, you need not fear betrayal. Chris replied with a sultry smile, having discerned Suren was not a wizard, making the prospect of a covenant a challenging endeavor. A covenant, indeed, is a clever approach, yet the issue remains that I am not a wizard, and currently, I cannot find one here. Upon hearing that Suren could not locate a wizard, Chris felt a surge of relief. The succubus's power is limited, and thus of little use. If a wizard cannot be found, it may be best to eliminate her, Suren concluded, shaking his head as he lifted his spear. Feigning a thrust. Master, do not kill me. I will be ever loyal, never betraying you that I can dance. I can warm your bed. I beseech you. Chris pleaded, terror coursing through her as she sensed the chilling intent. Ever loyal. Suren chuckled inwardly, knowing that trusting a demon's assurances was folly. His aim was to compel the succubus to willingly join his ranks. Ding, succubus Chris requests to join your party. Do you accept? The familiar notification rang in his ears. Accepted. After his agreement, Chris was added to his system. Upon reviewing her attributes, he noted her loyalty rating was a woeful 55, indicating she could betray him at any moment. However, Suren did not intend to grant her that opportunity. Chris gazed at Suren with a pitiful expression, completely devoid of her initial seductive allure. She reflected on her misfortune. As a newly matured succubus, she had planned to charm a few foolish Flomo demons to serve her, only to be summoned to this world unexpectedly. Arriving in the material plane should have been a delightful experience, far superior to the hellish realms filled with magma and toxic fumes. However, just as she felt exhilarated about her arrival, she was soundly chastised by a human and became his captive. Yet, she vowed not to surrender easily, believing that with her charm, she could eventually bring him under her sway. Upon confirming Chris's addition, Suren finally lowered his spear. He was pleased with her inclusion, as the day's battle had unveiled the weaknesses of the barbarian wizards, prompting him to plan specialized training for them, with Chris as the instructor. Furthermore, Chris would serve as his personal maid. As a noble with dominion over a territory, having a personal attendant was essential, and her presence was a significant boon. As for Suren's acknowledgement of Chris's beauty, he would never admit to such superficiality. Am I, Suren, such a shallow individual? Yes, indeed, he was that shallow. After Chris joined the party, Suren retrieved the self-created hero template from his storage, the very item that provided him the confidence to accept the succubus without a contract. This self-created hero template could transform an ordinary individual within his faction into a hero, complete with unique traits and skills. While it bore no effect on existing heroes, it did guarantee a loyalty rating forcibly locked at 100 upon its USEI. In other words, once Suren bestowed this upon Chris, she would be bound to him for life. The self-created hero template resembled a fist-sized sphere of light, weightless yet captivating, drawing the gazes of those around it. Come here, Suren commanded, glancing at the succubus. Chris hesitated briefly but ultimately approached obediently. He gently tapped the sphere, selecting to use it on Chris. The sphere shattered into countless sparkling fragments, enveloping Chris in a shower of starlight. Ding, you have used the self-created hero template on succubus Chris. Self-created hero activated. Select hero characteristics, talents. Equestrianism, throwing, knife skills, swordsmanship, spear techniques, archery, seduction, bravery, regeneration, composure, and breath control. Without a moment's hesitation, Suren selected seduction. After all, how could a succubus not embody her titular talent? Detected target possesses the talent of seduction. Seduction talent has fused and upgraded to advanced seduction. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suren exhaled in relief, confirming his suspicions. Next, he turned to skill selection. The options were plentiful, and Suren opted for a summoning skill. Detected target possesses summoning spells. Summoning skill has fused and upgraded to advanced summoning. Countless stars of light flowed into Chris's body, a process that continued for several seconds. As the luminous essence dissipated, Chris's form was revealed. Chapter 64. Hero, Chris, 2. Master. Chris's dulcet voice rang in his ears, her mere tone evoking sensations akin to being caressed by soft feline paws. How do you feel? Suren asked, observing the increasingly enchanting Chris before him, smiling. I am grateful for the master's gracious gift. Chris feels as if she has been reborn, she replied, bowing elegantly, her body curving into a sensuous silhouette that left Suren's heart racing. Noticing his ardent gaze, Chris instinctively smiled, adjusting her posture to appear even more alluring. "You may rise now." Suren stifled his desires and retrieved a spare outfit for Chris to wear. This little enchantress was irresistibly enticing with every movement, should she continue to wear such revealing attire. He feared he might lose control. Moreover, as she was now his property, she could no longer dress so provocatively, though exceptions would be made when they were alone. "At your command, master." Chris accepted the clothing Suren offered and donned it. Having become a hero, Chris had transformed into a human form. The small horns on her head and the wings on her back had vanished, making her indistinguishable from a human, compared to before. Chris was even more beautiful. Her previously enchanting features now radiated a unique charm, with delicate features, picturesque eyes, dark red irises, fair skin, and black hair cascading to her waist, evoking a profound sense of attraction at first glance. The loose robe she wore could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Although the oversized garment hung like an old nightgown, Chris ingeniously tied a ribbon around her waist to accentuate her form. In an instant, the once cumbersome and unappealing robe transformed into a figure of elegance. The remarkable curves that adorned it were now captivating, tapering dramatically at the waist, leading to a beautifully arched silhouette and long, graceful legs, which together accentuated her form exquisitely. The slender waist exuded an astonishing allure, reminiscent of a serpent, embodying the essence of a true water snake's waist. Once the robe was donned, Clarice extended her arms behind her, her bosom rising to create an impressive curve, and with a graceful motion, she swept her lustrous black hair aside. Every gesture was imbued with an innate charm. "Master, I am ready," Clarice declared, securing her hair with a length of ribbon and tilting her head with a playful demeanor. "Then release your charm," Suren replied, snapping back to reality as he gestured towards the barbarian warriors still sprawled on the ground. With the charm lifted, the warriors gradually regained their senses, their faces flushed with embarrassment, clearly mortified by having fallen under Clarice's enchanting spell. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued the succubus Clarice and acquired your first self-created hero. Rewards: Charm 2 and 1 silver treasure chest." Suren opened the system panel, revealing a hero section with 3 names listed: Johnson, The Rock, and Clarice. Upon clicking Clarice's name, her attributes appeared before him. Name: Clarice, adult. Race: succubus, abyssal demon, high-rank demon. Rank: elite succubus. Strength: 16 agility, 21 spirit, 25 constitution, 20 charm. 28. Succubi are naturally endowed with stunning beauty, and their charm is formidable, effective not only on the opposite sex, but capable of easily winning others' favor. Negotiation 5. Leadership: 50 traits. Talents: high-level charm, resilience, minor damage reduction, 4 damage of 10 or below. Dark vision 20 meters, resistance to poison, strong acids, ice, and fire status effects at 15, spell resistance 20, telepathy 30 meters. Skills: high-level summoning, high-level teleportation, energy absorption. Language proficiency: reconnaissance, suggestion, spell-like abilities, dance level 14, negotiation level 12, deception level 12, rope, binding, level 8. Training level 7. High-level charm. Upon use, it can enchant a single target or multiple targets. If the target fails their willpower check, they will become her slave. High-level summoning. Can summon 1 high-rank demon or 5 mid-rank demons to fight on her behalf. Weapon proficiency. Sword type weapons 83, whips 178. Seeing Clarice's attribute panel, Suren was equally astonished. He had not anticipated her possessing such an extensive array of abilities. Beyond her fundamental skills, he discovered some intriguing talents, such as dance and rope. Judging by Clarice's attributes, she was an agility-oriented hero. Her strength paled in comparison to that of the barbarian warriors, yet her charm soared to an impressive 28 points, reaching the level of national calamity. Although Clarice's charm had initially been high, at most 22 points, her successful evolution into a hero had enhanced all her attributes, with charm experiencing the most significant increase. Naturally, with her charm heightened, her beauty flourished, and her execution of high-level charm became unparalleled. Should she employ it against Suren once more, he might very well be unable to resist. After thoroughly examining Clarice's attributes, Suren opened the recently acquired silver treasure chest, and in a flash of brilliance, the system's notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations, host. You have received a black mane horse." The former silver treasure chest was replaced by a doll-like black horse. Black mane horse. Mount, upon use, can summon a black mane horse, speed 3. Without summoning the black mane horse, Suren signaled for everyone to depart the laboratory. Upon leaving, he kindly reset the door and undamaged mechanisms, restoring several reparable devices, and even cleaned up some traces on the ground, striving to return the site to its original state, allowing this ruin to quietly await the arrival of the next adventurer. After spending some time tidying up, Suren finally departed with the barbarian warriors and his personal maid. Suren retrieved the black mane horse from his private space and chose to summon it. A flash of light revealed a magnificent, powerful black warhorse before him. The horse's limbs were long, its musculature exquisitely defined, and its coat glistened as if woven from satin, with alert eyes that unmistakably signified its quality. The barbarian warriors regarded the sudden appearance of the horse with curiosity, though their interest waned quickly. However, Claris's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Suren. With a swift motion, he mounted the horse and extended his arms to lift Claris onto its back. Feeling her remarkable elasticity in his embrace, Suren's heart raced involuntarily. The journey back was exceedingly smooth, devoid of any encounters with goblins or gnolls. As dusk fell, the group finally returned to the town. Chapter 65, Daily Affairs of the Territory. Master, is this your territory? Claris nestled against Suren, tilting her head to inquire. What's the matter? Do you find it small? Suren gazed at the town he had built, a sense of pride swelling within him. It's quite nice, Claris praised, her keen perception enabling her to discern exactly how to flatter her master. Master, your most loyal servant welcomes you back. At that moment, a goblin rushed over and knelt, addressing him eagerly. It was the goblin named Fleur, known for his enthusiastic demeanor. Master, the beet seed has been completely planted. Baron, present him with the beet seeds we collected, Suren instructed, prompting Baron to hand over the seeds for planting. The area designated for beet cultivation had been expanding, and with the advent of sugar extraction technology, it had become a vital resource for the territory. The night passed without incident, and 15,000 words are omitted here. Upon waking the next day, Suren discovered it was already noon. As he rose, Claris remained in repose, having endured the previous night's intense battle. Though succubi are fearless in bed, Claris had only just come of age, and her theoretical knowledge and stamina could not measure up to Suren, who had extensive experience. Nevertheless, Claris's growth was rapid, given her extraordinary talents. Master, you are awake, Claris murmured, roused by Suren's movements. She clung to his neck from behind, the softness of her touch caressing his back. The sun is shining on your backside. It's time to rise, Suren said, gently patting Claris's smooth skin. Claris quickly assumed her role, assisting Suren in dressing. Having spent 10 years in this world, it was Suren's first experience of noble treatment, even having Claris help him wash his face and brush his teeth. The trial of using facial cleanser proved transformative, leaving his skin smoother and fairer. After dressing and freshening up with Claris's assistance, he proceeded to the dining area for breakfast. The meal consisted of porridge, eggs, and white bread. Although referred to as eggs, they were actually waterbird eggs, as the abundance of waterbirds in the reeds ensured a plentiful daily yield. The breakfast was prepared by a barbarian matron, reputed to be the best cook in the territory. Though Claris was a succubus, she differed significantly from other abyssal demons. Within the abyss, succubi were among the few demons with high intelligence. Even high-ranking or legendary demons tended to be reckless and impulsive, lacking the inclination to think critically until they became demon lords. Succubi were among the rare demons who enjoyed employing schemes and cunning, akin to devils. Suren entrusted many of the territory's affairs to Claris. Confident in her loyalty, which stood at a staggering 100. Claris displayed a keen interest in managing the territory's matters, while Suren found himself weary of the mundane daily tasks, making it a perfect opportunity to delegate those responsibilities to Claris. Thus, from that day forward, Claris became Suren's personal maid and the territory's steward. After breakfast, a barbarian warrior hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Chief, our merchant caravan has returned." Returned? How much grain did they bring back? Suren inquired eagerly. There are 20 carts of grain, and accompanying them is another caravan, the warrior replied. Suren paused in surprise before rising and heading outside. Accompanied by the Lord's guard, he made his way to the town's market, where, from a distance, he spotted numerous goblins and gnoll slaves unloading grain. As Suren approached, Jean, who was overseeing the unloading, quickly rushed over. "Sir, I have successfully delivered the grain," Jean said respectfully. "Was the journey smooth?" "Relatively so, with the protection of Lord Johnson and Lord the Rock. All the bandits were dealt with." "That's good to hear. How much grain did we bring back?" Suren pressed on with the crucial question. According to your instructions, all the jewelry sold was used to purchase grain, totaling 50,000 pounds. Sir, I also took the liberty of acquiring a batch of slaves. Jean spoke with a hint of trepidation. 50,000 pounds of grain is sufficient. As for the slaves, will they help bolster the territory's population? Suren was unconcerned about the slaves, as his territory was in dire need of inhabitants. This batch includes 10 slaves skilled in brewing, along with their families. Would you like to meet them, my lord? Let us discuss that later. By the way, what is the story behind the caravan that accompanied you? Suren asked. The caravan in question belongs to the Lark Merchants Guild. The supplies I have procured this time were sourced from them, upon learning of your successful territorial expansion in the wilderness. My lord, they decided to accompany our caravan in hopes of establishing a partnership with us, Jean explained, gesturing towards the caravan not far off. Suren nodded, familiar with the Lark Merchants Guild, which is an enterprise of Count Jacob, whose family crest features a lark. Count Jacob also possesses lands in the north and is a powerful earl. Since they wish to engage in trade with us, let us meet them, Suren replied with a nod. Soon, Jean brought over a middle-aged man in his 40s. Good day, Lord Suren, the man greeted, bowing respectfully. Good day. Are you the representative of the Lark Merchants Guild? Suren inquired with a smile. Indeed, my lord. I am Robert, the representative of the Lark Merchants Guild. The merchant replied with utmost respect. Your warriors are exceptionally valiant and formidable. Of course. They are the finest warriors, Suren remarked as he led Robert to the reception area within the marketplace, where a servant brought forth tea. What business does your Lark Merchants Guild wish to conduct with us? I have heard that your territory produces fine iron weaponry, and I wish to procure a batch. Naturally, if you require anything, you may also place orders with us. The Lark Merchants Guild has trading posts throughout the Kingdom of Florence and can provide you with a variety of goods, Robert stated with deference. You wish to purchase weapons? That is agreeable. The pricing and specifications will be discussed shortly with someone from our side. Suren nodded in acceptance of the trade. We greatly appreciate your generosity. We have prepared 2 carts of grain as a gift for you, which we hope you will graciously accept. Robert lowered his stance, likely having witnessed the prowess of Johnson and his band of barbarian knights during their journey. My lord Suren, our caravan has also brought other goods. Might any of them pique your interest? Please compile a list of your merchandise and deliver it to me. Should I find anything of need, I will send someone to procure it, Suren replied with a nod. Chapter 66. Northward Fortress. Suren refrained from immediately offering sugar in trade with the Lark Merchants Guild, as he regarded it as a luxury item. Unlike salt, which is essential for the common folk, sugar is often considered a delicacy, meant primarily for the nobility. The goods brought by Robert's caravan included various everyday items, along with a modest amount of food, wine, and tea. Their arrival resolved numerous challenges within the territory. When Suren first ventured to establish his domain, he had limited funds and could only acquire the most urgent supplies, neglecting other necessities. For instance, clothing was a dire need, as the barren lands produced none. Consequently, many resorted to wearing leather garments, which were both rigid and odorous, offering little comfort. Prior to his arrival here, Robert had inquired with Jean about the conditions in Suren's territory, which informed his selection of goods, items that were evidently in high demand. Suren, lacking funds from previous purchases, could only barter for Robert's goods. Fortunately, the blacksmith had recently forged an ample supply of armor and weaponry, making trade with Robert feasible. Robert was quite curious about the Northward Fortress, a small town situated over 300 miles from Blackstone City. In his experience, few territories established so deeply within the wilderness could withstand the test of 3 months, and those that did were often laden with debts, requiring substantial annual financial input. Maintaining a regular army of over 1,000 in the wild incurs significant costs. However, this Northward Fortress presented a stark contrast upon his arrival. Robert's initial impression was one of cleanliness and order. Indeed, it was remarkably tidy and organized. It is noteworthy that even in the royal city of Florence, outside the noble and affluent districts, public defecation was not uncommon, and the streets were often muddy, with human waste occasionally raining down from above. This town, however, was unexpectedly pristine, with well-kept streets, some paved with stones, while others featured flagstones as surfaces. No litter was visible, and pedestrians, including the goblin and knoll slaves, refrained from discarding refuse. He later learned that this cleanliness was mandated by Lord Suren, with severe penalties for violations, including shackling and forced labor under supervision for those caught littering. Additionally, offenders of public urination faced fines and corporal punishment, with habitual offenders risking confiscation of their tools. Restrooms were strategically placed at every street corner, and all were required to utilize them, besides cleanliness. Numerous regulations governed the town, such as dividing roads down the center and mandating right-side walking. Although the town appeared small, it was remarkably orderly, with several roads segmenting it into distinct sections, and all buildings followed a consistent architectural style. While the exteriors lacked aesthetic appeal, they exuded an air of uniformity. Some houses were already occupied, yet many remained vacant. Each dwelling, though modest in size, with merely 3 rooms, was well-structured. The street-facing buildings were predominantly 2-story shops, and drainage ditches lined the roads, with dedicated sewage systems within the homes. The southern part of the town was more densely populated, while other areas felt quite sparse, with numerous empty lots fenced off, seemingly reserved for future development. The vicinity near the military barracks was off-limits to outsiders, as was the Lord's residence, though the square permitted free movement, compared to other towns. This one boasted not only a smaller population but an alarmingly low number of troops. Typically, a frontier settlement would require at least 800 regular soldiers to thrive in the wilderness, yet this town had fewer than 100 barbarian warriors. Despite their formidable strength, their numbers were woefully inadequate. Even a simple tactic of overwhelming numbers could easily submerge them in a major battle. Yet, remarkably, this town continued to prosper, leading one to ponder what hidden advantages they possessed. Nonetheless, the strength of these barbarian warriors was undeniable. The barbarian knight named Johnson, encountered on the journey, likely possessed the prowess of a knight commander. It was astonishing to find such a remote locale harboring knights of a rank surpassing that of a knight, potentially even a great knight. Should he pledge allegiance to the kingdom, he could easily attain the title of baron. Beyond this, Robert was further astonished by the sheer number of slaves in this town. In addition to the serfs, there were over 1,000 goblin and gnoll slaves, their numbers exceeding that of the town's free populace. Yet none had attempted escape. Free citizens were few and far between, with the vast majority being the Lord's slaves. However, these slaves differed significantly from those in other cities. In most places, slaves lacked motivation, often requiring overseers to whip them into compliance. Yet here, the slaves worked diligently without the need for such coercion. Upon discovering this, Robert was taken aback and, after inquiring with several individuals, learned that Lord Surin had made a remarkable promise. Any slave who diligently worked for 5 years would be granted their freedom. Hearing this news left Robert astonished. Slaves are considered personal property. Is it not sufficient to encourage them to work hard without overseers? Why would he seek to emancipate them? Was he so wealthy that he could afford to be generous? This approach was beyond Robert's comprehension. They had even established a contribution system for these slaves, allowing them to earn points through diligent work or by participating in battles. Once a slave accumulated sufficient points, they would be granted freedom. In reality, Surin's motivation lay in increasing the number of free citizens in the town. After all, if slaves knew they were destined to remain enslaved forever, how could one expect them to work earnestly? It was an impossible expectation. Surin's method effectively incentivized these slaves to engage actively. Even after 5 years, when they regained their freedom, they would still possess nothing and would need to continue working for Surin to earn their livelihood. Nearly a shift in the nature of exploitation. In addition to all this, what intrigued Robert most was the workshops within the town. By the riverside outside the town stood a blacksmith shop, the place where weapons and armor were produced. However, when Robert attempted to enter, he was promptly stopped. Similar restrictions were placed on several other locations, including a workshop adjacent to the Lord's castle, which was also guarded by barbarian warriors. Chapter 67. Trade. Robert refrained from probing the secrets of this town, as one must be wary of those who could maintain such a foothold and enslave numerous goblins and gnolls. He did not believe that the Lord was a simple character. Curiosity could lead to perilous discoveries. And he was well aware that many merchant caravans vanished each year in the wilderness, if not 8, then at least 10. In the Northland wilderness, once one perished, there was no need for concealment. The goblins, dog-headed folk, and gnolls would obliterate all traces. To Robert's surprise, the one managing the territory was none other than Surin's personal maid, and she was astonishingly beautiful. Robert vowed she was among the most exquisite women he had ever encountered. Moreover, he had managed to negotiate the goods with her at the lowest possible price. During the negotiation process, I found myself completely led by the nose, ultimately agreeing in a state of utter confusion. By the time I realized what had transpired, the goods had already been traded. Surin reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the red tea he had just purchased from Robert, while Chris, clad in an elegant black and white maid outfit, knelt gracefully at his right side. The loose-fitting attire suited her perfectly, accentuating her tall, slender figure, which was subtly hinted at beneath the skirt. Her fair skin resembled exquisite jade, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a cultured noblewoman. Is this all the information regarding that Robert? Suren took a delicate sip of his tea and chuckled lightly. Indeed. Master, this Robert even divulged tales of his childhood mischief, peeking at the neighbor's sister while she bathed. Chris elegantly presented the teacup, refilling Suren's drink. Now that we know his background, let's proceed with him. Suren contemplated briefly and then stated, aside from selling him some white sugar. Have Jean lead a caravan to Cart City. I need to ensure that more people are aware of white sugar. As you command, Master, Chris replied respectfully. Suren regarded Chris with interest. It seems you have adapted quite well. Does the Master approve? Chris tilted her head, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Quite satisfactory, Suren replied with a smile. By the way, next time you prepare tea, refrain from adding milk and sugar. Chris found Suren's request somewhat perplexing, to be honest. The red tea she had initially brewed was slightly bitter. Inquiring with Robert about the proper way to enjoy it, she had followed the Florentine noble's method, incorporating fresh milk and sugar to create a rich, sweet flavor. However, observing Suren's expression, it was clear he preferred the unadulterated taste. Chris could not fathom the appeal of bitter tea, yet Suren seemed to relish it. How much white sugar did you sell to Robert this time? Chris asked. What is the current inventory of white sugar? As of last night, the sugar workshop's warehouse held 600 bags of white sugar, each weighing 2 pounds. Sell him 50 pounds of white sugar at the price of 50 dinars per pound. Suren contemplated and then set down his teacup, stretching leisurely. Once this transaction is complete, ask Robert to bring some daily necessities next time. Clothes, blankets, pillows, and the like, that if you require anything, feel free to have him bring it. Having spent 2 months in the wilderness, he was beginning to forget the once sumptuous velvet bed, and now that the white sugar trade was flourishing, there was no reason to deny himself. With Chris as his steward, Suren had finally liberated himself from the burdensome monotony of menial tasks. After listening to Chris's report, Suren made his way to the training grounds of the Lord's Castle, a facility he had specifically constructed for daily training. Since arriving in this world, he seldom interrupted his routine practice. Although the experience points gained were modest, they contributed to enhancing his weapon proficiency. In the system, achieving a certain level of weapon proficiency would unlock a unique finishing move, which possessed considerable power and required only stamina to execute. Unlike skills that demanded magical energy, Suren's highest proficiency was with the spear, followed by the longsword, while his experience with other weapons was minimal, as his energy and time were finite, making it impossible to master them all. In confined spaces or indoors, he preferred using the longsword, but his true expertise lay with the spear. Men were naturally adept with spears, benefiting from inherent talent, and practice techniques were particularly effective against female opponents, as evidenced by Chris's obedient demeanor. Mr. Jean, is there something Miss Chris wishes to discuss with me today? Robert grasped Jean's hand firmly, while discreetly slipping a heavy pouch of coins into his other hand. Jean weighed the pouch, the delightful clinking of dinars echoing within, his expression blooming like a flower. My dear Robert, rest assured, this will certainly be a fortuitous endeavor, indeed a remarkable one. After stowing the hefty pouch, Jean led Robert to the Lord's residence. Along the way, Robert pondered the nature of the good fortune that awaited him, several times on the verge of inquiring with Jean, who merely smiled and shook his head. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Lord's manor, where Jean notified the barbarian guards, gaining entry before stepping inside. Beautiful Miss Chris, good afternoon, Robert greeted with utmost seriousness, now acutely aware of the formidable beauty before him, having learned the hard way from their previous dealings. No need for formality, Mr. Robert, please take a seat, Chris replied with a smile, cracking the whip in her hand to summon a barbarian girl who brought in 2 cups of tea. Thank you, Robert said, taking a seat but not immediately tasting the tea. Instead, he directly inquired, Miss Chris, may I ask what brings you to summon me today? Indeed, there are matters to discuss. Chris reclined lazily in her chair, her long, fair fingers adorned with alluring crimson nails. Just take a sip of that tea, and you will understand. Though puzzled, Robert lifted the teacup, noticing the pale red hue, reminiscent of the red tea he had recently sold. Cautiously blowing on it, he took a sip, and a wave of sweetness danced upon his palate. Is this honey? Robert's eyes brightened. No, honey has a faint acidity. This tea is entirely sweet. Is this white sugar? Indeed. Mr. Robert, it is white sugar, Chris replied with a beaming smile. This is the subject of our discussion today. What do you think? Are you interested? Chapter 68, Trade 2-inch, do you have white sugar here? Robert exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly, Chris nodded. You just had a taste. Robert gazed at Chris in disbelief. This frontier territory in the wilderness surprisingly possessed white sugar. It was worth noting that even in the regions of the Florentine kingdom where red sugar was produced, white sugar was a rare commodity. Now, in this small town with a population of barely 1,000, they were producing white sugar. Regaining his composure swiftly, Robert realized he was in for a stroke of luck. Collecting his thoughts, he continued, May I inquire, Miss Chris, how do you plan to trade this white sugar? First, share your thoughts, Chris replied nonchalantly, playing with the whip in her hand. We are willing to purchase all the white sugar produced in your territory and can sign a contract guaranteeing that we will buy all future white sugar at a premium price. Additionally, we will offer an 80% discount on various supplies your territory requires, Robert proposed. All of it? Robert, your lark trading company certainly has grand ambitions. Chris shook her head. If you aim to monopolize the white sugar trade, you should abandon that notion at once. Robert was not surprised. Any sensible person would avoid handing over all the white sugar to a single trading company for monopoly. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of regret. Then how much white sugar can you sell us? For this transaction, we have 50 pounds of white sugar available, priced at 50 dinars per pound, Chris replied with a smile. 50 pounds of white sugar. Robert was inwardly astonished. While 50 pounds was not excessive, the annual yield of white sugar in Cart City was merely 60 to 70 pounds, effectively doubling the amount. That won't do. 50 pounds is too little, and the price is elevated. In Cart City, white sugar is priced at around 30 dinars. If we proceed at this rate, we wouldn't earn even a copper dinar and would end up incurring losses. Robert shook his head. Mr. Robert, do you think I am unaware of the market for white sugar? Chris shot him a sidelong glance before continuing. 30 dinars is indeed the market price, but that is merely the allocated price for distribution. You must be aware of how limited the supply is. 30 pounds a year is the total allocated to the nobility in the entire Cart City. How much is left for the rest? Due to the meager production of white sugar, half of it in the Florentine kingdom was directly allocated to various nobles, each receiving a fixed share to ensure everyone had access. With over 100 nobles in Cart City, dividing 30 pounds among them meant that each noble received barely half a pound. A woefully insufficient quantity. Consequently, anyone desiring more white sugar had to purchase it from the market, where prices soared, often doubling, and demand far exceeded supply. And do you believe we lack partners for collaboration? Once the word gets out about the white sugar, trading companies will undoubtedly flock to us, so it is essential to recognize your position. The white sugar trade had only just begun in Northtown, and Jean had already set forth with a caravan to Cart City. The development of the territory required substantial resources and population, and Suren intended to rely on the white sugar trade for growth. In reality, it was only with stable trade that a territory could truly flourish. For example, Suren's territory, once trade was established, would attract more trading caravans. These caravans, needing to traverse the perilous wilderness to reach Northtown, would have to hire guards, resulting in a caravan size of at least 100 individuals. The arrival of these individuals has stimulated local consumption, and it will not be long before various inns and taverns begin to emerge throughout the town. The ensuing economic prosperity will naturally attract more people eager to establish their endeavors here, making the lands and houses previously constructed by Suren highly coveted. The influx of population will also provide a significant source of tax revenue for the territory, thereby creating a virtuous cycle that is essential for the successful establishment of this domain. 18 noon, the bustling populace, having toiled throughout the morning, is now taking a respite. The women and children have prepared a sumptuous lunch. Although the culinary skills of the barbarian women leave much to be desired, their specialty lies in a haphazard stew, where various meats are tossed into a large pot, seasoned with water and salt, and simmered. The most abundant food in the territory is undoubtedly potatoes, which fortuitously saves the day. Otherwise, the dishes concocted by the barbarian women would undoubtedly be disastrous. The menu features potato stew with fish, potato stew with beef, and potato stew with lamb, among others. The barbarian warriors have modest expectations regarding their meals, while the goblins and gnolls, serving as slaves, are content with merely having something to eat. Suren finds himself reminiscing about the diverse delicacies of his past life. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the territory is transformed into a quagmire. The persistent autumn showers bring a chill to the air. Under the Lord's command, the serfs are diligently working to cultivate the fields. The Lord's promise has rekindled a glimmer of hope among these serfs, who, as the impoverished of this era, have very modest demands. Merely offering them a faint hope is sufficient to inspire them to strive for a better future. As long as they exert themselves, they can secure enough food, and although several individuals share a single dwelling, the homes remain dry and warm, impervious to the rain. They have a shelter from the elements, and the Lord has promised that those who work diligently for 5 years will gain their freedom. Continued labor may even yield rewards of land and housing, a veritable blessing for these impoverished serfs. In early autumn, following the continuous autumn rains, the oppressive heat in the air dissipates significantly. The potatoes planted in the fields have begun to sprout, with the earliest batch already boasting vibrant green leaves. These potatoes serve as the winter provisions for the northern fortress, and aside from them, the most plentiful items in the fortress's warehouse are salted fish. These salted fish are specially prepared to supplement meat supplies during the winter, along with some cured meats. However, with the arrival of autumn, the suitable weather for drying fish will become increasingly scarce. At this juncture, the northern fortress has been recognized by the system, and even several resource points near the territory have been incorporated into it. On the strategic map of the system, the resources marked within Suluin's territory are rather limited, comprising timber, iron, ore, and fish resources. Other undiscovered resources have not been accounted for. Currently, the only items available for trade are various iron weapons and sugar, while timber is impractical for trade due to the considerable distance from Blackstone City, rendering it a losing venture. Chapter 69. Crisis in the Blacksmith Shop. A dozen apprentice blacksmiths are diligently forging iron goods. Presently, there are 2 blacksmiths at work, crafting a batch of half-armor, which will also be sold as supplies. This is among the highest revenue-generating goods for the territory. Aside from sugar. Robert's merchant caravan is transporting 20 pieces of half-armor and 40 battle blades and axes, along with the accumulated furs from the territory for sale. Among these furs are some special pelts from gnolls. The merchants of this era are undoubtedly unscrupulous. While Suluin cannot accept gnoll pelts, Robert views them as easily sellable. These pelts are highly sought after on the black market, as the 2-meter-tall gnolls make it easy to craft fur coats, and being derived from a humanoid species ironically enhances their desirability, making processing simpler. No one pays heed to the fact that these pelts originate from a humanoid species. If Suluin were to act unscrupulously, he could have stripped the pelts from the gnolls he previously hunted, yielding at least 1,000 pieces. Accompanied by several barbarian warriors, Suluin heads northeast toward the iron mine. Yesterday afternoon, he received word of gnoll activity near the mine. Only 10 barbarian warriors are stationed to guard the mine, and they cannot spare personnel to eradicate the gnolls. Although the influx of warriors from the giant bear tribe has doubled their numbers, the development of the territory still leaves them somewhat understaffed. As the boats glide downstream, the ease of transportation to the mining area has significantly increased. The number of warhorses in Suluin's territory is limited, rendering the formation of a cavalry impossible. Moreover, each of these barbarian warriors is quite robust, often exceeding 200 kilograms in weight when armed, making ordinary warhorses unsuitable for long-distance endeavors. The boats navigate smoothly down the Whitewater River, and within half an hour, the group disembarks at the mine's dock. Awaiting them is a barbarian warrior, and after a brief rest, Suluin, accompanied by 10 warriors, sets out toward the wilderness northeast of the mine. 2 warriors wield axes to clear a path, cutting through the dense underbrush that obstructs their passage, while the remaining warriors remain vigilant, observing their surroundings. The wilderness is lush, with tall grasses reaching 2 to 3 meters in height, providing ample cover for ambushes. The warriors form a protective circle around Suluin, as this environment is conducive to surprise attacks. The tall grasses obscure their vision, and the sounds of frightened beasts can be heard in the distance. The wilderness is teeming with wildlife, yet magical beasts are scarce, as most have their own territories. In reality, the areas where human nations currently operate were once cleared by the elves in the previous epoch, and it was only after the elves returned to the elven forest that these lands were occupied by various races. Humans subsequently triumphed over orcs and expelled giants and other races under the leadership of heroic figures, ultimately claiming this territory. In this world, the earliest human nobles are all descendants of ancient heroes from the mythic age. They were heroes first and nobles later. Virtually all bloodlines of the ancient nobility can trace their lineage back to these heroic figures. However, since the end of the second epoch, the number of nobles among humans has steadily increased, marking the emergence of kingdoms during that era. After traversing the wilderness for about an hour, the landscape opens up, and the soil underfoot transitions from mud to sand, an environment unsuitable for plant growth. With the vegetation less dense, Suluin suddenly spots a valley. Let us investigate that valley, he suggests. The valley represents the most suitable living conditions in this wilderness. if the gnolls are truly nearby. They are likely residing within that valley. The group continues toward the valley, and after approximately 10 minutes, Surin suddenly catches a whiff of a metallic scent. The scent of blood. It seems we have found the right place. Upon detecting the odor, Surin signals for the group to halt. He instructs them to spread out and secure the valley entrance, as he intends to capture the gnolls in one fell swoop, once the warriors have dispersed. Surin gestures for them to advance, and they proceed toward the valley entrance. As they approach, Surin's expression becomes peculiar. The valley is unexpectedly silent. A breeze stirs, carrying the metallic scent. Yet there is no sign of movement within. Frowning, Surin orders the group to stay put, then sends a nimble barbarian warrior to cautiously approach the entrance before slipping inside. Moments later, the warrior reemerges, waving to the others, prompting Surin to lead the group into the valley. Upon entering, the scent of blood intensifies dramatically. Frowning, Surin ventures deeper, quickly encountering a scene of utter devastation. This indeed appears to be a gnoll stronghold, with evidence suggesting a population of at least 500. Now completely obliterated, in the valley's center, numerous campfires flicker, surrounded by a multitude of gnoll remains, their flesh picked clean, and even the hard skulls crushed, the brain matter devoured. Surin inspects the area, noting the discarded gnoll carcasses, which number in the dozens. The signs of conflict are minimal. Aside from the gnoll corpses, no other remains are present, indicating a significant disparity in strength. The gnolls suffered little to no casualties, although it is conceivable that the attackers took their fallen comrades when departing. However, the evidence suggests this likelihood is slim. The attackers appeared to possess formidable strength, as evident from the numerous crushed bones of the gnolls, suggesting blunt force trauma likely caused by a mace. The gnoll skulls bear similar marks, shattered under immense force, rivaling the might of the barbarian guard. These assailants devoured the gnoll corpses, and while many races in the wilderness exhibit cannibalistic tendencies, few possess the overwhelming strength to dominate the gnolls. Such races include swamp giants, frost giants, and ogres, all of whom share a common trait: they are formidable adversaries. Among them, swamp giants and frost giants belong to a subcategory of giants, powerful beings from the mythic age, whose strength rivals that of deities. However, since the conclusion of the mythic age, these mighty giants have largely vanished, leaving behind only diluted bloodlines in their descendants, yet they remain remarkably potent. Chapter 70. Ogres. The number of giant species is vast, encompassing sea giants, hill giants, frost giants, swamp giants, cloud giants, and many others, with considerable disparities in their strength. Even the weakest of these giants possesses power at least equivalent to that of a knight commander. While most belong to the ranks of titled knights, in comparison to humans, giants exhibit far superior physical attributes, rendering them formidable adversaries even at the same level. However, under similar conditions, humans progress in strength at a significantly faster rate. Their robust physique grants them immense power, yet simultaneously constrains their development. Frost giants inhabit the frigid northern mountains, and it is said that numerous tribes of frost giants dwell within the polar glaciers. Swamp giants reside in marshes, and the seemingly endless expanse of wilderness, aptly named, undoubtedly contains swamplands, though their proximity remains uncertain. In addition to these giant subspecies, ogres represent another formidable entity. An adult ogre can reach a height of 3 meters and possesses a robust physique. With weights exceeding 150 kilograms, their strength is immensely powerful, rivaling that of giants. Ogres also exist in tribal units and are classified as an intelligent species, albeit with a lower level of intellect. Different ogre tribes have their unique heritages. They are capable of forging weapons, crafting armor, taming beasts, and capturing other intelligent beings as slaves. In the wilderness, an ogre tribe typically enslaves numerous goblins, kobolds, and gnolls to serve as laborers for mining, weapon forging, and other tasks, and in times of food scarcity, they serve as a reserve food supply. While the majority of ogres possess a generally low intelligence, ogre shamans occasionally emerge within the tribes. These shamans are highly intelligent, often serving as the rulers of their tribes. Furthermore, there exists a minuscule probability that a two-headed ogre may arise, boasting even greater power and innate spellcasting abilities, with each fully matured two-headed ogre being a formidable spellcaster. After meticulously exploring the valley, Suren finally stumbled upon a few distinctly visible footprints near the water's edge. The footprints were substantial, left by bare feet, resembling human shapes, but measuring 2 to 3 times larger. In his mind, He began to piece together the events that had transpired here. The tribe of gnolls residing in this area was suddenly attacked one night by a group of powerful monsters. The gnolls resisted valiantly, yet their efforts were swiftly crushed. In the face of an assailant force comprising hundreds of gnolls, the attackers suffered negligible casualties. Following the defeat of the gnolls, the assailants did not depart. Instead, they hosted a gnoll barbecue within the valley, consuming the slain and injured gnolls as roasted meat. After the massacre, the attackers did not linger, but instead escorted a multitude of gnoll captives away from the valley. Suren remained unaware of their destination for the time being. However, such a powerful group of assailants posed a significant threat to Suren's territory. The valley was not too distant from his domain, with a straight-line distance of perhaps 50 to 60 kilometers, which was alarmingly close. Much like the frost WYRMS, whose range extends up to 300 kilometers, these creatures that preyed upon the gnolls would require a territory of at least 50 kilometers to ensure a sufficient food supply. Given the evidence, it was clear that these attackers were carnivorous, meaning that if they established a foothold here, Suren's territory would become their primary target. Therefore, Suren had to eliminate this group of assailants. Suren dispatched all of his barbarian warriors to seek out clues. These formidable warriors, capable of holding their own against the gnoll attackers, would be able to endure any assault long enough for Suren to arrive. After spreading out to search for leads, Suren settled at the valley's entrance to await their return. Shortly thereafter, within about 10 minutes, one of the barbarian warriors discovered some traces. Considering that the attackers had left with hundreds of gnoll captives, it was inevitable that they would have left behind a multitude of clues. Once all the barbarian warriors regrouped, Suren followed them to investigate the findings. The site where the clues were located was not far from the valley. Situated to the south, upon arriving, they found numerous footprints leading southward. Without delay, they pursued these tracks, and the passage of their sizable group left a newly trodden path, allowing Suren and his companions to progress swiftly. After walking along this route for approximately half an hour, Suren suddenly spotted a flag, a structure made of stones piled together, standing over a meter tall, with a wooden pole erected in the center. Atop the pole was a gnoll skeleton, while the stone heap below was pierced with sharp wooden stakes that had impaled the skulls of other humanoid creatures. Upon seeing this marker, Suren comprehended the situation. The attackers who had assailed the gnolls were a band of ogres. The stone structure before him served as a sign of the barbarians' territory, indicating that they had established dominion over this land. To enter this territory was tantamount to trespassing upon their domain. Much like how Suren would erect watchtowers and stone markers at the boundaries of his own territory. An ogre tribe, Suren mused, stroking his chin. It seemed he would soon have the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Ogres are generally unfriendly towards most races, as they relish consuming various intelligent beings. In their worldview, trade is non-existent. They seize whatever they desire. To them, any human entering their territory is merely food. Suren examined the marker, noting that the earth around it was still fresh, suggesting that the structure had been recently established. This ogre tribe had likely migrated here not long ago. Perhaps they had been driven from their previous territory or had outgrown it. In any case, they had now encroached upon Suren's domain. To claim a piece of wilderness, it is insufficient merely to mark the territory. One must subdue all nearby tribes and forces, compelling them to acknowledge your presence. Had this ogre tribe arrived earlier, they might have been part of the last coalition. The surrounding tribes had been largely eradicated by Suren, leaving him as the sole remaining force capable of opposing these ogres. Chapter 71. Ogres 2. The wilderness teems with monsters, even in the southern realms, where goblins and kobolds can be found lurking in areas distant from towns. The reproductive capacity of goblins and kobolds is astonishing. A single pair of goblins can produce 10 to 20 offspring within a year. The same holds true for kobolds. In contrast, a human warrior requires at least 20 years to mature from birth to becoming a competent fighter. However, once trained, a squad of elite human soldiers can easily vanquish multiple times their number in goblins or kobolds. Against ogres, humans have even less of an advantage. From birth, ogres consume meat, growing at an accelerated rate that far surpasses that of humans. Were it not for their food scarcity, their numbers could swell exponentially. It is precisely due to their limited population that humans were ultimately able to drive them into the wilderness. Suren circled around the flagpole and continued toward the ogre encampment. Given that these ogres had captured a significant number of gnolls as slaves, it indicated that they intended to establish a tribal gathering place here. As Suren and his companions entered the ogre-controlled territory, they became increasingly cautious. Ogres are not to be underestimated like goblins. Kobolds, or gnolls, A single adult ogre warrior can effortlessly dispatch a small squad of human soldiers, equivalent to the knightly rank in human classification. Adult ogres tower over 3 meters in height, donning armor and wielding massive morning stars. While these weapons may appear unwieldy, their striking power is formidable. Capable of creating deep dents even in knightly plate armor, a blow from such a weapon could easily result in broken bones and shattered limbs. As Surin pressed onward, he began to uncover more signs left by the ogres. The group slowed their pace, aware that they might encounter ogres at any moment. Soon, Surin spotted 2 ogres approaching, each wielding a morning star and clad in rudimentary armor. The 2 ogres stood approximately 3 meters tall, their skin a dull yellow, adorned in tattered furs, with heavy armor on their shoulders, chest, and wrists. Armor presumably crafted by themselves, as their limited skills allowed only for thick, rudimentary designs. Upon the armor, there protruded an iron spike measuring approximately a foot in length, while the wolf-tooth mace in hand weighed no less than 100 pounds. The surface of the mace was a dark crimson, with bits of flesh clinging to some of the barbs. The intellect of ogres is rather limited, comparable to that of wolves. However, to underestimate them as simpletons would be a grave mistake. These seemingly clumsy creatures possess formidable combat instincts, compelling even seasoned warriors to exercise utmost caution. As 2 ogres approached, Surin gestured, and the group stealthily concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush, retrieving his long spear from storage. Surin gradually adjusted his stance, while the other barbarian warriors stifled their breathing, their eyes fixed intently on the advancing ogres. The 2 ogres, oblivious to their surroundings, soon reached the ambush point where Surin and his companions lay in wait. With a swift motion, Surin lunged, thrusting his spear into the back of one ogre. The sharp spear pierced through the grotesquely designed armor of the ogre, rendering it utterly ineffective, and penetrated through the chinks. A single thrust was sufficient to claim the ogre's life. The spear impaled its heart and emerged from the front. The 400-pound ogre skewered as though it were a candied hawthorn, a torrent of dark crimson blood gushing from the wound. Surin swept the spear horizontally, sending the hefty ogre's body crashing into another ogre that was brandishing its mace and attempting to charge. The impact was thunderous. The first ogre's corpse sent the second ogre tumbling backward, its massive frame rolling several meters across the ground. Before it could regain its composure, a great axe fell upon it. The stench of fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the ogre's grotesque head rolled to Surin's feet. Stepping upon the ogre's head, Surin shook his spear, dislodging the blood that had accumulated upon it. Instructing the barbarian warriors to dispose of the 2 ogres' bodies, the group pressed onward into the wild. Surin was resolute in his intent to locate the ogre's encampment and obliterate it. He could not abide the presence of such a ticking time bomb adjacent to his territory. If these ogres were not dealt with, it was likely that he would find no peace in his slumber. After the bodies were disposed of, the group continued their advance, choosing to circumvent the paths forged by the ogres. Yet, before long, they encountered further commotion ahead. It's a pack of worgs. One of the barbarian warriors stated in a hushed tone. Parting the wild grass, Surin quickly discerned the presence of the worgs. This was a small pack, consisting of merely a dozen worgs, accompanied by 3 trained hyenas and several goblin slaves. The worgs appeared somewhat disheveled, devoid of any younglings. All were fully grown. Clearly, they had recently survived a brutal skirmish, emerging as the unfortunate survivors of a failed conflict. Recognizing the opportunity for experience, Surin signaled to the barbarians, who stealthily approached. Charge! The barbarian warriors sprang from the underbrush, swiftly crossing the distance of several meters, their dual-handed battle axes swinging in a wide arc toward the werg's midsection. The sharp blades cleaved through flesh, severing spines and splitting the werg in 2. The sudden assault by the 10 barbarians left the wergs no chance to retaliate, and in mere moments, they were slain. The remaining goblin slaves, terrified, scattered in a frantic bid for escape. Swish! A flurry of throwing axes soared through the air, striking the goblins and wergs in their backs or heads before they could flee. The blades sank deep into their bodies, and the skirmish concluded almost as swiftly as it began. After dispatching their foes and tidying the battlefield, the group resumed their pursuit along the trail. In the journey that followed, Surin encountered no further wergs, and upon cresting a hillside, he finally glimpsed the ogre's encampment. If only I had procured a monocular, Surin lamented, surveying the distant ogre camp. Though the world was predominantly medieval in nature, the presence of sorcerers had introduced a plethora of peculiarities. For instance, glass had long been crafted by wizards, primarily for use as experimental vessels. Telescopes also fell within this category. A standard one cost around 20 minus. But when imbued with special magical effects, prices could soar into the thousands. The ogre's encampment was situated on a hillside, where numerous goblins, slaves, and worgs labored under the ogre's whips to erect the camp. At the base of the hill, towering worgs felled trees, which were subsequently transported to the encampment after minimal preparation. Sturdy logs were driven into the ground, while goblins and other slaves cleared stones to construct a stone wall. It was evident that the ogres were intent on building a fortress here. Within the confines of the encampment, plumes of black smoke rose as massive furnaces glowed in the distance, where several burly ogres were forging weapons. Although the craftsmanship of these ogre blacksmiths was rudimentary, the sheer strength of the ogres rendered their weapons durable and heavy, transforming them into instruments of slaughter. Suren's expression grew grave. The scale of the encampment suggested at least 100 ogres were present, and possibly 200 if fortune were to frown upon him. Coupled with the numerous goblins, worgs, and other slaves, the overall strength of the ogre encampment was formidable. The construction of this makeshift fortress was already well underway, and at the current pace of the ogres, it wouldn't be long before it was completed. Despite its unsightly and chaotic appearance, the fortress boasted robust construction through thick logs and stone walls, leaving no doubt as to its fortitude. Many of the laboring slaves had been impaled upon wooden stakes, and the others dared not slacken their efforts. Any hint of laziness was met with the brutal lash of an ogre overseer. Given the ogre's immense strength, a single strike could leave even a worg grievously wounded, while goblins and other slaves were often left with half their lives extinguished. These incapacitated slaves were not discarded. Rather, they were slaughtered by the ogres for sustenance. The ogres harbored no concerns regarding manpower. Should the slaves dwindle, they could simply capture more from the wilds, where a plethora of monsters roamed. A tribe of 100 or 200 ogres was not insignificant, and more critically, such tribes often housed ogre sorcerers. That it is important to note that ogre sorcerers are formidable opponents, unlike many spellcasters who possess frail physiques. Ogre sorcerers are adept in both magic and martial prowess, wielding both brute strength and formidable spellcasting abilities. Though their repertoire of spells may be limited, ogre sorcerers can cast spells instantaneously without incantations, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary human mages. Without specialized training, human sorcerers struggle to master the technique of instantaneous spellcasting. Ogre sorcerers favor close combat. In addition to their magical abilities, they are also skilled fighters, and their intellect is notably higher. While an ordinary ogre possesses an intelligence rating of around 5, which often pales in comparison to that of wolves, ogre sorcerers boast intelligence levels generally exceeding 16. Stay hidden here. I will approach for a closer look, Suren instructed, allowing the barbarian guard to remain behind while he advanced alone. Chief, let us scout instead. Indeed, let us go. The barbarian warriors protested in unison as soon as Suren spoke. They understood well the capabilities of the ogres. Despite their previous ease in dispatching 2 of them, facing them head-on was a different matter entirely. Enough? All of you stay put. I do not fear these ogres, Suren asserted with unwavering authority. Truth be told, should he unleash his full might, defeating these ogres would not be an impossibility. However, this was no mere game, and the monsters would not flee if he could not eradicate the ogres in one fell swoop. The wandering ogres would pose an even greater threat to his territory, for he could not be vigilant at all times. The best course of action was to eliminate them all at once. Suren stowed away his spear and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Though the ogres appeared dull-witted, their speed was not to be underestimated, especially with the presence of an ogre sorcerer capable of casting bloodlust, a frenzy far more fearsome than that of the barbarians. Despite the longer period of weakness that followed their rampage, few survived the encounter. Utilizing the cover of the underbrush, Suren soon found himself 200 meters from the encampment. From this vantage, further approach became precarious. The ogres were far more astute than the worgs, and the foliage near the encampment had long been cleared. After observing for a time, his heart sank. The ogre tribe before him was indeed a formidable adversary. In addition to the ogre warriors, there were also a significant number of ogre champions, taller and more robust than their kin, armed with battle axes. These axes were larger and heftier than those wielded by the barbarian warriors. And in addition to their axes, they were equipped with iron armor, throwing spears, and heavy throwing axes. These ogre warriors have reached the rank of great knights by human standards. The majority of Sullen's barbarian guard also belonged to this tier. Yet their entire force consists of merely 71 individuals, while the number of ogre warriors here is at least 50 that on the opposite side of the camp. Within a massive iron cage, some enormous porcupine creatures are contained. These are among the few beasts that the ogres have managed to tame. Standing at a height of approximately 1.30 meters, these porcupines possess tough skin and thick flesh, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from their mouths and several spiky quills adorning their backs. When they charge, they resemble miniature bulldozers. Even the heavy cavalry of the human empire would hesitate to collide with them. Chapter 73, Ogres 4. Suren circled the camp at the foot of the hill. And after ascertaining the general situation of the ogres, he quietly departed. Upon returning to the previous earthen mound, the barbarian warriors eagerly approached him. "Chief, are we ready to engage?" The surrounding barbarians inquired, fingers brushing against their axe blades. Brimming with anticipation. Bang! Suren rapped his knuckles against one of their heads in irritation. "What are you thinking? Are you eager for death? Return at once." Casting a glance back at the ogre camp under construction, Suren led the barbarian warriors away to be by the time they arrived back at the mine. It was already evening. They could not afford to rest and hurried back to the town through the night. "What troubles you?" "My master?" asked Chris, dressed in a striking black and white maid's gown that accentuated her tall figure, exuding an alluring charm as Suren's chief maid. The succubus Chris was full of vitality. She was currently managing all affairs of the territory in Suren's stead. Both the barbarians and other humans regarded her with great respect. "An ogre tribe has encroached upon our territory, posing a significant threat to our safety." Chris approached Suren, assisting him in removing his coat. "An ogre tribe? Is my master planning to drive them away? May I lend a hand?" she inquired as she hung Suren's coat on a rack. "Indeed, they have commenced construction of a camp and must be dealt with swiftly. If we delay for a few more days, those ogres will fortify their stronghold and launch an attack, leading to considerable losses," Suren replied, ruffling Chris's hair affectionately. "Arrange matters for tomorrow. I shall take you with me." Suren held Chris in high regard. For after her self-created hero template enhancement, her strength was second only to his within the territory. Her advanced charm abilities were exceptionally potent, rendering even strong opponents like Johnson susceptible, coupled with her demon summoning skills. She was fearless in both one-on-one combat and skirmishes. When Suren had entrusted Chris with handling affairs, some of the barbarian guards expressed dissent, prompting Suren to let Chris demonstrate her prowess against them. In one-on-one duels, Chris would summon 1 to 5 demons, taking refuge behind their robust forms while wielding her whip and casting spells to harass her opponents. Even Johnson could not withstand her tactics. In a brawl, Chris's advanced charm could effortlessly compel a significant portion of the barbarian warriors to betray their comrades, leading to their own defeat at the hands of their allies. Following this battle, no one in the territory dared to oppose her. Beyond her considerable strength, Chris managed the territory with remarkable efficiency. Previously, there were instances of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls exploiting the negligence of the management, but now they had been trained to be obedient under her guidance. During the day, they could work, and at night, they could warm Suren's bed. Such a capable and dependable maid was precisely what he needed as a succubus. Chris possessed an abundance of skills, leaving Suren, a seasoned veteran in his past life. In this world of extraordinary powers, he could realize techniques that were unattainable in his previous life. Chris possessed spell-like abilities and had mastered several minor spells to enhance experiences, from which Suren had also learned numerous methods of power manipulation. For instance, his Thunderbolt gun had evolved into a plasma cannon, capable of unleashing lightning at will throughout his body, and even the succubus could not withstand its might. After a sleepless night, Suren arose the next day. Invigorated, with open arms, he had Chris assist him in dressing before enjoying a simple breakfast. Around 8:30 in the morning, Suren and Chris arrived at the military camp within the town, where all the barbarian warriors had gathered at the training grounds. Suren's barbarian guard comprised 71 warriors, aside from the 10 stationed at the mine and another 10 escorting Jean's caravan. Only 50 remained in the territory. Suren intended to leave 10 barbarian warriors to guard the town, while he and Chris led the remaining warriors to eradicate the ogres. In the town, aside from the serfs, there were 300 barbarian women and children, all of whom had undergone basic training. Once the military camp was established, Suren arranged for all the residents to receive militia training, ensuring that upon the sounding of the alarm, a militia could be mobilized immediately. Furthermore, the barbarian militia was significantly stronger than the Florentine militia, while female barbarians may not be as formidable as their male counterparts. Their ability to survive in harsh, perilous wilderness attests to their strength. The blacksmith shop in the territory had been consistently crafting equipment, making it feasible to arm 100 soldiers without issue. With the safety of the territory entrusted to Goliath, Suren ascended the tower to disassemble 8 crossbows for the forthcoming assault, preparing to bring them along. The crossbows were notably heavy, yet fortunately, the barbarian warriors were robust enough to share the burden. If it were left to humans, a few carts would be necessary to transport them. Once preparations were complete, Suren led the party aboard a vessel from Whitewater Port, flowing downstream to the mine's dock. Following yesterday's reconnaissance, the strategic map clearly marked the location of the ogre camp. Suren and his forces disembarked and traversed the wilderness directly. After several purges of this area, the population of goblins and gnolls had significantly declined, causing those creatures to flee upon spotting Suren's troop from a distance. After traversing a considerable distance through the wilderness, Suren once again spotted the battle flag marking the ogre's territory. Destroy it. Suren commanded the barbarian warriors to obliterate the flag and the stone altar beneath it. Bang! The pile of stones was toppled, and the flagpole severed. Suren and his army continued onward. Attacking the ogres under the cover of darkness was fraught with difficulty, as the species inherently possessed night vision capabilities, granting them an advantage in nocturnal combat. Thus, Suren resolved to approach openly. With Chris by his side, he felt confident of victory, even with numbers greatly inferior to the ogres. Despite the heavy load, the barbarian warriors advanced at a steady pace. And by midday, Suren had already caught sight of the ogre camp nestled on the hillside that he refrained from drawing closer, as proximity would risk detection by the ogres. The long distance marching under heavy load could exhaust even the barbarians, necessitating a moment of respite to eat and regain their strength. Chapter 74. Ogres 5. After dining, everyone restored to peak condition, Suren began directing the barbarian warriors to assemble the crossbows. After half an hour's effort, all 8 crossbows were assembled. Following a thorough inspection to ensure their readiness, they set off once more, edging closer to the ogre camp. It was difficult to conceal their movements from the ogres at this point. But stealth was no longer necessary. As Suren's party reached the foot of the hill, they were already spotted by some gnolls. Within the ogre camp, a robust ogre shaman raised a heavy spiked club. Bellowing, "Prepare for battle. All ogre warriors, assemble. You fools, the enemy stands at our doorstep. Gather the slaves and arm them. Those who dare to flee shall be executed. Tell them that should they kill a single enemy, I shall grant them their freedom." The shaman's thunderous roar spurred every ogre into action. Upon receiving the shaman's orders, the entire camp's construction came to a halt, and all ogres began herding the slaves together. Crude weapons were distributed among the slaves. Goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were all treated as expendable fodder. These slaves had been captured from tribes annihilated by the ogres, and after experiencing such overwhelming combat, they were paralyzed with fear, even with weapons in hand. They dared not resist. Upon hearing the ogres proclaim that killing a single enemy would earn them freedom, the formerly dull eyes of the slaves suddenly fixated on the human army at the hill's base. As a martial race, the ogres were exceptionally swift in their preparations for battle, arming every ogre, regardless of gender, encased in heavy breastplates, cumbersome gauntlets, and spiked shoulder pads. Each ogre wielded either a spiked club or a massive axe. The ogre warriors additionally carried 3 javelins each, their faces contorted into menacing visages, adorned with unknown paints, some even bearing horns, with chaotic tattoos marking their skin. "O warriors of the Hammer tribe, who dares invade our territory? Tell me, what shall we do?" roared the ogre shaman from his elevated platform. "Crush their skulls and feast upon them." A cacophony of roars erupted from the numerous ogres, causing the surrounding slaves to tremble in fear. With some even dropping their weapons to the ground, a resounding crack of a whip echoed through the air, and in an instant, the hapless gnoll who had dropped its weapon was brutally lashed, its flesh torn and bloodied. This unfortunate creature was nearly beaten to death, prompting the nearby slaves to scatter in fright. An armored ogre strode forward, delivering a swift axe strike that dispatched the fallen gnoll, subsequently hanging its lifeless body upon a wooden pole. Meanwhile, several other ogres flung open the beast cages within the encampment and released a horde of colossal porcupines, each weighing in the thousands of pounds. These fearsome creatures bore sharp fangs and were bristling with spines, instilling a sense of dread at first glance. The ogres would routinely drive their domesticated porcupines and slaves into battle as expendable pawns. Using them to wear down their foes, they would follow closely behind these cannon fodder, and should the enemy ranks falter, the ogres would surge forward to capitalize on the chaos. If the expendables suffered heavy losses, they would resort to throwing javelins from a distance. Suren observed the gathering ogre army but did not hasten his pace. He maintained his original speed and halted approximately 400 meters from the base of the mountain. Ogres, creatures averse to defense, cherished the act of offense, particularly when they perceived their enemy to be outnumbered as anticipated. Once the ogre horde had assembled, they were led by an ogre shaman down to the mountain's foot. At the forefront were various slaves, followed closely by ogres prodding the porcupines forward. The disorganized formation resembled a rabble. Yet any complacency could lead to severe repercussions from these expendable soldiers. A thunderous beat of war drums reverberated across the battlefield. As an ogre, bare-chested, brandished the leg bones of an unknown beast, striking the drum with fervor. The deep, resonant thrum permeated the entire battlefield. With the drumbeat, the ogres grew increasingly agitated, and the frontline slaves seemed to gain courage. Brandishing their weapons and shrieking in madness, Suren furrowed his brow. At that moment, he sensed a surge of magical energy. Though it was not particularly potent, its influence enveloped the entire battlefield. The ogre's ferocity was likely a consequence of this drumbeat. "Humans!" bellowed the ogre shaman from atop a wooden platform. "This land belongs to the Warhammer tribe. How dare you invade the territory of Shaman Kalando? I shall slay you all and imprison your souls in the abyss until the world's end. Draw your bows." Suren replied coolly, pulling the reins and advancing to the front lines. Now clad in beast-faced iron armor and wielding a spear over 2 meters in length, he pointed it at the ogres. "I care not for your Shaman Kalando. Leave this land at once, or I shall eradicate you all." Lightning crackled around Suren, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. The ogre shaman displayed no signs of fear. "Human, you have successfully enraged me. I shall personally sever your head and fashion it into a drinking vessel." As his roar echoed, the drum beats intensified, quickening like a frantic heartbeat, suffocating all in attendance. Under the shoving of the ogres, the slaves charged toward the human lines, their eyes bloodshot, devoid of any trace of fear, howling as they rushed forward. The ogres lashed their whips, driving a dozen massive porcupines toward the humans, their sheer size and speed lending them an awe-inspiring presence. The thunderous thumps of their footsteps resembled distant thunder, and some slaves were trampled underfoot, leaving behind a gruesome trail of bloodied remains. "Chloris," Suren called out. Chloris, still adorned in her black and white-made attire, stepped forward, offering Suren a brief smile before gazing towards the battlefield. "Summon the demons." A dark crimson light suddenly materialized at the center of the battlefield. And in the next instant, a demon towering 3 meters appeared, accompanied by 4 smaller demons that a knowledgeable observer would recognize the lead demon as a berserker, a high-tier demon, with the others being lesser serpent demons. While the berserker was formidable and craved battle, it was not particularly wise, making it susceptible to succubus manipulation. Upon spotting the surrounding adversaries, the berserker roared fiercely and charged at the Knoll slaves. Chapter 75. The Fierce Battle, 1. Although the berserker belonged to the higher ranks of demons, its lack of intelligence rendered it easily controlled by succubi, as it shared this vulnerability with the fluoro demons. Without a hint of trepidation, the berserker's towering frame and immense strength allowed it to shred through the enemy ranks with ease. A foul stench emanated from the berserker, a natural ability that acted as a toxin, causing all non-demonic creatures in proximity to stagger and fall victim to its assault. The 4 serpent demons, slightly shorter than the berserker, resembled Nagas, wielding abyssal iron swords. As mid-tier demons. Each leveling up would result in the emergence of an additional pair of arms. Thus, the more limbs a serpent demon possessed, the more powerful it became, with legendary serpent demons boasting 8 arms. The serpent demons present were merely of the 2-armed variety. Yet even they held a significant advantage over the expendable slaves. Expert in dual wielding, the serpent demons struck with blinding speed, rendering the gnolls and wolf men utterly defenseless. The once orderly charge devolved into chaos. The stench emitted by the berserker sent nearby creatures reeling, and it even felled a porcupine with a mighty swing of its axe. The berserker thrived in the presence of overwhelming foes, wreaking havoc among the ranks of expendable soldiers. It summoned yet another berserker, and together with its 4 serpent companions, created further disarray among the cannon fodder. Those expendable slaves who managed to break through the demonic blockade were swiftly met with the impatient barbarian warriors' axes. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, with porcupines flinging the expendable troops aside as they charged toward the barbarian lines. As the distance between the two sides shrank to a mere 100 meters. A barbarian warrior roared, "Fire!" Thud, thud, thud. The crossbow bolts quivered as they were released, each 2 meters long, piercing the charging porcupines. The massive creatures, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, were impaled into the ground, dark red blood gushing forth. In the blink of an eye, the charging porcupines lay lifeless. .8 crossbows managed to strike 5 porcupines, but the remaining few, undeterred by their fallen brethren, continued their furious advance, their eyes ablaze with rage. With no time to reload, several barbarian warriors brandishing enormous axes surged forward. The frenzied porcupines quickened their pace once more. The barbarian warriors, undaunted, charged at the rampaging porcupines, just as they were about to collide. The warriors swiftly dodged to the side, their sharp axes carving graceful arcs as they struck the charging porcupines. Blood sprayed forth as the savage axes easily penetrated the porcupine's tough hide, tearing through muscle and shattering bones. The rampaging porcupines were toppled, their massive bodies propelled by momentum, leaving deep gouges in the earth. The impact of their collision with the ground caused their internal organs to rupture, and as they lay dying, dark red blood flowed forth from their wounds. Seeing that the expendable troops in the charging porcupines had failed to achieve any significant effect, the ogre shaman roared in frustration, and a surge of magical energy erupted from him. Bloodthirsty sorcery. A pale red light enveloped the ogres, who howled in unison, their eyes rapidly filled with blood, their muscles bulging, and veins protruding as they brandished their weapons, the sound of the air being torn asunder accompanying their movements. The once dull drumbeats transformed into a fervent rhythm. The ogres howled and navigated around the chaotic battlefield, charging toward Suren's lines. The reloaded crossbows unleashed their bolts upon the advancing ogres, yet the ogres were not as predictable as the porcupines. Out of 8 bolts, only 2 struck their targets, impaling the ogres to the ground. Though they were powerful, such grievous injuries were beyond their capacity to withstand. The remaining ogres quickened their pace, seizing the opportunity as the crossbows reloaded, closing the distance to a mere 70 or 80 meters from Suren and his warriors. The ogres brandished their iron spears, leaning back before hurling them toward the barbarian lines. "Get down," Suren shouted. Stone wall. A 5-meter-high stone wall erupted before the formation. Bang! Bang bang! Stone shards flew as dozens of iron spears struck the wall. The structure held for merely a few seconds before crumbling under the onslaught. Several spears that breached the wall were swiftly deflected by the barbarian warriors wielding their massive axes. And the first wave of javelins resulted in no casualties. Turn stone to mud. A surge of energy coursed through Suren, swiftly merging into the ground ahead, beneath the charging feet of the ogres. The once firm ground instantly transformed into a quagmire. As the ogre warriors stepped into this mire, their bodies began to sink involuntarily. The weight of their heavy armor compounded their already considerable mass, rendering them even more burdensome. The soft mud beneath them could not bear their weight, and soon all the ogres found themselves engulfed. Fireball. Just as the ogres became ensnared in the swamp created by the spell Fossil to Mud, an ogre shaman abruptly conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball, which shot towards Suren, trailing a long tail of flame. Energy absorption shield. Standing next to Suren, Chris immediately enveloped him in an energy-absorbing shield. As the shield materialized, it was struck by the fiery orb, which diminished in size while the shield began to tremble violently, until both vanished simultaneously. With Suren's continuous casting interrupted, the effect of Fossil to Mud dissipated, and the remaining ogres continued their charge while hurling iron spears at Suren. Ogres flanking from both sides launched their projectiles without pause. Fully aware that Suren posed the greatest threat, they had identified him as the sorcerer and presumed that the human mage's meager defenses could not withstand such a barrage of iron spears. Yet their calculations proved futile. Hundreds of iron spears encircled Suren, yet he did not evade. Countless arcs of electricity converged upon him. Thunderbolt lance. Brilliant lightning erupted from Suren, and the lance in his hand resembled a dragon of thunder, surging with potent electrical energy as it struck the iron spears above him. The lightning dragon spiraled, sending all the spears aimed at Suren hurtling away, with some even melting under the overwhelming current. Chapter 76. The Fierce Battle, 2. The ogres, now fully consumed by their bloodthirsty frenzy, had lost all semblance of reason, attacking anything they deemed a target, save for their kin, following 3 fruitless rounds of spear throwing. The ogres grew increasingly enraged, charging forth in droves. The crossbow carts, operated by the barbarian warriors, swiftly loaded bolts 2 to 3 meters long, which were then launched. The powerful bolts pierced through the bodies of the ogres, rendering their heavy armor ineffective. Had the crossbow carts not been so slow to reload and outnumbered, they could have inflicted significant losses on the ogres. As the ogres drew nearer, the barbarian warriors released one final volley of bolts before seizing their weapons. Inspire courage. A radiant light emanated from Suren, enveloping all the barbarian warriors in an instant, boosting their morale further. Frost blade. 3 icy blades materialized before Suren, and in the next moment, they shot forth, tearing through the ogres in their path. The ogres fell as if reaped like wheat, most succumbing to a single strike, their bodies leaving behind traces of frost. After severing several ogres, the icy blades continued forward for a distance before shattering and vanishing, having eliminated 7 or 8 ogres in the blink of an eye. The resounding war drums echoed continuously as the barbarian warriors unleashed their own fury and charged forward. Undeterred by the frenzied ogres, the 40 barbarian warriors stood resolutely against the onslaught, engaging in a fierce clash. Their half-armor did not hinder their agility. The sharp double-headed axes they wielded cut through the air with precision. The strength of these barbarians was not inferior to that of the ogres. And in fact, they were even stronger, equipped with superior gear, though they were outnumbered by more than half. Boom. Suren swung his lance, shattering the skull of an oncoming ogre as if it were a watermelon. Chris wielded her whip, activating her innate ability, effortlessly controlling several ogre warriors around her, compelling them to strike at their own comrades with their spiked clubs. The battlefield was far from the ogre shaman's expectation of an overwhelming human defeat in just a short span of 10 minutes. The ogre's casualties were steadily rising. The shaman let out a furious roar, raising a colossal spiked club, larger than the average ogre's, and charged towards Suren. As he advanced, he unleashed spells, radiant bursts of magic illuminating the air around him, causing his speed to double. Haste, mighty strength, stone skin, fireball. The ogre shaman cast spells with remarkable speed, releasing them in quick succession. A fireball obliterated a snake demon that obstructed his path, and he accelerated forward. Bolstered by the spell of mighty strength, his power surging to monstrous levels as his massive spiked club pulverized a snake demon into a bloody pulp. The barbarian warrior's axe swept through the air, but was sent flying with a single swing of the shaman's club. Bending the finely crafted half-armor, Suren would not permit the ogre shaman to rampage unchecked. The shaman's unleashed fury posed a threat to all the barbarian warriors save for the highest ranking among them. Thunderbolt Lance. A powerful surge of lightning erupted from Suren, illuminating the air with blue arcs as they danced around him. The potent energy jolted 2 ogre warriors, rendering them numb and charred. Suddenly, a spear shot towards Suren. The ogre shaman hurled 3 iron spears in quick succession. Suren swept his lance, deflecting the spears, and in a flash, he dashed towards the ogre shaman. Explosive flame. A multitude of fire elements rapidly coalesced around the shaman, the vibrant orange energy radiating violent waves of power, forming a fireball twice the size of the previous one. Anti-magic. Sensing the imminent gathering of fire elements, Suren invoked the anti-magic field. Though the effect was formidable, it had its limitations in range. The shaman, grinning maliciously at Suren, gathered the volatile fire elements with the intent to launch the fireball. Just then, a surge of power enveloped him, and the once familiar elemental energy became chaotic. The fireball he had nearly completed disintegrated. In that moment of distraction, Suren charged forward with agile grace, sweeping his lance, creating a gash in the shaman's heavy spiked club, causing him to stumble backward involuntarily. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal reverberated as Suren unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with his lance. The ogre shaman struggled to block with his massive club, the force of Suren's attacks overwhelming even his enhanced strength, causing his arms to numb. Each block forced him to retreat involuntarily. Suren's strength was evidently superior. The relentless assault left the ogre shaman scrambling to defend himself, unable to mount a counterattack, while the massive club in his grasp cracked further under the pressure of the blows. The lightning arcs that clung to the club danced over the shaman's body, sending forth electric sparks. Had it not been for the shaman's prior enhancement of stone skin and high elemental resistance, the accumulated electricity would have rendered him completely numbed. Nevertheless, his condition had become perilously dire. Sensing the imminent threat, the ogre shaman roared in fury, crushing the bone amulet around his neck, unleashing a surge of elemental energy. Bloodthirsty frenzy. His eyes turned crimson, muscles bulging, veins protruding like coiling dragons, as his power surged once more. Previously restrained from entering a frenzy due to spellcasting, the shaman now released the stored frenzy spell from his amulet. In this frenzied state, the shaman's melee capabilities escalated dramatically, albeit at the cost of his sanity. With the enhancements of mighty strength and bloodthirsty frenzy, the ogre shaman barely managed to withstand Suren's onslaught. While still inferior in strength, he was no longer subject to overwhelming force. After another brutal clash with Suren, both combatants finally came to a halt. Chapter 77. The Fierce Battle. 3. I will slay you. Your flesh and blood will make me even stronger. The ogre shaman bellowed, his muscles bulging, the veins on his body resembling coiling dragons, rendering him even more fearsome. Suren remained expressionless, his gaze icy as he regarded the ogre before him, arcs of lightning dancing around his form, the immense electrical power resonating with the elemental energies in the air, causing blue sparks to flicker. Your head will become my trophy. I'll hang it at the entrance to my domain, the shaman roared, charging once more at Suren. On the other side of the battlefield, the clash between the barbarian warriors and the ogres raged fiercely, both sides comprised of rugged, powerful fighters. However, the barbarians held a slight edge in strength, though the sheer number of ogres provided a significant advantage. Yet with Chris in their ranks, the tide of battle began to shift. Soaring through the air, Chris found herself surrounded by 2 ogre brutes and 4 ogre warriors, who were frantically attacking other ogres. This sudden betrayal caught the unsuspecting ogres off guard, resulting in the immediate death of 3 ogres and severe injuries to 2 others. As chaos ensued among the ogres, it became evident that Chris possessed an innate mastery over the art of sowing discord. With her assistance, the ogre ranks descended further into disarray, allowing the barbarian warriors to sustain minimal injuries. The ogres lacked a sense of teamwork, and the barbarians were no better, despite Suren's repeated teachings. The moment their blood surged, they succumbed to sheer ferocity. One ogre, wielding a bone-crushing mace, clashed stubbornly against a barbarian warrior. With a powerful swing of his double-headed axe, he executed a spinning strike, the sharp blade whirling with tremendous force, severing the ogre's mace and then swiftly cleaving through its arm. The spinning axe resembled a great windmill, brazenly shattering all obstacles in its path. The heavy armor encasing the ogre warrior failed to provide adequate protection, and the barbarian's massive axe struck decisively, severing the ogre's grotesque head. Blood sprang forth as its head, roughly the size of a watermelon, soared into the air, before the barbarian could regain his footing after the spin. An ogre charged and sent him sprawling. The battlefield had devolved into utter chaos. Neither the barbarians nor the ogres adhered to any semblance of formation or strategy. Yet, in this tumultuous combat style, the barbarians thrived, while the ogres, despite their numerical advantage, found themselves at a disadvantage. In truth, the primary conflict remained centered around Suren and the barbarian shaman. With a resounding bang, a heavy wolf-tooth club, accompanied by a fierce gust, hurtled towards Suren. He evaded with a swift motion, his spear crackling with electric energy as it swept through the air. The ogre shaman's rocky skin was effortlessly torn apart, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. With a war axe in hand, he counterattacked with a spinning strike. Suren blocked with his spear, but the force of the ogre's blow sent him retreating several steps, leaving a deep dent in the steel shaft. It was unclear when the dark clouds began to gather overhead, but a gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, bringing with it a chill and a hint of moisture. It was evident that rain was imminent. The electric power coursing through Suren intensified, the ominous clouds descending ever lower, while the surrounding energy of lightning surged. With a mighty roar, the clouds unleashed bolts of lightning, instantly incinerating several ogre warriors. Suren sensed an extraordinary connection with the storm above. Though he could not control the raging bolts, he found he could channel their power through his own energy. Lightning danced wildly. The tempestuous fury of the storm escalated, countless arcs of electricity swirling within the clouds. The battlefield bore witness to this celestial phenomenon, awakening the goblin and wolfen onlookers, who, upon witnessing such apocalyptic sights, fled in terror. The berserker and serpent demon, having reached the end of their summoning, returned to the abyss. The frenzied ogres remained oblivious to the external turmoil. Suren merely guided the energy within him, unleashing more bolts from the storm above. Noticing Suren's escalating might, the ogre shaman let out a furious bellow and charged at him. Crackling electricity enveloped his form, the air thick with tiny sparks that danced around him. Chris had inched closer, but felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body as the minuscule lightning jumped upon her. Recognizing the danger, she swiftly retreated from the area. The ogre shaman, surrounded by a tempest of electrical energy, had his rocky skin torn to shreds. Suren moved with agility, channeling the energy into his weapon. transforming the spear into what appeared to be a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Surin materialized beside the barbarian shaman, his weapon leaving behind a trail of phantoms as he swiftly attacked the ogre shaman. The latter was utterly defenseless against the onslaught, soon bearing numerous wounds. The flesh at the sites of injury seared to char by the electric energy. The shaman's enraged howls were futile. His anger quickly morphed into agonizing screams. The heavy wolf-toothed club swung wildly in a desperate attempt to bring Surin down with him. But he was now utterly outmatched. Dodging the shaman's dying counterattack, Surin's spear struck like a brilliant flash of lightning, piercing through its chest. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, erupted, electric energy crackling around it. As blood gushed forth, the massive club slipped from the shaman's grasp, and his colossal body staggered back before crashing to the ground. Surin roared in triumph, the storm above churning violently as he became a conduit for the lightning, unleashing it in torrents upon the ogre warriors still locked in combat with the barbarian fighters. The bolts of electricity paralyzed the engaged ogres for several seconds, providing the experienced barbarian warriors with a fleeting opportunity to strike, resulting in the swift demise or severe injury of over 90% of the ogres on the battlefield within moments. As dozens of lightning arcs erupted forth, Surin's form gradually emerged, the ambient energy dissipating, leaving only the occasional flicker of lightning to narrate the events that had transpired. Chapter 78. Aftermath. Surin approached the corpse of the ogre shaman, lightly tapping with his toes before reaching for the war axe. Looking down at the fallen ogre, he decisively severed its head with a single stroke, placing it into a pouch for safekeeping before surveying the rest of the battlefield. Master, all remaining ogres have been slain, Chris announced, descending gracefully beside Surin, her small whip dancing in her hand. What are our casualties? Surin inquired. None have perished yet, but 5 are gravely injured. If we do not act swiftly to treat them, they may not survive. The rest are all wounded as well, Chris replied. Bring all the severely injured here, Surin commanded. Soon, several barbarian warriors carried the 5 gravely injured comrades to him. Their wounds were severe. The least injured had a concave chest from a broken rib. Several ribs fractured. Had fortune not favored him, a broken rib would have pierced his heart, and this barbarian would not have made it thus far. Surin directed a skilled barbarian warrior to reset the broken ribs, then employed a healing spell. Green life energy enveloped the injured warrior, flowing into his body and targeting the wounds, which began to heal rapidly under its influence. By the time the energy was exhausted, his condition had improved significantly. The most severely injured had been cleaved open by a war axe, a portion of his intestines severed. Were it not for the inherent resilience and robust nature of the barbarian warriors, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. However, despite the gruesome appearance, the wounds were manageable for treatment. After 2 healing spells, the once ghastly wounds gradually closed, though full recovery would necessitate time for rest. During this recuperation, these barbarian warriors would be limited to basic activities. Training or further combat was out of the question. Once the 5 were tended to, Surin proceeded to heal other wounded barbarian warriors. As fine raindrops began to fall from the sky, he instructed the others to clean the battlefield while he assessed the spoils of this battle. You have achieved a resounding victory. You have defeated a hammer-wielding ogre tribe led by a shaman, and your renown spreads widely across the wilderness. Your name instills a measure of fear among other wild races, granting you 2 prestige. The battle concludes, and you have gained 26,385 experience points. Congratulations, host, your level has increased, granting you 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a golden treasure chest. In this battle, you have acquired a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. Surin allocated the 2 attribute points to strength and then opened his personal status panel. Name, Surin. Race, human. Level, strength, 37 agility, 29 spirit, 24 constitution, 29 charm, 19 leadership, 63 traits, talents brave, swift as lightning, Pegasus, advanced robustness, advanced resilience, calm, elemental affinity, iron will skills, frost blade, thunderbolt spear, lightning spear, healing touch, life healing, fiery blaze, magic suppression, mechanical control, transform stone to mud, inspire morale, beginner, ultimate techniques, whirling cherry blossom, mastered, fierce gale, proficient, torrential rain, advanced, weapon proficiency, sword weapons 160, spear weapons 185, bows 98. Throwing 83, horsemanship 130, thunderbolt spear, an advanced form of the lightning spear, granting an electric power boost upon use, with further potential for evolution. Surin retrieved the leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. A vibrant green leaf resembling an ordinary one, yet it emanated a subtle fragrance that invigorated the mind. Leaf of the Tree of Wisdom. This leaf possesses miraculous properties. Upon use, it enhances spirit by 3 points. Much like the bottle of North Star essence he had acquired previously, this leaf could directly enhance attributes, one boosting strength and constitution, the other spirit. As Suren did not urgently require increased mental capacity. He carefully stored the leaf in his inventory for future use. Continuing, Suren opened the golden treasure chest he had just acquired. As the golden radiance dissipated, a notification sound resonated in his ears. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a recruitment order. Upon hearing the news of the recruitment order, Suren's eyes sparkled. This item was like a timely downpour for him. Currently, his territory was severely lacking in population. Comprising only 500 serfs and 40 mercenaries, along with over 300 barbarians. In comparison to a small town, the population was drastically insufficient. As for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, Suren did not count them as part of the populace. He could not bring himself to believe that these races would coexist peacefully with humans. The slaves in the camp, although seemingly docile, were merely terrified by Suren's previous battles and dared not rebel. These wild monsters fundamentally had a habit of consuming humanoid beings, which was utterly unacceptable in human society. In truth, this sentiment extended to all races, including dwarves, barbarians, half-elves, half-orcs, elves, and centaurs. These monsters could only exist as slaves within Suren's domain. To develop the territory, a substantial population was essential. Suren had already instructed Jean to promote recruitment in the northern provinces while the trade caravans were present. However, the nearest human city was 300 miles away from his territory, an insurmountable distance for many. Furthermore, they were skeptical of Suren's policies, leaving no one willing to come here for the time being. To supplement the human population in the town, Suren had Jean purchase a batch of slaves each time he returned to the camp. Yet relying solely on the purchase of slaves for population growth was excessively costly, and the quality left much to be desired. Slave traders had already selected skilled slaves, and acquiring them came at a steep price. Now, with the recruitment order in hand, although it would not completely resolve the population deficit, the ability to recruit manpower was indeed a significant boon. The last time he used a recruitment order, he managed to enlist over 100 barbarians. He could only wonder how many he would be able to recruit this time, as long as they were not from a cannibalistic race. Suren would likely accept them. He took out the recruitment order and chose to use it. In an instant, the order, composed of an unknown material, disintegrated into a cloud of dust, leaving no trace as a gentle breeze swept by. After using the recruitment order, Suren chose not to focus on it any longer. Such items had long-lasting effects. Soon, a group of individuals would arrive to apply for membership, and he merely needed to wait patiently. Chapter 79. After the battle, 2. After the battle concluded, Suren inspected the 8 siege crossbows. Fortunately, they had sustained no significant damage, with only 2 experiencing minor issues that could be resolved by replacing some parts. He finished off the surviving ogres and eliminated the injured goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, as he lacked the supplies to treat them. Those who remained uninjured were taken prisoner. However, the number of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls captured during the skirmish was not substantial. Most of the slaves had fled during the chaos, while a portion was killed, and the slower ones were captured by the barbarian warriors. The total number of prisoners barely exceeded 100. Aside from the captives, this battle yielded an abundance of spoils. The ogres were equipped with various iron armor and spiked clubs. Due to the forging techniques employed, these items were quite heavy. A complete set of equipment from a single ogre weighed nearly 200 pounds. Such burdensome gear could only be wielded by ogres and giants. Suren planned to bring these items back for reforging. With close to 200 ogres, the combined weight of all the equipment exceeded 2 tons. Moreover, since these were iron items rather than raw ore, even with his territory possessing iron mines, it would take the kobolds at least half a month of mining to produce 2 tons of steel. After clearing the battlefield, Suren did not leave immediately. The sky continued to drizzle, and he had no intention of journeying in the rain. The wilderness lacked proper paths, and rain would only complicate travel further. Should he fail to return, he would have to camp in the wild, which was far from ideal. Nevertheless, he needed to send word back to his territory. He found 2 uninjured barbarian warriors and instructed them to brave the rain and deliver the message while he led the others into the unfinished ogre encampment. Although the camp was still under construction, the housing was already erected. However, the ogres' dwellings required cleaning, as they were not particularly hygienic. Given the weather, having a shelter from the rain was a blessing. The autumn rain, the light as fine silk, carried a chill, Despite the barbarians' robust physiques, enduring a night in the rain was unpleasant. He ordered the slaves to clean the camp before settling in. The barbarian warriors set about starting a fire to prepare a meal. While Chris attended to post-battle affairs, Suren brought the ogre shaman's corpse into one of the huts. The ogre shaman's body was placed upon a massive stone slab. Ordinary ogre corpses held little value, and Suren had already fed those to the gnolls, but the shaman's body possessed certain items of worth. Taking a sharp knife, Suren made an incision in the shaman's chest, although the ogre appeared corpulent. Upon cutting it open, he realized it was not mere fat, but a layer of adipose tissue overlaid on powerful muscle, especially around the abdomen. It resembled a swimming ring, yet upon closer inspection, the outline of robust muscles could be discerned. Suren extracted the ogre's heart and preserved it in ice. In addition to the heart, he sought out a skilled skinner among the barbarian warriors to remove the shaman's hide, also collecting some of its blood. A magical creature. The ogre shaman's remains held a certain degree of magical essence, although Suren lacked knowledge in potion brewing and the crafting of magical items. Selling these components to sorcerers could fetch a handsome price. If he could recruit an alchemist, these materials would prove invaluable. Having stored the separated components securely, Suren waved his hand, compressing everything into a storage space. Although the storage space provided by the system was only 3 cubic meters, items placed within remained in a state of stasis, appearing unchanged when removed or replaced. The barbarian warriors were in high spirits. Having prepared a grand bonfire celebration for the evening, the festivities took place in an open area of the camp, where they had erected a rain shelter using scattered timber. All but those on watch joined in the revelry. The barbarian warriors rejoiced in their victory over an ogre tribe, considering this battle an honor. Each warrior adorned themselves with unique tattoos using special pigments. Following this battle, all participating barbarians leveled up, with several of the strongest warriors advancing to the rank of barbarian great axe berserker. A non-heroic class. Reaching this level was nearly the pinnacle for them. To continue leveling up, they would require a self-created hero template to become heroes. The number of self-created hero templates was exceedingly limited, and Suren had only one thus far, making this path unrealistic. Even if Suren acquired more templates in the future, it would undoubtedly be insufficient for all of them to reach the apex of their class. Nonetheless, this did not preclude the possibility of future advancement. They would no longer be able to rely on system experience for leveling up, but with relentless effort, they might still break through their limitations to become heroes. However, the odds of this were dismally low. Having even one success among 100 or 1,000 elite soldiers would be considered remarkable. In reality, only dragons seemed to exist without such limitations. As long as they lived long enough, they could evolve from hatchlings to adult dragons, then to mature dragons, ancient dragons, and ultimately to progenitor dragons, all without encountering bottlenecks. After surpassing the ancient dragon phase, provided they did not die of old age, they would ascend to the ranks of primordial dragons, ancient dragons, and even primal dragons, potentially culminating in the title of progenitor dragon. Of course, the journey from hatchling to ancient dragon required at least 10,000 years, a span of time that few species could endure. Human lifespans ranged from 70 to 100 years, which was not considered short in this world. Gnolls had a pitiful natural lifespan of only 35 years, while goblins and kobolds lived even shorter lives. Dwarves lived from 300 to 500 years, elves from 500 to 1,000 years, and even half-elves enjoyed a lifespan of around 300 years. Naturally, if one managed to break through to the legendary level, their lifespan would dramatically increase. The longest-lived profession was that of the sorcerer. A legendary sorcerer, provided they did not engage in reckless behavior, could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even as their life approached its end, they could opt for reincarnation as a lich. Theoretically, a legendary lich could survive for at least 3,000 to 5,000 years. Thus, a legendary sorcerer would accumulate wealth surpassing that of a mature dragon, for their power stemmed from knowledge, and the passage of time rendered them immensely formidable. Chapter 80. Return. As for liches, should one encounter them, one could only hope for divine intervention. Once a sorcerer reincarnated as a lich, each successful lich was at least a legendary level powerhouse, proficient in various spells, making them among the most perilous beings in this world. Even more troubling, liches could resurrect themselves through their phylacteries. As long as the phylactery remained intact, a lich would never truly perish. Among all professions, the warrior class can be considered the most arduous. Low-level warriors are essentially cannon fodder. Only upon reaching higher ranks do they begin to experience any semblance of improvement. But even then, they pale in comparison to their mage counterparts of the same tier. High-level warriors who fail to ascend to the legendary status will witness a decline in their physical prowess, particularly after the age of 50. When their overall fitness begins to deteriorate. If they do not achieve legendary status by the age of 60, their chances of doing so in their lifetime become exceedingly slim. However, upon attaining legendary status, a warrior's lifespan doubles, and their stamina ceases to diminish, allowing them to maintain peak performance until the last decade of their lives. Nevertheless, even with this extension, the lifespan of a human warrior remains a mere 200 years, which is significantly less than that of a mage. This is not to imply that legendary warriors lack strength, on the contrary. Their hand-to-hand combat skills are formidable. Yet, when faced with spellcasters, they can easily fall victim to magical assaults. True warriors possess no magical abilities, rendering them vulnerable in encounters with those who wield spells. Consequently, some warriors have taken on supplementary professions. The barbarian great axe berserkers have now reached the pinnacle of their vocation, awakening even greater powers as elite combatants. Their signature skill, berserk, has evolved into advanced berserk, which enhances their strength and prolongs its duration compared to its predecessor. Additionally, the barbarian great axe berserkers have gained the skill intuitive dodge, significantly improving their evasion capabilities. It can be said that a fully equipped barbarian great axe berserker has now attained the level of a knight commander. Among all the barbarian warriors, aside from 2 heroes, 10 others have reached this level, while the remainder consists of barbarian warriors and barbarian great axe warriors. Similarly, Chris has leveled up, however, despite her increased power. She remains far from achieving legendary status. For a succubus, advancement is not an easy feat. The next day, upon awakening, he found it was nearly noon. After discussing the art of bondage with Chris the previous night, he had to admit that the succubus possessed an innate talent, mastering various positions with ease, many of which were beyond the capabilities of humans. Furthermore, succubi boast a physique and recuperative abilities that far surpass those of humans, making them both efficient and durable, rendering them the ideal candidates for the head-made position. After vanquishing the ogre tribe, Suren was in high spirits and celebrated with Chris, only to lose track of time and rise rather late. "Master, you are awake. Come wash your face," Chris said as she gracefully approached the bedside, first using clean water to assist him in washing up, followed by a gentle application of facial cleanser. Chris had now begun to serve him in a manner that leaned towards total pampering, allowing Suren to rise without lifting a finger as she took care of all his needs. After completing his morning routine, Suren rolled out of bed, and Chris tenderly dressed him. Of course, this process could take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours, particularly since he often woke up in a rather irritable mood. However, with their journey back to the territory planned for today, Chris quickly dressed him, and after a simple breakfast, the party prepared to depart. The weather was favorable, having cleared up after the previous day's rain, which had left the ground somewhat damp. Suren led the barbarian warriors, escorting the captives away from the ogre territory, and this time, they had amassed considerable spoils. Fortunately, the ogres had also domesticated several pack beasts. These creatures resembled rhinos, possessing a cantankerous disposition and an astonishing appetite. While they were strong enough to haul goods, they were not favored in human society, only appreciated by the mightily strong ogres. Besides transporting supplies, these pack beasts also served as a food reserve for the ogres, who were carnivorous, feasting on various humanoid and other animal species, though they had a particular penchant for humanoid flesh. These pack beasts likely constituted the ogre tribe's food reserves. Although taming and controlling these beasts was a daunting task for ordinary people, Suren now had a group of barbarian warriors whose strength rivaled that of the ogres, making it feasible to subdue the creatures. A convoy of several cartloads pulled by the pack beasts departed, accompanied by the slaves they had captured, while the ogre camp was set ablaze upon their exit. If the camp were not thoroughly destroyed, it would be reclaimed by other wild tribes within days, for it was indeed a location that was easy to defend but difficult to assault. Had Suren not been short-staffed, he would have contemplated seizing the camp for himself. Before obliterating the camp, all the various supplies left by the ogre tribe fell into Suren's hands, besides iron ore. The most abundant resources within the ogre tribe were various pelts. However, the ogres were not particularly adept at the art of tanning, resulting in many of the hides being damaged or rotten. He loaded the relatively intact ones onto the carts while incinerating the rest. Summoning the crimson flames, he ignited the camp, which quickly succumbed to a conflagration, although the return journey was laden with an abundance of spoils. Their pace quickened considerably, as the robust pack beasts were far stronger than horses. The wilderness had grown thick with wild grasses, and lacking proper paths, the wheels would often become ensnared in the vegetation. While horses struggled to pull the weight, this posed no problem for the pack beasts. The convoy of pack beasts carved a rudimentary path through the wilds, though such a trail would not last long. Soon to be reclaimed by overgrowth, due to the enormous size of the pack beasts, the ships constructed within their territory could not accommodate them, so Suren and his party opted to navigate along the river instead. Upon returning to North Fort, the fort remained on high alert. Upon seeing Suren's party return, the giant stone breathed a sigh of relief, although he had already learned of the army's victory over the ogre tribe the day before. The wilderness was fraught with uncertainties, and he dared not relax his vigilance until the party returned. "Chief, the welcome ceremony has been prepared," the giant stone said with enthusiasm. "Welcome ceremony?" Suren replied, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, Chief, let us proceed into the town." Upon entering the town, the army was met with cheers and exuberant welcomes as crowds lined the streets, the serfs excitedly marveling at the ogre corpses, some bold barbarian maidens even blowing kisses to the procession. Giant stone, let us preserve this welcome ceremony for the future. Chief, as you command. Chapter 81. The town. The ogre corpses, after being preserved with lime, were hung on the outer walls of the town. This act served as a strategic deterrent, inducing fear in other monsters or humans who might behold them. Such displays on the northern plains exert a significant influence over other tribes, as any tribe contemplating migration would be inclined to avoid the town upon seeing the ogre remains unless they possessed strength far surpassing that of the ogres. With the ogre tribe eliminated, North Fort was filled with jubilation. However, following a brief celebration, the town soon returned to its usual state, as the planting season was nearing its conclusion. During this period, land cultivation had been temporarily halted, and all available land was being diligently farmed. The predominant crop was, naturally, potatoes, with over 8,000 of the 12,000 acres dedicated to their cultivation, while 2,000 acres were allocated for winter wheat. A request made specifically by Chris, stemming from the last trade with Jean from Cult City. According to Chris, the Lord's diet must include high-quality refined flour, while the remaining 2,000 acres were devoted to sugar beets. The seeds for these beets were gathered from those found in the wild, and it can be said that over 90% of the sugar beets within a 30-kilometer radius of Suren's territory have been harvested. The yield of the sugar beets remains uncertain for the time being, but it is anticipated to be considerable, as those found in the wild are comparable in size to small turnips, suggesting that the yield per acre could rival that of potatoes. Agricultural report. Total area, 12,000 acres. Current status, planting completed. Crop types, winter wheat 2,000 acres, sugar beets 2,000 acres, potatoes 8,000 acres. Pest status, healthy. Fertilization, minimal or none. Maturity time, winter wheat 237 days. Potatoes, 104 days. Sugar beets, 352 days. Agricultural effects, none. Upon realizing that sugar beets require a year to mature, Suren felt a sense of urgency. After all, the sugar trade had just begun, and future demand for sugar was bound to escalate. Solely relying on the sugar beets collected from the wild would not sustain them for long, and only through large-scale cultivation could they ensure ample production. Without sugar beets, there could be no sugar extraction, and Suren's sugar trade would likely falter. There are alternative methods to expedite plant growth, as the elven race possesses techniques for accelerating growth. However, the elves have not been seen in centuries. Additionally, mages can cast spells to hasten growth, or one could seek assistance from druids skilled in agriculture, as well as priests of the earth goddess, who also possess spells to accelerate plant growth. Yet, these options are not particularly viable for Suren, given the remoteness of his territory, with no immediate means to hasten plant growth. Suren resolved to continue gathering sugar beets from the wild while also imposing restrictions on the quantity of sugar traded, planning to implement these measures once Jean returned. With the fields of the territory now fully planted, the focus shifted back to the construction of the town, which had previously stalled due to urgent farming needs. Now that the planting was complete and only a minimal workforce was required for maintenance, the surplus labor began the process of building the town. The 10 or so pack beasts acquired from the ogre tribe were not slaughtered, despite their temperamental nature. Their strength and high load-bearing capacity made them invaluable for transporting goods or road construction that a multitude of colossal creatures, each weighing several tons, rendered the transportation of timber and stone remarkably convenient. Suren had specifically crafted several enormous stone rollers, which were utilized during road construction, allowing these pack animals to traverse back and forth, effectively compacting the ground. The results were not inferior to those achieved by professional road rollers in his previous life. With the assistance of these pack animals, the infrastructure within his territory progressed at a remarkable pace. In addition to the roads, the construction of Suren's lordly castle also accelerated, given the modest size of the town. The castle was not overly grand. It comprised a town hall, his residence, and a small training ground. Within his abode, Chris had even established a garden. The garden was adorned with pristine white marble. Sourced deliberately by Suren from the nearby Ladas Mountains, Suren employed a magical process utilizing fossils to eliminate impurities from the stone, resulting in a batch of marble that was utterly flawless and as white as jade. According to Suren's vision, he also intended to construct a fountain. However, the absence of a skilled sculptor hindered this ambition, as he was unwilling to settle for a mediocre creation. Thus, he resolved to wait until the craftsmanship of the sculptors within his territory improved. A week later, Suren's lordly castle was finally completed. Congratulations, host. The lordly castle is finished, and the city management interface has been activated. Lordly castle, rudimentary. This is a basic lordly castle with limited benefits to the territory. Note: a grand and imposing lordly castle would better reflect the Lord's majesty, providing bonuses of 2 to dignity, 2 to public order, 2 to defense, 1 to public sentiment, and 1 to comfort. City management interface: city, North Fort, small town, location, northern wasteland. Public sentiment: 90. Public sentiment is capped at 100. When it falls below 60, the townsfolk begin to doubt the Lord. Below 40, the populace starts to dwindle. Below 30, there is a risk of unrest. Below 20, rebellion may ensue. Please treat your subjects kindly. Taxation: 0. Tax standards can be set. Currently lacking a tax officer. Income: 2,000 goldner from food annually. 5,000 goldner from trade caravans. Treasury: 1,200 goldner. 8,000 units. Food: dried salted fish 5327, jerky 1851. Population: 812, including barbarians. Livestock: cattle 117, bison, gazelles 233, pack animals 17, horses 40, draft horses. Law enforcement officer to be appointed. Captain of the guards to be appointed. Defense officer to be appointed. Mayor to be appointed. Tax officer to be appointed. Castle steward Chris. Headmaid Chris. Caravan manager Jean. Social order 80. Higher social order indicates greater stability within the territory. A town with good order enhances the sense of belonging among its citizens. A decline in order may lead to chaos. Prosperity 12. Please expedite commercial activities within the town. Higher prosperity attracts more settlers. Population required for upgrade: 5,000. Current population growth: 21. Military forces: Barbarian Guard 71. Longbowmen 5. Town defense: basic stone walls. Local specialties: white sugar, dried salted fish, jerky, potatoes, furs, ironware. Territorial buildings: Lord's Mansion, residential houses, barracks, trading market, warehouse, farmland. Blacksmith shop, port dock, mine. With the establishment of the territory management system, Suren could now clearly ascertain the current state of his domain, significantly easing the management process. The primary challenges facing his territory remained income and population. Aside from the white sugar trade, the income was nearly non-existent, and the population was the foundation for growth. Currently, he faced a severe population shortage, as natural growth was too slow. Fortunately, recruitment orders were still an option, albeit a rare one, necessitating the exploration of alternative methods to bolster the population. Chapter 82, Rum Master. The type of rum you requested has been brewed. Would you care to sample it? Chris approached with a bottle in hand. Last time, Jean returned from Cult City, bringing back a batch of slaves, some of whom were skilled in brewing. The leftover molasses from sugar extraction contained a significant amount of sugar, but could not be further refined due to technical limitations, rendering it wasteful to discard. Thus, Suren decided to utilize this byproduct to produce rum, reminiscent of how rum was traditionally created from molasses in his previous life. In South America, the extensive cultivation of sugarcane produced copious amounts of molasses, leading plantation owners to invent rum production as a means of utilizing waste. During long sea voyages, fresh water often spoiled due to technological constraints, while rum served as an effective remedy for scurvy. Consequently, many ships carried substantial quantities of alcohol, which remained stable and unspoiled over time, preventing sailors from succumbing to illness. Rum thus spread across the globe during the age of exploration, and utilizing molasses for rum production became an additional revenue stream for plantation owners. Using molasses for brewing was advantageous, as it yielded significant quantities of alcohol without depleting food supplies, a boon for Suren, who faced food shortages. In this era, entertainment options were scarce, even in the southern city of Calur. Noble pastimes were limited to hunting and banquets. Performances by minstrels or circuses were rare, and common folk had even fewer leisure activities. With taverns being the most prevalent option. Suren's territory housed a considerable number of robust barbarians, each brimming with vitality to channel their excess energy. Suren had constructed a training ground for them to spar. The preparation of alcoholic beverages served a similar purpose. Furthermore, as trade within the territory commenced, with an increasing number of caravans arriving, the influx of mercenaries and caravan guards would undoubtedly create a demand for entertainment venues. The absence of seafood merchants and vendors selling abalone in Suren's territory highlighted the long road ahead for cultural development. Thus, taverns remained the primary option for mercenaries and guards, who were often well compensated and willing to spend freely. Once taverns were established, they would undoubtedly become significant revenue sources for the encampment. This solution effectively addressed the issue of waste molasses, enhanced entertainment options, and generated profit, a trifecta of benefits that warranted pursuit. Taking the rum from Chris, Suren first inhaled its fragrant aroma. Pouring the liquid, he observed its amber hue and took a small sip. Finding the taste quite agreeable, the refreshing flavor and aromatic bouquet surpassed the subpar Alash he had previously consumed. The Alash he had acquired were low quality, often diluted with water, and while popular due to their affordability, nearly 2 copper nair for a cup, they were essentially weak beverages. This rum is rather pleasant, Suren remarked, placing the cup down with satisfaction. This particular rum is the finest produced by them, Chris stated, sampling the remaining contents of Suren's cup. What is the cost? Suren inquired, concerned that a high production cost would necessitate positioning the rum as a luxury item while continuing to produce more economical beverages. As per your instructions. The rum is brewed from molasses, significantly diluted with water, and fermented with yeast. The cost of 100 liters of rum is approximately 2 gold nair, Chris replied, detailing the process. Suren quickly calculated that this price did not confer a distinct advantage over the Alash. Master, this rum can be further diluted with water. What you tasted was undiluted, Chris explained with a smile. It can be diluted by half, resulting in a much lighter flavor, but still superior to the Alash. Then dilute it by half and assess the pricing, Suren agreed. As such practices were commonplace in this era, though high-end beverages would not undergo such treatment. Let us produce both low-end and high-end rum, rebranding the high-end variant, and adjusting the flavor profile for both. We will market them together, Suren proposed. Understood, I will instruct them to proceed. Chris nodded in affirmation. Additionally, grant each of the brewing slaves an extra 30 points, and award 50 points to those who contributed to this rum's production, Suren directed. Ensure they expedite the preparation of the beverages. Chris nodded and departed with the rum. Soon after, the brewing slaves swiftly complied with Suren's directives, creating 2 distinct types of rum. The high-end variant exhibited greater clarity, nearing transparency, with a unique fruity aroma, a refreshing and sweet flavor, and a delightful fragrance. Conversely, the low-end rum, while lacking in comparison, remained refreshing and presented a semi-transparent reddish-brown hue, significantly surpassing the Alash both in appearance and taste, while also controlling costs to 10 silver nair per barrel, an appealing price point similar to that of the Alash. However, the high-end rum commanded a higher price, at 2 gold nair per barrel after adjustments. Suren contemplated establishing a glass factory within his territory for bottling sales, planning to sell each bottle for 2 gold nair. With a barrel yielding at least 200 bottles, that he even devised a name for this beverage, Frost Dew Wine, crafting a backstory to elevate its status. This marketing strategy, while commonplace in his previous life, was unprecedented in this world. As long as the story crafted is sufficiently poignant, complemented by the delightful flavor of the wine, it will swiftly find its market, naturally. If Suren possesses sufficient connections to persuade the king to serve this wine at court banquets, the outcome would be even more favorable. However, one must question whether he truly has such connections to venture into this desolate wilderness to cultivate the land. With the wine prepared, Suren promptly commenced the establishment of a tavern within the town, the location of which had long been determined, allowing construction to begin immediately. The progress of the tavern was remarkably swift. Within merely 2 days, an establishment capable of accommodating 70 to 80 patrons was completed. The tavern, a vibrant town structure, bustling taverns provide a haven for weary workers to unwind and enjoy a drink, The advent of the tavern enhances the town's prosperity, attracting those who revel in libations. Prosperity 5, Joy 5, Information 5, Security-2. Special effect. Opportunity to attract wandering heroes to linger here. Chapter 83. The Return of the Caravan, Attracting Wandering Heroes? Upon reading this information, Surin's breath quickened. Currently, his territory housed only 3 heroes, Johnson, the Boulder, and Kliss, each possessing formidable strength. The recruitment of additional heroes would undoubtedly elevate the tavern's value. He arranged for personnel to open the tavern and made a point to spend some time there himself. After experiencing the establishment, he instructed the manager to be vigilant in gathering intelligence, while also keeping an eye out for any peculiar individuals. Following the tavern's opening, Surin noticed that the barbarian warriors' fondness for this place had eclipsed their interest in the training grounds, necessitating restrictions on their activities. To prepare for the impending trade, Surin established a barracks near the trading market, providing a resting place for soldiers. Adjacent to the barracks was the tax office of the trading market, currently quite rudimentary, as no tax officer had yet been appointed in the territory. Thus, Kliss had to serve in this capacity. Fortunately, aside from the caravans arriving for trade, there were no other sources of taxation, which explains Surin's delay in appointing a tax officer, given the absence of tax revenue. Trade with the caravans certainly required taxation. Any transaction exceeding 100 gold dinars within the territory had to be registered at the tax office and subjected to a certain tax. If anyone attempted to exploit loopholes by intentionally limiting transaction amounts to below 100 gold coins, they would face a tenfold penalty upon discovery. All transactions were mandated to occur within the trading market. Dealings conducted outside were deemed illegal, with goods confiscated by soldiers responsible for market security. Exiting the tavern, Surin spotted a weary-looking Jean. "My lord, it is truly a pleasure to see you. I was just about to seek you out for a report." Upon seeing Surin, Jean's face lit up, and he hurried to Surin's side, bowing respectfully. "My lord, the caravan has safely returned to the territory, and all goods remain intact. We procured 300 slaves from Cult City, resulting in a profit of 1,500 gold dinars from this trade." Such a substantial sum. Surin momentarily paused before accepting the ledger to review it. The most significant income listed was from sugar. Jean had brought back 50 pounds of sugar from Cult City, while the remaining items were primarily furs and similar goods, collectively selling for less than 500 gold dinars. The 50 pounds of sugar fetched nearly 3,000 gold dinars in Cult City. After spending over 1,000 gold dinars on supplies and another 1,000 on the purchase of 300 slaves, and after paying taxes, they were left with 1,500 gold dinars. The average price for the sugar sold was approximately 60 gold dinars per pound, effectively doubling the expected price upon distribution. And astonishingly, all the sugar was sold out in less than half a day, with numerous nobles and merchants eager to place orders. However, without Surin's directive, Jean dared not accept any. It seems that the demand for sugar among the nobles is quite robust, Surin mused internally. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he still underestimated the nobles' fervor for sugar. These lavishly living aristocrats had reached an extreme level in their pursuit of material pleasures, with prolonged peace fostering an environment of increasing indulgence. "Well done," Surin commended. Patting Jean on the shoulder, Jean was immensely satisfied with his current position, having transformed from a destitute mercenary, living on the edge and battling for survival, into a businessman with a home and a purpose. Serving a noble of the territory, this dramatic change filled him with gratitude towards Surin, the one who had bestowed such opportunities upon him. "This is all thanks to your guidance. I merely executed the most basic of tasks," Jean replied respectfully. As one of the first mercenaries hired by Surin to develop the territory, Jean had witnessed Surin's relentless efforts to establish a foothold in this perilous wilderness, leading the barbarian warriors to victory time and again. Within a mere 2 months, they had built a town from scratch and uncovered a gold mine in this barren land. He now felt he was witnessing the rise of a legendary figure. Following a legend would undoubtedly bring him immense benefits, and perhaps even elevate him from a commoner to a new noble. "Jean, no need for modesty. I am well aware of your efforts," Surin assured him with a nod. Through his recent work with the caravan, Jean's negotiation and trading skills had markedly improved, a noticeable transformation. "My lord, only a small portion of the nobles purchased possess skills. The rest of the slaves can only serve as serfs or laborers." "I apologize." "My lord, most skilled artisan slaves were bought by those nobles. Skilled slaves were in high demand in the slave market, predominantly monopolized by wealthy merchants and nobles, with others only able to pick up the scraps." Surin's ability to acquire dozens of skilled artisan slaves initially stemmed from his noble status. With over 300 slaves, categorize the skilled artisans according to their abilities, and the remaining slaves shall be tasked with road construction. Surin swiftly assigned roles to this batch of slaves. My lord. During the sale of sugar in Cult City, many inquired about our supply source. Following your instructions, I informed a few trading houses, and they have decided to come to our territory for trade. Good. I understand. Surin's intention in spreading the word to attract other trading houses was to foster competition for sugar. Naturally, the arrival of numerous trading houses would also invigorate the territory's commerce, which was of paramount importance for Surin's domain that he planned to allocate 500 pounds of sugar each month for trade, dividing it into 5 portions and auctioning them off to the highest bidder. To prevent collusion among the trading caravans to suppress prices, Surin opted for a sealed bidding process, ensuring confidentiality. Each participant would have only one chance to bid. Thus, even if they had previously agreed on prices and divided shares, they would still need to raise their bids to avoid elimination. The caravans did not follow Jean to North Fort. They were preparing to come together as a group in anticipation of the forthcoming trade. Surin prioritized the construction of roads to the trading market, while also extending the territory's roads outward. In this era, building roads was a costly endeavor, and Surin mandated that all roads within the territory be at least gravel paths, with certain areas requiring flagstone paving. Such roads would not stir up dust in dry weather or become muddy during rain. Chapter 84. The water supply system. In addition to the roads, Surin began to establish a water supply system for the territory. Having spent over 10 years in this world, he remained unaccustomed to life without running water. In this era, urban water supply predominantly relied on well water, which required purchase. Owning a sweetwater well in a city provided a stable source of income. Of course, some impoverished families opted to fetch water from the river, while nobles often preferred nearby spring water. Due to the difficulty of accessing water, bathing was a rare practice in this age. For commoners, bathing once a month was considered a mark of hygiene. Surin could not accept that his barbarian warriors went a month without bathing. These robust men, full of vigor, were engaged in daily patrols and excursions into the wilderness, rendering dust and sweat inevitable. Consequently, Surin mandated that they bathe daily, a requirement wholeheartedly supported by the barbarian women, who would monitor their husbands to ensure compliance. If a man failed to wash, he would have to spend the night outside. While surveying the river, Surin observed a group of naked men and children gleefully jumping into the red sand river to bathe. The weather was still warm enough for such activities, though it would soon become impractical once the snow arrived. As he prepared to construct the water supply facilities, he also planned to build public bathhouses. The magic of this world could accomplish many feats that technology could not, yet the scarcity of wizards limited the widespread application of magic. Surin intended to construct the water supply facilities using ancient mechanisms akin to the Landshau water wheels from his previous life. With his expertise in mechanical operation, he was well versed in the principles and construction of various machines. He planned to erect 3 to 4 Landshau water wheels along the Red Sand River, utilizing them to elevate water from the river and channel it into a reservoir within the city. The reservoir must be located at a higher elevation. Otherwise, the water would not flow adequately. The aqueduct outside the city employs the ancient Roman elevated aqueduct designed from a past life. To ensure the durability and sturdiness of these conduits, Surin specifically utilized the transmutation of mud into stone to reinforce them. The aqueduct extends from the riverbank all the way to the outskirts of the town. After careful consideration, Surin resolved to construct a reservoir outside the settlement, primarily due to the anticipated expansion of the town. Currently, the area of the northern fort is not extensive, measuring a mere 500 meters in both length and width, accommodating over 1,000 residents without crowding. However, with the increase in population, the current size will undoubtedly prove inadequate. Thus, Surin has devised plans for the town's expansion, intending to double its dimensions in all directions, thereby quadrupling its area and transforming it into a large settlement capable of housing 5,000 inhabitants. The aqueduct, drawing water from the Red Sand River, spans over 5 kilometers, and due to the elevation of the city compared to the river's surface, these conduits must be constructed as elevated aqueducts. The construction of such elevated aqueducts presents significant challenges, as there are no architects within the territory skilled enough to undertake such monumental projects. Consequently, Surin must take on this role himself, having spent a decade in this world and receiving a proper noble education. Albeit as an auditor, he is equipped with knowledge in various disciplines, including etiquette, geography, horsemanship, architecture, history, and martial skills. Surin diligently studied these subjects, and while he did not invest excessive effort in architecture, he feels confident in erecting an elevated aqueduct by integrating his past theoretical knowledge. The aqueduct measures approximately 60 centimeters in width, with a water trough depth of 50 centimeters, reaching a maximum height of 30 meters above the ground. The diameter of the water wheel is an impressive 35 meters. To construct such a water wheel, Surin personally led a team to the vicinity of the Lotus Mountains to fell several centuries-old iron oak trees. The iron oak thrives in cold environments, possessing a hard, resilient wood that is resistant to deformation, corrosion, and combustion, growing exceedingly slowly, taking 200 to 300 years to reach heights of 40 to 50 meters. That a water wheel crafted from this timber is both lightweight and durable after several days of labor. 8 iron oak trees were harvested from the Lotus Mountains, and Surin returned with his team, accompanied by various slaves captured during the expedition. Notably, to facilitate the felling of these trees, Surin also eradicated 2 worg tribes. Surin had previously encountered the Grand Water Wheel in a water park during his past life, and the first time he beheld such a magnificent structure up close, he was profoundly impressed by the sight of a 20 to 30 meter tall water wheel turning effortlessly. Powered solely by the flow of water, without reliance on steam or electricity, lifting water from the river to heights of 20 to 30 meters. The structure of this water wheel is not overly complex, drawing from his memories and combining them with his mechanical manipulation skills. Surin successfully constructed the first Grand Water Wheel. The massive water wheel now towers over the Red Sand River, its swift currents driving it to rotate, filling the outer water tanks along its circumference, which then ascend to 30 meters before pouring into the aqueduct. As long as the Grand Water Wheel remains intact and the Red Sand River continues to flow, a steady supply of water will be assured. The water wheel, constructed from iron oak, stands as a robust and efficient tool for drawing water. Boasting impressive ratings in sturdiness, durability, and power, the elevated aqueduct is constructed from stone, necessitating a deep foundation to achieve its 30-meter height. Surin must personally oversee this construction as well. Given the scarcity of adhesives in this era, primarily relying on glutinous rice paste or volcanic ash cement, Surin is reluctant to waste resources on glutinous rice paste, and the cost of transporting volcanic ash cement is prohibitively expensive. Thus, he labors diligently, using the transmutation spell to solidify the stone after each segment is completed. The spell fuses the stones seamlessly, eliminating any visible gaps and surpassing the effectiveness of both glutinous rice paste and cement. While this method yields superior results, it is exceedingly costly. In Cult City, hiring a wizard proficient in the transmutation spell costs at least 300 gold gnarls per day, a price even nobles find prohibitive. Should Surin find himself financially strained in the future, he may consider acting as an architect, as each casting of the spell can convert 10 meters of aqueduct into solid rock. Surin expends significant energy on this water supply system. Chapter 85. The Merchant Alliance. A large reservoir is under construction outside the city, as the water drawn from the Red Sand River cannot be consumed directly. Although the river water is relatively clear, many people still drink directly from it. If there happen to be animal carcasses upstream, the entire city's drinking water could be compromised. One of Surin's goals in establishing the reservoir is to facilitate disinfection. The reservoir will be lined with pebbles, fine sand, and charcoal to filter the river water. Although these materials only remove debris, Surin also prepared a fine silver mesh for further purification, ensuring that after multiple filtration steps, the water source will be safe for consumption. The completion of the water supply system will take considerable time. During the construction of the water facilities, a merchant convoy arrived from Cult City to purchase sugar. Jean's departure from Cult City was overseen by Fernandez, the representative of the Flamingo Merchant Guild, and the largest among 8 merchant guilds collaborating with the Northern Fort. Among them is the Skylark Merchant Guild, which has previously partnered with the Northern Fort but ranks 4th in size among the 8. Additionally, Surin encountered a familiar face among the merchants. Oh, the manager of the Bougainvillea Merchant Guild, who had previously been outwitted by Surin. Back then, he had attempted to undermine Surin's efforts without any cost, but ended up being outmaneuvered alongside the barbarian warriors. It was surprising that he dared to come back for trade this time. However, Surin had no intention of deceiving him again. He needed the prosperity of the Northern Fort, and it was best to avoid such unscrupulous dealings. Nevertheless, if anyone perceived Surin as easy to bully, he would not shy away from playing with them. Mr. Fernandez, I believe we should form an alliance to monopolize the sugar trade here. Indeed, I concurred. If we can dominate the sugar trade, our annual profits could easily double. I agree, chimed in the other merchants, having already regarded the sugar trade of the northern fort as theirs for the taking. Since everyone is in agreement regarding the sugar monopoly, we now need to divide the shares, Fernandez stated. Nodding in acknowledgement, he then surveyed the other heads of the 8 merchant guilds and bluntly proclaimed, I will take 20% of the sugar share. The remaining 80% is for you to negotiate among yourselves. The other 7 guild heads showed no dissent, as this had evidently become the norm. Subsequently, the 7 guilds began to bicker and negotiate for a larger share, turning the atmosphere quite heated. Fernandez, sitting aside, showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he took out a delicate pair of scissors and began trimming his nails with great care. Once the guild heads finalized their shares, he resumed the conversation. Now that we've agreed on the shares, let's determine the purchase price. Robert, what was the purchase price last time? 50 gold gnarls per pound. That price is too steep. We should demand a reduction. Robert's words barely left his mouth when O interjected eagerly. Yes, a reduction. I believe it should be lowered to at least 35 gold gnarls for acceptance. Another merchant manager concurred. You are underestimating the situation. To secure a higher price, he may very well opt for an auction. Robert, aware of the difficulties posed by Chris, doused their enthusiasm with cold water. And what of it? We can agree on a price, and if it surpasses that figure, we simply 1T bid. Exactly, that's the plan. The group of merchants agreed unanimously. But what if he refuses to sell? One individual suddenly inquired. That's simple. If he dares to refuse the transaction, let him witness the collective power of our 8 merchant guilds, and I assure you, he will relent. Laughter erupted among the group, for as the largest 8 merchant guilds in Cult City, controlling over 60% of the trade, they were indeed in a position to make such threats. After finalizing their plans, they held a small banquet before preparing their convoy to head towards the northern fort. Suren, unaware of the merchant's scheme to monopolize the sugar trade, would remain indifferent even if he did know, as he considered their alliance utterly unreliable, susceptible to collapse with the slightest external pressure. Upon their arrival at the northern fort, the other merchant guilds, aside from Robert, were taken aback by the town's appearance. They had expected this small territory nestled in the northern wilderness to be no better than the rural areas of the north. However, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that, despite its modest size, the town was remarkably clean and orderly, with stone-paved roads flanked by drainage ditches, devoid of any foul odors typically associated with waste. The buildings were neatly arranged, presenting a unique aesthetic appeal. Before entering the town, all visitors were informed of the local regulations. Many of the merchant guards and mercenaries found it hard to accept the extensive rules, questioning why a small town would impose such strictures as walking on the right side of the road. What significance did this little town hold? As a result, after 2 barbarian warriors wielding massive axes decisively taught those unruly mercenaries a lesson, all the merchant caravans expressed their agreement. There was no room for dissent. Who could have anticipated that 2 barbarian fighters would manage to incapacitate over half of a caravan's numerous guards and mercenaries? Upon realizing the military prowess of the northern fortress, even the caravan overseers became subdued. Following this demonstration of power, the caravans were directed to the trading market. Surin, however, harbored little interest in their arrival, as he was preoccupied with the construction of a water supply channel. The channel, which drew water from the riverside, gradually sloped downward, with its starting point about half a meter lower than the endpoint at the reservoir. Furthermore, as one approached the town, the ground rose higher, resulting in reduced workload and expedited construction of the water supply channel. After casting a spell to transform mud into stone along this stretch, Surin mounted his black stallion and headed to the tavern. During this period, he made it a daily routine to spend some time at the tavern, for its very nature suggested that it might attract a few heroes. He intended to test his luck there, hoping to encounter a hero and secure a significant gain. Upon arriving at the tavern, Surin discovered that it was particularly lively today. The establishment, which could accommodate 10 patrons, was completely full. Fortunately, the tavern was a 3-story building, and there were still ample spaces on the 2nd floor. Surin ordered a glass of rum, then chose a corner to observe the clientele to his disappointment. While many patrons were present, they were predominantly guards and mercenaries, with no sign of any extraordinary individuals. These mercenaries displayed a keen fondness for rum, which, despite being twice the price of ale, was selling remarkably well. It seemed that rum could fetch a handsome price as well. Chapter 86. The fragile alliance, the trade of white sugar, was to be negotiated within Suren's lordly castle. Early the next morning, the overseers of 8 merchant guilds arrived together. Claris languidly reclined on the main sofa, her enchanting demeanor leaving several guild overseers momentarily entranced, with some displaying particularly foolish expressions. Ahem. The first to regain composure, Fernand, darkened his expression and reminded them of their decorum. The others, now slightly embarrassed, managed to maintain their usual facade and continued the conversation. Welcome, esteemed merchants, to our northern fortress. The conditions may be modest. I hope you will bear with us, Claris stated with a smile. We have 500 pounds of white sugar available for sale. 500 pounds is quite a substantial amount. What can you tell us about the terms of trade and pricing? Fernand replied, nodding. Without waiting for Claris to respond, he continued, we can consume all of these goods, and we are prepared to offer you a high price. His expression suggested that he was convinced the other party would have no choice but to acquiesce. Claris lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. Betraying no reaction, this situation had long been anticipated by Surin, and even the solutions had been discussed in advance. Seeing Claris remain unperturbed, Fernand assumed their silence indicated agreement and continued in the same tone. Your town is quite distant from Cult City, and the expenses for each visit are considerable, so you will need to offer a discount. Of course, we will provide some compensation if your town requires any goods. We can facilitate their transport, and prices are negotiable. Our 8 guilds control 60% of Cult City's trade, granting us sufficient power to meet your demands. And what pricing do you propose for the white sugar? Claris inquired with a hint of mockery. Fernand and his associates exchanged glances, secretly pleased. Indeed, they perceived her as a mere provincial noble, easily cowed by a display of strength. Ahem, we have discussed it and concluded that 35 gold nails per pound is a fair price. One of the others chimed in. Claris did not respond but instead turned to the other guild overseers, none of whom dared to speak up. Very well, I understand your position. Claris nodded and set down her teacup. However, we have a better approach. Rising, she beamed. This batch of 500 pounds of white sugar will be divided into 5 portions, and each of you guild overseers will have the opportunity to bid. This time, we will employ a sealed bidding process. Each of you has a placard on your table. Please write your price on it and submit it to me. Ultimately, we will select the 5 guilds that offer the highest bids for the transaction. As for the 3 guilds with the lowest bids, I regret to inform you that your journey here will have been in vain. Claris, her alabaster fingers playing with a small whip, spoke with a radiant smile. Oh, and just a reminder, you will have only one chance. With a playful wink, she calmly returned to her seat. Impossible. We will never agree to this trading method. Absolutely not, Fernand shouted, unable to restrain himself. As the overseer of Cult City's largest guild, he had always dictated prices, never facing dissent. Little did he expect to stumble in this remote backwater. Mr. Fernand, are you dissatisfied with our arrangement? Claris asked with a smile, her tone reminiscent of the chilling winds from the far northern wilderness, sending shivers down one's spine. Fernand opened his mouth to respond, but, captivated by Claris's exquisite visage, he ultimately found himself speechless. Does anyone else have objections? You may leave now. Claris surveyed the room, exuding an air of authority. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and after a prolonged silence, no one dared to rise and depart. It appears no one has objections, so let us commence. Please write your prices on the placards, and shortly, we will have personnel come to collect them. Observing that no one was leaving, Claris chuckled softly, then returned to her seat. The 8 guild overseers exchanged glances before feigning cordiality and finally picked up their pens to record their prices. However, determining a price proved to be a challenge. If they wrote too low, they risked being outbid by others, thus ending up empty-handed. Yet if they wrote too high, they felt a pang of reluctance. Consequently, they hesitated to write anything. Claris leisurely observed their conflicted expressions, admiring Suren's ingenious bidding strategy, which effortlessly dismantled the fragile alliance of the 8 guilds. The sealed bidding process left them no opportunity to collude, and it also emboldened those guilds who previously feared to compete against the Flamingo Guild's might. Approximately 15 minutes later, several young barbarian women entered to collect the sealed bids. Claris began to review the submitted bids. Rather than immediately announcing the results, she instructed the guild overseers to await further news, then departed the hall with the bids in hand. Oh, what price did you write? One of the overseers inquired nonchalantly. 35 gold nails. We agreed on that price and cannot change it. The first replied defiantly. And you, Robert? Naturally, I steadfastly support the price we previously agreed upon. Not a single copper nail more. Robert declared with righteous fervor, his expression resembling that of a knight pledging loyalty to a king during a knighthood ceremony. Indeed, we must unite and ensure these bumpkins do not profit, another overseer exclaimed loudly, hearing their words. Fernand nodded subtly. It seemed they were secure in their position. Once the overseers departed, Clarice began examining the bid submitted. The highest bid came in at 80 gold nails, astonishingly submitted by the Peony Guild's representative. Following closely was Robert, with 78 gold nails. The lowest bid was 65 gold nails, more than double their previously suggested price of 35 gold nails. The lowest price among the top 5 guilds was 73 gold nails, averaging out to 76 gold nails per pound, meaning the 500 pounds of white sugar would sell for at least 38,000 gold nails. Chapter 87. The Female Hero the next day. Fernand glowered at the other 5 guild representatives. Didn't you claim your bid was 35 gold nails? He exclaimed, exasperated. Dumb. My apologies, Mr. Fernand. I may have misremembered, the representative of the Peony Guild replied, devoid of any embarrassment. As he handed over the gold nails to the attendant and began unloading goods with his entourage, Fernand quickly grasped that he had been outmaneuvered by this group, even if he sought revenge. It would be impossible. Now, his greatest concern was how to explain this debacle to his guild upon returning. Suren observed the somewhat disheveled woman before him, never imagining that his recruitment notices would draw a hero. Today, while casting the spell to transform mud into stone for the elevated water channel, a horse galloped toward him from the distance. As it drew near, he realized it carried an injured woman. A veil concealed her face, but her eyes sparkled like stars. Though she was enveloped in a voluminous black cloak, her graceful figure was evident, and bandages on her back were hastily wrapped around her wounds, now seeping with blood, clearly having reopened during her flight. Help me, she implored before collapsing from her horse. Suren quickly reached out to catch her. Ding, congratulations, host. You have encountered an injured hero. Aiding her will increase the likelihood of successful recruitment. The effect of the recruitment order has now concluded. Suren had not anticipated that this recruitment order would yield only a single hero. He had hoped to recruit several barbarians or other formidable races to bolster the town's military strength. But he was left with just a solitary hero. However, with the recruitment order's effect now terminated, he had no choice but to proceed. Observing the wounded female hero, Suren summoned a carriage and prepared to lift her inside. Her wounds had been hastily bandaged, and her veil had slipped aside, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. As Suren gently cradled her, he noticed her finely arched brows briefly furrow before relaxing once more. As he lifted her, he felt the supple texture of her skin, stirring a subtle excitement within him, complemented by a faint, delicate fragrance she exuded. Upon arriving at the Lord's castle, Suren carried the woman inside and sought out Chris to examine her injuries. To his surprise, the little succubus displayed keen interest in the woman. After assessing her condition, Suren cast a healing spell, and a soft green light of life energy flowed into her body, swiftly healing the ghastly wounds on her back. Yet, despite the wound's recovery, her complexion remained pallid. He instructed Chris to stay behind and care for her, while he returned outside to supervise the construction of the aqueduct. As the work progressed, the slaves had become quite adept at their tasks, merely needing to apply a mud-to-stone spell at the final stage. After completing the day's labor, Suren made his way to the military camp, where the adolescent barbarians were already undergoing training, poised to join the army upon reaching adulthood. Suren even contemplated establishing a reserve system within his territory, ensuring that any losses in the army could be swiftly replenished, thereby maintaining combat effectiveness. After inspecting the camp, he felt a pang of hunger and turned back toward the Lord's castle. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Chris did not greet him immediately, suggesting he might need to administer a few more electric blasts to her this evening. Master, you have returned, she said, approaching him as he shed his cloak. Indeed, accepting the towel she offered. Suren wiped his hands and casually inquired, has that woman awakened? She has, Chris replied, taking the towel and smiling. Master, she is a sorceress. A sorceress? Suren raised an eyebrow upon hearing the term, surprised that the recruitment order had attracted a sorceress. Sorcerers held great power in this world, yet they were equally enigmatic, rarely appearing in mundane society, preferring to sequester themselves in their laboratories to study various spells. However, Master, do not harbor excessive expectations. She is a wandering sorceress, Chris added. Chris then relayed the information she had gleaned about the sorceress. A few minutes later, Suren rubbed his temples, swiftly processing the newfound knowledge. Once his thoughts were organized, he continued. Are you saying that she is the sole remaining member of her sorceress order? Precisely, Chris affirmed with a nod. According to her, her order was a small one, and after her elder was injured in a confrontation with a dark sorcerer, he soon passed away. Fearing retaliation from the dark sorcerer, she left her original home and began to wander. She came to the northern wilds to gather materials for her experiments, but was attacked by 2 adult mountain bears. Fortunately, she managed to injure both bears and escape, eventually fortuitously arriving in our territory. What fortunate luck! It was evidently the recruitment order's power at work. Suren mused internally, then remarked, "So, she is merely a mediocre sorceress?" Chris shot him a playful glare, lightly admonishing, "She is, after all, a young lady. Such words are unbecoming." Very well, she is a mysterious enchantress," Suren shrugged. "Does she have any plans?" "From what she indicated, she wishes to stay here temporarily," Chris replied with a smile. "And she expressed her willingness to serve you, our esteemed lord." "Master, she is also an alchemist, and quite lovely as well," she added with a teasing wink. Alchemists are a branch of sorcerers, and most sorcerers dabble in this profession. They can craft extraordinary items using various materials. The magical weapons, armor, and artifacts that circulate within the human realm are primarily products of alchemy. If an alchemist were to join them, the items stored in his treasury could be put to good use. The ogre heart, blood, and skin left behind after slaying the ogre sorcerer, as well as the heart, blood, and tiger skin from the slain Stormwind tiger, all represented excellent raw materials. Once fashioned into potions or equipment, they could swiftly enhance the strength of the territory. Chapter 88. Hesterway, Suren, and Chris proceeded to the courtyard, where Hesterway lay resting on a bed. Hesterway was the sorceress Suren had rescued. Although her external injuries had healed, she had somewhat exhausted her mental energy during her battle with the 2 mountain bears. Hello. Thank you for saving me," Hesterway replied as she sat up to tea that moment. Suren took in her appearance. Her wine-red hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her pale face, marred by injury, only accentuated her delicate features, her large, black eyes sparkling like stars. The oversized robe did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. Her bosom was so pronounced that it could scarcely be encompassed by a single hand. Suren found himself fond of such a bountiful young woman. Chris had spoken the truth. Hesterway was undeniably a beautiful woman. In contrast to Chris's allure, Hesterway exuded an air of mysterious elegance. Anyone who encounters such a lovely lady in distress would naturally extend a helping hand, Suren remarked with a smile. "You are a true nobleman," she replied graciously. "Thank you for your kind words. Lady Hesterway, I would like to invite you to join my territory. May I inquire about your thoughts on the matter?" "I accept your invitation." Hesterway nodded in agreement. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a hero. You are rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Name: Hesterway Loyalty. 80 Profession: Sorceress Alchemist Level. Junior Sorceress, Intermediate Alchemist Strength. 11 Agility. 10 Spirit. 18 Constitution. 13 Charm. 25 Leadership. 30 Traits and Talents. Elemental Affinity. Enhanced Spirit, Focus, Heightened Perception, Energy Manipulation, Bloodline Awakening. Wisdom Skills: Magical Tricks, Mage Hand, Light Spell, Hypnosis, Charm Human, Arcane Missile, Grease Spell, Shield Spell, Featherfall, Web Spell, Burning Hand, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protective Arrow, Intermediate Alchemy. Expertise: Combat Casting, Proficient Casting, Quick Casting, Meditation. Magical Aptitude Weapon Proficiency, Sword Weapons 60. Staff 95, Riding 107. Note: the studies of sorcerers demand substantial financial resources. You will need to pay her a monthly salary. Upon reviewing Hesterway's attributes, Suren was taken aback. He had not expected her charm to reach 25. Just slightly less than Chris's. No wonder she was so stunning. She could be regarded as one of the most beautiful among humans, and she also dabbled in sorcery. The sorcerer profession is also a type of spellcaster. And compared to ordinary sorcerers, sorceresses are undoubtedly the elite. This profession is heavily reliant on appearance. As long as one's charm is sufficiently high, they can attain spellcasting abilities. In other words, only those lacking in looks cannot become sorceresses. Unlike sorcerers, who must study various spells, research spell models, and grasp spell theories, sorceresses can effortlessly cast spells. Imagine this. You labor tirelessly, pouring your heart and soul into studies to gain admission to a prestigious university, while someone next to you spends their days online, flirting, and never doing their homework, yet ends up outperforming you after the exams. Certainly infuriating. Even more enviable to countless sorcerers is that the bloodline of a sorceress can be inherited by their descendants. This means that if either parent is a sorceress, there is a high likelihood that their offspring will awaken to become sorceresses. With enough progeny, each generation can yield one or more sorceresses. It only takes a few generations to establish a family of sorceresses. However, this inheritance tends to diminish over time unless a reversion phenomenon occurs. Otherwise, it will gradually weaken. In contrast, becoming a sorcerer is a challenging endeavor. One must possess extraordinary talent, both in mental acuity and in learning. Only those born with potent mental faculties can learn meditation techniques and, through studying various languages, casting gestures, and spell templates, ultimately cast spells. In essence, every successful sorcerer is a scholar. This profession is inherently unkind to those who struggle academically. Thus, nurturing a sorcerer is an arduous task. Furthermore, the powers of sorcerers do not pass down, at most. Their descendants may have a slightly enhanced chance of becoming sorcerers, making it exceedingly difficult to form a family of sorcerers. Consequently, the vast majority of sorcerers are cultivated through mentorship or academies. Seeking out talented children from the large pool of commoners for training. In comparison, the time, effort, and financial resources expended to cultivate a competent wizard are indeed excessive. Naturally, with such substantial investments, persistence will yield greater rewards. Each high-level wizard has mastered a plethora of spells, enabling them to adeptly handle various situations. At this stage, wizards are referred to as FAE, and they possess twice as many spells as sorcerers of equivalent rank. Furthermore, the spells wielded by sorcerers are predominantly derived from their bloodlines, resulting in a more singular focus. Even legendary sorcerers exhibit significantly inferior casting abilities compared to their wizard counterparts. Aware of this shortcoming, many ambitious and gifted sorcerers often take on the role of wizards as a secondary profession. It is indeed rare for one to possess this duality. Suren was pleasantly surprised to discover that the wizard he recruited was also a prodigious sorcerer. The only drawback might be the monthly remuneration he would owe her. During the period of developing his territory, Surin had scarcely compensated his soldiers, as the barbarians held little concept of currency. Moreover, most of the barbarians were slaves he had purchased, and Chris was a succubus he had captured through his own prowess. Thus, he saw no reason to pay. However, for Highsway, compensation was a necessity, as every wizard is known to be adept at spending. Though they are affluent, their expenditures are equally impressive, given that the various magical materials required for their experiments do not come cheaply. Therefore, such payments are indispensable. Subsequently, Chris arranged a living space for Highsway. Given the town's rudimentary construction, the finest residence was Surin's lordly manor, which fortunately had ample rooms to spare. By the way, Highsway, as an alchemist, are you capable of crafting magical items? Surin inquired suddenly. Certainly, she replied. But with my current skills, I can only produce low-level and intermediate magical artifacts. I am unable to create high-level ones as of yet. Additionally, you will need to provide the materials for crafting, as I am currently impoverished. Highsway gestured with her hands. Of course, I shall supply the materials, so you need not worry that I will take into account any potential losses. Surin smiled. Very well. To celebrate your joining my territory, I am planning to host a welcome banquet. As you wish, Chris replied with a slight smile. Chapter 89. Highsway 2. Highsway is currently a novice wizard and a beginner sorcerer, ranking alongside human knights. Only upon activating their life energy can one be considered a knight, progressing thereafter to Great Knight, Knight Commander, titled Knight, and finally Legendary Knight. For an ordinary individual to become a knight is no simple task. A healthy child must undergo training from a young age, first advancing to squire, then to apprentice knight, ultimately achieving the activation of their life energy to attain knighthood. The hierarchy of wizards is similarly stringent. Before mastering a first circle spell, one is classified as a wizard apprentice. Once a first circle spell is mastered, they become a novice wizard, followed by intermediate wizard, high-level wizard, archmage, and finally, legendary wizard. Ascending to legendary status is no trivial matter. Each human kingdom boasts only 1 or 2 legendary knights, while the number of legendary wizards is significantly lower, and apart from the elite, common folk are largely unaware of their names. As for Surin's barbarian soldiers, their progression follows the ranks of barbarian hand, barbarian warrior, barbarian champion, barbarian great axe warrior, and barbarian berserker. Any barbarian recognized by the system may advance through these ranks, as they are a robust race, inherently stronger than humans. Thus, any adult barbarian can become a barbarian hand. akin to a human squire. Upon reaching the rank of barbarian warrior, they parallel human knights, while the top-tier soldiers achieve the rank of knight commander. However, while the system accelerates their growth, advancing to the top-tier soldier rank poses a challenge. After enduring the most arduous period, the territory's resources have significantly improved. The 38,000 gold nals gained from sugar trade have largely been expended on various living necessities provided by merchants. Consequently, Surin's standard of living has greatly elevated. Although the banquet was hastily organized, the array of ingredients was plentiful: roasted lamb, steak, roast goose, and a variety of desserts, with the sweet treats being particularly popular. After acquiring sugar, Surin had invested considerable effort into crafting these delicacies. Milk blended with assorted fruits and sugar, then frozen with icy magic, resulted in an otherworldly version of ice cream. Chris, having tasted it once, developed an affinity for the flavor, and Heisway too was utterly enamored by this delightful creation. Ding! The hero Heisway under your command is exceedingly satisfied with the ice cream, enhancing her sense of belonging to the territory and increasing her loyalty by 5 points. Surin was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Could a single serving of ice cream truly win over a witch? Surin, could you possibly share that ice cream with me? Heisway implored, her eyes fixated pleadingly on the untouched cup before him. Seeing her eager expression, Surin sighed in resignation and handed over his cup of ice cream. Here you go, enjoy. Thank you, Heisway exclaimed, swiftly accepting the ice cream and eagerly spooning a mouthful. Her eyes closing in bliss, reminiscent of a contented cat. After the banquet, everyone retired to rest. In this era, entertainment options were scarce, particularly at night. Surin, harboring a grudge, seized Chris and returned, determined to impart a thorough lesson to the little succubus. His intentions unwavering. The room was adorned with velvet, and the bed was remarkably soft. Since embarking on his journey, she had not encountered such comfort. However, as soon as she lay down, she began to hear strange noises emanating from outside. Initially perplexed, she soon realized the source and, blushing, spat in that direction, covering her head with the blanket to sleep. Yet, the velvet fabric could not muffle the sounds, which only grew louder, akin to feline claws scratching at her heart, persisting throughout the night until silence finally fell, leaving her to change her undergarments anew. The following morning, Surin awoke feeling invigorated. At breakfast, he encountered Heisway, who appeared to have fared poorly the night before, evident by the dark circles under her eyes as she yawned repeatedly. Heisway, did you not rest well last night? Was the bed uncomfortable? Surin inquired with concern. The bed was quite comfortable, but there were 2 cats outside that meowed incessantly all night, preventing me from falling asleep until late, Heisway replied, rolling her eyes at Surin before finishing her meal and retreating for some much-needed rest. Cats? Are there even cats here? Surin mused, perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, the succubus's voice possesses a unique magical quality, effortlessly transmitting sound to Heisway's chamber. With the presence of a wizard in the territory, a laboratory must be established, as wizardly experiments often entail inherent dangers, necessitating a location situated some distance from inhabited areas. Allowing Heisway to select her own site within the territory, Surin continued to oversee the construction of the aqueduct. Having cast a spell to transform mud into stone for the aqueduct, Surin suddenly recalled an unopened treasure chest. Seizing the opportunity while the slaves were hard at work, he accessed his storage space and opened the silver chest within. Congratulations, host, you have opened the silver chest, and you have acquired the skill Geyser Emergence. Geyser Emergence, upon use, it can channel a fountain from underground water veins, propelling surface enemies into the air. Surin assessed the skill. To be frank, its power was rather mediocre, demanding considerable magical energy with average destructive capability. However, this did not render the skill useless. On the contrary, its applications were numerous. Originally, Surin had intended for the Lord's Manor to utilize the aqueduct's water, but now, with this skill, he resolved to create a spring directly within the manor. With this spring, even the fountain in the garden could be operational. Directing the slaves to continue constructing the aqueduct, Surin mounted his horse and headed toward the Lord's castle. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard, which was deserted at the time. Spending a few skill points to learn Geyser Emergence, Surin released his magical energy in preparation for the incantation. As he cast the spell, his mental focus penetrated the earth, traversing through rock layers until he located a water vein 30 meters below. He guided the water vein upwards until it burst forth from the surface, shooting up several meters into the air. The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of others, and before long, Chris and Heisway arrived, collaborating with Surin to connect the fountain to the castle's water supply system. Chapter 90. Highway's laboratory. The water supply system within the Lord's castle had long been completed. It had merely awaited the external supply system. Now, with the fountain Surin had summoned, the castle's water supply was effectively resolved. Even the fountain in the garden commenced operation. While it is indeed possible to utilize the spell of geothermal spring to guide underground water and create a fountain, Surin chose not to halt the water supply project outside the city. After all, once the territory expands, the population is bound to surge, and it would be impractical for him, as the Lord, to dig wells for those people every day. Therefore, constructing a comprehensive water supply system is the most prudent approach. Heathervai's laboratory was soon completed. Located in the northeastern corner of the town, Surin made a point to visit her experiment. Discovering that this laboratory bore some resemblance to those he had seen in his previous life, albeit lacking the advanced equipment of that era. "Is this your laboratory?" Surin inquired, picking up a glass beaker to examine it. "What do you think? Aren't you curious about a wizard's experiments?" Heathervai joyfully arranged various peculiar tools around the laboratory. "There's not much to be curious about. It's not like this is an alchemist's laboratory," Surin replied with a slight smirk. "By the way, you mentioned you could create magical items. I have some materials. Perhaps you could craft something with them." "Magical materials? Where are they? Show me." Upon hearing about the magical materials, Heathervai eagerly grasped Surin's arm. Her excitement palpable. Surin felt a surprising elasticity in her grip, causing a slight stir in his heart, and he couldn't help but nudge closer, suddenly aware of an unusual sensation at her chest. Heathervai's face flushed crimson, and she quickly released her hold, unable to resist stepping on his foot in indignation. "Ah, my apologies, just a reflex," Surin chuckled awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable at being caught in such a moment. "Here are the materials I mentioned." He retrieved the items from his storage space, aiming to shift the topic. Indeed, the moment he unveiled the magic tiger skin, it captured Heathervai's attention immediately. Wind Fury magic tiger skin. After inspecting it closely and sensing its magical essence, Heathervai exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. What do you think? Can you use this tiger skin to create magical items?" "There are numerous magical items that can be crafted from Wind Fury magic tiger skin, the simplest being blank spell scrolls, which can then be sold to various wizards," Heathervai elaborated, gently stroking the tiger skin. "The hide of such a high-tier magical beast naturally contains magical power, making it an excellent medium for crafting advanced spell scrolls, which are highly sought after by wizards. Of course, that would be somewhat wasteful. Using the scraps would suffice for crafting blank spell scrolls. This pristine piece of tiger skin is rather extravagant. I have 2 proposals for this Wind Fury magic tiger skin," Surin said, reclining in his chair with an attentive posture. "What are those proposals?" "One is to create a cloak from the Wind Fury magic tiger skin, while the other is to fashion it into leather armor," Heathervai remarked, feeling the abundant magical energy within the skin. "What are the differences in effect between the cloak and the leather armor?" Surin inquired. "The cloak made from Wind Fury magic tiger skin can be enchanted with speed spell, feather fall, and disguise spell, each of which can be used once per day before requiring recharging. The leather armor, on the other hand, offers less. It enhances both magical and physical resistance and can include a minor strength spell or a minor speed spell," Heathervai explained. "Making the cloak requires considerably more material, almost twice that of the leather armor, meaning this piece of tiger skin could yield about 12 to 15 cloaks, while crafting leather armor could produce around 30 pieces. Regardless of what you ultimately decide to create, you must reserve a portion of this Wind Fury magic tiger skin for me," Heathervai insisted. "What do you need the tiger skin for?" Surin asked, somewhat puzzled. "I don't yet own a wizard's robe," Heathervai stated with conviction. "This tiger skin is thick and warm, and it can be enchanted. Of course, I need to keep a piece for a wizard's robe." "Very well. I shall set aside a piece for you. The remaining half of the tiger skin will be crafted into leather armor, and the other half into a cloak." Surin contemplated before continuing. "Let us enchant the leather armor with a constant speed spell." "Certainly. But given the magnitude of this task, I will need a considerable amount of time to complete it," Heathervai nodded. Then, as if struck by a thought, she quickly inquired, "By the way, since you possess such a complete Wind Fury magic tiger skin, you must have retained other parts of the tiger, correct?" "Indeed. Would you like them?" Surin replied. Heathervai explained, "To craft the leather armor and cloak, it is essential to engrave runes upon them, and the most suitable material for runic engraving on the Wind Fury magic tiger skin is its blood. Using its blood significantly increases the success rate. There is plenty of blood. all stored in the Lord's Castle warehouse. I'll have Cliss bring it to you shortly. By the way, do you know how to handle the Wind Fury Magic Tiger's heart? The heart. It can be used for potion brewing, but I've only crafted low-level potions that I have yet to attempt brewing mid-level potions from the Wind Fury Magic Tiger's heart, so I cannot guarantee the success rate. That's perfectly fine. If it fails, it will merely serve as practice. Suren waved dismissively. I also have the skin and heart of an ogre wizard. I will hand those over to you once you finish the current tasks. Ogre wizard. Heathervi looked at Suren in surprise. The ogre wizard. Yes, what of it? Ogre wizards are of the grand wizard level. You managed to kill them. Grand wizard level? Well, I suppose it's manageable. Suren shrugged, not overly concerned. Heathervi was left speechless by his nonchalance. How could he regard such a formidable creature, capable of evolving into a legendary beast with just one more advancement, as if it were little more than a mere wolfman? I cannot process the heart and skin of an ogre wizard, but I am aware of what items can be crafted from them. What can be crafted? Suren asked, intrigued. Not many items can be made from the ogre wizard's skin. The best would be the ogre set, the ogre strength bracers, and the ogre strength belt. Both the ogre strength bracers and the ogre strength belt grant an increase of 2 points to strength. When combined as a set, they provide a total of 6 points to strength, with the maximum enhancement not surpassing the strength of an adult ogre. An adult ogre possesses a strength of 16 points, meaning this set of equipment can ultimately elevate one's strength to that level. A novice knight with a strength of 10 points would instantly become a powerhouse with a strength of 16 upon donning this gear. However, for Suren, this set held no value whatsoever. Chapter 91. The Tavern. The strength of a wild barbarian hovers around 12 points, while the most elite barbarian berserkers can reach 18 points after leveling up. This ogre set would have limited effects on them, yet it would be quite effective for ordinary individuals, warranting a decent selling price. The ogre's heart could also be used in potion crafting. But Heathervi was equally unable to create anything from it. Here are some demonic materials as well, including the claws of a claw demon. Please handle those as well, Suren said, retrieving various materials from his storage space. Wait, just how many materials do you possess? Did you raid the Marquis of the North Treasury? This is an astonishing amount of materials, Heathervi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she observed Suren continually pulling materials from his storage. Although these materials may not be exceptionally rare, their cumulative value must amount to at least 50,000 gold coins. How many monsters must one slay to amass such a fortune? Recalling her own quest for materials, which had nearly resulted in her demise at the hands of a mountain bear, she was utterly disheartened by Suren's effortless display of magical materials. With such an abundance of materials, are you planning to exploit me as a laborer? If you are unwilling, I shall simply take these items away, Suren replied with a smile. Not a chance. Once they arrive in my possession, they are mine. Heathereye snapped her fingers and deftly commanded her magical hand to collect the items. Bring out anything else you have. After organizing her collection, Heathervi prompted. I also possess a leaf from the Tree of Wisdom, Suren said, producing the leaf he had obtained previously. What? A leaf from the Tree of Wisdom? Upon seeing the leaf in Suren's hand, Heathervi lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him and reaching for the leaf. Suren was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of soft flesh and the delightful fragrance wafting from her. This was quite the violation. Weren't you just complaining about being exploited? Suren swiftly turned his palm, securing the leaf from the Tree of Wisdom into his storage. Where's the leaf? Let me see it, Heathervi insisted, gripping Suren's hand. Is it of great importance to you? Suren's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Very important. Heathervi nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. I see, Suren mused. Then, noticing Heathervi still clinging to him, decisively stated, I won't give it to you. You, Heathervi glared at Suren, her cheeks puffing in frustration, appearing adorably fierce. What of it? I am your employer. Heathereye suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, biting her lip before leaning in close to Suren's ear and whispering, how about I marry you? And you give me the leaf from the Tree of Wisdom? Get off me first, Suren said, tugging Heathereye by her collar to lift her off them. What do you want the leaf from the Tree of Wisdom for? If I tell you, will you give it to me? Heathereye asked, her expression sulky. No conditions allowed. With a swift motion, Suren playfully slapped Heathereye on her pert backside, having long desired to do so, and finally finding the opportunity. Heather looked at Su Luan with a face full of grievance, then pouted and said, the leaves of the Tree of Wisdom can be used to create an awakening potion, which will enhance my mental strength and accelerate my magical recovery. All without any side effects. I see. Then feel free to make it. Surin nodded, retrieving a leaf from the tree of wisdom. Upon seeing the leaf, Heather immediately snatched it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How many bottles of awakening potion can this leaf produce? One leaf can only produce one bottle. Moreover, creating the awakening potion requires more than just the leaves. Other supplementary materials are also necessary. Fortunately, while those supplementary materials are quite valuable, they are not exceedingly rare. I have them all prepared. With this bottle of awakening potion, I can break through to become an intermediate witch, Heather exclaimed eagerly. That's great. I keep my promises. Without a moment's hesitation, Heather ushered Surin out of the laboratory and immediately began concocting the awakening potion. After leaving Heather's laboratory, Surin continued directing the slaves in constructing the irrigation canal. Once the day's work was completed, he habitually made his way to the tavern for a drink. As he settled down at the bar, the tavern manager, Light, leaned in and whispered to Surin, "My lord, a peculiar person has arrived at the tavern today." "Oh, what makes them peculiar?" Surin inquired, intrigued. "I'm not quite sure, but I have a feeling that this person is not ordinary," Light replied. Somewhat troubled, Surin took a sip of his drink and asked, "Where is this person?" "In the corner by the window on the left," Light indicated. "Please order me another drink." Surin glanced in that direction and noticed a man in his 30s sitting in the corner. He then turned to Light and said, "Please wait a moment." Light quickly returned with another drink. A familiar notification chimed in Surin's ear. "Congratulations, host. A wandering hero has appeared in your tavern. You may attempt to recruit them. Tavern. One wandering hero currently available." Taking the drink Light handed him, Surin approached the man. "New here?" he asked, placing the cup before the man and taking a seat across from him. "Yes," the man replied, turning to glance at Surin, who then noticed that the man had lost sight in one eye. "Try this rum. It has a rather pleasant taste," Surin gestured. "Thank you," the man said, taking a brief sip and responding coldly. "I am the lord of this territory. Would you be interested in joining my domain?" Surin continued, undeterred by the man's aloof demeanor. "You are the lord." The man finally regarded Surin with a serious expression. "Indeed. Are there others pretending to be me? I've heard that the lord of this territory is quite powerful. I wish to challenge you. If I lose, I will join your domain," the man stated. Nodding, "You wish to duel with me?" Surin asked, intrigued by the man before him. "Yes. Very well, follow me." Surin led the man out of the tavern towards the military camp's training ground. "By the way, what is your name?" "Harrison." The two soon arrived at the training ground, where Surin took his position in the center and gestured for Harrison to make his move. Harrison wasted no time. Drawing his sword and launching a sweeping attack towards Surin effortlessly blocked the strike with his spear. Harrison, unfazed, redirected his sword downward, aiming for Surin's fingers. With a slight smile, Surin's spear vibrated, forcing Harrison's sword aside before executing a sweeping counterattack. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Harrison proved to be no match for Surin. After several attempts, realizing he could not inflict any damage on Surin, Harrison accepted his defeat. "Since I have lost, I shall join your domain." Surin sheathed his spear and replied, "Ding, wandering hero Harrison requests to join your ranks. Do you agree?" "I agree. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a hero. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest. Name, Harrison. Loyalty, 75. Profession, Silver Hawk Swordsman. Level, Knight. Strength, 16. Agility, 17. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 16. Charisma, 10. Command, 75. Traits, Intermediate Resilience, Strength, Intimidation, Steadfastness, Bravery, Vitality, Agility, Alertness, Discipline. Retired officer. He was previously an officer in the Florentine Royal Army. Command 2, Discipline 4. Veteran. Having survived numerous brutal battlefields, he is a seasoned warrior. Will 2. Skills, Silver Hawk Swordsmanship, Crusader Swordsmanship, Combo Strike, Triple Strike, Charge, Shield Bash, Aerial Combo, Defensive Guard, Dual Wield, Reconnaissance, Chi Slash, Interrogation. Weapon Proficiency, Sword Type 145, Shield 130, Spear Type 135, Horsemanship 130. Bow 88, Throwing 82. Harrison is an exceptional officer who, having inadvertently become embroiled in the political struggles of the upper nobility, was forced to flee and become a mercenary. Each month, he requires a salary. An officer, upon seeing Harrison's attributes, Surin thought he would be well suited to become the constable of the territory. Although his strength was not remarkable, as a hero, with time invested, his abilities would steadily improve. Now that trade had commenced between the territory and the merchant guild, many mercenaries and guards had arrived in Surin's town, which, while bringing prosperity, also led to a decline in law and order. He planned to appoint a constable to oversee the town's security while penalizing those who violated regulations. Harrison's arrival perfectly met Surin's needs. "Welcome to Northfort," Surin said with a smile. "It is an honor to serve you," Harrison replied, bowing in a knightly manner. Opening his storage space, Surin activated the silver treasure chest, and a burst of ethereal light dissipated, revealing 2 pieces of refined steel in his inventory. Surin then appointed Harrison as the constable of Northfort and tasked him with forming a security team. The personnel for this team would be selected from the former mercenaries, who would undergo training in the military camp. The mercenaries Surin had previously hired had settled in, with a few bringing their partners along to reside there as well. Harrison recruited 30 members for the security team. Naturally, these security team members were not particularly strong. Even after military training, their abilities were merely at the level of knight attendants, with only a few reaching the level of apprentice knights. Their profession transitioned from mercenary to soldier. New recruits of Northfort, Northfort Guards, Northfort Elite Guards, Northfort Elite Warriors, Northfort Iron Hawk Warriors. Compared to the powerful barbarian race, human soldiers were significantly inferior. Only the elite warriors matched the knight tier. Moreover, training a soldier was no small expense. In addition to the need for supplementary salaries, the Northfort Guards required 2 gold nares, while the elite guards demanded 5 gold nares. Likewise, Surin's previous barbarian guard would now also require salaries. Initially, during the territory's development, Surin had promised them the status of freemen once the territory was successfully established, so he had not needed to pay the barbarian guards for some time. However, once the territory was on the right track, salaries would need to be dispersed. According to the system's standards, the price for barbarian warriors was not low. However, given their strength, it was still a worthwhile investment, as it would be challenging to recruit individuals for mere tens or hundreds of gold nares in the human realm. With Harrison tasked with assembling and training the security team, Surin designated an area within the town for the constabulary's residence. And he also commissioned the blacksmith to create specialized weapons and armor for them. Since the jurisdiction of the constabulary was within the territory, and the security team members were all human, they lacked the robust physiques of barbarians. Furthermore, they primarily faced petty thieves or mercenaries violating territorial regulations, making heavy armor and massive axes unnecessary. The equipment provided to the security team consisted of light armor and chainmail, with weapons being long swords. While these supplies were not particularly grand, they sufficed against the guards of merchant caravans and mercenaries. Constabulary, a modest constable's residence. This serves as the headquarters for maintaining territorial safety and combating crime. Law enforcement. 5. Public support. 3. Legal system. 3. With the establishment of the constabulary, a corresponding prison began to take shape. Unlike the constabulary, the prison required new construction, as prisons differ from ordinary residential buildings. Fortunately, the prison need not be overly large. Those guilty of grave crimes would face the death penalty, while only those with lesser offenses would be confined, under Surin's spell of transforming mud into stone. The construction was completed swiftly. Prison, you should be grateful that you are merely detained. There is still an opportunity for reform. Redemption. 10. Life of repentance. 10. Indestructible. 10. Psychological shock. 10. Prosperity. 1. Law enforcement. 5. Crime. 2. Legal system. 2. Upon completion, the prison received the system's acknowledgement. Surin deliberately brought a few humans in for an inspection. Upon entering the prison, one could feel an oppressive atmosphere that felt unsettling, as if unseen eyes were constantly observing. It also dredged up memories of past regrets and guilt, making prolonged stays in such a place unbearable. However, it served its purpose perfectly for detaining criminals. This was not a place for leisurely retreats. After a thorough tour of the prison, the expressions of the few humans trailing behind me appeared somewhat pallid. As they exited, their gazes cast back at the prison were imbued with palpable trepidation, evidently indicating that the prison had left an indelible impression upon them. It is likely that whenever these 2 individuals contemplate committing a crime in the future, the haunting imagery of the prison will involuntarily surface in their minds, compelling them to reconsider their choices. With the expansion of the town, the population of residents and officials is bound to increase, which will inevitably lead to a rise in various crimes, particularly the issue of corruption among officials. In Suren's vision, this place is designed to foster commerce, and it is certain that some officials will succumb to the temptation of illicit gains. Such occurrences are inescapable. This realm is the tangible world, not a mere game, and those officials are not NPCs. They are prone to err. Suren is even contemplating whether to periodically allow residents and officials to experience the prison firsthand, observing the reactions of those few humans earlier. It is clear that this prison holds significant deterrent power over criminals. Naturally, in addition to the prison, Suren will also enact stringent laws and establish oversight departments. Chapter 93. Development upon the establishment of the Public Security Bureau. On its very first day, several inebriated mercenaries were apprehended for causing a disturbance in the streets, promptly tossed into prison by the security team. Once they sobered up, they were shackled and assigned to street cleaning duties or forced into labor. The presence of the Public Security Bureau has markedly improved the safety within the territory. During this period, as Suren deliberately publicized the region across the northern provinces, many commoners aspiring for land have come to learn of the northern stronghold. However, due to the considerable distance, even if they wished to come, traversing the wasteland would be impossible without an escort. To attract population influx, Suren made arrangements with the trading caravans, requesting that they bring along any willing commoners on their journeys to this place. Of course, to incentivize the caravans, he stipulated that only those transporting 50 or more commoners would be eligible to participate in the sugar trade. This approach would undoubtedly displease the merchants, so Suren offered compensation for every individual they brought. They would receive a gold dinar as a reward. After all, escorting those commoners incurs minimal expense, as they are responsible for their own food and lodging, and in the event of monster attacks, they can wield their spears to assist in defense. After some consideration, the merchants agreed, and thus, starting from the second month, the population of the territory began to grow slowly. The local lords are largely indifferent to the exodus of these commoners, as they are primarily landless drifters. Retaining them would not alleviate the lack of available jobs in the city, compelling these individuals to resort to thievery or mercenary work for survival. To be frank, the mercenary profession carries a notorious reputation. Many mercenaries moonlight as bandits in the wilderness. Some mercenaries may even turn against their clients, completing a job before vanishing to another locale. Hence, most trading caravans employ their own guards and hire mercenaries for protection. Consequently, the departure of these drifters is not only unimpeded by the lords but welcomed with applause. Upon arriving in Suren's territory, these drifters find themselves destitute. Suren has no intention of generously distributing land to them. There is an old adage that states, "A grain of kindness begets a bushel of resentment." If he were to directly allocate land, housing, and provisions, these individuals might come to view such gifts as their entitlement. Should Suren cease to support them, they would likely feel that he owes them something. Thus, Suren has resolved against such actions from the outset, opting instead to provide for these individuals through labor in exchange for sustenance. After all, the territory requires a labor force, and there is no shortage of tasks for them to undertake. He intends to offer wages, while also allowing them to rent residences within the territory, albeit with a nominal rent, which, while not exorbitant, is nonetheless necessary. Employment will cover 2 meals a day. In this era, apart from the nobility, commoners typically subsist on 2 meals. The territory does not support idleness. Among the commoners arriving with the caravans, there exists a mix of diligent individuals and those who are indolent, seeking to evade work. For these latter individuals, Suren need not intervene. They can simply be assigned to the oversight of goblins or wolfmen, who will ensure they receive a thorough education on the importance of labor. After 3 months of work within the territory, these individuals will qualify for purchasing houses and land or for cultivating wasteland. To cultivate wasteland, prior notification is required. A fee of 1 gold dinar grants the right to cultivate 10 acres, which will enjoy a 3-year tax exemption. After 3 years, taxes will revert to normal. And while houses can be rented, they may also be purchased if one has the means. Thus, as long as one diligently works within Suren's territory, survival is assured, and conditions will only improve. Those at the lowest rungs of society often toil, without even achieving basic sustenance. With the influx of population, the territory has become increasingly vibrant. Additionally, apart from sugar, Suren's territory has commenced the external sale of rum. This refreshing and sweet-tasting rum quickly gained popularity upon its introduction, leading several merchant guilds to vie for a share in its sales. Since rum is produced from waste honey, the production costs are relatively low to command a higher price. Suren has undertaken to repackage the premium rum. With the growing population, he established a glass factory along the banks of the Red Sand River, utilizing river sand to produce glass. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding the quality of the glass produced. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Highsway possesses considerable expertise in glassmaking. It is worth noting that as a mid-level alchemist, crafting glass is a task well within their capabilities. Under Highsway's guidance, Suren's glass factory successfully produced high-quality glass. After undergoing repackaging, the price of the rum naturally increased. However, unlike sugar, rum is not irreplaceable. Therefore, in seeking the assistance of the merchant guilds for its sale, Suren has had to make considerable concessions. Nonetheless, these investments are expected to yield returns, and soon, rum will emerge as another vital source of revenue for the territory. The glass factory has been entrusted to Khaleesi for management. Suren has stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Khaleesi is a management prodigy. Under her oversight, there have been no errors whatsoever. Consequently, Suren has resolved to learn from Khaleesi's management techniques. But upon observing her methods, he promptly abandoned the endeavor. It is simply a matter of innate talent. Whenever Khaleesi employs her advanced charm, virtually everyone becomes her devoted follower, working with an enthusiasm akin to that of a blood-boosted seal. Were Suren to be a bit more unscrupulous, he could forego paying them altogether. After witnessing Khaleesi's management style, Suren conceded defeat. Such innate advantages cannot be acquired unless he were to don women's attire and cultivate an advanced charm talent. During this period, Highsway has remained ensconced in the laboratory, only briefly emerging to assist with glass production, as her primary focus has been on concocting awakening potions. Suren requested she create magical items. Yet she has not completed a single one. However, fortune smiled upon them as the awakening potion has finally been perfected. The awakening potion is contained within a magical crystal vial specifically designed for preserving high-grade potions. As long as the stopper remains sealed, the magical properties within can be preserved impeccably for approximately 500 years. The awakening potion itself is a translucent blue-purple liquid, resembling a starry night sky, constantly shimmering with ethereal light, an exquisite sight. And its attributes are remarkably potent. Awakening potion, a miraculous elixir meticulously crafted using the leaves of the wisdom tree as the primary ingredient. Upon consumption, it permanently enhances mental power by 4, elemental affinity by 2, and magical recovery by 30. Side effects: none. This potion is entirely intended for use by wizards and has the potential to alter the constitution of ordinary individuals, enabling them to learn magic. Chapter 94. Development. 2. Highsway requires a tranquil environment to consume the potion. Thus, Suren has specifically arranged a quiet chamber within the Lord's castle, ensuring that everyone maintains their distance and appointing barbarian guards to stand watch outside. Highsway's advancement proceeds smoothly, and Suren distinctly senses the elemental energies from the surroundings converging within that room. Approximately 3 hours later, this state begins to subside. Another 2 hours pass, and the tightly shut door swings open, revealing Highsway, her face aglow with joy, rushing towards Suren and Khaleesi. I did it. I am now an intermediate wizard. Highsway exclaims exuberantly, embracing both of them, her excitement palpable, only gradually calming down. Suren promptly opens Highsway's attribute panel for inspection. Name: Highsway. Loyalty: 95. Occupation: Wizard, Alchemist level. Intermediate Wizard, Intermediate Sorceress, Intermediate Alchemist. Strength: 13. Agility: 12. Spirit: 23. Constitution: 15. Charm: 23. Leadership: 30. Traits: Intermediate Elemental Affinity, Enhanced Spirit, Focus, Enhanced Perception, Energy Manipulation. Bloodline Awakening, Intelligence, Mana Recovery Skills, Magic Tricks, Mage Hand, Light Spell, Hypnosis, Charm Human, Arcane Missile, Grease Spell, Shield Spell, Feather Fall, Web Spell, Burning Hands, Acid Arrow, Invisibility, Scorching Ray, Protective Arrow, Intermediate Alchemy, Giant Strength, Elemental Resistance, Flight Spell, Fireball Spell, Lightning Spell, Summon Magical Creatures, Hold Spell, Specialties, Combat Spellcasting, Proficient Spellcasting, Rapid Spellcasting, Meditation, Magical Talent, Spell Efficiency, Weapon Proficiency, Sword Type, Weapon 60, Staff 95, Writing 107. Note: the research of wizards incurs substantial expenses. You must pay her salary monthly. This advancement has not only elevated the wizarding profession, but has also enhanced her sorceress skills. The power within her bloodline has significantly improved her physical constitution, with her mental strength experiencing the most substantial increase of 5 points, attributed to the awakening potion. and one likely a benefit of her recent promotion. Concurrently, her talents and skills have undergone transformations. Her elemental affinity has upgraded to intermediate status, and she has gained a new spell, Mana Recovery. A result of the Awakening Potion-S effects, some spells she had previously been unable to learn due to her limited strength are now within her grasp, while others stem from a deeper awakening of her sorceress lineage. Well, the advancement is complete. Let us hasten to craft those magical items, Suren said, tousling Highsway's hair, causing her wine-red locks to become a disheveled mess. Before, I could only be considered, now I have transformed into a person. Having made the leap from C to D. Sister Khaleesi, see how the noble's greedy visage reveals itself. I have just advanced, and they are already eager to exploit me. Highsway retorted, evading Suren's grasp and seeking refuge behind Khaleesi. All right. You may attend to it once you have rested. There is no rush for those items, Khaleesi replied with a smile. Very well, Suren shrugged. After advancing to an intermediate wizard, Highsway became increasingly adept at crafting magical items, completing a piece of leather armor and a cloak in just 2 days. Both items were fashioned from the hide of a Fury Wind demon tiger and appeared quite commendable. The cloak, unnamed, an intermediate magical item. Material, Fury Wind demon tiger hide. Defense 3, provides warmth, with additional spells, minor acceleration, once per day, feather fall, once per day, and disguise, once per day. Minor acceleration, upon activation, increases speed by 20%, lasting 10 minutes. Featherfall, upon activation, reduces the user's weight, allowing for an unscathed descent from heights, lasting 10 minutes. Disguise, upon activation, the user blends seamlessly with the surroundings, making detection difficult. Though movement ceases, lasting 1 hour. The leather armor, unnamed, an intermediate magical item. Material, Fury Wind demon tiger hide. Defense 8, allows for agile movement, with additional effects. Reduces spell damage by 10% and physical damage by 10%. With additional skills, minor strength, once per day, and minor acceleration, once per day. Minor strength, upon activation, increases the user's strength by 3 points, lasting 10 minutes. Minor acceleration, upon activation, increases movement speed by 20%, lasting 10 minutes. Both magical items are quite satisfactory. The cloak is particularly suitable for scouts, with its 3 practical spells, while the leather armor is intended for warriors on the front lines. Notably, wearing these magical items does not impede the use of ordinary equipment. For instance, the leather armor can be donned by a barbarian, who can also wear a breastplate over it, thus benefiting from both the leather armor's effects and the iron armor's defense. Similarly, one can wear chainmail and leather armor beneath the cloak. As for the decision against iron armor, have you ever seen a scout clad in heavy iron armor? Quite commendable. We shall proceed with the crafting of these 2 types of equipment, Suren stated after inspecting the magical items. Expressing his satisfaction. Based on the Fury Wind demon tiger hide you provided, I calculated that we can produce 6 cloaks and 10 pieces of leather armor, with the remainder allowing for the creation of several blank magical scrolls. If you agree, I shall proceed with this plan, Highsway said, handing a division designed to Suren. Let us proceed with your proposal, Suren replied after a cursory glance. By the way, I almost forgot to inform you that I can also craft materials from the ogres, Highsway declared proudly, her expression clearly inviting praise. Well done, Suren complimented. After nearly 2 months of construction, the water supply system within the territory was finally nearing completion. A 4-kilometer-long elevated aqueduct, accompanied by 4 water wheels towering over 30 meters on either bank of the Red Sand River, and a reservoir capable of holding 1,000 cubic meters. Such a reservoir can easily meet the water demands of a city housing tens of thousands. The water supply pipes within the territory were crafted from pottery, with joint connections made using a mud-to-stone transmutation spell, ensuring that the water supply would reach every household. The pipes within the residences were constructed from iron. The ancient Romans, disliking the rusting of steel, opted for lead in their water pipes, which, while preventing rust, ultimately led to widespread lead poisoning among them. Though this was not the direct cause of the fall of the Roman Empire, prolonged consumption of lead-contaminated water resulted in a decline in their physical health and a decrease in fertility. Ding! The city water supply system is complete. City water supply system, utilizing water wheels for lifting water, an elevated aqueduct for connection, a large reservoir for filtration, sedimentation, and disinfection, with both ceramic and iron pipes facilitating the city's water distribution. With source reliability rated at 15, cleanliness and disinfection at 15, durability at 20, aesthetic appeal at 10, public satisfaction at 2, security at 1, and prosperity at 5. A robust water supply fosters a sense of belonging among residents. While clean and convenient water sources contribute to the city's prosperity, Chapter 95, the water monster. With the establishment of the water supply system, the town's public facilities also required enhancement. Fountains and public baths were deemed essential. As the decision to expand the town had been made, the public baths would be constructed on the outskirts of the town, with the area measuring 500 meters on each side designated as the Lord's residential zone. Aside from Suren's castle, this would serve as the dwelling place for the Lord's guards and their families. Once the outer city is constructed, the entire area will be relocated there. The newly defined city walls, measuring 1 kilometer per side, total 4 kilometers in length, essentially forming a small city, while the original walls will become the inner city. To facilitate the construction of the outer city, Suren led the barbarian guards to capture a substantial number of slaves in the wilderness. In reality, due to their relentless patrols, the surrounding territories had seen a drastic reduction in the presence of goblin dogheads and gnolls. Though these creatures may lack intellect, they possess an instinctual awareness to steer clear of hazardous areas. Suren's territory has now become a perilous zone for the goblin dogheads and gnolls. To capture slaves, they would need to venture further away from the territory, after raiding several goblin doghead tribes. The number of slaves within the territory surged to 2,000. For the construction of the outer city walls, Suren opted against using the mud to stone spell, primarily due to the project's fast scale. According to his plans, the wall will stand 10 meters tall and 4 meters thick. Such a monumental task would require thousands of repetitions of the spell if relying solely on his capabilities. Consequently, he decided to construct the walls using bricks and stones. For an extended period, the territory would enter a phase of development and construction, necessitating a considerable quantity of bricks and stones. Suren intended to establish a brick kiln within the territory to produce these materials. With the sugar trade providing a stable source of income, Suren once again dispatched Jean to the northern cities to purchase slaves to bolster the territory's population. Currently, the number of human slaves within the territory has exceeded 1,000. And over 300 refugees have accompanied the merchant caravans. The population of Suren's territory has now reached over 1,700, making it feasible to allocate some manpower to establish the brick kiln. Suren's spirits have been high during this period. With financial stability, the pace of construction has accelerated significantly. After a night of revelry with Khaleesi, he awoke in high spirits. However, his good mood was short-lived when a soldier from the security team rode in hastily, bringing grim news that darkened his expression. 3 fishermen had been murdered at the port the previous night. Upon hearing this news, Suren's previously buoyant spirits dissipated, and he strode towards the port with a somber countenance. The deceased were slaves purchased by Suren, tasked with fishing. Thanks to numerous cleanup efforts, the area surrounding the town had become quite safe. Moreover, the port was shielded by 2 rivers, preventing goblins and dogheads from crossing, while gnolls, disliking water, also avoided the area. Thus, for convenience, these slaves would often spend the night near the port, resting on fishing boats, returning to shore every other day for rest and to replenish other supplies. In fact, these fishermen ranked among the most industrious workers, as the various fish captured at the port served as the primary source of meat for the territory, with the wild oxen no longer slaughtered for farming and attempts to domesticate the gazelles underway without further culling. The territory's meat supply had significantly dwindled. The sudden loss of 3 fishermen would undoubtedly raise concerns for the safety of the others. Upon Suren's arrival, a crowd had already gathered. Upon seeing the Lord approach, the crowd parted to clear a path, and the security officer, Harrison, stepped forward. Observing the onlookers, Suren furrowed his brow, prompting Harrison to shout to the surrounding crowd, except for the fishermen. Everyone else return to your posts immediately. Those who fail to comply will be tasked with cleaning the public restrooms for 3 days. Hearing the officer's command, the crowd promptly dispersed. Suren followed Harrison to the port, where 3 stretchers lay waiting. The bodies had been recovered after being discovered. When were they found? What was the cause of death? Were there any clues? Suren inquired as he approached the bodies, prompting a soldier to swiftly unveil the linen cloth covering them. My lord, they were found this morning. Other fishermen reported a few missing. Leading us to conduct a search, Harrison replied. These bodies appear to have been dragged into the water and drowned. Observe the numerous entanglement marks on their bodies and their purple faces. As a seasoned veteran with reconnaissance skills, Harrison is capable of discerning the cause of death for these individuals. These individuals were ambushed in their slumber, Ensnared by a formidable foe, the three possessed little to no ability to resist, even in death. Their hearts were extracted by the assailant. Preliminary assessments suggest that the perpetrator is not human, but rather a creature from the depths. All three deceased were adults, their bodies robust due to ample sustenance. They were killed before they could muster any strength to fight back, indicating the assailant was indeed powerful. Ding, mission triggered. Please resolve the crisis in the river promptly. Have there been any discoveries aboard the fishing vessels? Surin inquired after examining the three corpses. The three boats sustained some damage, and there is a significant amount of viscous slime on them. Let us proceed to investigate. The group made their way to the fishing boats at the harbor. The vessels had been dragged ashore, and each bore signs of damage, with numerous areas covered in a semi-transparent slime that exuded a slick texture and a distinct fishy odor, clearly indicating the presence of a river-dwelling creature. A monster from the water. Could it be a merman? Surin furrowed his brow. However, mermen typically inhabit coastal regions, and this location is at least several hundred kilometers from the sea. Had they foolishly ventured here to commit murder? No. Upon examining the bodies, it appeared they were ensnared and dragged underwater by tentacle-like appendages. Mermen lack such features, Surin pondered swiftly. Where were the bodies discovered? Surin continued his inquiries. They were found amidst some aquatic vegetation, entangled in the reeds at the time of discovery, Harrison replied, leading Surin to a river bend and pointing towards a patch of water plants. Soon, they arrived at the spot, and indeed, they found an abundance of the same slime on the vegetation. Surin and his companions continued their search, expanding their perimeter. Before long, a soldier uncovered a new lead. My lord, there is slime here as well. Surin rushed over to inspect, finding more of the viscous substance on the water plants. Following the trail of slime, they uncovered increasingly more clues. After half an hour of searching without further discoveries, the group decided to focus their primary search efforts on this body of water. Chapter 96. The Water Monster, 2. After an exhaustive search, the group found nothing. With furrowed brows and no results in sight, Surin reluctantly turned to Harrison and instructed, distribute weapons to all fishermen. Furthermore, starting today, all fishermen must return to the town to sleep overnight. Resting outside the town at night is prohibited. Understood, Harrison replied. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly slipped into midday, with the sun nearing its zenith. The sunlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like diamonds, when suddenly Surin spotted a massive shadow rising from the depths. Get away from there, Surin shouted urgently, hastening towards the soldiers who were still scanning the water's surface for clues. Heeding Surin's warning, the soldiers scrambled away from the water's edge. Ding, water monster detected. Please resolve the situation promptly. The shadow beneath the water grew ever larger until the creature erupted from the surface. In the sunlight, Surin finally beheld the monstrosity. It was a creature adorned with several enormous tentacles, possessing limbs reminiscent of a human's, though its lower joints morphed into fin-like appendages. Its head bore an unsightly visage, and its massive body was intimidating, with tentacles extending at least a meter long. Upon sighting the fishing vessels, it propelled itself toward them with incredible speed. Despite its bulk. In a heartbeat, it was closing in on the last boat. The astonishingly lengthy tentacles surged toward the vessel. Should they ensnare it, the soldiers aboard would be effortlessly dragged beneath the waves. Just then, a spear flew through the air, striking one of the monster's tentacles, forcing it away. However, for reasons unknown, the spear failed to pierce the tentacle, glancing off instead. The soldiers, having narrowly escaped, quickly distanced themselves from the creature. Enraged, the water monster roared at Surin, and the next moment, several 10-meter-long green jets of liquid shot toward him. What the hell? Is that an acid arrow? Surin exclaimed, astonished, for ordinary acid arrows measure merely half a meter, while this one was over 10 times greater. Frostblade. An intense chill radiated from Surin, summoning 3 ice blades that instantaneously transformed the surrounding river water into solid ice. With a deft motion of his spear, a massive ice shield materialized before him, just in time to intercept the acid arrow. The arrow collided with the shield, causing acid to splatter, and the surrounding reeds withered and turned black, even the soil darkening as a result. The ice shield cracked like a spider's web under the impact but was promptly refrozen by Surin's chilling aura. With a powerful thrust of his spear, the gigantic ice shield shattered, sending a flurry of icy shards scattering in the sunlight, refracting a spectrum of colors. Without hesitation, Surin's chilling aura intensified, and ice blades rapidly manifested. Slicing toward the water demon as the blades skimmed the river's surface, they transformed the water into solid ice, creating 3 distinct paths in an instant. The monster's tentacles stirred up a colossal wave as they surged toward the ice blades. Upon collision, the blades shattered the wave into a towering ice mountain, which then crumbled under the subsequent onslaught of water. Suren, with a swift movement, dashed onto one of the icy paths, reaching the creature in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing Suren's audacity to approach, the water monster grew even more wrathful, striking at Suren with all 6 tentacles. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Suren deflected the tentacles. Yet he felt as though the force had been diverted, leaving him unnerved. After being knocked aside, the tentacles circled back for another strike. Suren roared, propelling himself forcefully, the ice path shattering beneath him as he soared through the air, unleashing a horizontal sweep at the water monster. Boom! The creature's massive form was sent flying several meters, and for the first time, Suren noticed that its body was enveloped in a layer of transparent liquid. It was this layer that caused many of his attacks to miss their mark. The water demon crashed back into the surface with a resounding thud, although most of the force had dissipated. It still elicited a pained howl from the creature. The agony only served to incite further chaos, as its tentacles flailed wildly, generating towering waves that surged through the river. Fortunately, the fishing vessels had already retreated. For under such tumult, disaster would surely have befallen them. Suren's chilling aura intensified, the solid ice beneath him standing unwavering against the monstrous waves. Frost blade. The 3 ice blades froze the surging waters. And with a powerful thrust, Suren leaped high into the air, evading the onslaught of waves below. With an agility rating of 29, his movements were exceptionally swift and nimble, utilizing the floating ice on the river. Suren leaped onto the tentacles of the water monster. Thunder spear. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around Suren's form, illuminating the spear in his grasp. After a few leaps, he found himself face to face with the creature. Realizing Suren was closing in, the monster's tentacles thrashed furiously in an attempt to ensnare him. However, the alternating currents of electricity and ice paralyzed the tentacles upon contact, subsequently encasing them in frost. The paralysis from the electricity slowed the creature's reactions by several beats, and by the time its tentacles broke free from the ice, Suren was already past them. Frost blade. Suren seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of chilling attacks in an instant. The air was filled with frost-laden ice blades that froze the river's surface. Numerous frost blades converged, forming a massive ice mountain, which ensnared the colossal water creature in its icy grasp. The ice mountain shimmered in the sunlight, and within its pale blue depths, the monster, approximately 4 meters in height, was trapped in a state of terror, its long tentacles flailing helplessly. The soldiers who had just reached the shore gazed at Suren with awe. They had just faced the terrifying might of the water monster, and never would they have imagined that this seemingly invincible creature could be vanquished so effortlessly by Suren. Ding, congratulations, host. You have slain the water monster. You have gained 13,252 experience points. The system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding, congratulations, host. Your level has been increased. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a silver treasure chest. Ding, by slaying the water monster. You have gained significant prestige. Your fame spreads across the wasteland, and your soldiers hold you in even greater esteem. Prestige 1. Congratulations, host. Successfully slayed the water monster. Your territory security rating is now 2, and public support is at 5. Suren did not open the attribute panel to check. Instead, he commanded the soldiers to transport the colossal ice block back to the port. Chapter 97. The Water Monster. 3. The Red Sand River and the White Water River are both rich in aquatic vegetation, teeming with fish that fully satisfy the town's carnivorous needs. At present, the fishing industry holds a far superior status in town North Fort compared to agriculture. Despite the tragic loss of 3 fishermen the previous night, fishing continued unabated today. However, every fisherman was now equipped with weapons and forbidden from operating alone. After distributing the weapons, the fishermen formed groups to head into the river for fishing. Before long, the fishermen who had already reaped their rewards began to submit their catches, and the Port Authority would allocate them corresponding points based on the type and weight of the seafood. As the fish brought in by the fishermen were counted and calculated, the receivers meticulously selected the small fish, no larger than the size of a palm, and uniformly discarded them into a nearby pond. This pond stretched over 300 meters in length and 50 meters in width, originally a low-lying area transformed into a fishery by Suren. It was connected to 2 water channels and the Hansha River, with small dams at either end, making it an ideal habitat for the small fish caught by the fishermen. Look, what is that? An iceberg. Is that the security team? At the port. Everyone gazed curiously at the large block of ice that was slowly approaching, bound by ropes and towed by several small boats. Quick, look, there is something inside that ice. As the ice drew nearer to the port, a fisherman suddenly exclaimed, "There really is something." Soon, the block of ice was brought to the port, and the surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. Step aside. The creature inside is the very monster that killed 3 fishermen last night. It has already been dealt with by the Lord. Now, everyone can return to work with peace of mind. With that, Harrison directed the security team soldiers to transport the massive ice block to the town. Surin had already departed, riding on horseback. He opened his attributes panel and allocated the 2 attribute points he had just earned, 1 to spirit and 1 to agility. Name, Surin race, human level strength, 37 agility, 30 spirit, 25 constitution, 29 charisma, 19 command, 63 skills. None. Opening his storage space, he discovered a silver treasure chest as a reward from the system. This monster was not particularly formidable, but the only challenge lay in the underwater combat environment, where Surin's fighting ability could only be described as average. If the creature remained submerged, he would have little recourse. Above the water's surface, however, it would depend on his maneuvering. The Xianbing Slash could create ice blocks, providing him with footholds, while the Thunder Spear could incapacitate the monster, granting Surin a chance for a decisive strike. As he opened the silver treasure chest, a flash of brilliance illuminated the scene. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained an iron frame bow. Iron frame bow, a bow crafted with meticulous precision from high-quality steel. Characterized by its formidable strength and impressive range, a rare find indeed. Requirements for use: strength 17, constitution 15. Bow range 3, bow power 2, penetration 15, chance to pierce through. Upon seeing the attributes of the bow, Surin's eyes sparkled. This bow surpassed the centaur longbow given to him previously, which was already a powerful weapon. However, despite its excellence, the requirements for use were high, 17 points in strength, which he lacked, rendering him unable to draw the bowstring. Taking out the iron frame bow, Surin drew it back for a test. The elasticity was impressive, and the bowstring was crafted from steel wire and beast tendons, making this iron frame bow quite formidable. After toying with it for a moment, Surin suddenly recalled the issue of assembling an archery unit. Without suitable wood to craft longbows, he could attempt to utilize this iron frame bow instead. Upon returning to the town, Surin sought out Heather. The water monster he had encountered earlier belonged to the category of magical beasts, though he was unfamiliar with this particular creature and the materials it possessed. Intending to have Heather handle it, Heather had been ensconced in her laboratory during this time, overwhelmed with materials needing her attention, her state one of pain intertwined with joy, having produced more magical materials in this period than in the previous year combined. Cautiously, she used a carving knife to etch the claws of the claw demon. The claws were formed from 3 mutated bone structures, ranging from 30 to 40 centimeters in length, with the central claw being the longest. This was the most valuable part of the claw demon. While other components like its heart or demonic hide held little worth, the claws were natural magical weapons, harder than steel and possessing remarkable resilience. And importantly, they naturally had armor-piercing properties. Crafting them into a magical weapon was no simple task. Heather had to concentrate fully. And only after completing the final rune did she let out a sigh of relief. Taking out a potion she had already prepared, Heather poured it into the previously etched runes, reciting incantations as a surge of magical energy gathered in the laboratory. Soon merging into the claws of the claw demon under her control, a flash of brilliance occurred, and the light seeped into the claws, vanishing shortly thereafter. At this point, the claws on the experiment table had transformed significantly. Resembling a curved blade, the blade measured approximately 35 centimeters in length, extending to 50 centimeters with the handle. Its form was reminiscent of the curved blades used by desert tribes, with a dull color that seemed to absorb light, making it ideal for nocturnal ambushes. Ding dong. Just then, the magical doorbell rang unexpectedly. Heather set down the empty vial and rose to answer the door. What brings you here? Upon seeing Surin, Heather opened the door wider to let him in. Am I not allowed to come? Surin stepped into the laboratory, surveying the surroundings. You are welcome, my lord. Heather made a playful face at him and continued, Is this your new creation? Surin immediately noticed the curved blade resting on the table, and upon Heather's approval, he reached for it. Just completed. Surin picked up the blade and was pleasantly surprised by its light weight. He swung it lightly, producing a sharp, whistling sound. A splendid weapon, Surin remarked, though he didn't typically wield curved blades. He could certainly discern the quality of a weapon. Of course, this blade was crafted with great effort, Heather said proudly, puffing out her chest. Indeed, she was a woman of substance. The unnamed curved blade was classified as a mid-level magical weapon. Made from the claws of the claw demon. It was a finely crafted magical weapon, ingeniously utilizing the unique properties of the claw demoness claws, a true knight assassin, with sharpness 1, armor-piercing 1, attack speed 1, and resilience 1. Chapter 98. Potions, have you thought of a name for this weapon? Surin asked, tracing his fingers along the blade's edge. Heather busily organized the other items on the experiment table, not lifting her head as she replied. Not yetd. Oh, you have any suggestions? How about Blade of the Night? That sounds good. Surin set the blade down. How many of these curved blades do you have? Heather crossed her arms and shot him an exasperated glance, then replied, do you think this is a potato? Just take as many as you want. The claws of the claw demon you provided are only too suitable for crafting such a curved blade. The rest can only be made into daggers. 2 is still decent, Surin said, placing the Blade of the Night back down. By the way, I just killed a water monster in the Hongsha River. See if there are any materials that can be utilized. A water monster. Upon hearing Surin's words, Heather's eyes lit up. Where? Take me there. I've already arranged for it to be delivered. It should have arrived by now, Surin replied with a smile. The two left the laboratory, and after a few minutes, they finally saw a large block of ice being pulled by 2 horses. Heather eagerly rushed over. Approaching the ice block, she pressed against it to peer inside. This is an adult dark-scale water monster. Its body is surprisingly well preserved. Do you recognize this creature? Surin inquired, standing nearby. Of course, this is a dark-scale water monster. It's my first time seeing one. Make sure to bring it to my laboratory. I want to dissect it, Heather exclaimed excitedly. Surin discreetly took a step back, watching the enthusiastic Heather while glancing at the ice-encased corpse of the dark-scale water monster, his mind vividly conjuring an image of a large, adorable girl in a wizard's robe, brandishing various knives and scissors, eagerly dissecting the water monster, a scene that sent a chill down his spine. Oblivious to Surin's expression, Heather animatedly directed the others to lower the ice block, preparing to transport it to her laboratory. What is the significance of this water monster? Surin asked with curiosity. The primary benefit of this water monster lies in its heart, which can be used to create underwater breathing potions, Heather explained. Surin, somewhat puzzled, remarked, underwater breathing potions? Aren't those rather common? Why the emphasis? These underwater breathing potions are not as simple as you think. Typical underwater breathing potions last about 3 hours. The more potent ones last longer, but never exceeding 6 hours. However, potions made from the heart of a dark-scale water monster are permanent. It's akin to permanently solidifying the underwater breathing spell on you. Solidifying a spell? That sounds incredibly powerful. Surin gazed in astonishment at the corpse of the dark-scale water monster before him. The effect of such a solidifying spell was exceedingly rare, typically only achievable by powerful spellcasters or mighty beings at great cost. For instance, those of legendary status could choose to permanently expend a portion of their magic to grant others a solidified spell effect. Such favors were rarely bestowed unless the recipient was a close kin or possessed something that made refusal impossible. After all, few legendary sorcerers would go to such lengths for others, as it required a permanent sacrifice of their own power. Alternatively, some demigods or deities could confer blessings, allowing them to grant others a solidified spell effect, though such blessings were seldom given. Only a select few favored by the gods might receive such an honor. In general, the blessings bestowed by such deities possess formidable effects. The minimum requirement for these solidified effects to manifest is typically at the legendary level or higher, and yet this dark-scaled water creature surprisingly exhibits such capabilities. Of course, the solidification spell effect of the dark-scaled water creature is quite ordinary, far inferior to those of more powerful entities. However, its low cost and lack of side effects make it appealing. And the underwater breathing spell proves to be quite practical in many situations. In fact, there exist other solidification spell effects in this world, the most renowned being the art of magical tattooing. It is said that this spell was invented by the elves, involving the intricate engraving of magical runes onto the human body. This remarkable skill of inscribing runes directly onto one's skin is immensely powerful. At one time, many wizards opted to shave their heads entirely to have magical tattoos etched upon them. with the red robe magi being the most adept in this technique. During that era, it became fashionable among wizards, regardless of gender, to sport bald heads. Yet, despite its strength, this technique has limited growth potential, and the process of inscribing runes imposes a significant burden on the human constitution. Often accompanied by excruciating pain, many individuals have ultimately failed due to their inability to endure this suffering. After all, humans are not a magical race, inherently endowed with spells, and their resilience to various forms of magic is comparatively weak. Consequently, this spell fell into disuse due to its considerable energy consumption, stringent inscription conditions, and the relatively low level of the spells that could be inscribed. While there have been aspirations to use magical tattooing to inscribe higher-level spells, the limitations of human skin pose a challenge. It is rumored that the elves possess even more advanced magical rune technologies. After entrusting the carcass of the dark-scaled water creature to Hathwy, Suren departed from the laboratory. Just yesterday, the pristine white marble he had dispatched for extraction from the Lotus Mountains had been delivered. This marble, with its fine texture and pure white hue, is a precious material even in the city of Kalt, let alone in the desolate northern plains. Originally, he had intended to construct a bathhouse at the Lord's estate today. However, the emergence of the water creature incident delayed his plans by the time he resolved the matter and delivered the creature to Hathwy. Much of the day had already passed. Now, he was determined to return and expedite the construction of the bathhouse. Utilizing marble for this project had long been Suren's design, and he envisioned a bathhouse spacious enough for swimming, even planning to install a fountain within it. Yet, he remained uncertain whether to feature a mermaid statue or something else entirely. The marble bathhouse that Suren envisioned would harmoniously blend the architectural styles of ancient Rome and Greece, while its functional design would reflect the modern sensibilities of his previous life, far surpassing the architectural standards of this world. He also intended to employ this style for the public bathhouse within his territory. Although he would not use marble for that structure, the water source for the bathhouse was a subterranean hot spring that Suren had discovered through considerable effort utilizing the geothermal spring spell. He had expended substantial magical energy to redirect this spring's water flow to the site. The temperature of the spring water hovers around 60 degrees, perfectly suitable, and Krista greatly enjoys soaking in hot springs. The aqueduct channels the spring water directly into the bathhouse, ensuring that the water in the bath is always pristine and fresh. The walls of the bathhouse are adorned with various relief sculptures, crafted by several skilled artisans. These sculptures narrate a multitude of mythological tales, some depicting formidable beings, rendering the entire bathhouse a veritable work of art.